only 10 people are allowed in the server, and once it's played, I'm gonna delete it so you can't share it with anyone outside of the server. That's not sharing.
Look, it's no big deal. We're teasing Bev because he keeps most of his data and results to himself and a few people.
He doesn't keep them to himself. He's sharing
He
it on his Discord server. Anyone's free to go watch it. You're just here to start shit and argue bullshit.
Not the results.
Now
Jeremy.
we've been arguing for the past. We've been arguing nonsense for the past 5 minutes now because you're one of them dudes who watches Twitch, and because he's not sharing it on Twitch, you think he's not sharing it because it's somewhere else.
He's got
Is this
FOMO.
about
He's
Bev?
got fear of losing
the
out.
word sharing, and you don't even.
I mean,
understand what I'm saying.
does Bev share stuff on his server, Jeremy? I was in the server for a long time, and I never saw these things. Is there somewhere
Well, it's
in the
good to hear
server where
Dawn speaking
Airing
tonight.
something
Yeah.
live. He's airing something live this weekend. He's gonna stream it live on his server. So he's gonna share it with anyone that's willing to go watch it on his server. These guys are acting like he's not sharing it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's sharing. There's no issue
Well,
with that.
good to hear Dawn on this server tonight.
Hi,
I think it's been a long.
Unless
long
you
time.
banned from from Bev server. Like if you banned, then maybe you could have an argument. But otherwise, it's fine, man. If anyone's free to go in there,
which is Beb's server? Which one is
if
that?
you're banned though, obviously fucked up and broke some kind of rules to where. I mean, if you get banned from YouTube. On YouTube, does that mean I'm not sharing the thing because you got banned from YouTube?
No, I agree, Jeremy. I'm not saying that.
Jeremy, can I ask you one question?
You know what I'm saying, mate?
No, Jeremy, can I ask you one question to break this? Are you a flat earther, Jeremy? Jeremy, do you believe the Earth is flat? Because I do.
Right in the middle of this?
Yes, I think we should break the
conversation. Does it matter if I'm a flat earther or not?
Yes,
yeah,
it
absolutely,
does.
absolutely.
Because I think, flat earther sense, you understand what I'm saying. We know the most important thing is that the idea is the Earth is flat, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah,
if you think the Earth,
that's the foundation of everything.
If you think the Earth isn't flat, you say it's a globe, then you're a fucking retard. You're an idiot.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, the only alternative to it not being flat is that it's
my mom thinks the Earth's a globe. You think my mom's a retard?
No, I don't. Because
you just said if you think the Earth
no, Jeremy, everyone in my family
that's
and all my
exactly
friends
what he said.
Shitlery, can you listen to me?
You saying all your family and friends are retards? Why would you say that, Joe? That's fucked up.
Listen to me.
I don't really. That's fucked up.
Shitlery, so there's an idea of a spiritual retard.
You know, I would never expect that.
You're not insulted, bro. You're not insulted by it. You're acting insulted. No, you've been waiting for that comment.
Shitlery, there's something called a spiritual retardation, and you can be spiritually retarded, especially if you think we live on a spinning ball. And that's my point. So
yeah, you think your parents and friends are like retarded.
I think they are spiritually retarded. I think they're spiritually retarded.
Whatever you want to call it, you think they are
spiritually.
Retarded, whatever adjective you want to add
stop
to
with
it,
the over talking. It's getting into shit show territory.
Jeremy.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know who's doing it. Just everyone relax.
He's doing it.
I'm calm. I'm calm. I'm just making sure he's away.
Because
he called his parents.
I want to stick up for girls. Some people are retarded in certain areas. If they don't agree with your truth, it makes them retarded in that area because they haven't managed to agree.
Exactly.
But so my mum and dad, they are retards in the area of government, politics, religion, lots of things. But it doesn't make them full retards in every area.
Trality, if you were never retarded to begin with, then if somebody says you're retarded, that's obviously falsification. If you were never retarded to begin with, right? So it's just water off your back.
Yeah, I'm offended on his mom and dad's behalf.
You're really not. Though. I think you're just getting sound bites, bro. Honestly,
people that love him and care about him, he's just out here calling him.
Oh, bro, being disingenuous, bro. Come on,
that's a bit fucked up.
You're not. You don't really care though. You're just trying to make a flat earther look bad, bro, in a roundabout way.
I don't care if he's a flat earther or not, bro. He's calling his parents retards.
I can hear the disingenuous tone in your voice, bro. You know what I mean?
Whatever, bro. I don't really care what you hear.
I'm just saying, bro. You know what I mean? You sound way too concerned about stuff like that.
Does she, Jeremy? Really?
Yeah, because I told her some good arguments, and she was already a heavy Bible person. So she's a flat earther.
Hell yeah, that's
Get the
great news,
fuck out
bro.
of here.
Congratulations.
What was the straw that broke the camel's back? Like, what was the piece of evidence you gave her that took her over the edge, for lack of a better
I
say?
don't know. I don't know.
You know what it was? It was a miracle, bro. It was the shedding of the scales on the road to Damascus off the eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious because you ain't really a Bible flat earther, Jeremy. So I don't think you would have thrown the Bible says the Earth is flat at her, right?
No, but she came back at me and told me that that's what the Bible says, though.
Oh, okay. That's what got her. All right.
You say it as if it's a bad thing. No, that's what saved her, bro. You know?
Yeah,
That's what saved her
cool.
from the lie. It's a
Yeah.
beautiful thing. I love hearing stories
Yeah.
like that. Seriously, that's wonderful, bro. Congratulations. That's something to celebrate. It. You know what I mean?
Well, for today, what's the story? And like, let's break up this conversation between Jeremy and Chitlery talking absolute shit.
Yeah.
What is to you that proved to you that the Earth was flat? No, seriously, what is it to you that proved the Earth was flat?
Okay, so for me, it was even when my girlfriend brought it up to me like 2 weeks prior, I was into doing things and making money, and I was always hustling. And so I told her, I was like, basically, get the fuck out of my face with this bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even open that door for that conversation because it was just so ridiculous to me, right? So I just recently bought a flat screen TV and mounted it like right up by the ceiling on the wall. And I was getting ready to leave my homie, and I couldn't find the remote. And all of a sudden, that video, the 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball, came on. And like the first 10 minutes, I wasn't listening. I was getting high. And then I remember one sentence he said that like the whole room stopped. It was like a record player. Everything stopped, everything. And my senses became like extremely aware. And all I cared about was whether I rewound it a bunch of times. I kept going back and listening. And it just clicked right there. By like midnight, bro, I was like telling everybody I knew the Earth is flat. You know?
Yes. You know this. You know this.
Yeah,
you
bro.
know this.
I've never been the
I
same
know
since.
this.
Yeah.
We know the Earth is flat.
It was like being born again, literally. You know what I mean?
It's like being born again, but
born again flat earther.
For me. So for you were saying it's almost instant. For me, it was more of a general thing. It
Oh,
almost
God.
came on over weeks and months, sort of thing. It's almost like I became flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It almost became me. There was never a time where I was saying, "Oh, maybe it's a globe." It was almost like I saw this information in 2016 or 2015. How many years ago was that now? 8 years. I saw this information and it became me.
Yeah.
It's almost my essence is the flat Earth.
Yeah, like you
Because
couldn't.
I know it's Flat Day Saints. I'm a very I'm a son of two architects. I'm a son of two architects.
Okay.
And so I have a very visual mind. It's not possible to comprehend an Earth on a globe spinning because that physically is impossible because we know it doesn't exist. So I sort of have this, this inclination to see the world as it is through the third eye and the visual understanding. And I know it's flat. We all know it's a flat plane, just like we experience through our computers and simulations. It's binary code. And Fusely Jerry knows this. He knows we're talking about electrostatics. We're talking about the fusion core.
Were you talking to me just now?
No, I'm talking about Fusely Jerry, my very good friend. I'm going to add him as a
yes,
Fusely
for
Jerry.
many years.
Fusely Jerry, I think I met you 2 years ago, my good friend.
Yes.
You guys touch tips?
No,
Absolutely.
we touch tips. No, we touch tips mentally, and I think we know the truth. I think we do.
Robin. You're the Australian Batman. He's your Robin.
I'll bring up the one thing. Let's talk about this, guys. Everyone that's listening. You know what the most interesting thing is, especially to all us flat earthers, is the moon. So we have a look at the moon. The moon seems to have an appearance of craters. And why are we seeing craters on a moon? You know what I mean?
I think
That is
they're
very
frozen
interesting.
drops. I think they're like frozen drops.
Okay. I'd like to hear all the whatever you have to say, because I think that's the most interesting thing. The moon happens to have this appearance of craters. It almost like it pulls the story, almost like it's been designed to have
Bro,
this.
the moon. I'm a lunatic for the moon. Like, I prefer being out at night under moonlight than the sun. I'm just like a night owl. I always have been.
Definitely. So the moon is releasing this light. Perhaps this moon in the craters has been designed per the story, the story of these meteors and these things, and it's almost like it's mathematics. So we can actually experience that today. We can do experiments showing craters in the way that there's, this, they call it the nipple in the middle, of the crater.
Yeah. I think what they are is like frozen water droplets.
It's almost like the moon is a distraction, almost like a complete farce. It's almost like a Joker mask. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the moon's really interesting because it goes on a perfect cycle.
I think the moon. I think it's a joke, and I think it's a projection of our minds or the lie itself. And I don't think the moon has always looked like this. I think that back in the day, they were saying the moon was completely different. They were saying there was two moons, and it used to be purple at night, actually.
What? Who said that? Wait, who said that? Who said that?
Who said that? You mean you do some research and you look at your history of your own people? They were saying that it was purple.
Yeah, but could you tell me who? I mean, you did the research, so I'm trying to find out from you, right? Teach me.
I'm glad you asked. This is what I've heard. This is what I've heard. I can't sound perfect. Hey, I'm not perfect, mate. But I'm just showing you the truth. I'm telling you guys that whether we want to believe it or not, there's something funny happening, guys. You can say, oh, maybe you or me are funny, but it's funny. The world is funny.
So you're not going to tell me who told you that the moon was purple and there was two of them?
No, the atmosphere was purple. Everything was purple. You guys heard it. This was written in the Bible.
The Bible says the moon was purple?
And what about these 2 moons? What about these 2 moons you mentioned?
Exactly. There was 2 moons and it was purple.
But did the Bible say that? The Bible says there's 2 moons and there was purple?
Yes, I've heard of this. You guys haven't read the books. Nah, bro. You guys are tripping out. You're on my case, bro. I'm telling you, this is real. This is actually real information. I'm just waiting for one guy to bring me up and say, oh, yeah, this is true. Like Pete Sean or something like that. Or Jin. Pete Sean, where's he? Mate, the atmosphere used to be purple, and we're seeing humans living for thousands of years. We're seeing the Tartarian people. What is Tartarian? Tartarian means Aryan. So we're seeing the Aryan people building absolutely brilliant buildings. You've seen European buildings, Chitlery, correct? And you've seen pyramids in Giza. You know what they were saying? Pyramids in Mexico. With, they've done archaeology, and what are they saying? Red-haired, white-skinned kings in Mexico and South America, countries like this. We're seeing white, even New Zealand, even before the Kiwis got to New Zealand, we're seeing Scottish people actually landing this country, New Zealand. So what we're saying is red-haired people all across the quote-unquote continents, okay?
So you were saying there was a time in the world when the Scottish people ruled the world. Everyone was white.
No, not necessarily Scottish. No, look, my point is, listen, not necessarily Scottish, but the genetic code of the Scottish people are the most similar.
Yeah, basically Scottish people. Yeah.
They're known as
So
Atlantic
you saying
people.
This was the world ruled by Scots, and now it sounds like you're about to go into the...
Let me finish, man. Not only Scottish, but the Irish. The Scottish and the Irish, they're closest to the Atlantic people, okay, genetically, and we've proven this through rhesus negative blood.
What are the Atlantic people? What is that?
I'm just trying to describe it to you. They're extremely white-skinned. All white skin descends from Atlantis, and the closest are the Scottish and the Irish people, not the Germanics. It's the Irish and the Scots. They have the reddish hair, extremely white skin. They have freckles. It's all It's all this blue eyes, green eyes. Okay, it's all related to the Atlantic realm. We're seeing this, and we've seen the armor. This is the Tartarian people they've been speaking about. Okay. I've got to figure it out, Shitlery. And, bro.
That's amazing, man.
I've got to figure it out, man. I
Are
really
you
do.
calling him Shitlery?
He is.
I'm calling him Shitlery because he's Muslim.
Could you ask him to stop, Jeremy?
Shit. Oh my God! Ask him to stop. Jesus.
His name is
Jesus.
T.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna severely and harshly reprimand him and stare daggers into him. All right? Is that good?
Hey, Shitlery, if you don't like me speaking, you can say this, but I'm just explaining to you the reality of the situation.
No, I don't want you to stop. I'm asking you questions.
Okay,
I want
cool. What's
this
your question?
information.
Ask me one question.
So just to confirm
Okay.
like Steel Manu, right? You were saying that the people from Atlantis, which is apparently a real place to you, are the
Yes.
great ancestors of the modern day Scots and Irish people, and there was a
Yes.
period in the world when, if you go to any part of the world, South America, New Zealand, Europe, North America, you would find white people with red hair
Correct.
in positions of power. That's what you said.
said it perfectly. He said it perfectly.
He's trying to make some sound bites, bro.
Oh, you said it perfectly.
No, that's what
bro.
he said, bro. And
that is correct, Shitlery.
Yeah.
So we're seeing this Atlantean blood, okay, and it's called racist negative blood, okay, and we're seeing this genetically. It's been coded. Okay, there's a complete difference between racist negative and racist positive. All racist negative blood is found in Ireland, Scotland, England, and maybe parts of northwestern France.
I think you might be Reese's Pieces, mate.
Mate, racist pieces, you nuts are in faces. Mate, I'm telling you, this is Egypt. So we're talking about the old Pharaohs of Egypt. They had red hair. They were racist negative. And who have racist negative today, guys? Who has racist negative blood? Who has red hair? The Irish, the Scottish, the English, and their descendants. So we're seeing Canada, the Commonwealth. We're seeing Australia, especially Canada, and parts of United States. Like whatever his face is says, Whitsitt has red hair. So anyone with red hair or white skin and freckles is descended from the Atlantean people. This is the genetic code, and I know this, guys. So
I thought it was cool, like when you say Irish, sometimes it sounds like you're saying Irish.
I'm saying Irish. I'm saying Irish. I'm saying the real people. I'm saying the people that are chosen. The chosen people are the Irish and the Scottish people. They're not the Jews. They're the Irish
That's
people.
What's up? All right, moving on. Yeah.
All Snacks.
Right. Yeah.
So, Snacks, I think you're a little bit Irish.
Sweet potato.
Snacks, are you a little bit Irish?
Probably a little bit of everything, huh?
I think you are. I think you have a bit of Irish in you. And I think the only thing that's listening to you right now
I suspect that's true.
I know that it's true, Snacks. And I know that's because you can speak very Aussie, can't you? You can do a very good Aussie accent.
I don't think it has anything to do with like being related to something. Does that has something to do with?
No, I think you can do it really well, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. That has nothing to do with. I don't have anybody in my family that does.
It's fine.
Hey, is Flat Earth? Is Flat Earth king of Flat Earther?
Hey, bro. Anyone that believes
the goat is flat. He's the goat.
So ASIC 1, you're a flat earther, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Can you keep talking? Can you please speak
I feel pretty entertained while you are speaking, so...
No. Bro, I'm waiting for a flat earther like you, especially a foreign one who sounds like from Europe. You sound like a good man, and I'd like you to speak about the flat earth. ASIC 1, thank you. Please. Go ahead, mate.
If I only could put
the stage is to you, ASIC 1.
Thanks. So, I wish I could put that much enthusiasm in my wording, but it seems I can't. But yeah, thanks for clearing the stage for me. Now you gotta listen to my horrible accent, boys.
What do you have to say?
I just want to know, like an honest, like an educated, like description. What was so important about Atlantis?
We can talk about this. We can talk about Atlantis. At least we'd see the descendants today of Atlantis. So I'm going to post in a live stream photos of the descendants of Atlantis.
Did they have dolphin-powered water skis?
Yes, they did have access with dolphins, and we know this.
And you know this, man. Haha.
No, we know this. We know that the Celtic or Atlantic people had access with dolphins and the SeaWorld. So they came from a land, Western, that's what we're seeing Ireland, Scotland, and, parts of Western France and things like this, parts of Western Europe, the Atlantic Ocean, okay? We're seeing some sort of blood, and this is where white skin comes from, guys. So you think about this, guys. I live in Australia and I have Celtic Atlantic blood, okay? I'm not going to lie to you. So I go out in the sun, I get listen to me, mate. I get extremely sunburnt within 10 minutes. So I have to put this synthetic cream over my skin. I have to wear a hat, to wear long sleeve. If I'm in the sun, even if I've got my balls out, mate, in the sun for more than 10 minutes, I'm getting sunburnt and it stings, mate. The sunburn stings.
On your willy, mate?
Yeah. Nah, mate, on me woolly. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Atlantic and people don't belong in the sun. Because saying I'm out in the sun for 10 minutes, I'm burnt to death. That is not normal, mate. Carlos from New Zealand. That is not normal, my friend. So I'm not black, Carlos.
You have no
melanin. Do you think it's possible, like you and I have some type of genetic defect because we're just not suitable?
No, it's not a defect. Where we are, those that believe evolution, we're the next step, Carlos. So that's what I'm talking about. Atlantis, right? So we are a descendant form of the perfection. We are a descendant form of the Tartarian Empire. The Tartarians were the most pure white people you could ever meet in your life. Okay, so we are descended from Tartarians. If you get sunburnt, then you're descended from a Tartarian. If you don't get sunburnt and you're extremely black, sorry, you never met a Tartarian. You don't know what Tartaria is if you're black. I'm sorry, Carlos. So you are probably white because you're from New Zealand, so you're probably Scottish, correct? So, Carlos, we're brothers.
I've seen all sorts of depictions of Tartarians, and they're all different races. Like Tartaria, China was part of Tartaria. They're not white, are they?
China had no connection with Tartaria. That's completely incorrect.
Oh my God! I've seen a map that says China Tartaria on it.
Can you show me this? Can you show me the proof that Oriental people were part of Tartaria? Because that is completely incorrect.
I've seen the first ever.
Orientals were not a part of Tartaria. I'm sorry, that's not true.
On Franchot Pearson's channel, he showed like the earliest ever depiction of Jesus, and he was black. So history.
I don't care about Jesus. Jesus is not black. I don't even believe in Jesus. I'm talking about the Tartarian people. I'm talking about the white people. I'm talking about the Irish and the racist. No, Carlos. I'm talking about the racist, negative people. And you're from New Zealand, so you should be Scottish. You are a Scottish person, Carlos.
Actually, half of my descendants are Vikings here, and the other half are from Ireland. Isle of Man.
Isle of Man. So, Carlos, you are Scottish. You are from Isle of Man. You are Celtic. You are a real man.
That would be Finnish then, right?
No, it's not Finnish. He's British. He's British and Irish. That's what he is.
But from what I heard, the Tartarians like the barbers. Those are the barbarians.
No, the Tartarians. What does Tartarian mean? Tartarian means Aryan.
Yeah, exactly. Like the barbers, those were the people that they fought the war, and then they came over to America. And when they got here, they said they found
nothing to do with America.
Saying Aryan wrong.
They found
Tartarian is Aryan, mate.
They found red-skinned people here, which it goes to your point that when they got here, there was a bunch of sunburned people.
Wow. So that you were saying that they actually got to your country in America and there was already sunburnt people in your country. Is that what you're saying? In your continent?
In Florida specifically. The Seminole.
In Florida, you're saying people arrived in Florida and they already saw white people with sunburnt necks.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
You're saying the Scottish people ended up in Florida before the Spanish people, correct?
Wow. Well, the Scottish and the Irish ruled the world, Torah, and you know this.
Yeah, I agree. I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. We were sold that they were called red-skinned Indians when really they were red-skinned people with red hair, blue eyes, just like you're saying.
That's correct. So these people actually have been known. You know, you're looking at Machu Picchu, you're looking at all these ancient cultures and all these old, wonders. Real quick, wonders of the world. They're all run by red-haired people and Irish and Scottish people. Correct?
I was looking at a Tartarian item that was like part of a bunch of gifts that were given to King Louis XIV from the Tartary lands, and one of them was a clock that was about 7 feet tall, of like multiple sculpture stages and stuff like that. It was the most grandest fucking clock you might ever see, and on it had 4 types of man on it. Had a Asian man, had a black man, had a ginger man, but ginger man had feathers in his hair, so it was like an American Indian, but like as a Celtic type redhead portrait of it. And then I forget what the other one was, but yeah, it was interesting. That might have just been how they I don't know. What do you think about that?
What I know is the British hairs and the Irish and the Scottish people we're saying today are descendant from Atlantis, guys. We're saying the biblical understanding of these people, the most pure people that were genetically spliced from God, are the people from Atlantis, guys. It's, before Sumeria, we're saying the most pure people, the Ferreros, they're all these people. Guys, it's the Scots, it's the Irish, and it's all their descendants. And that's what we're saying here.
And anyway, the empire of Tartaria stretched over.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Tartaria.
Okay, so what's the beginning of it, right? Like it's not just
that's what I'm saying. We're saying genetic splicing, Snacks. I think we're saying some sort of genetic splicing.
So you, like the Caucasus Mountains, do you think that's where?
Yes. Yeah, no. So, Snacks, it's called the flood. You've heard about that, correct?
Oh, no.
What do they call it? They call it
Snacks. But what if they're just up on the mountain?
You've heard of Noah's Ark, correct?
I don't want to do that.
You don't want to talk about Noah's Ark?
Made out of gopher wood, only found in Florida, in the Apalachicola, along the Apalachicola River.
Okay, so we're talking about Noah's Ark. That happened about 2,000 years ago or something like that.
That's the one I'm talking about.
I don't know where that has that to do with the formation of the Tartary Empire.
No, the Noah's Ark allegedly landed within the Caucasus region around 2,000 years ago, around the flood area. And what genetic bloodline do you think came from Noah's Ark? So all these biblical stories all stem back to Atlantis. So we're saying, it's a bloodline, mate. Definitely.
No, he was Atlantean. What'd you say?
I know Atlantis, and I can speak to you about Atlantis. You know, Torah, I remember back in Atlantis, we had really pointy ears. We were so happy.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Torah, everything was crystalline. Everything was crystal. Everything was tall. Everything had meaning.
Have you seen Tampa's sunken harbor? Being the harbor, we have some huge stone anchors here that, like, literally, you'd have to be a giant.
Do you remember the people bounding that area having pointy ears? Because I remember people having pointy ears.
That's awesome, man. Like from one of your past lives.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that the world looked like Lord of the Rings for sure in that time.
I'm not talking about Lord of the Rings. I'm talking about real life.
There's some pointy-eared people in Lord of
There's I forget where
I'm telling you, the ancient Irish and Scottish people had pointy ears. You realize this, Torah?
I think it's on the walls.
I believe it.
The Scottish and Irish people were elves, snacks.
I think it's the walls of Baalbek. I will say it this time. The walls of Baalbek, I think, have like some art with people with pointy ears. So I'm not sure.
Say this time. No, the Irish and the Scottish people especially had pointy ears. We know this. They were Irish and they were Scottish and they had elven ears. We're not talking about Jews. Jews
I knew a kid that had one elf ear.
We're talking about Jews that had pointy noses. Traits. The Irish and the Scottish had pointy ears. So we're talking about elves.
Yeah, have you ever met somebody that like really approaches to where you're like, wow, this person is absolutely like a fairy or something like that? They have like kind of pointy ears a little bit. Because I have, and I was like, what's your name? And she's like, her last name was Faye. It was literally her last name was Faye, like fairy.
She sounds like really an absolute bae, bro. She sounds like a bae.
I just have blistering memories of just white hot lights. I don't really even know. She was a good
white hot lights.
But anyway, yeah, she's.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah, but you know, I've been told by some people in past life regression and stuff that my last life I was actually a Thai monk. So I don't know, because that's only one generation, yeah. So like, or maybe two generations. So if I came from Atlantis, how come I was a Thai monk in my last life?
Maybe got a bum reading. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like certainly some kind of diaspora occurs from some sort of torrential flooding and crazy shit.
Well, Snakes, you know the history that we've been presented is incorrect. You know this, Snake.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's only skin deeps, like you know, your spiritual self, your actual true self is not the physical body. You're just a reincarnation into this paradigm, and
correct.
And yeah. So who you really are, you're not actually Atlantean. That's just your physical body that is carrying on those traits. But you yourself, you're not any race.
No, that's incorrect. That is 100% incorrect. Because if you're saying I'm not at my Atlantic soul and I don't have the, the worth to be my Atlantic genetic soul, then that also implies that an ant is almost the same worth as mine, and I completely disagree. If you're looking at an ant or a dog, why is a dog the dog? The dog is a dog because he's a dog. You know what I mean? You call a dog a cunt. You call a person that you don't like a dog because he's a fucking dog. So if you're looking at a dog, who's a dog? He's a dog. So, you know what I'm saying? You're not saying that
in my last life, I was Atlantean reincarnated into a Thai monk's body.
My point is, if you're a black person, you're a black person because you deserve to be a black person. Or if you're an ant, you deserve to be an ant. If I'm an Atlantean that happens to live in Australia, then I'm going through what I'm going through. Maybe I have bad things in my life, but I've deserved what's going through my life. You know what I'm saying? It's always given. What's earned is always given. Carlos.
Yeah, well, I try to steer away from sort of racial desegregation or whatever
You
the
can say
term
whatever
is.
you want, bro. You can say whatever you want about race.
Yeah, no, because I think that everybody is the same, and we're just
I
reincarnated
don't agree with you.
into
I
these
don't agree
meat
with you
sacks.
at all.
Yeah, because like I think it's only skin deep. You know what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's not skin deep. It's also skull deep, and it's also
I like highly disagree with your way of thinking.
That's fine, bro. If I was mixed race like you, I'd say the same thing. I'm not mixed race, Carlos.
It just comes across as like gross and elitist, and I want to smush you like a bug from it. But like that's okay. I'll restrain myself. You know what I mean? You are what you are. You will be what you will be, and I have.
I'm just being honest to you.
It's fine.
If you want to say a race doesn't exist, that's not really my problem. Do you know what I mean?
I don't much like value, I guess, the words that will be in the future on this like topic from you. So it's okay. Whatever you choose to say out loud, you say out loud, you know?
What do you mean by something to do with the future? What do you mean by that? He's implying that you're recording this.
I'm implying that like I've reached like final decision on like where I frame you in the grander part of humanity.
And what is that? Say it again.
And I'm pigeonholing you in a certain place right now, and you probably won't move from there.
And what is it? Say it again.
Based on your attitudes towards yourself and others, merely on this idea of relationship to something grander, and that you would put other people down for not being that. It's well, you know, that's just part of a sketch, right? I do that. I know that you're presenting that to me. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to do anything. You're just
it's like at the same time, I get the vibes that you're coming across as really proud, and you found some ancestry like chain to who you are, and it's really good to discover all of this. But at the same time,
sorry for you
need
that
to
you're
sort of like,
hey, bro,
you need
it's
to
fine.
sort of drop the kind of the ego thing. That's what I reckon.
I shouldn't drop anything. I think you guys should shut the fuck up and realize that there are real
that you're
British
better
people.
than us. You should be able to just shut us up.
You should maybe understand there are real British descendants that exist today. Maybe we can say, oh yeah, you're a mixed race person. Who gives a fuck? We know the earth is flat. Or you're a globe brother. Who cares? So why are you giving me a hard time just for my own opinion? Like, why is that a hard thing, Carlos or Snacks?
Well, you're a genocentrist.
Oh, Snacks! I'm entitled to my own opinion. Am I not?
Like the fairy story you heard about, and you think you're like the pinnacle of evolution. I really feel like the people like you just cause me to be unsettled, and you know, you're still you anyway. But you have this like candy coated shell of racism and elitism on you now, and it's like that's you. You put it on there. I mean, I didn't try to pigeonhole you like that.
You make me racist.
I just feel like I'll have to reevaluate things that you say in the future, and if I give a shit about what you say or not, I guess.
But why do you think hang on, Snacks? Why do you think I give a fuck about what you have to say?
I'm sure you don't, because you're superior genetically.
I am. And you know
he's just proud of his heritage, that's all.
Fusely, Jerry. I fucking love this man. Fuck!
Yeah.
I love it. I fucking love him.
Nothing wrong with that.
There is something wrong with that if it's at the expense of everyone else being a dog, and you talk like a dog because they're a cunt. You fucking talk like a dog because that's what they are. They're fucking dogs. You know what I mean? That's in that way. I feel that is a distasteful, gross, and super grody kind of way to like.
You've never seen disgusting.
You said those words. So I'm trying to repeat them back to you in a way that you can hear yourself.
You try and speak to me the way they had you dog in your mate. What do you know about real life?
I'm
just trying to speak to you like so you can hear yourself.
This kind of reminds me of a situation way back when there was a a guy with the handle. His name was Percentage, and he was saying, and someone else backed him up, saying that it's okay for a 6-year-old to marry a 50-year-old. And that guy got banned from the channel. Yeah, it kind of reminds me.
So you're saying that conversation reminds me of saying something to do with 60-year-old marrying a 50-year-old. Is that what you're saying, Carl? Whatever your cunt is? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm trying to say is
is that what you just fucking said to me, cunt?
But the
belief
is
the same
that
direction. The ultimate result is getting banned from the channel.
Okay, so you think I should just get banned?
But isn't the misconception that there's a geno supremacy to be had?
No, I don't even give a fuck. I don't want to have the conversation.
Because you can't, as wonderfully Atlantean as you are, there are certainly other ethno profiles that exhibit awesome heritage as well, and you probably don't have access to those things because of your ethnocentricity.
No, you think you're really cool.
You're
And I feel
ethno-homogenous.
you guys are just really sad. I think you're really, really sad people.
Is it that you just? I understand that.
I think you're a really sad person.
That's cool. I'm proud to be white and Irish too.
Shut up,
Absolutely.
bro. I love you. But I'm saying to Snacks, I think you're a really sad person, Snacks.
I'm sad. Oh, I understand that.
I think you're a really sad person the way you speak to me. And I'm talking about Carlos too. I think you're really sad too. And I think you guys are just really sad that you're mixed race.
But I don't like the way, just to be honest, if I can speak for 20 seconds, I don't like. If I can say what I don't like, don't take it to heart. But it's like I really don't like how you were talking about black people and ants and stuff like that. It's really quite derogative.
You have said
I don't know how that's allowed you.
You have said now what is said. Gerald, talking yourself on a pedestal.
Well, if every other race is allowed to be, proud of their heritage, why can't he?
But Jerry, that's not what's going on though, and
that's absolutely fair, Jerry. But if you hear him compare anybody with melanated skin, comparing them to ants and dogs, I feel that is inappropriate and probably due for some kind of check.
Yeah. Everyone hears it, and maybe some people are just too scared to speak up, but I think that deserves a ban.
Yeah, do you support that, Jerry? Really?
Support what? People being proud of where they come from? Yeah.
No, people calling black people ants and whatnot, and dogs, and
I support them.
No, can you answer what I'm asking, please?
I support their freedom to say that. He can say whatever he wants.
Well, this channel doesn't support racism in any form.
He's still free to say that stuff on his own server. There's no freedom of speech being impeded here, so.
But we have a consensus. Everyone put your hand up.
He can spew whatever he likes in his own place. I just think it's worthy of checking somebody who says stuff like that. That's all.
Yeah, already got my blood was boiling before, just like literally. I'm not even joking. It's just so.
At the end of the day, he's drunk.
You start talking like that,
let's
and
not take it too seriously.
It's good on you, Carlos, for fucking controlling yourself, man. It's people that start talking like that. It does cause blood to boil, and then we're gonna reap the fucking inferno that's gonna follow that. I don't think that's anything that the server wants or needs.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I enjoy the peaceful conversations where everybody has, we're all on this plane together, and no one knows.
No religion or ethnicity should have any kind of favored spot here. You know what I mean? Like where everything else is just shit after that. I don't think that you know what I mean, or just fucking openly saying it. I can't even handle. I can't handle it. Sorry. I'm gonna speak up.
Yeah, well, the truth must come out when someone's intoxicated, isn't it?
I've heard him on this,
or he's just doing it on purpose.
It's not the first time I've kind of heard him on this.
Yeah, he does this a lot.
He's trying to get a reaction out of you. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a guy named Sin Cleanser, but if you know him, then you know that Gerald is the same personality. He does it on purpose, just to mess with your head. He's an idiot.
It's not messing with my head. It just makes me feel like he shouldn't be here, or probably nobody should be talking to this guy, because why associate with somebody that has these kinds of views?
I understand it, but he's doing it on purpose, so don't let it get to you. Just ignore him and remove him when you can.
Personally it's not reaching me personally. I've seen him kind of go on, he'll go further into this too. You know what I mean? We're
I know, of course. Yeah, he gets more of a reaction that way.
And then he'll start claiming he's part of some kind of socialist party or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like it goes to there. Anyway, why? That has nothing to do with anything that we're trying to be about here. That's all. Yeah, it's just trying to get a rise. But it also it seems sad because it's like the one distinction that you make about yourself isn't because of your accomplishments. It's not because of what you learned. It's not because of where you've I don't know. It's nothing that you've done, but just to
you all want to ignore the concept that white people might have come from somewhere else and been in a special civilization once. He doesn't want to ignore it. He wants to talk about it because he's interested in it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I find that interesting too. I study
it's the extra stuff that he adds though that's super distasteful, and you guys keep ignoring that. That's what Carlos and Snacks are talking about. They have no problem with him talking about the whatever it is white people might or might not have done. It's the other stuff that he adds after that that's just stupid and not needed. But you guys want to act like he's not saying it, And Jerry's fine with and Jerry's fine with his right to say it. Like
you might have riled him up and got triggered by the issue that he was.
And what's surprising is your guys' responses to it. You, Don, and Jerry. Like it's a bit weird the way you guys are.
Hey, have you not seen all the black people talking about their heritage for the last 50 years?
Yeah, and when they
talking about black heritage for the last 50 years,
it is not that pride in one's heritage is
it's not the pride that
it is supremacy of one particular set, and then claiming that others are lower. That in effect is I
know it's wrong. He got triggered into that full extreme of his topic. Probably by you guys.
Everything was chill with Carlos until he wasn't purebred. Do you know what kind of impact that leaves on somebody's psyche? Are you trying to be friendly with somebody? Then I'm gonna judge you because you're white, and I'll be like, oh fuck, I thought you were black. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit now. You're a dog, basically. You have goldfish for brain.
Snacks. He's gone. He was drunk. But let's not take this too seriously. Let's just talk about something else.
He's the one. He's like 1,000 people that come through here. He's like the one guy that does that, pulls that type of shit. So I think it's an exception. But anyway, go ahead. I'm cool.
You think he hit the limit of saying wrong racist stuff? Definitely.
It becomes to where it's like, well, I don't know. Really, a lot of things can just be like, oh, you're just baiting the hook for somebody because you've run out of things to talk about and you actually have nothing interesting to talk about. So therefore, just bring up the incendiary shit where you know you're going to get a reaction and you'll feel important. You say, look what I've done. I've done a fucking great job. Haha. Pat myself on the back. Stroke one out and fucking call it a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't doing nothing. I'm not going to pretend that that's some kind of object that as a whole group can talk about. Isn't it's just one thing that one person can rattle on about. I don't know. Does anybody else want to talk about their pride and their ethnic heritage right now, just so we don't limit it to only him? Yeah. Sorry. I'm off the soapbox, dude.
I had a grandfather that was a real proud Aryan, he was from Germany. He denied the Holocaust. And as he got older, he got more and more interested in researching his ethnicity or whatever, where he came from. And he would travel to Europe, and he'd actually go into, places where he could find out where his ancestors came from. And he followed it, and he followed it, and he got more and more proud. He was German. He came from Switzerland. He was like, whoa, I'm Swiss. That's, I guess, like a step above a German. And then he kept researching. Damn it, he found that his ancestors went from Poland to Switzerland. So he was Polish. And I mean, it just ruined his whole life. He took his hearing aids out of his ears. He wouldn't listen to anyone. His whole life was ruined because he was Polish. I thought it was a pretty funny story.
Oh,
My family were like, whoa, dude, we're Polish. Cool.
Jeez.
I mean,
That's
based
like
on
one of
like
the best
you know what?
Polish jokes I've ever heard.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
There's a lot of moving around people do though. I mean,
It should have polished his pride.
I read that it's Hungarian. We say Hungarian, but it's really that's a modernization of Hun Orients. So I think Orient and Aryan are actually like.
Oh, that wasn't a joke?
No.
Okay, my bad.
Sorry, but yeah. They're about that symbol though, right? Weird. Yeah. I don't know. There's something to the whole shit show of it, man. Like you can't literally get through the literal fog of war from World War II to like get back to the ethno conversation that it could be. It's like a firewalled conversation that you really have to pay attention not to like regress out of that. What do you guys want
I
to
got a topic.
Yeah.
I got a topic. You guys probably have all flown in jets and passenger airplanes, and you get to a certain point, and there's all this turbulence, and the plane feels like you're kind of in an elevator falling or something for a little while. I mean, sometimes it can last up to 5 or 10 seconds. You're just going up and down, and they're saying, oh, we're running into a little turbulence now. Please fasten your seatbelts. What is that? What is that like? You got this giant jet airplane going 500-600 miles an hour. All of a sudden, it hits some air.
Basically, it's an air pocket, or the lack of air, like a really low density zone, and the plane will literally fall hundreds of feet out of the sky, or start violently shaking and stuff. I don't know. That's what they say.
What would cause this real thin layer of air? I always thought maybe it was wind, like the plane was just like there was this giant downdraft.
Yeah,
that's big updraft.
That's what causes wind is the indifference between the high and low pressures seeking to equalize. So when you have like a low pressure zone, the plane isn't able to essentially stabilize itself at the same speed it was initially going. So it drops out of the sky. Or you could have like a crosswind, like a violent crosswind. I mean, there's all kinds of situations. I'm not a pilot, but I've experienced it, and it is pretty scary.
Yeah, and it's weird because like when they're doing these, they're doing these long distance measurements of angles with transits or whatever to do that surveying, global surveying or whatever. And they look through the air at mountains at pretty high altitudes, and could that be happening between them and that mountain? Could that air be getting really weird, like when you're up in that airplane? How do we know that? You know what I mean? How can you know what's happening in that corridor of air between you and the mountain that you're viewing? There might be these huge up downs and updrafts and thin air and high pressure and low pressure, trying to equalize. I don't know. It just seems like the atmosphere is a lot more complex than maybe we give it. That was a conversation killer, wasn't it?
Yeah, good topic. Anybody else got a conversation killer?
Sorry about that.
No, you got it, man.
I just, I've looked at Jesse Gordon's stuff, and sometimes he'll see, stuff that's supposed to be way lower than it is, and then other people are saying, "Oh, look, the sun's below the horizon," and I don't know. I look at the atmosphere like we don't really know what's going on up there. There's all this weird stuff. You can't really use the atmosphere and the air to make measurements and stuff like that. We're too clueless. I mean, to base our whole cosmology, you think, oh, I see this thing, it's at a certain height. I'm looking at this angle, and I'm going to say the whole universe is this big bang, and there's all these balls whirling around each other in empty vacuum of space, and I'm going to base, all that on some, measurement that I took. It just doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, I feel like in a way, machinations, mechanics, industrialization, all those things are kind of like happening around about the time where this global push kind of starts to creep in. Do you know what I mean? And it's a little bit like, I wonder if there wasn't just some shade thrown at anybody that was going to be like making things that were like, whoa, how does that work? That must be witchcraft. Let's burn him, burn all the people. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly like if they were trying to insulate their spiritual understanding by asserting this model to like kind of also back these types of sciences and say that they're kosher almost. You know what I mean? That they comport with their cosmology in ways that or that they're incorrect in ways that can be refuted and only they know like the truth of it. I don't know, it just feels like you're not going to have a competing franchise for the hearts and minds of the people, right? Because religion is sort of by de facto government at the same time, and self-governance as well. And it's also if you believe what you're fighting for, then it's also like a call to arms. So it's warfare as well. So religion is like it's a multi-tool, for society. So multi-tools for society. We try to make tools, and I think need governors on that as well, because that also can threaten the state and all that shit, I guess. So I don't know. It just feels like heliocentrism, orbital mechanics, all that stuff, all the devil ball mechanics. They kind of like also sort of cover all the orbit and mechanics that might go on in a motor or any kind of mechanical system or watch system. And maybe I'm just making a crazy ass point that goes nowhere, but that's what I got right now. What do you think about that? I just think about, like all these World's Fairs, like from the early part of the like turn of the century stuff, where they're like rubber, the thing of the future that's going to make tires good. You know what I mean? Or like steel, it's what's for dinner. They'll just have like a whole like, oh wow, this is like a new thing. We're going to make automobiles here. We're going to make there's motors and there's camshafts, and it's just interesting. It's just interesting, that. Almost like the religious intelligentsia needs to clear technology in a way to make sure that it's like, is this good? Is this not using ghost technology? Like that's going to channel dead spirits and demons and stuff like that. Because certainly if there was some kind of demon technology, the Vatican would be like, yeah, let's fucking shelve that. Put that on the back shelf in the warehouse. We don't want that. Or, put that in my private office. I just need that a little later. I need to do something with it. Anyway. Do you think that that's true? Is there like an intention, like a policing and an expunging of certain types of like apocryphal sorts of, I don't know, witchcraft or crazy other like cults or something like that we don't even know about? They're so secret they just keep themselves hidden until cell phones.
Yeah, I'm completely clueless about it all. More I learn, the less I know. It seems like.
Yeah, Issa was talking a couple days ago about the cult of the eye. The cult of the eye being a whole bunch of opticians that had like a sort of it's based on something like I think in the 1800s they call it like parlor games, where they have like these curiosities and things like that, little science curiosities, because it's like the age of fucking that shit. Like a slinky or some, what I mean? There's different things like that, and some of them were also like optical illusions and stuff like that that were interesting. And it seems like, I don't know, it's not exactly what I forget what the name of the secret group is. Oh, the Cult of the Eye. Yeah. So, but it's like a secret society of opticians that like have a bunch of sort of I guess archaic information or deeper esoteric ideas about like even the shape of the eye, or the way that you can hide things, or different things in sensation and perception. They might have thought like, these are the mysteries of the eye, so they're not for everybody to know, they're just for us to know. Right? Why does everybody need to know these things? Yeah, just like maybe builders might, like people who build like the mega skyscrapers all might know some kind of, there's just a group of those people, because once you're in that echelon, that's where you're at. You just know all these other people. Or like the Pythagorean cult, like, don't give them the Pythagorean theorem or else you get the axe. You wind up sleeping with the fishes, literally. Because they would use that to like build and stuff, like these builder trade secrets and stuff. You gotta keep it's like divulging the Coca-Cola secret, Somebody's gonna get the axe for that, literally. Anybody with a conversation killer?
Yeah, I got a conversation for you. What do you think about XRP?
Give me the news, man. I don't know. I don't follow.
Dude, you gotta be on this stuff, bro. This is like one of the most monumental moments in modern history, let alone potential humanity history. Yeah, Ripple is a crypto company that essentially set out to resolve the liquidity issue we're experiencing worldwide. And they created a token and a ledger system so that we can essentially delete the Nostra Vostra accounts worldwide and have this be essentially the cross-border remittance payment to resolve exchanges between currencies. It's a pretty big deal, dude. Pretty big deal.
Any recent updates on the?
So they've been in court now for over 840 days. It's coming to a head. Judge Torres seems like she's gonna side with Ripple, but that's kind of speculative. Basically, anybody that's tried to go against the SEC since 1946 has been like just beat down in court. Library was the only one that came closest, and they only had about $1 million to back themselves up in court, whereas Ripple's already spent over $100 million. So we're just kind of waiting to see how the last two prongs of the Howey test are perceived, and it looks like it's going to be in favor of Ripple, which means that crypto is going to be implemented, and we're going to have on-demand liquidity, which is going to revolutionize how we do banking currently. It's the internet of value, so to speak. So I don't know if you remember, prior to the internet, sourcing information was pretty difficult and time-consuming. Going to the library and finding the index card and going down the proper aisle and sourcing the proper book and skimming through that. Nowadays, you've got all the world's information at your fingertips. It's virtually instantaneous, and that's analogous to what Ripple's going to do in the transaction department of banking. So yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty.
So you're saying that their technology is faster and lighter, and
yeah. So you can send $50 million just as an.
I'll take my $50 million and
in under 2 seconds for like less than 3 cents. And currently, the fastest way to send money to Japan and that amount would be to physically fly it. Because if you were going to do like a wire transfer, that could take anywhere from bare minimum 3 to 5 days, but typically anywhere from weeks to months. And then you're subjected to human error and a host of various other things. So this is like a seamless way to virtually send money instantly with fractions of a.
What is this like? Does this? What do you think about this in terms of this plus the BRICS kind of situation? Like, does this basically mean that that the entire world can function with like super connected lines of super hot, fast magma credit?
Yeah, super operability is what I would call it, interoperability. But yeah.
So that
BRICS,
therefore, like with like contractual things and stuff, you might go through like bidding process or try to find a right partner or something like that for liquidity's sake, and for maybe your exchanges of like your currency, different things like that. But in this world, like really, different nations could pool to one source instantly to give them relief or whatever it might be.
Yeah, correct. So currently there's over like $280 trillion tied up in these Nostro Vostro accounts, where the banks essentially have to hold all these different denominations of different currencies in order to be efficient. So, and then on top of that, they've essentially got to be the third party custodian in between the customer and the bank. So so that kind of like leaves a vulnerable zone for them to
Okay, so the Nostra Vostra is the buffer of capital, sort of like in the cash register. That's the transactional in between. Is that what you mean, or no? Am I wrong?
Yeah, kind of. It's basically, I believe it's Latin for your bank and my bank. So basically, so basically it's just kind of like a way for different currencies, different nations to exchange funds between their clients. So yeah, so like if you wanted to go on vacation, let's say to China, and you wanted to send your US currency in exchange for the yuan so that you had spending money while you were there, this would be the way to do that. It would be essentially the bank would have to accept your U.S. currency in exchange for the yuan, meaning they have to hold the U.S. currency, even though it's not necessarily to their advantage to have the U.S. currency. It's more of like a practical, efficient thing, so that you're going to bank with them rather than someone else.
So,
and with
so
that,
does it? Yeah, I got you. Keep going.
Oh, I was just going to say, so when you've got $280 trillion of liquidity tied up in these accounts, and you look at the world debt combined, you can quickly see the effects of liquidating that entire Nostro Vostro account system and putting that liquidity into the world economies. What that's going to do.
And so it's speculated that as like a secondary effect from this court case, that the Nostro Vostro would be liquefied into the consumer cash market.
Right.
Okay. So
yeah,
is there anything in the way of that occurring?
yeah. That's what the SEC is trying to stifle, because you know, it's kind of threatening to the powers that be, essentially. But the point you mentioned with the BRICS becoming ever so powerful in their deals, all of that's going to usher in this adoption, because America's got no choice. The petrodollar's failing. France just purchased 65 million tons of natural gas from Saudi Arabia with the yuan. So nobody wants to use the U.S. dollar anymore. It's a lot of people speculated, like economists, that we were going to head into a recession or a depression, but this is actually the collapse of the dollar, and we've never seen this before. This has never happened. So this is going to make 1929 look like Christmas Day, unless they accept XRP to do what XRP set out to.
I think by order of what the you remember all that time with the masks and stuff like that? We were just like jacking up all kinds of crazy bills, right?
Yeah.
And people were just writing all kinds of things in the law, like, oh, we got to do this and this and this, and that bill is now come to roost. I think, like, because it's like it was 2 years after the because under the protocol for emergency protocol, under emergency protocols, they're able to do this, and now we're sunk like a whole shitload of trillions, basically, that need to be covered for all the adjustments that oh my gosh, who does the monetary adjustments in the States? But anyway, all that stuff, I think that's why you're seeing this effect happen. But it may be also an induced thing, because really, I don't know, man. Money is a weird kind of oozy thing to me. It's
most people
going to be
don't
interesting.
even understand what money is. So it's kind of like an unintuitive thing.
I don't know if anybody does, really, but
well, I mean, it's very complex. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but
it's
at the end of the day,
it's almost like a quantum, really, that has to deal with like how many people are using how much money for how many people are alive, and how many banks have to move that money, and how much is each person insured. You know, it just starts.
Well, that's the problem, is that the banks,
checks in.
the banks don't have the liquidity. When you put your money in the bank and you think it's sitting in your account, it's really not. It's just literally a number on a screen at that point. They've already taken that money and they've reinvested your money. That's what fractional reserve lending is all about. And with that being said, this is what's created this liquidity issue, because the banks don't have the necessary funds to back up the withdrawals from the deposits, because they've already taken your money and invested it other places for profit, not for your profit, but for their profit. And with that being said, yeah, they don't necessarily have the liquidity to bank with. So that's why you're seeing these banks collapsing or on the brink of failure. It's all an inherent issue from what Clinton put in play with the Glass-Steagall Act.
Yeah, I just think like we went through some type of shift that was monetary as well as mascatory. You know,
What do you mean by mascatory?
Well, I'm trying not to get specific with any kind of words that are going to get tagged.
Okay.
But you know
Yeah,
what I mean? I just think
it.
at that time, I think that there was a dovetailing transition because you have at the end of it the trade agreement for the China trade agreement and all these other things that also have to do with like the World Trade Organization and different types of supply and demand types of things that other people figure out, and then basically it gets like kind of wheeled and dealed a little bit, and so that occurred. Then the mascatory events occurred. The mandate business goes on. The mandate has something to do with China too, because it's like mandates aren't delivered by people; they're delivered by the heavens. Anyway, we had. I'm not even sure. And then we had all the. Man, I don't even know how many times like it's just one thing over the other, over the other, over the other. So I just think somewhere in there probably buried a bunch of financial layover stuff, like where I don't know, bonds or contracts or somehow the money wasn't as secure as it was before. I just feel like that occurred then, and so in order to ease the turbulence there, I think the lockdowns actually really prevented inflation. Well, they're not now, but they, because the economy shrunk because like people were spending like less money. You know what I'm saying?
I look at it a little differently. I look at it
I don't know.
I look at it as something more induced in the sense that it was an intentional scapegoat for the inherent collapse of the financial system to kind of essentially draw a connecting line to and point a finger at, right? And this is kind of why they're propping up the next potential, however you want to put that.
Like they were putting money under. Like there were articles about putting money under quarantine in banks and stuff like that because of this. So it's like these banks were locking down liquidity.
Oh
anyway.
yeah, I remember that. They were actually burning fiat currency. They were burning dollars worldwide because of the quote unquote potential possibility of having this this transmission spreading through the tangibility of paper currency touching people's fingers. But again, this is all just a tactic to essentially divert away from the issues that were
this also like
intentionally created.
Right, because it has to do with monetary things. I think it also has to do with one second.
Once you understand that all the wars that have been fought for the last 100 years have been a banker's war, you'll quickly see that all these quote unquote epidemic situations or pandemic situations are all based on money. It's always about money. It's not about the issue at hand, rather the underlying issue being money. So I just wanted to point that out.
It does seem to be like some kind of very cyclical event. If you like go back a certain amount of years, I don't know. I'm not sure that it's not to do with something above us rather than something that's
look at every single nation that's had war at their shoreline or doorsteps. It's always been at the fact that they wouldn't accept the central powers. They didn't want to deal with the central banks and the world banks. And shortly after, they've had war at their doorstep.
Yeah.
So
because they're the financiers for the wars, so like all the armaments and everything like that will just wind up in stockpiles if they can't have wars. And then where's all that sweet imperial, money coming? You know what I mean? Something's got to be put into national defense for any kind of country. So I mean,
It's all
like
a game show, bro. There's no
it's
there's
the
no
league. It's the League of Nations.
there's
It's the
no
League of
mutual
Extraordinary Nations.
there's no mutual destruction. There's no Russia versus China versus America. This is all a dog and a pony show. These world powers are in cahoots with each other. It's the citizens that they're after, not the red versus blue. It's the
The
oligarchy
bankers are
versus the
making
people
money all
below.
over the place. I mean, they make the money on the bombs, and they make the money after the bombs when people rebuild. You know?
I'm just saying, people are really brainwashed into thinking that, you know, being nationalistic or having this like big giant army with all this weaponry is like a good thing. It's really not. Like,
well, I mean, it
when
is.
China
but
and America are exchanging information in space and on Antarctica, yet we, the free people, the citizens, are bombarded with threats, continuous threats of nuclear war and all this crazy stuff. It's pretty telling. It's pretty telling to me that it's the governments against the people, not the governments against the governments.
okay.
So that's how I see it. I could be wrong,
Yeah,
but that's how I see it.
I think to some degree, it's yesterday's problem. Census is yesterday's problem. You know, like they just do census by Wi-Fi. You know, by
Well,
your
that's what
device.
rules
Like,
everything. Even science.
like
Science is ran by consensus. That's all it is.
right.
Yeah.
So all I mean is like in the past, we could only like before cell phones existed, before everybody was just a ping on a thing somewhere in the Internet of Things, right? You had to like fill out you had to get somebody to fill out a file dossier on their ethnohistory and all the birthday, you know, and then hope for them to give it back so that you could count for how many people there are. You know, that wasn't going to go down.
Oh,
And
you're talking about the every 7 years when they do the what do they call that? A census?
U.S. Census.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what you were saying. My bad.
That's
I
also
thought you
what
were saying
ended.
something else.
That also ended. We were also 7 years away from the last previous census when the mascatory events started going down and all this financial adjustments started going on. But you don't need the census anymore because you can do it different ways now. So like AI can basically do all the census, all that, whatever that financial planning and strategic, you know, whatever engineering, all that shit, can now all kind of be like offloaded, and the economy itself can be more dynamic because we don't have to plan for a 7-year economy. So you have to plan for a 7-year economy if you just have like, oh, we have this many in right now. This is how many birds we got. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Are you guys in the middle of something here?
I think we kind of had a good back and forth. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Do you think in order to see something in a mirror, the mirror has to have line of sight on the thing you're seeing?
Are you talking about the angle of the mirror?
If I can see something in a mirror, does the mirror need to have line of sight on the thing that I'm seeing?
Physically?
Yeah, physical, whatever. Like,
well,
I don't know.
mean, you
Does,
could
does
just,
the mirror?
if I say like,
if
oh,
I can
if I
see
take 5
something
more
in a mirror,
mirrors, right?
There's one mirror, dude. If I can see something in that mirror, does the mirror need to be able to see the thing?
Yeah, it has to be perpendicular to the object, that view. I mean, you can angle it away, but I don't think you're going to see what you were intending to see. It has to be perpendicular to the face or the surface of what it is you're trying to see.
Single point
Do
perspective.
you think you would be able to see
I know what
something?
Jeremy's getting at. You can't see around corners. Like you can see around a corner with the mirror, right?
Yeah, but why is that? Because the mirror is
Absolutely not.
perpendicular to what it is you're trying to see.
So, in order,
The mirror
if I
has
can
line of
see
sight.
something, Watch the TikTok I posted. You guys can chat about it if you want.
What were you gonna say, Jeremy? I think you're talking about these lakes that show the sky in the reflection of the surface of the water. I think that's what you're getting at. Jeremy, you there?
No, it's strictly about how reflections work.
Reflection.
Reflections in a mirror.
Right. So if it's a flat mirror, you've got like 180 degrees off that plane. You should be able to see.
Yeah, well, if you had a giant mirror that was as big as a house and you were looking in the mirror and seeing something around the corner, then that's only an apparent position that you're looking at, yeah.
I'm saying, can you see something in the mirror that you don't have, that the mirror can't see?
No. No, everything that's visible in the from your view of the mirror, the mirror is viewing itself.
You might want to rethink that and watch the TikTok I just posted, because that's not what it appears.
Oh, okay. I'm driving, but if you want to explain it, I'll listen.
You can see something in a mirror where the mirror doesn't have line of sight to.
Interesting.
Crazy, yeah. You should watch that TikTok.
You're saying like you can see something behind the mirror?
No, you can see something. This is real clear. You can see something that the mirror can't. You can see something in the mirror that the mirror does not have a line of sight on.
Well, yeah, that's
he's
depending on the
explaining this
angle of
poorly.
incidence, right? Can you give us like a real time example of what it is you saw? Like, just kind of explain
It's
the
right in the
situation.
video.
Yeah, bro, I'm driving in
So
traffic, bro. I can't watch video.
if you're looking at yourself in the mirror, if you're looking at yourself in the mirror and then you look at your eyeball, which is in the mirror, and your eyeball is able to have a reflection of something behind the mirror, then that's not line of sight, is it?
Got him.
So that's kind of like we see astronauts in space with scuba diving gear on in the reflection of the helmet of the astronaut.
Is that what you're talking about, Jeremy?
No, I was just talking about how reflections work. That's all.
In that video, though, doesn't he like turn the camera so that way that the pack of gum would be in line of sight with the mirror as soon as you put it on that 45-degree angle?
No. The mirror itself does not have line of sight to the object.
But then he looks through a camera and turns the camera to... I see what you're saying. I mean, it does look interesting, but to me, it just looks like the mirror from the side, from the very far side of the mirror, can see that, whatever it is, the icebreakers container.
So you're saying the side of the mirror has a line of sight on the gum or whatever it was?
Yeah, I would say angular line of sight, yeah.
You could probably draw a line to it. Yeah, it might be nothing.
Sounds like you're trying to work out how David Copperfield made the Empire State Building disappear.
But I mean, the reflection, if the side of the mirror, you could probably draw a line. You could probably draw a line from the side of the mirror to behind the paper to the gum packet or whatever he had. But if that part of the mirror has line of sight, how does it show up or on the other side of the mirror? Doesn't make sense.
No,
That
I
was a
hear
nice
what you're
try,
saying.
but
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. It would be the side that he brought the camera to has the line of sight to it.
mirror to show something, and he's a direct line of sight, right? And that's where the thing appears in the mirror. No.
Yeah, I mean, because the paper is in the way, then it's a reflection of both. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. I know, it's interesting.
Wish I could see this video and understand what the hell you guys are talking about.
Hey, do you guys know who Stu Peters is? He's posting flat Earth stuff, bro, on Twitter. Sorry, not trying to interrupt. Just
Yeah, well, I know a guy called Stuart Dapples, and we call him Stu for his nickname, so he's Stu Dapples.
No, would you say was it?
Stu, you know who Stu Peters is, bro?
No, never heard of him.
He runs like OANN. It's like an alternative news network that blew up during the pandemic because they were covering like real stuff. He put out the documentary Died Suddenly. Anyway, he's on Twitter posting flat Earth stuff, so pretty funny. That's a pretty big deal.
What's he posting? Who's his main, what's the, what channel is he putting up there?
Well, he's just posting like flat Earth questions. So he posted like a picture from NASA at 100,000 feet, and then a picture from a weather balloon at 100,000 feet. And it says, "Strange how only NASA's cameras pick up the Earth's curvature." And then he posted, "Weird how you can't see any of the 5,500 satellites or 1+ million pieces of space debris." Posted a
How
picture
many
of
followers does he? How many followers or just subscribers does he have?
On Twitter, I don't know, but this one tweet had 189,000 views, so probably a decent amount.
Good news.
Yeah, they say flat Earth is dying in here, but it doesn't look like it is.
Yeah, I think they want it to die, but it's only growing.
Yeah, actually, I found a wild flat earther, very outspoken Trump supporter, but also, yeah, she's like, oh yeah, flat Earth's fine.
Yeah, but who cares? He has 275,000 followers.
That's
awesome. Yeah, he's wrong about stuff for sure, but I'm just saying, like, say Tucker Carlson came out and said the Earth is flat. Would that be a net positive or net negative for flat Earth?
It brings eyes to the topic.
Right. That's all I'm on. Because that dude, I could name a lot of stuff I don't like about him, what he says, to be honest. So. I wasn't trying to interrupt though. You guys are talking about something. The Empire State Building disappearing.
Check out the video that Jeremy put, the TikTok with the mirror. It's basically, I'll explain it for Dyslo too. It's imagine like one of those little tins of gum or a pack of gum, whatever, and then they put a paper in front of it, and then they stuck that up to the mirror, and then when they pan the camera to the side, they could see the paper and the pack of gum, even though the pack of gum doesn't have a direct line of sight, like a straight line of sight to the mirror.
Where's the? I want to see this image. It's in the chat. Am I? Snoozing.
What?
Dial? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Milo Yiannopoulos seems like he's gone flat.
I've heard that.
He's posted a bunch of flat Earth things, but he didn't seem to know. Like he had a talk with somebody else who's a flat earther, and he didn't seem to know any of the main talking points.
I think he just like chooses his belief set like he chooses his outfits in the morning.
Same thing. I don't really care. I just want them to say it out loud. That's it. I don't care.
Surely we don't need an explanation for how the mirror can see that gum pack, do we? Do we really need that explained? So for Dyslow, it's like
I assume it's a. Sorry.
For Dyslow, it's an A4 sheet of paper, and then like a thing bit smaller than a cup held up behind it. But it's very obvious. It's angle of incidence equals angle of reflection, which is as you take the camera from dead behind it to all the way around the side, the image of the thing is coming in at a very low angle and coming off at a very low angle. So you're seeing it. You're just seeing it from the side. Like how is this confusing anybody?
Somebody say my name.
Yeah, I was just explaining to you, like.
Well, Jeremy was the one that was confused on it. I explained it like how you explained, but you use the proper terms.
I thought I mentioned angle of incidence. I thought I said these things. I don't know.
Yeah. Like it shouldn't surprise anybody. If you're looking at it from a shallow angle, then you'll see something from a shallow angle. Same as if you would just take the mirror out of it and then go, if I looked at that gum packet from a shallow angle, would I see the side of it? Would I be able to peek around a corner? Is essentially the question. And the answer is yes.
Well, the thing is light does flare out around the edges. Like if you were to shine light through a tube, right? As the light exits the end of that tube, it does flare out around the edges of that tube, if that makes sense.
It's a little, it's a weird.
So angle of view, optical illusions require us to account for angle of view. That's crazy. We don't account for that when we talk about light bends down. It makes things lift up over the curve. Now angle of view matters again.
I don't think it ever did.
Every glober doesn't account for it. Every glober says if light bends down, it lifts things up every time, which is patently absurd and stupid. The globe is so dumb that you actually have to just change physically provable things.
Oh, it's a deception sent by Satan.
And if anyone can recollect when this conversation first started, refraction, lifting things up over the curve, wasn't even claimed. It took a couple years for them to start saying that. We just kept seeing too far everywhere. So they're like, oh man, scrap the superior mirage claim. We need something else. We need something that happens pretty much every day.
They've learned so much from the flat earthers, haven't they?
Yeah, like at the least they should say flat earthers have really caused us to learn so much more about the world.
I regularly said that when I was a globe. I still say that.
Yeah, did you say that in
I don't think anybody
2015?
denies that.
Because no one in the globe community said that until 2018.
Yeah, it's weird. Like they're sending their best to the best, and they didn't even know yet the arguments from refraction that were already out there in the book.
Really? Can you go cite terrestrial refraction 7/6R from a long time ago somewhere? Because you're not going to be able to find it. So.
Oh really?
Really?
So, but the refraction calculations were in the nautical almanac, right?
Yeah. Can you show me where 7/6R existed a long time ago?
I don't know about 7/6R, but what I'm saying is the refraction calculations. So the idea of light bending and needing to account for that. I mean, unless it could be the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect could be making it look like that stuff already existed, but it wasn't there.
See, now you're bringing up astronomical refraction within your own paradigm is entirely different. This just goes to prove my point. The Globers don't even know what they're talking about. It's okay, but I'm just saying, like, it's funny that the Globe has constantly updated and changed its argument over the years relative to flat Earth arguments. That's why if you have a conversation with Globers in here, and then you sit down with Neil deGrasse Tyson on national TV, you're going to have drastically different arguments. It's like, dude, I swear, NASA should just listen to like this live stream and listen to the ballers in here, and this should be like their damage control PR team. You would think that they worked for NASA in here, you know. I caught the NASA employee on camera from 7 different angles leaving the warehouse with blood all over their hands right from the murder scene at exactly 9:15 when the murders took place. Well, actually, that NASA employee likes to paint. His favorite color is red. There's actually, that warehouse has a side room that can be rented out. And if you look at his Instagram, you actually see that he likes to paint things. There's a painting from 2016 that he posted on his Instagram. So actually, he was just painting at the same time. And this is just incredulity if you don't believe that. Anyway. Like, I was messing with my Van de Graaff generator last night because I'm doing it today for the 11 movie, and it's just such a trip. It's such a trip that you guys don't get that. I'm making things go up and down simply by putting 2 aluminum plates parallel to each other and then introducing electrostatic charge via a Van de Graaff generator, and things go up and down and they float in the middle.
Sure, yeah. Didn't they? I'm not sure with a Van de Graaff generator, but they did that with a frog too.
Yeah, magnetic levitation. Yeah. Or like if I put something else I'm going to do today is get a helium balloon, a metallic helium balloon, tie it to a couple aluminum washers, then wrap it in electrical tape, connect it to the Van de Graaff generator, so the helium balloon will be like lifting the washers a few inches off the ground, and as I begin to introduce charge from the Van de Graaff generator, it's going to go down to the ground.
And does the Van de Graaff generator work as well on all different objects?
Yeah, well, I've done it with different objects. Yeah, I've done it with styrofoam, with hair, with aluminum foil, with tissue paper, with iron filings.
That's cool.
What's that guy that used to, like, I've seen many YouTube videos, that guy that used to levitate all sorts of stuff. What's his name? John or?
Chris Angel used to levitate off buildings and stuff. I'd always have that, like,
the guy that used to experiment in his
there going, oh my God.
John Hutchinson, is it?
Yeah, the Hutchinson effect.
Yeah, well, that guy's still alive, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, apparently the the guy from what's that guy? He talks on Campbell's channel sometime, or quite a lot. Autodidactic has a shared show with that guy from Canada with a crazy hat, and he does alchemy and stuff.
You know
Well,
what's really
anyway,
funny? Oh, go
he
ahead.
was saying that he can get in contact with that dude, and he knows him, and so that would be a good, someone to talk to talk about your Van de Graaff generator, if that guy is actually still alive, if it's the same guy I'm thinking of.
Nice. Autodidactic is flat Earth adjacent. You know what's so funny is whenever I tell the ballers, actually everything comes down to vibrational resonance. Everything has a vibration. There's no such thing as rest. It all intrinsically has a vibration and intrinsically electrostatic. And so if you manipulate the vibrational resonance of things, you would be able to acquire like incredibly precise levitation and stuff like that. You could lift incredibly heavy objects and stuff. They're like, oh no, you're crazy. Oh, blah, 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 blah. But now Joe Rogan just had someone come on. So now you have to believe it because Joe Rogan just had someone come on with classified information that he was just given the go ahead to come out and talk about after 7 years. And now Mazda is even using a $25 million contract with this very technology to upgrade and even retroactively fit their combustion engines with this vibrational resonance technology. It shows that you can levitate all kinds of objects with this basically ancient geometry that accounts for each different material's vibrational resonance, and that there are hundreds of patents, including government patents, that have finally been cleared. That's why he's allowed to talk about it publicly, where they're using the intrinsic vibrational resonance of everything to attain levitation of immense objects. So now the Glovers will say, that's not what Witsit was actually saying. That's not what the flat earthers were saying. And yeah, of course, we already knew that. When we try to tell you guys that that's how they probably built the pyramids, we were crazy. But it's on Joe Rogan now. So now it must be true.
Well, yeah, Tesla even said to think in that state of mind of vibration and whatnot. And then we have things like the Coral Castle down in Miami, that the huge door you could push open with your finger. That's like a huge stone that weighs thousands of pounds. It's crazy.
But every baller in here will tell you that that's all a scam, and the guy in Coral Castle is a liar, and that they know it's a scam. None of that's real. You can't do anything like that. But now it's coming out in the mainstream. So now it'll be true. The 7 years of them mocking you for saying it will just not have happened.
Almighty the Toe Rogan.
But specifically with lead skeleton, I think you could make the argument that he used some type of frequency in the black box to actually like manipulate the, I don't know, the weight of the blocks that he's moving around.
If there's an intrinsic property to all matter that can be manipulated via vibration to cause it to levitate, regardless of how heavy it is, what does that have to do with gravity? Wouldn't that mean the intrinsic vibrational resonance and the electrostatics that results from that intrinsic vibrational resonance would actually be the cause of gravity or weight? No, that's science. No, there must be something else, or Earth can't be a ball revolving around in a vacuum.
Reminds me of that that device. It's like it's this weird shaped thing. If you spin it one way, it'll keep spinning, but then it'll start spinning on the desk the opposite way. It's just the way that the shape of the object is. I can't remember. It was some dude on Art Bell many years ago. Geometry definitely has there are some clues in geometry and resonance combined.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with the Van de Graaff generator. See, these are tied together. So, like, if you wanted to make aluminum foil float, you can just look up electrostatic levitation on YouTube, and you'll see videos of it. And the most efficient way to make the aluminum foil just levitate in the middle is a very specific shape of aluminum foil cut out. Yeah, feels me.
So that we can get the same effect with other things. Is there? Do you have another test plan to show that this is the effect? Like, like if I said, fire makes things hot, therefore this thing that's hot is fire. You'd go, no, it's not. So, like, it indeed sounds like it shows the effect you're talking about. Is there a way that then you can show this is the effect we're looking for, rather than just an effect can cause things to move?
It's not analogous because not everything is fire, but everything is electrostatic. So it's not analogous. Everything that exists is electrostatic, which means that that's a variable we have to account for. It's funny that there's something that changes objects' weights, makes them go up or down faster, makes them levitate, and it's something that is within all matter. But that's not gravity. There's something else that's within all matter that we can't find, can't see, can't define, can't manipulate. That's what actually makes it go up and down.
No,
have you tried other?
Maybe I need to ask the question again. What I'm saying is, like, it sounds like what you've got is a force that you can show does make things go up and down. Do you need anything else to say, like, is that the home run, or do you not need something else that says, here's what shows that up and down is not what the ballers claim, which is gravity?
Well, maybe you don't know how science works, but you can only prove like a singular cause at a time, right? You can never prove the sole cause of something. So what we've proven is that it's a cause of the effect. And if you're claiming that there's something else there, then you would have to prove that. So if there's something called gravity there, it has the burden of proof now since we've proven the other thing. But gravity thinks that everyone that purports to believe in it thinks it should just be allowed to be assumed, or you need to prove it's not there or something, which is just illogical.
If you've got the Van de Graaff generator and it can move things up and down, could it also, if you orient it differently, move things left and right?
Yeah, of course. The reason that that's important, though, is because there's a downward electric current on the Earth.
Sure. So it sounds like what you've got is something that exerts force on something. How do you establish this is that force, not a different one?
That's what I'm saying, dude. I just explained that, bro. Like, you can only establish individual cause and effect. No. What I'm saying is, at least do as much as we've done with electrostatics with gravity, right? So we can go outside and we can measure a downward electric current everywhere on the Earth. It's measurable. We can show that things change their weight and they levitate when you manipulate their electrostatic charge. This electrostatic charge is actually inside the matter as well. So we've demonstrated that is a cause of the effect attributed to gravity. So if we're going to believe in gravity, we need to also do the same thing.
Okay,
right?
I'm on board. I'm sold. I'm just trying to understand it.
Well, you have to
you
understand,
look
this
into
is true. This is
that
not a straw man. Sorry.
You look into that ionic drone. That drone that's powered by ionic wind, and all they do is introduce ions into it, and it just can levitate.
Yeah, MIT. This is not a straw man, by the way. I do say it in such a way as to be provocative, but it's not a straw man. The way we know gravity exists is because with the current model of the Earth, it has to. So that's not science.
Are you driving? What's it? You keep cutting out.
Sorry, I'm walking around like an Alamo.
Have you got a baby on your chest?
Am I still cutting out?
No. Have you got a baby on your chest?
No. Baby's at the house.
Richard, gravity was already proven, so we've got both now. We've got electrostatics and gravity.
How was gravity proven?
By dropping things and measuring the acceleration is always the same.
Carlos has also mentioned ions.
Holy.
Ionic levitation.
They call it the law of gravitation, like it's an actual law that God set up.
Yeah, and you can show an equivalence between Coulomb's law and the law of gravitation with the mass charge equivalence. And things don't always fall at the same rate. That's a lie.
Well, not everything is electrostatic. That's a lie.
Name one.
My heart.
Your heart is electrostatic. Try
Prove
again.
it. Prove it.
Okay, is it made of matter?
How do you prove that my heart is electrostatic?
Well, when you die, we'll take your heart and prove it.
Well, you haven't proven it yet, then.
So you have a heart bigger than everyone else's?
There's one thing that isn't electrostatic. What do you mean by being electrostatic, anyway?
Oh, man, this is already so fucking stupid, dude.
Because you're asserting massive things. People are going to disagree. That's what happens.
Dude, today I tried it again with my car and my remote, and I got out of range, so my remote couldn't open or close my car, and I held the remote in exactly the same position. I kept on trying to turn it off and lock my car, and I put it up again. I moved my temple towards the remote, and it unlocked my car. Try it, man. It's fucking freaky.
Put it under your chin.
Well, earlier I dropped something and it fell to the ground at 9.8 meters per second, nearly.
Oh, wow. Shut it down, fellas. You got us.
Cars on average drive on the highway at 70 miles per hour. What is that law?
I don't believe in man's laws.
I reckon they'll be able to go faster when we've got levitating cars due to ionic propulsion.
All I was pointing out is it can't ask us to prove gravity again because people already did that.
Yeah, I once had a puppy that was a lab. She was cool. I called her Athena. Is that what we're doing now? Just saying random shit?
Well, I'm sticking up for gravity that was proved. All the people that helped prove it's a law of nature.
Okay, you don't even understand it. What's the difference in big G and little g?
Little g is we measure close by. Big G is the theory about how it continues in space.
Okay, so little g is what we measure?
Yeah.
And what we measure is downward acceleration.
Law of gravitation.
That's the measurement of downward acceleration?
Yeah. It's law of
Okay, cool. So we need to figure out the cause of that then, huh?
We do, yeah.
Right, that's the whole debate, huh?
Maybe it's space-time bending.
Maybe it's not.
Could be something else, but you'll have to prove it. You'll have to learn astronomy and physics first.
What's space-time?
If it could be something else, then that means it may not be what you're claiming it is. So have you proven it?
No, I'm just saying all you've got is that it could be something else. That's all you have so far.
Well, no, but I mean, you just said it could be something else. So have you proven that it's what you think?
Proven that what? Gravity exists.
That it's space-time.
Oh, no, I haven't proven that. No. But I do.
Oh, okay. So when you said I need to prove
believe
it,
that the space is a fabric and that things fall into things through it.
I certainly have no problem believing that you believe it.
Yeah. How long have you believed this electrostatic thing?
You mean the thing that's provable? A few years now.
A few years. What? Everything's electrostatic instead of gravity for a few years.
Everything is electrostatic. You said your heart's not, bro. You're really just. You guys are
talking about
apart.
but you've believed everything's electrostatic and gravity's not real for a few years. You reckon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, at least we both know we're both working with beliefs.
Oh well, I can prove mine.
Can you prove why everything's electrostatic, pulling things towards it?
Prove why it is?
Yeah.
You just agreed that you can't show that it's not anything else. That's what proving it means. So you.
Oh wow! So you can't
can
prove
show
anything.
possible cause for it. Well, I mean that follows from what you said. If you want to be consistent and you go, I can only show you a cause, I can't exclude all the other possible causes, which I agree with. Then then I mean, it's up to you if you want to be consistent, I guess.
Well, I guess you just didn't listen, right? So I said you can prove a cause of the effect, but you can't prove the sole cause.
Can you prove the sole cause of electrostatic?
Well, that's a good question. Why is everything intrinsically electrostatic? That's not what I'm claiming to have proven, though. So.
Oh, isn't it? What are you claiming to have proven?
No, I didn't claim to prove why everything's intrinsically electrostatic. I do have a theory, but
I didn't claim to prove why mass attracts mass, did I?
yeah, you did. You said space-time bends.
I said maybe.
Okay, so can we prove there's something else? Do you agree that electrostatics would do the same thing as gravity?
No, definitely not. No.
Well, how so?
I just don't think there's any mechanism to pull planets into orbits using electrostatic. Static doesn't seem to
There
pull.
you go.
Well, electrostatics could do the same thing, right? If electrostatics boil down to an attractive force sometimes, then if that force was in an equilibrium, you could conceivably have two things floating around one another.
No, but it'd be too weak. So he's not even wrong.
What do you mean it would be too weak? The force either needs to be strong enough, or the mass is light enough. How do you too weak by what number? What are the numbers there?
Yeah, you would have to look at the different distances and then the medium they claim to be in, and then look at the drop off of electrostatics relative to distance, and it would never make the size of these planets revolve around each other. If you were to replace gravity with something electromagnetic in your paradigm, it would have to be specifically electromagnetism, and you have to have
You actually mean
different mediums.
electromagnetism, not electrostatic.
If you accept it, it could still end up with orbits. Not if you accept it, you would still get the same sizes of masses and everything's as it is. I'm saying you could
Yeah, of
still
course,
get orbits.
electrostatics can do that. Yeah, absolutely. You have to change a lot.
They might not just be lights. They could, like when Jupiter looks like balls with little balls going around a big ball. It could actually be that.
Yeah, technically, yeah. It could just be way smaller and closer.
Sure. So it could still have orbits. So you're agreeing now.
I never disagreed with that in the history of my flat earthism.
Sound like you disagreed with it like 10 seconds ago.
No, the current model. No, the current model doesn't work at all with electrostatics. That's why we came up with something else.
Yeah, nobody's claiming to know how the heavens work actually, right?
Correct. Well, some people are. Seems a bit arrogant, eh?
I'd say so. You know, if you just look at the scale of the Earth and the Sun, and you think about the if it is electromagnetic and everything, well, they'd have to be a lot closer to each other to actually have any effect on each other.
That's what I'm saying. If we're accepting this, you're just changing the numbers, but you still have to have the numbers, right? You have to go X force with Y weight. But,
Yeah, it could all still work in theory, but like the whole model of what they're trying to tell us is going to have to go out the window if the distances aren't what they say.
Sure, that's my point.
Like everything has to
Yeah.
change. You're actually going to need a different medium. If you invoke electromagnetism, you'll have a better chance. But still, the masses, the medium, the distances will all have to change. The problem is they can't do this because if they admit that the whole model's wrong, then that's the same difference as saying flat Earth is not so stupid after all. And they can't have electromagnetism or electrostatics be the cause because they already claim to know the masses, the medium, and the charges of each planet. So.
And some places rain diamonds, and they've seen the diamonds and they've looked at them and they've taken them into their labs and measured them and looked at them, and they know
Isn't that
it's
amazing?
diamond. Amazing.
I don't believe her.
I do believe the electricity, magnetism is involved in gravity, and if Earth's flat, you're going to need to explain all the forces and movements in other ways. So I don't mind you looking into it.
Well, your own paradigm is trying to combine the two right now, but they're not going to be able to do it without an ether.
I know it's hard.
Yeah, you need an ether. If there's an ether, then the Earth can't be revolving.
I've often wondered how far the sonar signal from a whale can go. What's the distance it can go through the ocean for another whale to pick it up, or even for itself to know if there's a land mass that it's about to encounter in its journey.
Yeah, I think they can
Because,
go
like,
even like more than one football field.
I think they can do hundreds of kilometers. That's what I thought.
That's definitely more than one football field.
Yeah, and if that's the case, and you can send signals through the ocean, then who knows what technology's already been developed for them to communicate just by simply putting a device in the ocean.
Talking to the whales.
Nah, humans talking to humans. I'm
Oh,
talking
through the
about
ocean. Speed of sound.
information flow going through the oceans.
Yeah, I guess we got something like that.
Do you guys see how weird it is that like people don't get the difference in the effect and the cause of gravity? Like what I said, if something falls down, you know things fall down on a flat Earth too, right? Like I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand that disconnect. Things fall down. Yes, that's great. We've quantified the average of how fast things fall when they go down. Wow, that's great.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
just saying, I still believe it's the heaviness and the magnetics and the electroness of the balls that's pulling other stuff towards it. That's all I'm saying.
You think it's
I don't know how
magnetics?
why gravity exists. It's foolish to say no one knows why gravity exists. People are pretty sure it's because heavy things fall towards even heavier things.
are they pretty sure about that? Because
Yeah, they just can't explain what is making that law.
did you know that I can make a little bitty light thing make a huge heavy thing revolve around it?
I don't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can use electromagnetism to do that. Depends on the different compositions and magnetic properties and distance.
I guess my question would be, why don't we feel it?
Well, what I know is that there's a downward electric current on the Earth, and it's super weak. Well, technically, you do always feel electrostatics. And if you scoot your feet on the ground, you're going to shock the next person you touch. If you just randomly go grab a door, like I'm at this outlet mall, if I just go touch this door, it could shock me. Happens all the time.
I haven't been
Whenever your
shocked
hair stands up,
for a
that's
long time.
electrostatic. Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
weird.
acting electrostatically. It hasn't affected me for a while.
You got to make
Weird.
sure you wear Havana jandals.
And something that's pretty beautiful about this place is the Earth, it's constantly dissipating the charge, right? So if you're like walking on the Earth, all your charge is dissipating into the ground. That's why it's called the ground.
It is weird nuance, isn't it, with gravity, because people believe they've proved the cause because they think mass is attracting mass. that's not the cause of why mass is attracting mass. So other people think that's not enough. You must have made it up.
No, mass attracting mass is just like this. It's like a layman term thing they tell like children in school. You know.
Mass attracting mass because of stuff we're looking into.
Well, if I have a magnet attract another magnet, is that mass attracting mass?
No.
Why not, dude? It's literally a mass going towards another mass.
It's actually opposites attract.
Would it be faster than
Well,
1.8
yeah.
meters per second?
All these terms are misnomers, right? So like, there's no such thing as magnetic attraction, technically. It accelerates towards the middle of the two magnets.
Yeah, that's a weird one as well. Because the field could be in any shape if you believe in weird nature. Magnetic field. You don't quite know where the poles are, where the attraction is.
Well, you would think everyone's focus in science would be on figuring out magnetism since we know it's everywhere. And it's still not even fully understood, but nope.
You know how Earth is, if Earth was a globe and it was spinning 1,000 miles per hour on the surface through space at the equator, then people would fall off and get pulled off, and there'd be loads of wind, and we'd feel it, and we can't relax, and water wouldn't be still. But I don't dare say, if Earth was electrostatic, my hair would be standing up on end or something. Because you don't know what you'd feel at what scale.
Yeah. Thank God for ground, huh? You've never seen the hair on the back of your neck stand up or the hair on your arm stand up when something happened?
No, I'm saying I would expect it to happen on every celestial event, like in time with the moon phases or something.
That's because you think that they're all a bunch of big mass balls going around. You're trying to mix your paradigm with the flat Earth paradigm.
No, I'm saying I'm pretending by using the argument of we'd fall off if Earth was spinning. I'm using it against static electric Earth by saying we'd feel static electricity if Earth was static electric.
We did. We notice it. It causes things to drop at 9.8 meters per second square.
Oh, dude.
And at an average, I shouldn't say exactly that. It's not even exactly that. It's an average.
You just got dunked on, bro. How does it feel to just invoke someone just to invoke the fact and say it proves the cause?
Yeah, your logic's. I can't.
That's the same logic you just used on me, dude.
We all use it. We all use that logic for our beliefs. Just say that's
Nah,
what
the
I
difference is
believe, but
mine's
that's how
real,
it is.
dude. But do you not agree that we can prove electrostatics is real? It's fundamentally different, man.
No, I'm saying if it was a huge phenomenon and it was all falling was based on it, and the orbit of the moon was based on it, and the orbit of the sun, maybe we'd feel it more. I'm just using your logic why you don't believe in spinning ball Earth, because you reckon we'd feel it.
Oh, I never said that.
But you're also
I've never made
supposing
that argument.
Okay,
you're
that's
supposing
great.
a
That's cool
ball
then.
is rotating.
They've created a mathematical paradigm just to explain that you wouldn't feel it, that's for sure.
I feel like I joined Flat Earth just in time to find that we're going back to
So you're
balls
saying
orbiting balls, though.
you would feel it.
Oh my god. Did you not know that orbits can exist over a plane, and that's actually the only way it's ever been demonstrated in the history of mankind?
Wow, I mean, It's not been demonstrated to me. Things that have been demonstrated to me are fake.
Hey, so if there's a mass charge equivalence, wait, is someone else talking? Sorry. It's really quiet in here, or is it my headphones?
You're good to go.
So, like, if there's a mass to charge equivalence, then everything that you guys think you know about gravity has immediately shifted into electrostatics.
Yeah, so if mass and charge are the same thing, then it would look exactly like mass attracting mass. In fact, it would be, in a way of saying it, mass attracting mass. You could measure the mass of an object and know its attraction, even though that wasn't what the cause was.
Well, that's right. So Coulomb's law, it's kind of right. Coulomb's law, just look at the law of gravitation next to Coulomb's law. It's like the same thing, only instead of charge, it's mass. So if there's a mass to charge equivalence, then you could do the same exact math. But the problem is that, say, like someone said, like light, you know, the like charges attract and opposites repel, quote unquote. Well, then that would mean gravity has to do that. So you'd have to explain that, which I could do for you guys, by the way, but I'm not particularly interested in it because it's pseudoscience, that being the heliocentric model. But you need the ether. Then gravity would actually not be anomalous physics, and you could say gravity has an equal and opposite reaction. as opposed to claiming it's the one thing ever that doesn't.
Does it radiate out evenly? Or is it in like a toroidal shape? What shape's it in? Because this could give you an idea of like what's on the underside. We could know the shape of the underside, right?
Yeah, I think I do know.
Probably be identical to the top side, right? Need to be equal and opposite how most magnets are.
Yeah, absolutely. We live in the middle of the magnet.
So does the other side, in order to be equal and opposite, does that still have like continents and oceans and people and stuff?
I've never been there.
But is it like reasonable to suspect that maybe it could be?
Sure, yeah.
I want to meet
Like
the
a
other
lot of
people.
flat earthers don't like to talk about this because it's speculation station, right? I mean, we've only gone 7 miles down, but speaking in terms of physics, we would be on the block domain wall or the inertial plane through the magnet. So there would have to be as above, so below, magnetically speaking. Oh, and actually, I think you would probably find the Joe Rogan thing I'm talking about interesting. And I'm not trying to insult you, but it actually is pretty interesting. As much as Joe Rogan sucks in my mind. So anyway, what they're talking about is that very thing, the geometry of the toroid. And that is actually the fuel alternative. It's using plasmoids that are toroidal, and harnessing the vibrational resonance of these toroidal plasmoids. You can have fuel or a replacement alternative to a fuel.
Oh, can I be
Which is
honest
pretty
with you? That
interesting.
doesn't make the first bit of sense to me. I can't at all get my hooks into it anywhere.
Well, to be fair, I haven't read the full patent, so I'm not gonna act like I fully know what it is. I'm just explaining that that's what the dude's talking about on Joe Rogan. And based on everything that I know, what he's saying isn't made up. So, like, I automatically don't believe stuff on Joe Rogan until I can see some evidence. But there's overwhelming evidence to support the line of thinking that he's promoting or he's suggesting. But anyway, yeah, just look it up. If you just type in Joe Rogan vibration, like vibration technology or vibrational resonance, like 4 days ago or so, it'll show you a short on YouTube. Not just a short, but like a 5-minute video. I forgot the dude's name on the top of my head, but it's weird. It's like your guys' own paradigm is inching towards this, and so I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to work. I'm trying to figure out how they're going to do that. To be honest, they're inching towards the intrinsic electromagnetic nature of all things. They're going to try to unify everything under electromagnetism. Like, has anyone here ever thought, like, you guys know Newton's third law, right? Like, all actions have an equal and opposite reaction. And they've changed it to mean they put the the word force in parentheses beside action. Well, whatever. So if all action has an equal and opposite reaction, then why doesn't gravity? This is why they say gravity is not a force, that it's actually a fictitious force or a pseudo force. You can think of it like a force. It does everything that a force does, but the couple situations that would debunk gravity if it was a force because it doesn't do what a force does, because it can't be found, well, that's when we just say it's pseudo.
I can't wait till you get a Nobel Prize with it. I really can't. It's never going to happen, but I can't wait until it does.
Of course it's not going to happen. I'm just some dude on the internet that just knows some stuff about some things.
That knows everything about everything.
That's incorrect. Why do you guys say that?
Because that's how you come across. You
Well, whenever
literally know everything about everything.
So you're showing your own intellectual insecurity, right? Like when people say that. Because the Globers act like they know everything about everything, right? They'll go as far as to explain to me why NASA did something when they haven't even officially said why they did it. Zanuck knows everything about everything. But like I don't know everything about everything. I know some things.
No. See, the difference is that we know some things because people have done studies, tests, experiments, so we don't have to do it. Appeal to authority fallacy or whatever the fuck you call it.
No, I don't call that an appeal to authority.
You don't have to understand everything yourself, and if you don't understand something, it doesn't make it wrong, and you don't have to come up with something that makes it appeal or understand to you to make it right.
Understand to me. Can you point me to a time I've ever said anything like that?
Everything you say.
See, when you say like all-inclusive statements, like everything you say, everyone knows that you're bullshitting.
Gravity.
Okay, so in your own paradigm, it's admitted you guys don't know what gravity is.
Okay, so you come up with, everyone has an understanding of what gravity is. It's understood. Everyone understands it. But to make the Earth flat, you come up with another thing, your electromagnetic stigmatism story.
Hey,
So
Chaz, can I?
go ahead.
I was just going to speak to his comment regarding, other people have done it, so we don't have to, right? So we know certain things because other people have done it, so we don't have to question or do any of that thinking for ourselves.
We don't.
It's kind of what you were alluding to, right? So this is kind of a very easy way for somebody to be deceptive towards another person, be disingenuous, and or put forth incorrect information, right? So are you a mechanic, like an auto mechanic?
No, not at all. I'm just not paranoid.
Okay, so like I have a bunch of friends who are middle-aged women who don't know anything about cars, right? They know very little about cars in general, let alone major things about vehicles. So many times I have to pay close attention to what mechanics are telling them or people who are experts in a field.
You're a
because
mechanic?
they can be deceived very easily because of their lack of knowledge.
You're a
by
mechanic?
somebody who claims to be an expert.
You're a mechanic. You a mechanic?
No, I'm not.
Okay, carry on. This is interesting.
Yeah. So would you say that it is possible that somebody who claims to have specific knowledge could be deceptive, even if they are not necessarily utilizing their expertise?
Well, definitely if you're paranoid. And two, most people aren't deceptive. Like a mechanic will fix your car. They're not going to be an arsehole. And if you need a fucking new engine, they're not just going to change your 4 tires.
It happens quite a bit, right? So
yeah, but
even to
because,
somebody like
and
myself who's pretty
it's
savvy about being able to do certain things, right? Like
it's great
a
that you're
mechanic will tell you
caring.
that it's going to take an hour to change out an air filter, and the air filter is going to cost $150. So $150 for the filter plus the hours worth of the mechanic's time. Sorry, it's going to be $400. The air filter needs to be changed. This is a requirement under your owner's manual. This could possibly void the warranty. Blah 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 blah. Right. So somebody who doesn't know any better and is concerned, right? You say paranoid. So would the individual going into that situation be paranoid prior to, or could somebody make them paranoid and scare them into just believing what they say?
You are that person because you think you know how long it should take to do something, and you're telling them, be careful. You are
It's
that
kind of
person.
it's kind of like you go to the shop to buy a big screen TV, and they always try and sell you an extended warranty. But if you understand the law, there's a thing that is going to be able to be utilized, which is basically the Consumer Guarantees Act, and that lets you know that a certain device should be able to last a certain amount of time and suit the purpose that it was built for. And there's no need to have a 3-year extended warranty because the Consumer Guarantees Act guarantees it for 5 years anyway. So they're just trying to rip you off. And the people, innocent people buying the TV, just appeal to authority and listen and do what they're told.
I don't understand though. Like, none of this even matters. Like, when did I say I knew everything, Jazza? And then we brought up gravity, and then I said, even in your own paradigm, it's well known that gravity is not understood, and people don't know actually what it is. And you responded with, everyone understands gravity, which is like patently wrong.
But hang on, Big Dog, you just literally said that you know what it is.
First of all, I have a working idea based on actual empirical evidence. What I said was that in your own paradigm, it's admitted that gravity is not understood. And then you responded by saying everyone understands it. You're wrong.
I've heard your theory, and so when there's a thunderstorm, there's millions of them around the world every day. Does everything weigh lighter?
No. Before we get into that, can you admit that your own paradigm doesn't actually fully understand gravity? Admittedly.
We understand it to be what it is, what we see and have every single day of our lives for hundreds of years.
You hear that? He sees gravity. You see it? What do you see?
Oh, see that? Oh, I said see. Of course, I can't see gravity. You fucking idiot.
Dude, this is what's so funny is you're just wrong. So when we see effects on the quantum scale or in the cosmological scale of your own paradigm, our current model of gravity doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all. So to say that it's based on everything we see is again just wrong.
See, that's admitted, Whitsett. It's admitted that it doesn't work exactly right on the quantum scale or the galactic scale. That's admitted mainstream. So
why is he
are
lying
you calling
about
it out? Why are you calling it out when it's an admitted thing? It's like a straw man.
That's what I said. I said it's admitted. That's literally the word I used.
Okay, so what's the problem with it?
He's lying about it.
I didn't hear that.
Well, you need to listen better, maybe.
You need to come up with a better theory. What's it?
Oh, a better theory than the one that doesn't work?
Well, your one doesn't.
Okay, so you admit yours doesn't, though.
It works better than yours.
That's a subjective recollection. Do you agree that yours doesn't work?
No, it works as far as we can tell.
It doesn't work as far as we can tell. We just covered
The
that.
only thing, the only thing Jazza knows about gravity is things fall to the ground and mass attracts mass. He doesn't know any more than that.
Mass attracting mass is not even what they say, though. It's not even the proper definition.
Gravity saves your fucking life sometimes.
I mean,
Is
you're
that an
arguing,
appeal to emotion?
Jazza. You're kind of you're arguing about like gravity as if you know everything about it, and
No,
you're way out of your league because all you know is that things fall to the ground. That's all you know.
No,
Yeah, and this what's so weird though. Like even Left Lane did it. They all do this. First they say we know what gravity is and our theory works, and it's the most tested theory ever. And then you get debunked, and I can just slam dunk on you with your own paradigm sources.
Hang on. What's it?
I'm in the middle of talking. That's crazy.
I was,
So
and you cut me off. But carry on.
No. So then Left Lane says, well, we admit it doesn't work exactly right, and it's not exactly understood. No. It does. It's not that it doesn't work exactly, and it almost we know so much about it, but just a little few things we don't know. It's incredibly off. It's not even close to working. It's nowhere in the ballpark of working. It's 96% wrong. It's 0% right on the quantum scale. How is that just, it's not exactly figured out and there's just a couple things we don't know?
Okay, so what's it? Your amazing videos that I've watched. I love them. They're fucking hilarious.
I bet you do watch all of them. Yeah.
I do. They're fucking hilarious with your magnetism fucking shit. You're literally claiming you know what gravity is. You're giving an example of what it is not, and it is what you claim to say it is.
I have a theory of what it is.
Okay, how much more proof is that than what we have?
Great question.
What reality has?
That's a great question. So,
exactly. So that's where we get back to the thunderstorms, big guy.
Oh, you didn't want the answer.
Jazza, what's E equals MC squared? What does it mean?
Electromagnetic carbonations.
It means Einstein married his cousin and wanted to do it twice. Okay, so
it was his second cousin. It's all right. Fuck.
He married his cousin and then wrote about how he wanted to have sex with her underage daughter. Anyway,
we don't need to talk about that. Jesus.
We don't need to talk about that, but you defended it. So anyway,
I was making a joke that you didn't get because you're a flat earther. You got no sense of humor.
What'd you say?
Up with another story that you're about to explain that takes away gravity with another story of yours.
Calm down.
Carry on.
Calm down, buddy. Yeah, you said what do I have that's more validated than yours? That's a good question. That's my whole argument. So we know that all matter is electrostatic. So if we're trying to figure out if we're trying to figure out something that seems to happen to all matter, then we need to find a characteristic that all matter has. Okay, well, we know one of them is electrostatics. That actually is what hold matter together. Everything's electrostatic. We also know that we're trying to figure out why things fall down. Well, there's a downward electric current on the earth. And although this current is very weak, it's way stronger than gravity claims to be on the small scale, as is electrostatics. So now we can put this through the scientific method and we can see, does electrostatics cause what we call gravity, which is downward acceleration? And then we're going to manipulate electrostatics to see if we can change how fast something falls or change what direction it goes. And we can do that. So we've proven that a cause of the effect of downward acceleration is electrostatics. You can't do any of that with your idea of gravity, which means mine's automatically more valid.
How the fuck?
Yeah, you got nothing. And by the way, we actually have tests of gravimeters, very precise gravimeters, measuring the rate of something falling, and it changes during thunderstorms. So that backfired.
Okay, cool. So you've got gravimeters and you've got scales and you've got barometric pressure gauges.
Do you not know what a gravimeter is?
Guess what they all have in common?
Nothing.
If you're that way inclined.
You mean we use a little g mathematical construct for them? It doesn't matter. No, we don't. We don't, though. We don't use that for the gravimeter.
What does a scale take into account to measure
So you're
weight?
just going to... Yeah, did that things go down and you're completely pivoting away from the actual comment you made, which is why don't things fall at different rates during thunderstorms? And then I slam dunked on you and pointing out that they
I
quite
said about
literally do.
thunderstorms earlier, and
I know I dunked on you to admit you're wrong.
I'm not admitting I'm wrong unless you admit that you're wrong, that the Earth's not flat.
Do
Isn't there
objects
more?
fall at different rates during thunderstorms?
Because there's more nitrogen in the air, possibly. When it's thunderstorms, there's more nitrogen.
Bang.
When did
The
a
official
scientist come up with that?
The official explanation from the globe paradigm is they think it must be because of the clouds. And first they tried to say that it was because of the rain and the mass distribution from the rain. But then they did different experiments where they saw that whether it was raining hard or lightly, the weights continued to change at the same rate, showing that it had to do with the thunderstorm's presence, not the rain that falls from the thunderstorm. Yeah, this is all like well documented.
Oh, so when the thunderstorm come over said yonder, what happened to the pressure in the atmosphere?
Oh, so you think that the argument is that pressure changed because they monitored the pressure in the tests?
It happens every fucking time there's a thunderstorm and it rains.
I'm saying you think that caused the different downward acceleration?
Well, there's a good correlation that it happens every single time there's a pressure drop every single place in the world. So I would say that that's probably why it happens.
They monitored the pressure and it doesn't account for the downward accelerative change. Your paradigm claims it's because of mass.
That's not what I said.
Your paradigm claims it's because of mass of the clouds, dude.
Why would there be a massive clouds to cause it to rain, or there be a thunderstorm if there's a pressure difference which correlates to every time there is that weather event?
The changes measured don't correlate strictly to pressure. It was specifically isolated and tested in the tests. I'm so over debating you guys. I cut to the chase and give
because you're getting sick and tired of not being able to handle the truth, and you're trying to come up with more shit, more stories to make your shit right.
Jazza, can a
Okay,
barometer?
do you disagree? Do you disagree that it's because of the mass changing? Yes or no?
The mass changing in what?
In the okay, you don't even get it. So your paradigm claims that the reason that stop, buddy, listen. Your paradigm claims that the reason that the gravimeter reads different downward acceleration rates is, for one, when it rains, it changes the mass, the surrounding mass. And two, when they found out it didn't matter how hard it was raining, it kept on falling at the same change. Then they said, oh, it must be the clouds mass that's doing it. That's your paradigm's answer, not pressure.
No. My answer is pressure, change in pressure. I don't even know what the fuck a gravimeter is. I have no reason to know what one is.
Oh my god.
Oh, you think everyone in the world should know what a gravimeter is?
Are you claiming that the pressure changes because of the spin of the Earth? Like, what's causing? Is that what you're going back to? That the
I'm
pressure
just
is because
saying.
of the,
No.
gravity?
Fuck's sake! All I'm saying is you can measure barometric pressure. I never said anything
How does
about
that mean? How does that mean anything for your gravity? That's not reality.
Yeah, they did that. They measured the barometric pressure precisely.
Oh my god! I must be fucking mental because I don't know. I don't know and don't give a fuck because I'm not paranoid and a narcissistic, ignorant, arrogant asshole cunt to know what a gravimeter is.
Hey, no personal attacks.
Hey, but don't worry, dude.
There was no
the flat
personal
earther
attacks
will
there.
teach you. Jazz, are you already drunk? What time is it for you, dude? Okay, the flat earther,
dude. What?
That's even worse.
That's a personal attack. I wasn't making any personal attacks, motherfucker.
Jazza, can a barometer
do with a personal attack?
Isn't it against the server rules?
You opened your mic for the first time solely for a personal attack. Literally.
Me?
No, Jazz.
Oh, I
That
want
was
to
his first thing. Like he comes on and he's like, What's it? You think you know everything? Blah blah blah. Just starts going in on you on a personal
I
attack.
feel like let's have no personal attack. We have like no. How about no personal attack?
All right, moderation. Someone else is trying to get in, but they're really low. I don't know who it is, but you're really low. So
I was trying to talk.
Hang on, what's it? Everyone.
Did you not
okay,
just
give me a second, man. Give me a second, y'all. Yeah, y'all talking all at the same time. Can y'all please calm down?
Let's have no personal attack.
It's just audio chaos right now.
All right, can I say something real quick?
Hang on, what's it? I'm bugging out.
So I wanted to say something about like how I feel like we're being controlled, right? And I feel like everyone has like at least some sort of idea that there is some type of like simulation or whatever, magic, aliens, God, AI, all of the above. It's controlling us in a certain way where we are doing things in our life and we think that we have full control or free will, and I just don't think we do. What if there's a way to like track down this like source and just like dismantle it? Because honestly, I feel like it's like we're all like puppets and there's like strings attached to us theoretically, and we just cannot get out of this like, well, this earth honestly in itself is a hamster loop. There's mini hamster loops on earth, and then there's like the whole earth in itself is a hamster loop. And I just like I want to figure out
This is not even you're not even on subject, bro. I don't think that was a subject.
No,
was
but I
that the
think
subject? Hold on.
It's a good turn
Was
of
that the
events.
subject? Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
That's a subject.
No. I came in here. I
Yeah,
had no
please
idea.
tell. Yeah, well, man, then don't just listen for a little bit and then chime in. Don't just start with something new out of the blue. All right, continue with it. I think it was Visit and Jazza having a conversation.
Well, yeah, I think Jeremy might have been trying to get in too. Jeremy, was that you?
No, I don't think it was Jeremy. Jeremy's is deafened.
Okay. So I don't know if Jazz is still here, but like this is what a gravimeter is. There's two different types. There's a spring-loaded gravimeter and there's an interferometric gravimeter. Interferometry is where we shoot lasers and cross-reference to each other, so little crossing patterns, and we're able to have these moving lasers that cross each other, get very intricate measurements, very precise measurements. It's called interferometry. Okay, so we have these lasers inside of this vacuum-sealed chamber, and that's the gravimeter. And what it does is there's a little, typically like let's just say a little BB, and it picks the BB up and drops it, and then drops it, and then drops it. And it has the lasers precisely measure how fast the BB falls in the vacuum chamber. It's called a gravimeter. Okay, we take these around different places on the earth and we try to measure how fast the object falls based on where it is. So when we did that during the thunderstorm at the same place, we didn't move the box, we just kept it in the same place, and we monitored how fast things fall during different environmental situations.
We did this?
No. Oh my God. Okay.
No, you always guys do that to me. We? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough. You get it. So the people that were doing the test, they started monitoring the downward acceleration rate, and they saw that during the thunderstorms that it would change how fast it fell. And they're trying to figure out why. Right? Mm-hmm. That's it. And they thought first, one of the theories that's accepted is that when it rains, things fall at a different rate because of the mass of the water or the rain. So that changes the distribution of mass in the environment, and that changes how fast the object falls. And there is a correlation with rain. But of course, rain's intrinsically like, go ahead.
Was it lighter or heavier?
It usually falls slower.
So it's slower. Okay, cool. It's just lighter. Thank you.
Yeah.
So like a skydiver.
So there is a correlation with the rain, but then you have to get into what is rain. You know, rain is, of course, intrinsically electrostatic. And in fact, clouds are known to be electrostatic. And what causes rain is the polarity of the clouds. And once the positive and negative charge accumulates on each side of the cloud, then you'll get. True. Okay, well, just anyone who wants to actually know can look up electrostatic clouds. So anyway.
Yeah, but also the acidic content. The acidic content of the rain, because most of our rain is acid rain nowadays. So the acidic content of the rain would actually affect the electrical field and everything that's going on that you're talking about. I wonder if you have a lot of acid rain in that area from pollution, all that sort of shit.
Maybe so. That's actually interesting. Is if you would go to different places that have cleaner or more toxic rain and see what it does. But so they have already explained. They worked out the math to try to make the mass distribution work with the rain, right? But what they saw in this one was that during the thunderstorms, they would monitor and it would rain really hard and it would just lightly rain. But the amount that it would change stayed the same during the heavy rain and the light rain. So it like threw a wrench into their explanation. So they then tried to figure out what else it could be, and they monitored pressure, they monitored everything. And so the theory they came up with was it must have been the mass of the clouds themselves that were changing the weights. All right, that's the globe's explanation.
Can you post me the report or the paper or whatever it is on that? Because that sounds like to me, it just sounds like a flat earther, not a flat earther, sorry, a chemtrail believer that's gone, oh, they're sowing all these things over us and it's raining. And then it's raining this amount.
Nothing to do with the flat earther, but yeah, I can send it to you in a second. So,
well,
anyway.
no, it does at the end of the day because you all believe in the same thing. But
yeah, but you know, a person living in New Zealand isn't going to see all the shit that we get in our cars over here. It's not going to experience the same type of weather.
Oh no,
no?
Is Carlos still here? He's a flat earther, isn't he? We've got and Australia eggs. We've got chemtrails in Australia and New Zealand all the time. Carlos, are you still here? You're from New Zealand. New Zealand.
Yeah, does a barometer still work when it's upside down?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, as long as it's got 1G on it.
You could always use the idea of chemtrails being aluminium oxide guys during the day, possibly. So if back in the day before pollution, all this CFCs that we put into the sky, benzenes and all sorts of shit, they were most probably able to see a different thing in the sky. That maybe the sky was transparent during the day as well.
Look.
So,
what's going on? What's doing?
I just feel like
their conclusion was that it must be non-gravitational effects. So I'll drop the paper.
Yeah, do that, please.
There you go.
Cheers, I
have to run inside real fast.
Yeah, I gotta have a smoke. Stand by.
I was wondering, is Brian's not around, is he? I guess not. More of a later owl. I'm surprised no one jumped in yesterday to help me with Brian and his utter confusion of pressure. You guys still there? Anyone? Test?
Shh, no one say anything.
No one's there? Okay, just make sure no one's there.
Why you ruined it? He was about to leave.
You want me to leave?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just pointing out that he was about to leave.
You were there. Tanks, weren't you there yesterday with Brian?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, my God, we're talking about the most utter confusion of pressure and vacuum that I've ever run into, and I've run into a lot of it over the last 4 or 5 years. Oh my God, and even a schlocky video to back up his nonsense and confusion. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, Zanuck ran into someone who hasn't Googled what pressure is as much as he did. So he got
No,
upset.
it's not a Google. It was him thinking that in a video supporting someone that doesn't understand the difference between atmospheric pressure, gauge pressure, and absolute pressure. They're very different. And I'm just joking because everyone here flat around should be on my side of this one. This is just it's like disagreeing that math doesn't work. Like the 2 + 2 doesn't equal
I'm not on your side with this one.
Really?
Yep.
So when someone says that, he said in this video, and Brian backed it up. First of all, he talked about why can't we make these gauges support vacuum, extreme vacuum? They even say maximum vacuum shouldn't be exceeded. Then I watched the video, and it says on the video itself that maximum pressure shouldn't be exceeded. And even while they're saying it, they pop up the blurb of the actual manual. It says, and it's in writing, maximum pressure shouldn't be exceeded. And he's saying in the video, maximum vacuum shouldn't be exceeded. That's just, par for that course, because he thinks that negative exponents are negative values. This is reminiscent.
Why
of
are you
Nathan
lying?
Oakley.
Why are you lying, dude?
Yeah,
You literally just came on Discord. You asked if the guy was here. You found out he wasn't here, and then you just blatantly lie about him to make him sound stupid.
I'm not, Richard. In fact, I'm glad you're here because I was wondering why you wouldn't jump in because you have high
Buddy,
math.
I was busy. Respond to the fact that you just lied.
About what?
He never said that they were negative numbers. You blatantly lied.
Oh yeah. In the video, he specifically does. He says the negative exponent gives you a negative value below 0. You get to 0, and then you start getting there. So he says the negative force is the same as 10 to the 3 is the same opposite as 10 to the -3. That's what he says in the video. Brian
Okay,
also
I don't know anything about the video.
Yeah, that's what he says in the video. That's what I'm talking about.
Brian specifically has stated over 100 times he knows that it's just a really small number. It's not a negative number.
No, but then he said if you get to a really high vacuum and you extend this box and you keep on extending it, the force goes from, he said, started to 5,000 psi to 10,000 psi. He starts talking about the vacuum increasing the force, implying that negative number is a value to the negative. If he was here, okay, so listen.
He's
all
not
you have
here
to do, I know, I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you people. When he comes in,
Well, we don't want to talk. We were having a conversation. We were having a conversation.
You were gone. You were gone. I started a new conversation. It's legal to do that. If you don't want me to talk about it, that's fine. Voice your opinion, and I'll back off. But to jump in and say I lied, no. He does have no clue.
You acted like Brian. You acted like Brian thought that it was a negative number. That's a lie.
I didn't say Brian did. I said Brian corroborated the information that was on the video that talks about. In fact,
he specifically said he doesn't
say. They specifically say, and even they write in the video that negative 10 to the -3 is just the opposite of 10 to the 3.
Well, it was nice having
watch the video
conversation for a little bit, I guess.
You watch the video. You want, and this is what he used that video because Mark. He goes, Zanuck, you want to learn something? Watch.
Are you going to be here for
so
10 hours doing this again today, or are you?
Google? I'm in the car driving. I'm driving. I said I watched the video. He in front of all you. He obviously made a point that he wanted to teach me and show all of you that he's going to teach me something. So I'm a nice guy. I watched the video. Watched it twice.
Talk to him about it.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because it's just annoying, bro. It's like you're already doing it.
You're annoying when you're talking about things that's annoying, and we don't say anything. You go on incessantly for hours.
This is the difference. Someone jumped in and started saying something to me, and then I responded. Just like earlier, someone else said something to me, and I responded, and then we had a conversation back. We had a conversation back.
You're being combative, and I'm just trying to bring up something that was interesting. This pressure thing comes up a lot, and I thought we could talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
This guy's
if you want to agree with Brian, if you think Brian's right,
you, bro, it's insane.
I don't even know.
Do you think Brian's correct?
Crazy.
Bro, it's like you're a crackhead. You're a Discord crackhead, bro.
You're a crackhead. What do you think Brian is? Do you think he's correct?
No, honestly, you have a lot of similar traits to crackheads.
Maybe.
Like,
You think Brian's
just like
correct?
you're a Discord
Diverting.
crackhead. Like,
You're a divider. You're a divider. You're ad hominem and you are insulting. And you're not addressing the actual topic.
I'm not ad
You think Brian's
hominem, dude.
correct?
I'm specifically and explicitly saying I don't want to engage with you about this. I don't care. I know nothing about it. I haven't watched the video. You're not gonna make.
Why are you talking?
Stop interrupting me, dude.
If you don't want to engage with me, why are you talking?
Okay. All right. Because, dude, we were having a conversation that was actually multiple. Oh my god, multiple people were engaging, and now you want to talk
Stop
about somebody
over talking him. Seriously, he's just trying to get some words out. You're over talking him already. You just came in the room today. You're already doing this shit. Here's the deal. Brian comes in here on a regular basis. You asked if he was here. No response. So if he's not here, don't go in on what you say he said, blah blah blah. Nobody in the room is engaging. Nobody knows what was in that video. Brian is not here to defend what he did or did not say. So maybe we just move on, and when Brian is back, then you can have that discussion with him as opposed to us or somebody else trying to defend Brian if we haven't seen it or whatever.
It's not a defense. It's a topic to bring up so we all can understand it because that's a pretty simple concept. And then when he does come in, we do talk about it again. You might want to push
Did
it
you
back
hear what
on
I
the beat
said?
path. I did, but I wanted to bring up the topic to talk about it without Brian.
Dude, I
Just the
heard
video I
there's
watched.
actual footage of Zanuck running around the city just throwing gasoline in dumpsters behind businesses and setting them on fire. I already do that.
And then they go floating down the street. I've got a video of that in the chat.
Where'd you find that?
Yo, yeah, you got busted, Zanuck. He got you on tape.
That was supposed to be private. It's not cool. Don't post my
Don't post that.
That's not cool. That's kind of my path. That's something I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get through that. You know.
It's okay, buddy. Like we're here for you.
A long time ago, I was into pyromaniac. You know.
Well, this actually says it happened last week.
Are you sure it wasn't me? Because you didn't see my ID.
Well, using actually concussion devices.
Blur it out
and
if
then
you
it went
did.
into incendiary devices. I went the whole gamut. I really had a problem with it.
Zanuck, if you would like to give like concise input onto the conversation that we were having, that would be cool, right? Because we're talking about something that's actually enlightening, not like this little personal feud you have with Brian. We're talking about how during a thunderstorm, objects fall at different rates, and that based on the actual observations, it cannot be attributed to gravity.
What's it? Just as you say that, I've got a theory why things fall at different rates in a thunderstorm. I wonder if you can...
Pressure.
Yeah. And what else?
Electrostatics.
No.
Maybe.
Well, then you're wrong.
Electromagnetostatics.
Okay, so
what happens in a thunderstorm? How is a thunderstorm cell formed? What happens within a thunder cell?
Electrostatics.
A storm cell.
Electrostatics.
Okay, cool. What else?
That's it. That's the primary thing.
I'll give you a clue. Wind.
Well, when the military tries to replicate and artificially trigger thunderstorms and lightning storms, they actually...
So now you're just presupposing again and coming up with some random bullshit, like I said before.
Quick question. Hey, where's the pyromaniac video, man?
It's just a gift that...
it's a joke. It's a gift.
Yeah, you know what's weird, though, bro? It's like I gotta be honest.
As well.
From my family,
honest, man. It's like you guys are. You don't want to hear new info or something. Like when Globers tell me something I didn't know, I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy. I've never heard of that. I don't know why.
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, I
never
do.
said that ever.
Absolutely.
That's
a lie. I said that to Kosho and Jace multiple times. Yes, I have. You can ask them. Now, have I said it to Zanuck? Very rarely, because Zanuck screams about archaic layman term understandings like he's teaching.
Oh, right. Like pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to help you with pressure today. You didn't quite understand.
Trying to help me with pressure? What are you talking about, man? I don't need your help, Xanax.
Scalar versus vector. You had a problem with
I
that.
was bringing up something pretty cool. You guys interrupted. So when the military actually artificially triggers thunder and lightning storms, they introduce electrostatic charges to the sky. They can actually make it rain this way as well.
Hang on, what's it? Why would your creator not be able to create thunderstorms?
What the?
Well,
Think about what they do, man. It's weird. It's just like weird. That's
no,
weird.
It's not weird. It's not weird at all.
How is that? How is that question not weird? I made a point about the military's documents talking about how they make it rain.
Because and that's why I said that, because you were saying that thunderstorms are created by the military. Why would your, well, I guess your flat Earth creator is a real basic bitch in the nicest possible way. But why would they not be able to create a thunderstorm?
Hey, I got a bone to throw to Whitsitt. You might like this one, by the way. So Whitsitt, you talk about electrostatics. And let's say there is, we get a thunderstorm in the area or lightning strikes or your hair kind of stands up, things kind of happen. What if this actually does have an attractive force to the BB in that gravimeter where the base of it is a little more insulated, so there's more of attraction upward than downward, because usually it'd be in all directions, but it maybe has a bias upward, so therefore it slows the BB down. How about that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I don't know about the insulator at the bottom, but when
have
you say
more
all
mass,
directions, it's incorrect. Like there's a downward current. The energy comes from the top of the sky, from the sky down to the earth. But yes, that's why your hair stands up during a lightning storm, right? Because the electrostatics are flipping the polarity temporarily.
All directions.
Okay, so then you agree that the reason that the gravimeter is falling at different rates is because of electrostatics?
No, I mean, that could be a possibility. I'm not saying that it is.
Right. Okay. So the only reason I got brought up was he literally said, if your theory was true, we would see things fall at different rates during thunderstorms. I'm like, oh, that's convenient because that's literally what we see. That's the only reason it even got brought up.
There's only several experiments that are detecting that, and not all of them have people agree that is what's causing the gravimeter to read these differential readings.
So is this where we pretend that you've actually looked into this and read all the papers about it, and you know what?
I've not read all the papers. I've read a couple things you posted and heard this before, but I haven't investigated very much at all. I'm just giving you my idea.
Well, I dropped another paper you should look at. So they measured the pressure very precisely, and they thought, because typically, they measure to make sure it's not just because of the change in pressure. They kept up with the pressure, yes, and they measured all different types of variables. They were very precise. And then what they normally say is that objects fall at different rates during storms because of the rain, right? Because rain does seem to have an effect on the downward acceleration measured as well. So they say, well, that's because of mass, right? That's because of the mass of the rain.
Well, what's it? If you're skydiving in rain and the rain is falling upon you, then it's increasing not only your surface area, so you're going to fall a little bit faster.
The air is less dense when it's raining. That's also true. So the air density is less.
Yep.
Okay, so
but we're
going to get there. I think we can get there. I have faith in you guys.
What's it? Another thing is, where I am in the middle of the South Island of New Zealand, you can come here and literally test your theories. We have we have a very constant in the summer. You have to come in the summer, best time. Very constant humidity, pressure between November.
Well, I have a beautiful
and January,
3-month-old that I'm not going to go to New Zealand and leave. So, I have to work on my flat Earth model here at the house.
You got a lot of work to do. Because stay home and get that done. We're all waiting for it.
She's beautiful, and will, I'm sure, be pregnant again soon.
Are you building it out of wood? Are you building out of
clay?
Am
I building my wife out of wood? No.
Building your model out of clay.
Yeah, you didn't get the joke, man.
Like a dreidel, building it out of clay.
My wife is the flat Earth
You didn't get my
model,
joke.
man.
You didn't get my joke. You didn't get my joke.
Your joke sucked. It was totally
great joke.
No, the joke was just that my
Cradle,
wife's the
I
flat
made it
Earth
out of
model,
clay.
man. Hey, anyway, so they try to say that the rain is what affects the downward acceleration, right? Because of the mass of the rain, right? And there is a correlation between heavy rainfall and then how fast things fall. Bringing up a skydiver is irrelevant because this isn't a vacuum chamber. This
You
isn't a
said it wasn't.
vacuum chamber.
Wherever
said it
you're
wasn't.
skydiving would sit, I'm putting a skydiver into your realm.
This isn't
But
a
you
vacuum
said things
chamber. So
didn't
I
fall.
don't know, Jazz. Time out, Zenith. Jazzy, you didn't know what the gravimeter was. Did you hear when I explained what it is?
I did hear you, and I understood you somewhat, and so I threw in a skydiver into what you were saying.
Well, then you didn't understand it. So, Zenik, would you agree with how I explained the gravimeter? There's two different types. There's spring-loaded,
Yeah.
and then there's an interferometric, but interferometry is more precise, and we drop a little BB with the cross patterns of these lasers inside of a vacuum-sealed chamber, and we measure how fast things fall.
Yeah, but you also said that there wasn't a change in the drop, heavy rain, light rain. So then you said that kind of went against common.
That's what I'm
idea.
saying. That's what I'm exactly like that. That's why the papers. You can even just read the abstract, and it'll tell you this can't be attributed to gravitational effects because whenever they were looking at the change, whether it was raining hard or barely raining, the change remained around the same. So they're like, oh well, this can't just be because of the mass of the rain.
Well, it could be. What if the rain is, the water is in the clouds? Those days that it's raining, obviously it's in the clouds. Whether a heavy rainfall or a light rainfall, that mass still exists above you. So maybe regardless of whether it's raining hard or not, presence of that mass is what they're talking about. Maybe that could be it. You thought about that?
Do you see why you just said that like you came up with it, but it was after you admitted that you heard me explain it, which means you heard me literally say that. You heard me literally say that they said it's because of the clouds themselves, and now you're pretending you just speculated it.
I didn't hear that at all. I just thought
Whatever. Yeah. Oh, you just heard all the way up to that point, and then you dropped. Okay. No one cares. Whatever.
The rain
It's fine.
falling
Yeah.
around you,
Good idea.
cloud, whatever.
Zach.
Whatever.
That was a good idea. Good job.
Fine.
Okay.
Mass is around that day. The
Good
mass is around
idea,
that day
yeah.
that it's raining. Okay, great.
Okay.
Forget about
First
the
of all,
rain.
can we get?
All right, Senate. What's it?
Wait, can we get into? Wait, Jazza. I was yielding for Zanuck. Okay, Zanuck, can you agree that clouds are not a fully understood phenomenon?
We understand them incredibly well.
No, they're very understood. Very, very well understood. I got to go. So
they're
good
not,
talk.
dude. This is the
No,
problem.
they massively are understood. They massively
why
are
I
understood,
like-
or air travel wouldn't be a thing.
This is why, even though I have
I got to go. What's it?
with
Clouds are massively understood, or their air travel would not be a thing.
What a great non sequitur. So
it's not a non sequitur. It's not
guys,
non
it's all
it's
interrelated.
Why do you call that an ex sequitur?
Holy,
Why
it's
the
not non sequitur. What's it? We know
you make
what,
it so miserable to have a conversation in
we
here, bro.
know what.
You're making some silly statements with it.
You guys aren't even letting me make the statements.
You made the statements. You said we don't. You said you agree
this
that
is-
we don't understand clouds. No, we understand them very well. We know everything.
Okay.
No.
So is this what you do? Is like just make sure the other guy doesn't get to respond, so then you can tout victory? Is it in your mind? Does that make sense?
That's how we can tell the weather.
Dude, I never said we don't know anything
I've
about
got to
clouds.
go. What's it? I've got to go. What's it? You
Then
just
go.
said.
You keep saying that and then talking over him.
Holy
go,
fuck!
or
I keep talking over
go
him,
on
Napalm,
mute.
because, like your name, you spread your shit all over a whole forest.
Okay.
Cool
So, yeah, like this is the point, right? Clouds are not fully understood on a fundamental level, right? Like how they work, how they maintain their position, and what causes rain. Now we have like a theory that's pretty agreed upon, but it's rough, and it's actually electrostatics. That's the current theory. The current theory is that's electrostatics, and the polarity of the clouds charges causes it to rain. once the positive and negative basically accumulate on opposite sides of the cloud, that it'll eventually rain. And this is why, even though like me and Eggshells clash a lot, like I actually like him overall, right? Because at least sometimes he'll be like, "Oh, that's interesting. I don't know about that." Yeah, but I'm sure we don't fully understand that yet. But you guys act
Isn't
like
Eggshells a
everything
flat
is
earther?
fully under. No, you guys act like everything is fully understood, and it's not. And just shut up. So, can you just agree that we're not entirely sure why clouds rain, and the best evidence is that it's actually electrostatics?
That can't be true, because if it was like electrostatics, right? Like why isn't it just falling to the ground then? Clouds, they're up in the air. They should just fall to the ground.
That's why they don't fall to the ground,
Yeah.
right?
Heated by electrostatics.
And
Millions of
also
pounds.
this is, you can look up a story from, I think it's Dubai. They had a drought a couple of years ago, and then they made it artificially rain with electrostatics. They basically introduced electrostatic charge to the cloud, or to clouds, to the air in general, and it makes it rain. This is literally in practice now in physical reality. People are using electrostatics to make it rain.
Lightning happened with it.
Okay, we artificially trigger lightning with electrostatics as well, because
And then,
lightning is
so
electrostatic
you're saying
discharge.
that after a discharge, would you say the potential between the cloud and the ground is less or more?
I didn't hear what you said, but what I don't like is that you just always stomp on my point. So can we
Because
talk
it's
about
easy
what
to
I just
stomp
said
on.
first?
It's stompable. That's why.
Can we talk about what I just said first, which
Yes.
is that it's in actual physical practice that we use electrostatics to make it rain.
Let's move on beyond that. If you have lightning, it's not stomping.
See, let's move on beyond
No,
that, dude.
no,
You just did it
no.
again.
Let's talk about it. Let me finish my point. If we have a lightning strike, it'd be logical to understand and know that now the potential has been reduced, so the static electricity is less. You're saying that once lightning strike, we should have less rain. A lot of times you have lightning and then it starts raining. So
No one's saying any of that.
Nobody said that. You just came into straw man, Danik. You moved. You moved
Just
away
ignore
from.
him. He's not in this world. He's in another world. Carry on, Witsit.
Literally moved away from Witsit's point to straw man him, and then say he's wrong. It's quite hilarious, actually.
If it's electrostatic,
Danik, I want to let you know that I'm actually, I know I told you I was going to give you a warning yesterday. Like, I'm actually going to give you a warning today if you keep doing this.
All right.
It's awesome for you to talk.
Banned
no
for
one
life.
cares.
My
If
only
you can't
point,
just like,
I understand. My only point was this. I'll just make it really quick. Is that if it's electrostatics that makes it rain, when you have a discharge, the potential will be less. You think it would be raining less then because there'd be less electrostatics because it's been discharged because of a lightning strike. But yet we see quite the opposite often. That's all I was going to say. Simple.
well, yeah, you don't understand it, and that's okay. Before
I don't
we
know.
change the subject,
that's your like your
dude, Zanik, either respond to what I said or just don't say anything. Okay? So,
you're
do
in control.
you agree, or have you researched that militaries and governments are using electrostatics to make it rain?
There's a lot of tests going on to make them rain. Seeding clouds and electrostatics are just a couple of them, yes.
Okay, see. So, yeah, whenever they wanted to fix the drought and get some rain, they use electrostatics. Now we need to get into what lightning is, and yeah, lightning is dielectric discharge, and specifically, and you're gonna freak out about this, and it's gonna be really annoying, but it's dielectric discharge to counter space. That's what it is. It's literally trying to seek its equilibrium because the charge accumulates so much that it reaches its capacitance or its threshold, and then it discharges, trying to seek equilibrium. It discharges the excess energy, and it's trying to go to counter space to seek equilibrium. So that's what it is.
Says who?
That's physics.
Says you?
What, do you disagree that lightning is dielectric discharge?
Yes.
Okay, so lightning's not discharge. Wow.
I didn't say it was you guys did not dielectric discharge. It's
Okay,
not
well,
counter
we'll
space.
just use the word
It's just
electrostatic.
counter
Then.
space.
Use the word electrostatic then.
For what?
It's electrostatic discharge.
What's an electrostatic discharge?
Lightning.
It's very well
Oh
known
yes,
that lightning is.
absolutely, yes, absolutely. Thank you for speaking my language for once. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. I'll drop back down to 7th grade layman terms so we can have a conversation. It's fine.
Yeah, I
So
don't like
dielectric and electrostatics is interchangeable. So whatever.
Well, as long as you say so. It's it.
Yeah, there you go. That'll work. So anyway, so what we found is all this phenomena is electrostatic. And so if we're going to see that these phenomena are actually affecting how fast something falls, it's only logical to assume it has something to do with electrostatics.
According to you.
Oh, according to basic logic and physics.
Your logic is not normal logic. You know that.
Why does our hair stand up during a lightning storm?
Static electricity.
Okay. Why does pollen levitate up to bees that hover over it?
Also electrostatics.
Okay. Why does a balloon stick to the wall?
Electrostatics.
Okay. Why can I use a Van de Graaff generator to make hair, iron filing, styrofoam, paper tissue all float up?
Electrostatics. You should know this.
Okay. Why when I use a Van de Graaff generator can I make something levitate in place?
You just made the same point. Same answer I'll give you. Electrostatics.
Okay. So why does electrostatics cause clouds to rain?
There's several opinions. Well, I'm thinking about it because there's several opinions of why rain actually is prompted to leave a cloud. It gets past the saturation point. There's vapor pressure. There's all sorts of things that are going on. Some of them could be electrostatically fundamentally due to, but I'm not quite sure. I haven't thought about it in a while. To look into it.
And you guys remember that just a minute ago when I said you guys agree that clouds are not a fully understood phenomena, I was stupid. But now when I ask the question back, it's there are lots of theories as to why rain leaves clouds.
There are.
Yeah, I
And
know.
there's lots of evidence for why it leaves clouds. That's why they seed clouds and it still rains when they seed them. That's a known fact. Are they dropping electrostatic pebbles? No, they're doing something chemically to make this reaction occur where it prompts these saturated clouds to release their water content.
Do you know what we use for cloud seeding?
I don't remember.
Electromagnetics.
We use silver iodide.
Yeah, silver oxide, silver iodine.
Okay, yeah. Which is obviously it has electrical properties. That's why we use it.
Silver iodine has electrical properties?
Silver iodide, yeah. You didn't know that? Okay. So anyway, the point is that the military obviously knows what they're doing if they're successfully making it rain by introducing electrostatics. So that's the point. It's all good. But so logically speaking, if we know that everything else you said is true, right? That objects will change weight and the direction, and your hair will stand up during lightning storms, and we know that the clouds can be made to rain based on electrostatics. And then we turn around and we see an object changing how fast it falls during a thunderstorm. We see the object change a different rate, fall at a different rate during a thunderstorm. How would it be logical to say that it's anything other than electrostatics?
I have to look at the experiments. There's inconclusive evidence there.
Okay, well, I dropped the paper in the chat. So anyway, there we go. We pretty much beat that one down. It's all good. But this is the thing, man. It's not a big deal, but we should maybe a logical question would be like, well, why don't our paradigm of physics just acknowledge that this is like the primary causal agent, right? Like at the smallest scale. And the answer is because it doesn't explain the heliocentric model.
Inconclusive, and the fact that this happens could be a myriad of causes, and that would have to be experimented upon. You could have something as simple as the electrostatics, we all agree, occur during thunderstorms and rain, that could affect the device. It could be affect the electronics of the device. That could be affecting the reading of what speeds the accelerometers actually are measuring. So you
Okay,
never
so
know. Continue to do
yeah.
testing, and if it's supported, the more people will be on board with this. They don't want to like, no, oh, let's hide this because this blows up our model. No, there's just not enough evidence right now, and no one's really invested to where they feel it is a viable answer.
Okay.
At this point.
So
Okay, so let's
no
let it
one's
go.
saying that they're like trying to hide things for the model, right? Like everyone just thinks that the model's true and they think that gravity exists. And if you assume the Earth's a ball that spins and revolves around the sun, it is logical to assume that gravity exists because it has to. The Earth could not be a ball that spins and revolves around the sun if gravity did not exist. So,
Correct.
quote unquote, knowing that that's the case, again, quote unquote, then gravity must exist. Okay,
Yes,
that
gravity
is
must
the
exist.
evidence for gravity, bro. That's the evidence. As to what gravity is, as to directly isolating gravity, this has never been done. This has never been done. The evidence for
Actually,
gravity is that it has to exist.
no, it does exist. We can measure it. Now, why it exists is the debate. But we know it exists. It's
Now,
measurable,
you can't
repeatable.
measure it.
What is it?
Sure, you can.
What is it?
It's an apparent attraction between masses. It's an acceleration.
How does an effect exist?
Effects exist when they act on objects.
No, how
a
does an
certain way. That
effect
is the effect.
exist in and of itself?
It is an action. The action.
How does an
shows something
action
happening.
exist in and of itself?
It has a result that you can actually measure or see.
How does a result exist in and of itself?
I'm disengaging with this
If you
clown.
can't answer the question, don't
No,
say
I
stuff that's stupid.
I answered it.
No, you
The
haven't. You
effect
just
exists-
kept
the
moving.
effect
You kept
exists
dodging.
when it acts on objects. It's an
By what mechanism does a result of something else exist in and of itself? The correct
When an
answer is it
effect-
doesn't.
when something is affected by a
The
cause.
correct answer is it
Cause and
doesn't.
effect.
So you
doesn't
don't know that
exist.
it exists because you
Okay.
don't even know what it is in the first
I
place.
do know what it is. I'm going to disengage because you seem like a real out there kind of
All
fellow.
right, later.
Okay, so disengage. Engage with me? What's the cause of the effect?
Cause of gravity?
You said there's an
Bending and warping
effect.
of space-time?
You said there's an effect. I need to know
Yes,
the cause.
the effect. Yeah, why do you need to know the cause? You curious or you need to
The
know why?
effect has a cause.
That's what science is. You're
Okay,
claiming
okay.
to know the cause.
What's he
you
forgot? He
you
forgot
want
what
to know
science
the
is.
cause? Yeah, you'd like to know the cause. Fine, great. I'm all on board. So
You're literally claiming the
effect-
cause.
I didn't claim the cause. He asked me what I thought the cause was, or what science thinks the cause is. The cause of the effect is the bending and warping of space-time in the presence of mass. That's the cause.
That's just a made-up theory that doesn't work.
Oh God! Don't you discount
So,
hundreds
hey,
of years? Okay, it's so
Zach,
arrogant.
I'm gonna alley oop you so you can feel like you're teaching people. Okay, what's the difference in little g and big G?
Well, the size for one.
Xanax, can you explain?
What is the
Xanax,
acceleration?
explain it.
One is the gravitational constant. One is the actual acceleration.
Okay, so would you agree that downward
I'm
acceleration?
I'm walking into a
All right,
appointment.
later. Bye. Whew, thank you. Yeah. So,
God.
but would the Bovers agree that downward acceleration is the effects of gravity in their paradigm?
They can't agree on anything. They don't know what they know.
Because that's what's so weird is like it's been years and you guys still call downward acceleration gravity. That's the effect. Why is this so complicated?
It's not.
I don't
Saying
like
they should stop using.
some
They should stop
craniums-
using that term.
Some craniums
Well, no,
don't
it's
function
fine. It's
properly.
fine. But like when we get into the debates, right? Like it should be. It's kind of frustrating that it's used, honestly, but it should be clearly and easily absorbed. That that's just the effect. Like, can any of the ballers agree that things would fall down on a flat Earth? Yeah, this is why I coined the phrase "Don't make it weird, bro." You guys just make it weird.
So science
Of
no
course.
longer establishes cause and effect relationships. Am I to believe that?
Well, not if you can't put it in a pickle jar. If you can't touch
This
it.
is
Is it real?
Xanax science, you know.
Yeah, science. You could make an energy drink there, Xanax. Science.
I think this is probably the most frustrating part of it. It's like, if you believe the Earth's a ball, whatever, you know, but it's like, admit that we've had a long time to try to figure stuff out, and they still haven't been able to figure out major tenets of the theories. Why is that so? Why is that so hard to say?
Because we have to have figured everything out by now. We just have to have, okay?
Yeah, like they say it like we know all this stuff for a fact. It's all figured out. It's not all figured out. That's how science works. Yeah, but you guys act like we know all this stuff for a fact, right? But we don't, man. In fact, what we know for a fact is that the whole bending and warping of space-time theory is wrong. That's what we know for a fact. It's wrong.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's why I ask such obnoxious questions sometimes. Well, how, why, by what metric? Because they say we know. So okay, if you know, then you should be able to describe how you know, and how you discovered this, and how what you say is true. Because otherwise, you don't know shit.
They can't even give the substantive makeup of the thing that they call space-time, right?
Exactly.
Which, by the way, thanks for that video the other day, Elijah.
Which one?
You DM'd me a video I watched last night.
Yesterday. Oh yeah. Okay.
Appreciate it. But yeah, that it's just this. You know, they want to say that if they don't comprehend what is being said on like the flat earth side, whether it has to do with electrostatics, ether, anything like that, they just throw in the word magic. Oh, so magic. But then they have something like space-time, which they have no substantive quality to. They can't define it. They can't give an explanation of what it is. Only an explanation of the alleged effects of it. And somehow that's not quote unquote magic. It's weird.
Yeah, it's the irony of the guy dressed as a camel on stage calling other people hypocrites. So hold on, you're the one who's acting here. What are you talk about?
And even the whole thing that just took place with the rain clouds, lightning, like what the heck? Like, no matter what comes out of somebody on this side's mouth, there's going to be a disagreement, especially like initial disagreement, then telling them how they're wrong, but then coming back in with the solution, which was actually what the person you're saying was wrong was saying in the first place, as if it was your idea. It's so weird. At this point, I think it just has to be a tactic.
It's player hater. That's what they are.
Just has to be a tactic. Very intentional.
Of course, because what they don't like is when you can point to, or what Witzer was saying. Well, we're making rain with electrostatics, effectively. We can point that, so we know that there's a direct action with a reaction. Where is that when it comes to any of these things they're claiming? They don't have that. I asked him the same question like 4 times, and he just kept moving the goalpost. Or he just kept shifting. It's like, well, you're saying you know that this thing exists. Okay, for it to exist, it has to be something in and of itself, right? It has to be objective. Like Napalm's existence is not within my mind, apart from the fact that maybe I'm on the internet, so there's some wiggle room there. But if I was in front of him, it doesn't matter whether I believe it or I conceive it. He's there, independently of my thought. So if somebody's gonna say, I know that gravity is, or whatever is, that we know it to be, it's like it's independent of you thinking about it or you coming up with an excuse for why it is. And then when they describe it as an effect, it's like, well, what is an effect? It's the result of something else. It's not
You know what
that
else is
hard.
really funny? If you think about this, bro, Kai was pointing this out to me. I won't say anyone by name, but I think he just popped up. But there are certain anti-flat earthers on the internet, right? And they obsessively keep up with our most recent arguments. And so Kai was pointing out that like I basically, we all do this, but just to say what she was saying, she was like, you basically control these people. So if you come up with a theory or you come up with an idea or a new argument, you've given them a homework assignment and they now obsessively look into that subject immediately.
Yes,
Like
that's
whatever
correct.
you decide to talk about.
Right, that's correct. They
That's pretty
scramble
funny.
every time.
Oh,
Witsit, every
and
time you speak, dude, you come in and say, "Guys, I can. It's possible to talk to bananas," and even though it's ridiculous, they would research it like it's the most serious thing, not because they want to believe you, but they want you to be wrong about something. That's all it is.
That's pretty funny, right? Like the irony is that basically they work for me, or like they're my students.
there's some bad students, man.
Fucking brilliant.
It is pretty funny. Like I'm like, yeah, I guess I never really noticed that.
Dude,
So
you
like,
should be
if I
charging.
present a new argument tomorrow, like they're now going to immediately research it.
You should be charging for your debate. Like, do a private debate with these guys. Like, if you really want to debate this stuff, you can pay me $20 to learn about this subject. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, but it's pretty fun. It's just funny, man. Like I don't know. It's like if I start pushing this equal and opposite reaction argument, right? They're gonna have their leader, Mr. Act Tough on the internet over here that just popped in. And what he'll do is he'll come up with an argument that kind of twists it, lies by omission, stuff like that. And then they'll all repeat it ad nauseum. So if I'm like, yeah, gravity, why does gravity not have an equal and opposite reaction? I'm not asking the question because I don't know their argument. I think I can present it better than them. But it's just a logical flaw, right? So once I start bringing that up, which will be one of the things I bring up here soon, then all the anti-flat earthers will have an answer to it. So it's kind of like they're like puppets they're like kind of puppets in a way.
Definitely puppets. We got yeah, I mean, like, you can control their next moves with it by pretty much whatever you want to do. They're more obsessed with you than like your child going like dad, 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 trying to get your attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think it's funny. I mean, this goes for all flat earthers, right? If any flat earthers come up with an argument, yeah, they're going to obsessively react to that argument. Pretty funny. So, like, if you look at it from that perspective, it's like, I mean, why get frustrated with them, right? Like, it's kind of funny.
You're helping them learn. You know what I mean? It's a good thing. You're helping these folks out. You're helping everybody learn. It's a good thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, everyone helps me learn. Everyone helps each other learn in this paradigm, right? Or in this realm. But I just think that it's different with us, right? Like, if a flat earther brings up something to a flat earther, they're like, bro, that's crazy, man. I've never heard of that. I want to look into that and learn more about it. They're like, we must all unite and come up with a way to dismiss this. Like, the mission has been given.
Yeah, dude, we've got anti-flat earthers and then you've got an anti-Witsit team. Because like you're doing a lot of work and they're like, fuck, we have to like sequester like 3 or 4 or 10 agents over here to take care of the work that Witsit's doing on his own. It's kind of pathetic, guys.
Well, it just sucks for them because I get to just like freely think, like I'm just like thinking about stuff and could be wrong about stuff and change what I think. And it's like such a great place for us flat earthers, right? We're just like trying to figure stuff out and we have no problem admitting that certain things are not understood by science and let's figure it out. but they can't do that. So I don't know. I think it's cool if you look at it from that perspective. It's like it's a lot easier to be real chill, I think. Like this electromagnetic gravity thing. I brought up the paper from their own paradigm because it basically says a lot of the stuff that I've been saying. And that's really the only reason I brought it up. I don't agree with the conclusions. I don't agree with the paradigm he thinks is real. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff, but it's just to combat this narrative that, you know, stupid, crazy flat earthers make stuff up that every scientist knows isn't true. They make up stuff that all the scientists know is wrong. But that's not true, right? So now here we have a physicist saying there's a mass charge equivalence, and that the equivalence between Coulomb's law and the law of gravitation naturally arises, and that there isn't a universally constant gravity. Gravity is not universally constant. It's actually electromagnetic in nature. That light is actually the excitation of a background medium that permeates all of space. Wow, sounds almost like what I said. You know, and good.
It's like a chameleon trying to change their colors.
Like I'm like, you see, of course, you guys understand. Like I only bring that paper up because I recently found it. It says a lot of stuff I say, and just because this guy says it doesn't mean it's true, right? Nothing like that. I don't agree with this guy on tons of stuff, but it's just to combat the narrative that it's laughably wrong, it's provably stupid, it's easily debunked, right? Only stupid flat earthers would make this up. We know this isn't true. We know exactly what gravity is. There are no problems with gravity. It's the most tested theory ever. It's like that's the only reason the paper's invoked. So what is say Mattoon, right? He's going to be the one that leads the charge on attacking the paper. He's already done it. And so what's the response? Not, oh, you're right. We were wrong whenever we attacked Witsit and said that no one that knows anything about physics would ever say there's an equivalence between mass and charge, or that the light is actually just the background medium being excited and it's already there and it permeates all of space, and that gravity is electromagnetic. No one would ever say that. Witsit's an idiot, right? They're not gonna be like, oh wow, never mind. I guess you know I was wrong when I said that. They're gonna say, this guy thinks the Earth's a ball. This guy thinks mass attracts mass in the sense that the Earth's a ball. Ha 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 ha. It's like you think that everyone else doesn't notice that you are avoiding the point. I don't know. I'll stop rambling.
They can't handle the truth.
It's what I call it's what I call the Glober grudge. They got a grudge against us, not because of any real reason, any actual reason, but because we know that the Earth isn't a globe, and they're mad about that.
It's like whenever I was talking to that PhD Tony dude, and he said seismology proves the Earth's a sphere, and it works every time. And then I'm like, whoa. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. It works every time. It works every time. I have my PhD in this. I'm like, okay, well, here's all kinds of sources from your own paradigm saying it doesn't work every time. We have tons of anomalies with distribution and with arrival times and all this stuff. Which is such an idiot. His own citations always debunk him. This says the Earth's a ball. Dude, it was invoked to correct the misrepresented point that it works all the time. It doesn't. And they won't respond to the actual point about that. They'll just say, Flurf law number one. Flurf law number one, the citation has to debunk them. They think the Earth's a ball in this paper.
Well, they just go from one fallacy to another, because the moment you give an example, they just switch. Like, okay, because this guy's associated with a position you don't hold. It's just a hostile witness, which goes even further to prove that their position is wrong, or to demonstrate their position is wrong. But fundamentally, when it comes when someone makes a statement like, was it seismology proves the Earth's a globe, or however they said it. All you have to do is ask them how, and then if they're honest, assuming they know how to be, they're gonna get back to a position that fundamentally is just an assumption, and then you go, okay, so you don't actually know, you're just assuming. It's the same every time when they say they know something because of something else, or they prove something because of this. When you know that what they've proven is obviously false, especially like the globe, you ask how, you go down the line, and at the root of it, it's a house built on sand.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to, like, okay, if we're trying to debate about the model of the Earth, well, we have to debate the actual model, not the misrepresented version of it that anti-flat earthers make up to win a debate. So then we have to correct them on their own position before we can even debate it. And they are like, oh, see this, they won't acknowledge the citation directly refutes their claims about it. They'll say, this person thinks the Earth's a ball, you're an idiot. How do people still give like McToon money? That's what he does. For like laws of Flirt, number one, their own citations always debunk them. No, if you said seismology, the Rayleigh waves always work. They work every time. And then I show, no, here we have arrival times where this was received 5 minutes earlier than the place that's way closer to the epicenter, which doesn't work on the globe at all. No, it doesn't work every time. In fact, it doesn't work. And then you read it, and instead of saying, oh, I was wrong when I claimed that, you say it debunks my point. It literally
Yeah,
specifically
that's very
supports
often is the case. Yes.
No, only if you're dishonest.
No,
Yeah, so
that has nothing to
here's
do with
the
dishonesty. People are not automatically dishonest because they debunk you. That's not how it works.
here comes somebody to add so much value to the conversation. So, anyways, isn't it? When was the field of seismology even established? When did they start doing seismology?
Oh, I don't know. Like not much more than 100 years at the most, I think.
Right.
Well, it depends what
here's
you mean by that, because weren't the Chinese having systems for that back in the ancient times?
To an extent, but the point I'm trying to make is the ideas or the understandings of this field of seismology came well after the alleged establishment of the knowledge that the Earth was a globe. So is it possible that the whole entire field of seismology was based off of this base assumption of the sphericity of the Earth? Therefore, any type of building of their model had to conform to what they thought was established fact regarding the shape of the Earth?
I suppose you could make that argument, but I think it's better to point out the nuance of the conflation that they do. Because one thing is just measuring waves and getting data response from that and using it to understand what's going on with these earthquakes. And another thing is then going, oh, because of this and what we already assumed that we know, we put the two together in a model, and ipso facto they both agree with each other. No, because that's what they've done. But
yeah, that's kind of what I'm
fundamentally,
saying is like they built their models based off of the globe Earth assumption. So their models of P and S waves fit their globe Earth assumptions because they constructed the models based off their alleged understanding of the sphericity of the Earth,
yeah, after the fact,
the core. Yeah, exactly. So it's like affirms the consequent when they say, here's our seismology models, they perfectly fit with the globe. And it's like, well, yeah, because you make the P and the S waves traverse through specific materials underneath the Earth that we haven't even established are there, right? The only reason we think that it's there is because of the way that the waves travel through them based on some sort of understanding, allegedly, that we live on this ball. So it's like, okay, if it's not a ball, then what are the waves doing? What are they going through?
Yeah, it's all that's why. I mean, I understand why. I think if Witz is still here, why you go down that route of bringing up the citations. But like you say, they act like absolute clowns when you bring up a citation to refute their sweeping assertion, right? So to me, I think it's easier to forget the citation unless you're having a discussion with someone who's a bit more reasonable, and just get them to address the question. So if you're going to make a statement like this, how did you determine this? And oftentimes, first of all, they can't even answer the question probably. They don't, when you ask a how question, they say because. They do that a lot. And then when you actually get down to the root of it, it's like, oh, so this whole thing that you knew.
Best way really is charge your headset and use the Bluetooth on that.
Shush.
You're hot micing.
So when you get them to get down to the root of what that question is always an assumption.
Yeah, I get
And
this,
and
right? It's pointless to give
Go ahead.
the citation. It's pointless to give the citation to somebody who's not going to actually try to comprehend what the citation is saying. They're just going to use it to pull something else out of the citation to say that it doesn't work for what you're trying to talk about. So there's no point.
It requires wisdom for someone to even engage in something like that and not to be led astray by the other associated conclusions with one or two citations. So to me, generally speaking, especially if you're dealing with an antagonist, just get them to bury themselves with their own words. You don't need another citation.
Well, it's just for the
It's
audience,
like,
right? So it's like
I get for the audience, yeah, but for everyone else, it's like pearls before swine. They literally react like clowns.
it's literally just for the
Rab-
audience. Like
rabbit
whenever that
clowns.
when a normal person listens to a PhD in seismology say that earthquake waves via seismology proves the Earth's a sphere, they're like, oh, this guy studies this. He must know what he's talking about. So then you show, no, here's all the different seismological data specifically showing that it doesn't work the way the globe Earth predicts. Right? It's just to shatter that little like illusion that this dude's piece of paper somehow makes the Earth defy physics or something. So right, like that's the point. It's like, dude, did you not? I don't know if you saw, but the PhD Tony dude, like if Yeshua himself floated down and told him the Earth wasn't a ball, he would fight with him and scream at him and call him deluded.
Well, I mean, that's what condemns them. I mean, if you're gonna bring up the Messiah like that, like, if I didn't tell them, they wouldn't have sin. But now I've told them, they're guilty. And he brings up, and it's interesting what you were talking about earlier made me think of what he speaks about with the signs that he did, and that if Sodom and Gomorrah had seen that, they would have repented. But for some reason, these kind of people that we interact with, they're similar to the Pharisaical spirit. That I don't know what it is, but that hatred for truth, because of whatever they're envious of or guilty of.
Hang on, I got it right here.
They just react.
It's a fear of the truth. Hang on, I'll post it.
Because they love evil. I mean, like you said, they have their father, the devil. And he was a liar from the beginning. The only sad thing is people don't seem to realize that just because you've adopted yourself into a family of lies doesn't mean you can't extricate yourself from that.
This is what I want to.
You are free to choose and repent from your past deeds.
All right, check it out. So, real quick, the fear of truth is alethophobia, and it's a symptom of anti-flat earthism. It's the fear of truth. It can fall into several categories. As a condition, it is treated as irrational fear, putting the person in an incapacitated state of mobility to a racing anticipation at the mildest. It can be fear of discovery, fear of hearing anticipated bad news. It is knowledge of the truth being potentially disclosed and disseminated. And yes, it's a real phobia displayed by anti-flat earthers.
Or just people that get nervous about certain conspiracies in general. As you said, it's allophobia.
Alethophobia.
Alethophobia.
Alethophobia. Yeah.
Alethophobia. Whatever. Yeah, like this is what I want to understand from the anti-flat earther. So when your daddy,
them?
well, I just want to understand this, right? Like when your daddy MC Toon gets on the internet and he says, "Look, what's it? So citation debunks him." And then when you actually know that the context of it was that someone made a claim about seismology, they misrepresented it. I then use a hostile witness to correct him and show that what he's saying about global, like spherical seismology is wrong. And then the citation specifically supports me and what I said and specifically refutes him. And then he says, haha, he's such an idiot. None of these citations support him. They all say the Earth's a globe. How do you guys watch that and cheer it on? And then just keep going like it never happened? Like that's what I don't get.
They don't understand. Or, better said, for the majority of them, they want to remain ignorant. And so they do.
So basically, MC Toon thinks that you're an idiot. You guys just going to let MC Toon hoe you like that? He thinks you're so dumb that you're just going to believe that. That's literally what he thinks. He intentionally thinks, oh, well, the audience will just believe it if I say it in a convincing enough way. They're not smart enough to really use logic and figure out that I'm being dishonest. You don't feel
You're
disrespected by
projecting.
that? So
Can you
can you
stop
respond?
projecting, please?
Hey,
There's
look,
no
see if you can
projection,
respond, right?
It's
So
a fair analysis. Because there's
right, like
nothing
if you
in
just
what
think,
we've described, especially with those citations that give clear contradictions in a previous statement. There's nothing unless you have like your brain smashed to pieces because something went wrong in a car accident that stops you or I or anyone else from being able to comprehend the contradiction there. But yet these people do because some other geezer told them. That's a choice. That's a free decision they've made to allow themselves to be lied to. They're
let's
not
just see, like,
incapable. They have the mental faculties, but they choose not to use them.
let's use him as an example, right? And watch, he'll prove my point 100%, guaranteed. Okay, so when the guy said that the spherical seismology model works every time, I said, no, it doesn't. There are all kinds of discrepancies and anomalies and things that don't match the prediction that are still not even agreed upon. It doesn't work every time. That's incorrect. And he said that I'm deluded and I'm an idiot and I'm making stuff up and I'm just lying. So then I go get the top level sources for seismology and show exactly what I said to be true and that he was wrong. How is it then a sufficient rebuttal to say Witzett's citations debunk him because they think the Earth's a sphere? Now, if we just don't respond and we pretend we didn't hear it, we can wait a couple minutes and then we can jump in on another subject and no one will notice.
Well, I can answer that one. It's not a sufficient rebuttal. There we are.
Ding, ding, ding. Your faculties are in order.
I know, amazing.
Do
It took
you
so
think that
long.
some of the... Go ahead, Crypto, sorry.
Am I delayed? Sorry if I am. I don't mean to be. Yeah, no, I mean, I was just saying it took me ages to come to that extremely complicated conclusion.
Careful now. Such subtlety is lost on certain people.
Do you notice that, like, in that moment, he just decided not to respond?
Yep.
Like that's their move. Is just don't respond. Very fascinating.
They can't admit anything to you. They're just not. They can't do it.
Dude, they can't even admit when they made a mistake. Like
There's nothing to
I'm in
admit.
the chat here trying to get Doofus to find where I said something. He can't find the quote, but he keeps insisting I said something, but he won't find the quote. Like, you guys, come on! It's okay to be wrong about like. Can you? So like, if a Glober comes to me and says peanut butter is jelly, and I say no, peanut butter is peanut butter, and here's why, and I show him, and I'll be like, okay, cool. So you were wrong, and that's okay, right? No, peanut butter has to be jelly. Like, okay, man. Well, there's not much else we can do here if you're going to be like that.
Yeah. Then they stop responding. And then it's been a few minutes now, so that's why he just started to jump back in. Because what he's going to do is just recycle the convo. So what he'll do is say the same thing he said that started my initial response. And then he'll want me to have to go through it all and repeat it again, typically interrupt. And then once I get back down to the point, he'll just stop responding again or avoid it. And they'll just make you keep doing it over and over and over and over.
That's exactly what you do.
No. Stunning. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Never address the point. Just make personal attacks and no you.
I addressed the point that he was projecting.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
So you're not addressing the point. Yeah, cool.
You can't
Where's the
address
evidence, Ed?
He can't address the point. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so funny because I know that they're aware of it. Like, it's a conscious thing, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just ironic because you're addressing their dishonest tactics, and then he responds with a dishonest tactic. It's just like, well, okay, if you want to prove exactly what he's been saying, cool.
No, I responded by calling out the dishonest tactic.
No, it was the dishonest tactic that you used because you didn't address what the topic of conversation actually was.
Literally, objectively, that's what you did. Literally.
Factually.
Also, what they fail to realize, or maybe they do, who knows? But an answer in dishonor is an acceptance of the offer that's been given. So they're accepting what you're saying about them by dishonorably answering you. So they know it's true. Like at the core, maybe at the fundamental core of them being a being that's alive. But I don't think they actually realize the implication half the time. Because if you make me an offer, right? Like if you say, this car's $2,000, I start going mathing off and blah blah blah. So well, you're accepting the price. But if you didn't accept the price, you just go, no, actually it's $150.
Yeah, you would have addressed the price specifically. You would have said,
yeah, you would have had a rebuttal with a counter offer. That's how things actually work. So if there is an argument or a debate that's going on, and you offer a counter offer, and then he goes, and if he accepts that, then you have a resolution, or maybe it keeps going until a resolution is reached. But if all you do is which is the summary of their response half the time, then they're accepting it because they're just being dishonorable. So your first statement was right. I know that was long-winded, but it's important to add.
No, that's correct. Yeah. But it's actually a profound point. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ed Freeze is obviously the guy responding in here. I don't know if you know, but he actually was responding to a bot I programmed once. Every single time he wrote a response, this is on an old banned account now, so I can admit this. But every time he wrote a response, I just had a piece of script that would just respond to what he'd said with Ed Freesium logical fallacy. And he did that for probably 3 hours until I turned my computer off. He responded every single time to
That's cute. That's an absolute lie, but it's fine. You can have your mental victory. You can have your mental victory. Go ahead.
I told you at the time, dude.
It's fine. You can have it. And enjoy your mental victory.
Fucking hell. It was brilliant. Anyway.
Yeah,
I
anyway.
I'll do it again if you want. I don't mind. I got burner accounts for days.
Well, this is the other fascinating part of it. So, like, whenever they see this happening, they don't say anything. So, like, why would you not be like, wow, you're making our side look bad, right? Like, why would you not correct them and be like, dude, what you're doing is fallacious. MC Tune, what you just did is dishonest and fallacious. Ed, what you're doing is disingenuous and fallacious. Like, why do the Globers not do that? Because I do that to flat earthers constantly.
Because that's not what's happening. You're the dishonest and fallacious one.
No,
you're projecting again.
Dude, you have larger projections than a movie theater, bro. Like, you literally, it's like a drive-in.
Yeah, exactly, Witsit. You need to do something about it.
Respond in honor. Give me a counter offer.
Well,
By the
if
way,
it's going to project, then there's not
silence
much
is
to point out. Just
silence
point out
and
the
argument
projection
is a
and you're
dishonor.
done.
You're being dishonorable. So you're accepting what we're saying every time. Why can't you realize that?
But this is what's funny. It's like, just don't even let him. What he wants to do is keep it in the personal realm, right? Like just respond to it. I'll repeat it just to expose you again. Okay.
You're projecting again, Witsit. You are constantly talking about other people. So who wants to keep it personal? You, because you're whining about everyone.
Such a lie.
Enjoy the show.
So,
Theater B.
So whenever the seismologist said that the spherical seismology model works every time. And I corrected him and said, no, it doesn't. There are major anomalies and discrepancies all throughout it, and the predictions do not match what the data actually shows. He said that I was deluded and that I was lying. I then went inside. He then said, okay, then provide a citation that supports what you're saying. I said, okay. And then I gave him 10 citations that supported exactly what I said about discrepancies in arrival times and velocity discrepancies and etc. And then you, and MC Tune, and every other anti-fighter took that citation that specifically refuted him and supported exactly what I said, and then tried to turn it around and claim, haha, Wittet's source debunks him. It says the Ursa globe.
Yeah,
Can you
that's
admit?
always what happens. Your own source debunks you, usually in the first paragraph. Like when you spammed those 15 links at me about water being electromagnetic, which it turns out not to be, and all those articles debunked you.
Yeah, so as usually, he hasn't addressed the point at all. The point being that the Glober went personal first, which was the accusation of Ed, which then turned out to be the opposite of true, as usual. And then when he gets called out, he just changes the topic and he'll do it again.
I'll take things that never happened for $500, please.
Yeah, so again, he changes the topic. So, see, this is the issue with these people, is that they actually can't admit when they're wrong. It's like, because we're dumb flat earthers, we can't be right. That is the basis of their thinking.
Yeah, they don't get paid as much if they admit fault. So, it's got to be that way.
How much dishonor before you ban someone for the day or mute them or whatever?
It's not really my decision. It's down to Gio and Jeremy.
I just think it's funny, right? Like it does kind of expose the whole thing.
If that's how you want to get rid of me instead of actually providing anything.
No, I personally think you're one of the best flat Earth recruitment tools that exist. That's the point I'm trying to make, actually. I'm in the process of making that point. That, honestly, I tell them all the time that if you guys truly believe the Earth's a globe and flat Earth is stupid, the way that you behave is actually hurting your cause. And I have literally hundreds of first-hand testimonies that supports that, right? Literally hundreds of people reach out to me and say that when I watch your debates, and every single Glober has to lie and twist and interrupt and misrepresent and be super fallacious and avoid the point, like, it made me want to look into flat Earth.
Well, that was it for me, Winston. When I first started getting into it, when I heard the first kind of flat Earth arguments, I was like, it's interesting, I'm not convinced. It was when I started listening to the debates, I was just like, oh, wow. So one side is like trying to put their points together logically, and this other side is just lying and interrupting and calling people names and stuff. And it made me way more interested in the subject than I had been when I first heard of it.
Exactly, yeah.
It's literally set me on the path. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying, like, my debates, I don't think that anyone should watch a debate and be like, oh, Earth is flat. But the debates, the reason I do them is strictly for that reason. It's that someone can watch it, see how dishonest one side has to be, specifically the globe side, and then that will, like, pique their curiosity, basically, right? Like, they'll be like, okay, well, maybe I should look into this, because if the best that the globe has in dozens of debates with this guy is to do this every time, maybe there's something here.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why channels like Mindshock are really interesting to watch as well. So you like watch the Dave versus Dave debate from a few months back, Dave Weiss versus Dave Farina, stuff like that. And it's like, once you get to the end of the debate, he's counted up all the fallacies on each side, and Dave Weiss has got like 5, and Dave Farina's got like 270 or something, and you're just like, right, cool. At least one was trying to stay logical.
It's like the most impartial way to have quantitative analysis of who actually delivered something of value.
Right.
Yeah. Did you guys see the Brian?
Whereas otherwise you might be led by feelings or what was convincing and such.
Did you see him do the Brian Myers debate?
No, I haven't seen that yet. If you can link me, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, dude, he hit 4 digits.
Really? Fucking hell. That's impressive.
Wait, what? How long was the debate?
It was like a 3-hour combo. He went over 1,000.
Goodness.
Jesus. I know that when he was doing the two Daves, there was one sentence or maybe a couple of sentences that Dave used that had like 5 fallacies in the one statement, and it was just like, and he was like going through all of them. He was saying, well, this is actually an add-on, but it's also this, and it's also this, and here's why. So I don't know if he was like doing that because in the Dave versus Dave debate he would only count that as one. He might have, with the Bryant one, said, well, if I can identify 4, then I'm going to say 4. You know?
Yeah, he counted all of them, and he hit over 1,000. And of course, that debate, quote unquote, was really just a conversation. And we were letting him talk more, right? Because there was more of us. So it was all just like, let him bring up a point, let him present his argument, and then respond in kind. So he had more of the airtime. So he was just burying himself in fallacies. He said he's also going to cover the PhD Tony one, I think, which will be pretty funny.
Cool. Do you actually have personal contact with this guy? Because, I mean, I've seen some of his videos, but I haven't obviously spoken to him on Discord or whatever. I don't know if he's like around.
Well, so I supported him on Patreon. So like I'm Patreon. I became one of his patrons, and then he messaged me, and so yeah, I talked to him on there some.
Okay, I'll do that as well actually because I love his content. I think I'm gonna pick like maybe half a dozen creators that I really like, and I'm gonna like support them for like a reasonable amount of money. But anyway, that'll happen in the next few months.
Yeah,
Inside,
I
outside
just
Earth.
like what he does. I think that the fact that he doesn't publicly say that the Earth is flat or a globe, he doesn't take a side, and he just presents like a non-biased analysis of the debates is like incredible, and it's very needed. So I'm like yeah, I like to support. I just support what I like where it could go at. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
Can I speak on the topic of fallacies, logical fallacies? Somebody pointing out, somebody like Dave Farina using 5 fallacies in just one sentence, right? And
yeah.
So I find it interesting that education, especially in the United States, specifically like a public education and even most private Christian schools, don't seem to have any type of curriculum that involves teaching logic, whether that be like the trivium, quadrivium, logic, rhetoric, anything like that. That's not taught at all within like mandatory schooling within the United States. But then we do have the more elite or wealthy families that tend to send their children to institutions like maybe a Waldorf school or something like that, where these kinds of concepts are somewhat incorporated into the curriculum. Do you think that's by intent, meaning that
sure.
the
100%.
masses aren't educated on these fallacies so that the rhetoric can be used against the masses by those who are privy to the information?
It's fundamental because I realized this when I was younger in school. They decided to give critical thinking as a voluntary option after you finish GCSEs, which is like the minimum that you had to do back at the time, right? Like age 16. So after age 16, then you can choose to do critical thinking. But when you think about what critical thinking means, that should be the thing you do at the beginning so that the rest of the schooling has actually better effect, so that you actually learn to learn. So,
yeah, well, actually, I would. Sorry,
go ahead.
carry on.
No, that's it. That's an example of the fact that that's a vocational, a voluntary option after you're supposed to basically leave school means that they've got it backwards on purpose. Go ahead.
Well, I would argue that critical thinking is actually the only thing you need to actually be taught, because after that, all facts should flow naturally from good logical thought
I agree.
process.
Because if you taught that once they'd mastered reading and writing and arithmetics, then that's it. That you just leave them in the library and they can, or in the world, and they can work it out themselves.
Sure. And that's not to say they shouldn't be schooled in other things, but yeah.
But the rest is the rest is skill set. So the rest is you stand under a master who's already mastered the skill set, and you just learn the process. But in terms of thinking, critical thinking is all you need. But why the fact that they're leaving it until you're already near an adult or like the latest stages of adolescence means that it's intentional.
Oh, but the
because
vast
they
majority
because
don't get it at all, do they? Which is
yeah,
even worse.
right, because we had to choose to do it. So that means that means it's just so that we can get away with. I think it's like the same thing they do with everything else, right? They lie, but they leave the truth out there so that you don't have an excuse. It's like, well, the only reason you're lied to is because you chose to be lied to. Because they do something like that. I'm not sure if it's still the case in the States, but for a long time, one of the required reading material for the children was something in the book. One of the things that it says is that only a fool would send their children to school. So they're telling you, like, in the reading material, in the required reading, that you shouldn't be here, but then they continue to keep you there.
Right.
Yeah, they want to give you what to think, not how to think, and they give you the what to think first, and then you can't even go backwards on that.
Yeah.
I did if we're done with this little rabbit trail, if you want to continue, please. But we'll talk about debate earlier, and I wanted to get the old dictionary definition because what's interesting. This is the 1828 Webster's. It goes contention in words or argument, discussion for elucidating truth, strife in argument or reasoning between persons of different opinions, each endeavoring to prove his own opinion right and that of his opposer wrong. So in that, like, people will obviously take that one and they act on it erroneously. But when you're endeavoring to prove your opinion right, you're not just stating that it's right. You're not asserting it. You're proving it. Proof has validity to it. So if everything you're doing is erroneous and fallacious, if everything is fallacious, then you're not even debating. You're just being a clown. Because the idea is like discussion for elucidating truth. Because if you're convinced, then you should be able to prove your thing right. And the end of this is if you're going with that, the first part of the definition, then if you're wrong, then you would just walk away accepting that. Or maybe one of the other outcomes is you're both wrong and there's still some truth to be found. But I just thought that was interesting given what we were talking about earlier, that they don't engage in that at all. Because they're not trying to disprove your point. They're just trying to oppose your point.
Right,
Maybe oppose isn't even the right word, but it's easier to talk in common parlance. They're just being idiots. They're just nya.
Yeah, it's like they see you as a steam train and they just want to be a brick wall across the tracks. There's no kind of guidance in the right direction or anything even attempted, you know. Because undoubtedly some of these Globers do know things. Like I wouldn't make the same assertion they make of us that they're like idiots or stupid or whatever. Like a lot of them are very clever and they know whatever field they're in very well, and they're able to, discourse at a high level, all the rest. Which is what makes it so much more frustrating, to engage with, especially when you know that someone's deliberately missing your point, because you know they're intelligent enough to have understood it.
Yeah, that's why I made that statement earlier. I'm not sure if you were there. That these people are intentionally, whether they realize it or not, they're choosing to be lied to because they have the faculties to understand that a simple statement like "this is always the case" and then presented with one case that proves that this isn't the case should be enough for them to go, well, that previous statement is wrong. Right? I'm using it generically because we know what was brought up earlier. But this can be applied anywhere. Everyone, unless they have a broken brain physically or something, has the faculty to acknowledge that. The fact that they're not, and they're letting somebody else tell them that this isn't the case because of a fallacious red herring that isn't even to do with what was raised, means that they want to be lied to. They want to misunderstand the situation. And then what's also correct is what Witzer said in response to that, is that people like Toon or whoever these clowns are, they don't respect their audience because they don't think that they can think. They're just telling them what they want them to do, like the Pied Piper.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, Witzer, I mean, I don't know if Witzer's still here, but we had that discussion about bumblebees, didn't we, the other day? And that fits exactly what Elisha was just saying. I don't know if you remember the discussion with it.
I think you might
Hey,
be.
sorry. What's up? I was on the phone.
Oh,
What's
there you
what's going on?
Oh no, if you're on the phone, don't worry, it's fine.
Well, I
but
just got off. What's up?
oh yeah, no worries. So Elisha was just saying about he was talking specifically about how people kind of mislead themselves and they'll deliberately address like erroneous points, whatever, or they'll use slightly invalid logic knowingly because they want to be lied to, right? But that kind of reminds me of your discussion and my discussion with Zanuck the other day about bumblebees and how you were saying how they can navigate through 60-mile-an-hour winds, and he then took that to mean that therefore they can fly sideways at 60 miles an hour. And it's like, yeah, I mean, how do you take that point to mean that and then just run with it and then just keep talking about that, which wasn't the point, you know?
Intentional stupidity, it sounds like.
Like, dude, any time that they smell a conclusion that they're not gonna like, they just, frantically do anything along the way to avoid getting to that conclusion. So that's it, right? I mean, and then they'll work together to try to do. And once they get knocked down step by step, they'll keep doing it. I don't know. I think it's like that simple. They know where I was going with that. They don't like where I'm going with it, so they have to avoid it getting there. Are you asking why I continue the conversation or why they would just keep doing it?
I guess what I was doing is I was introducing the subject to Elisha because he was talking about that. But then I was just giving an example of it, and I just wanted your comment on it.
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. Just a point. Do you remember when I was like
the conversation people?
Do you remember when I was like, I asked them the questions one by one? I'm like, okay, so so what do positive charges do with other positive charges? And then I'm like, okay, so they repel. They go the opposites attract and alike repel. Like, okay. So like, is the bumblebee accumulating positive charge in the air? They're like, yes. I'm like, is there a downward electric current on the earth? They're like, yes. I'm like, so if there's a downward electric current in the air and the bumblebee is positive and the charge of the air is positive, then what is the opposite of down? And they just like wouldn't say up.
Yeah.
Super funny.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are.
And that also explains.
Crazy.
It also explains how the bee is able to collect the pollen without contacting the pollen, right?
Wait, someone said left and right. Someone said left and right as the answer, didn't they? The opposite down is left and right.
Oh dear.
No,
Yeah,
it's interesting. Sorry.
Electrostatics just messed up my my weed pile because I dropped a piece of plastic that was like charged with full static and it just attracted all my little bits to it. And... Curses, electrostatics.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I wouldn't consider myself to be like extremely well read on electricity. Obviously, I know the basics. But like the objections they come up with are just not addressing the point at all, ever. And I just find it bizarre.
They're usually
I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. They are like actually kind of a good thing. They're an employee. Like they help accelerate research for people that are unfamiliar with subjects because they're going to defend against it the best they can come up with. And so if the best they can come up with is garbage, then it kind of helps give you an advantage. You're like, oh, there might be something here.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. So it's like you make an attack and you think, oh, that's a strong defense. I won't bother with that. Then you make another attack and they just crumble, and you're like, oh, okay. They have nothing more into this.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They help
fair
you
enough.
find the chinks in the armor. Like, that's why they're not just like completely useless or anything. Like my wife often asks, like, why do I talk to these people? She's like, they've proven that they have like kind of a weird obsession with you and flat Earth in general, and they're intentionally going to twist what you say and blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just because they help accelerate conclusions. Like whenever I'm looking into something, I can run it by the anti-flat earthers in here. They're going to get together. They're going to work together for like hours trying to come up with a refutation of it. So now they've done a lot of the work for me. I've heard the best they've been able to come up with in hours of looking it up and talking to each other. Where now, when I'm in another conversation, I already know the best they can come up with, like to such an extent that I just give it to them. I'm like, well, here's the best I've found from your side. You know what I mean? So like, it's kind of like an employee. Yeah.
I do think it's
Yeah,
an
it's like a free
effective way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, go on.
That's right. Oh, I was just gonna say, I do think it's an effective way to school people by demonstrating let's just simplify it, the stupidity of the opposition. Because let's say you have like a new school of geezers who are trying to learn from you, and you're demonstrating it, and if you demonstrate its authority or whatever strength of your position or your technique or whatever, right, against the opposition, then the people who are under you who are learning it will better appreciate and better be able to understand why what they're learning is good and true and useful. So I do think it's effective with that in mind. If that's not the intention, then it's somewhat frivolous.
I do think there's something of a hierarchy going on here as well, because I think that as flat earthers we don't really respect authority. Not that we overly disrespect it, but I think that authority isn't something that's that important in our decision making process, right? But for them, authority is really important in the decision making process. So what they have to do is they have to assign an authority to flat Earth, right? So, and it doesn't have to be one person; it could be a collection of people. But I've heard a few of them say Whitsitt is the leader of flat Earth, and I just think that's weird. And I've heard a couple of them say quantum eraser or whatever. Basically, whoever they have been, bitch slapped by the hardest is probably who they consider to be the leader of flat Earth or whatever. And then they go about trying to remove that authority because they think that authority is important in decision-making processes, but they don't understand that we don't care about that. So it's like, obviously, if Whitsitt stopped coming on here tomorrow, it would be a shame because I like his input, but it wouldn't really do anything for the movement in the sense that the movement would still exist.
Right. I think that's a good point that you brought up, because I'm assuming you said that because I brought up the word authority, right?
Right.
So when I use it, I'm using authority in its correct sense. So when the Grandmaster Black Belt goes and schools the opposition, who has a lot of mouth to say about how good he is at whatever, right? That's a demonstration of the authority of that technique, executed by that person, being the Grandmaster in that situation, right? And then his acolytes are gonna appreciate, that what I'm learning and how it's been demonstrated against an opposition shows the true power and authority of that. Whereas what they do with authority, that's a false kind of authority. Because when Whitsitt talks about these different things that he's studied, he's not talking of himself. He's just being like an ambassador, right? An ambassador isn't the king, but when he opens his mouth, he's speaking for the king. That's what authority means. Because that guy knows that when he's speaking with the whole army, the whole nation, all the gold of his king, but he's just there on his own with his staff in his hand. And that's an equivalent to when someone speaks truth. That's the real authority. But what you're talking about is authority that has no power, because they don't have anything to back up what they're claiming.
It's a chest puff. It's not authority. It's a chest puff.
Yeah. So I know that was kind of a bit longer than I intended it, but that's it's a good point though, to the distinction between what is actually meant by authority and how they apply it, because they just worship titles. Man-made titles is what they worship.
I agree with all of that. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explain the obsession with a few of these people, right? And I think that's where because Whitson talked about an obsession. That's where that obsession comes from. Those people that you've bitch slapped in debates have decided that you're the leader of the flat Earth and that you're effectively the head of the snake, right? It needs to be cut off. That's where the obsession comes from. But they don't understand us, because if they think that that's an effective tactic, they're never going to defeat anything.
Well, they can't. It's like the darkness thinking it can win by making a little shadow. It's like you only exist because of the light, kind of thing. Maybe that's a crude analogy, but
actually, that was really good, really well played. You only exist because we do.
Yeah, that is actually a very fascinating point. I've never understood that well, I do understand it, and you nailed it, which is that they're projecting the way that they come to what they consider to be true, which is solely dependent upon taking some other person as the authority. So that's why they say that about like me or QE or whoever, because that's what they do. Like, for example, they all go to MC Toon and like worship at the altar of MC Toonism. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh my gosh, Whitson made a good point. I can't wait till MC Toon does a video and tries to explain it. So like they're projecting that onto us.
Yeah, they elevate things that don't deserve to a position of worship in their mind. Because, like we were talking about earlier with the critical thinking, you don't need it. Like, it doesn't matter if I told you it or some nutcase rambling guy on the street told you it. If what they're saying is true, it speaks for itself. Whereas what they want to do is they just like in all the debates, right? They end up doing the fallacious. They attack the person because they're scared of what that person is delivering to them. But because they can't do anything with what you've delivered, they can't actually take down the truth, because the truth is its own thing. The best they can come up with is attack the vessel by which the truth came to them.
Yep, it's fucking pathetic.
And that's why they will always lose, because it doesn't matter. Like, okay, they killed Jesus, for example, but the truth is still there. They can kill whatever, they can destroy whatever, but the idea itself can't die. And that's why they get triggered. Because the idea exposes their position, but they can't do anything to the idea itself. So they just attack the people who purport and propagate the idea, be it truth or be it anything for that matter. But usually we're dealing with truth. But even like an opinionated idea, if it's powerful or if it's something that people get behind, they can't do anything to it itself. So they just attack people. I think that's the obsession, because it exposes them and they just want to destroy it quick. And the best way to destroy something is to kill people or to put them in prison or to overload. Let's say someone's telling the truth. If we just overload everyone else's ears with lie, then the truth can get buried. But the truth still stands. You can't destroy it, but you can obfuscate other people from hearing it. That's for sure.
An interesting thing comes to mind. I don't know if most people here probably don't give a shit about like football or whatever, but in the most recent World Cup, Cristiano Ronaldo had a couple of bottles of Coke put in front of him during a press conference, and he moved the two. He kind of like looked at the bottles of Coke like, what are they doing there? He moved them to the side and he said, drink water, and this went viral. And then the shares in Coke plummeted, and I was thinking, did people not know before Ronaldo said it that Coke was bad for you? Like, did they not know this? Like, why have the shares been affected at all?
But people don't operate by truth; they operate by propaganda.
Yeah, right. But it's because Ronaldo, who surely they all know Ronaldo doesn't drink Coke. Surely they know that, right? And I don't know what exactly changed. Like, because I just remember watching that as a news article, thinking, why does that matter? But it affected Coke's share price. I was just like, yeah, it matters because people listen to Ronaldo because he's an authority. Like, everyone already knew all of that stuff was true, but they reacted because he chose to say that thing at that point.
I think that might be a twofold thing, right? There's one thing that comes to mind is, for evil, you know that old saying, for evil to triumph, the good men have to do nothing, or however it's phrased. But then it's also, I think it's also because well, actually, yeah, that's it really. So because I would say that like fundamentally something like Coke is it's just not good for you, right? Like you said, drink water. So the reason it got to that stage in the first place is because nobody has opened their mouth. Nobody stood up and done something. So that's how something can propagate. So when somebody decides to stand up and do something about it, then change is effect. And that can be that's on the worldwide scale, but also on the personal individual scale. If you don't do anything, then of course nothing's going to change. So you're a fat bastard. Well, stop eating. Otherwise, you're going to keep being a fat bastard. That's the way I'd phrase it, because I'm being crude.
That's true. It's true. As a former fatty myself, I know that, you control your diet, you look different. It really is that simple. But that's very much off topic from what we were talking about before.
Yeah, a little bit.
But I just found the statement by an authority, because obviously Ronaldo's an authority in sport. It was interesting how much of an effect it had. Because I think now this I am starting to go out late, but I'm pretty sure the Coke were either the main sponsor or one of the main sponsors for the tournament as well. So it wasn't just like he said it randomly, like it was. Yeah, it's a big statement.
Yeah, I think that goes down to, I suppose, influence, right? If you garner that level of influence, you can do stuff. I think that's just human nature, right? We're designed to have, maybe authority isn't necessarily the right word specifically here, but the hierarchy, because they might not, like somebody who is in a position, a higher position in a hierarchy, they're gonna have influence. Whether they're sitting there correctly or not, that's a different discussion, perhaps.
Well, that's a big thing with regards to what we were just talking about. Like, I don't know if, again, I'm going into football, which is something I know a lot about, but Cristiano Ronaldo is like one of the best footballers ever. So he's earned his authority.
Yeah,
whereas
he's proven it.
He's proven how good he is for years, right? For nearly 2 decades. But that's not necessarily true of other self-imposed authorities. So this is where the thing happens.
Yeah, can I speak on that for just?
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, regarding the authority, I think, we do have a natural tendency to kind of follow a little bit of authority, right? Like somebody who seems to be an authoritative figure on a specific subject. And I don't think it's necessarily inherently a bad thing. We should do that to an extent. Because if I look back, like society back in the day, right? Like the elders would teach the youngers, how to, let's say, tan hides, right? So, but you should also possibly question it and not just hold that the process that has been done is the most effective or the best proper way to do the process. It still should be able to be questioned.
Agreed.
But yes,
here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Listen, I have a quick thing on it. Yeah, I agree. Because listen, I'm a drummer and I'm proficient at drums. Part of that is because I had great teachers, right? Phenomenal teachers. And I was able to question my teachers, like, what if I play this paradiddle like this? What if I just play the 2 rights and a left instead of the 2 lefts and a right? He said, well, that's just a reverse thing. Oh, well, questioning things helps you understand things better. But at some point, the student should become the teacher if the teacher did their job.
Yeah, I think the best example is the family unit. So there is the natural design of an authority structure there, but there is something that people sometimes forget. Just because you sit in that position doesn't mean that you're operating in it correctly. Because if a man is the head of his household by definition, but he acts like an absolute clown, then there's no reason and there's no surprise when the people under his authority don't obey him and don't respect him, because he's not taking on the responsibility of that authority, because you have to wield an authority position, you have to be responsible. So with Ronaldo, for example, for him to be able to wield that much influence and tell people stop drinking this crap, drink water, he has been responsible to such a high degree that when he says that, they listen, because he's proven it with the responsibility he's taken, because he spends so much of his percentage of his wealth on his health. He demonstrates that he's in good health. He is aging out compared to most people, but he's still kicking their asses in his performance. So everything in his life demonstrates that he's being responsible, so that when he says drink this, people will listen. But if a fat flipping, I don't know, commentator comes and says don't drink Coke, drink water, nobody's gonna listen to him. That's not gonna move the needle. It's just gonna open them up for mockery, right? And I think that's the important part. Is authority is good when they've taken the responsibility for what that entails.
Well, this also becomes very interesting when you consider the curious case of Novak Djokovic. Without getting into the Fauci action too much.
Perfect. I forgot that's what his name was.
What's that?
Well, it rhymes with something. Novak. I'm just being loose with. Yeah, the Novak to take the no.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
That just kind of landed in my ear. Anyway, go ahead.
Novaks, yeah. Yeah, well, basically because he basically credited looking at his diet and training in immense detail with his rise to becoming the best player in the world. And he's a no-vaxxer, so he wasn't allowed into Australia to play on the Australian Open, which he was favoured to win. And one of the reasons he's favoured to win is because he's so careful about what he puts in his body. I mean, the irony is palpable, and again, it's an interesting thing, because when Ronaldo says don't drink Coke, it's bad, Coke's share price goes down. When Djokovic does the same, it's like they've got this weight of social scorn because he's doing this thing, but he's also doing the same things Ronaldo's doing. Is he's saying, well, I need to know exactly what goes in my body, and I need to know the exact effect it's going to have on me, because it's going to affect my performance.
Yeah, you have to. I think so much of the thing of responsibility, authority has been completely misunderstood. When you lead anybody, you're actually serving the people you're leading. A teacher serves his students. He doesn't just run them like a slave master. He serves them, and that's why he can wield the authority, because he's actually given to them. So same with a father or a husband. They're both the same, right? If they're doing their job properly, they're actually giving basically everything to the wife and the mother and the children, right? They're doing the whole thing. That's the weight of responsibility that they're holding up, so that when they then go, no, we're going this way, no, we're going that way, no, we're building the house this way, they're gonna listen, because he's doing everything for them. And a good example, I think, is like, there's some authorities that are just there, and people either choose to or don't choose to obey it. But in the army, let's ignore like the higher ranks of the army, but within like a military situation, the men who lead people into battle on the ground floor, all the people that run up behind them, if they're a good leader, they choose to go behind that, because he's demonstrated that he takes everything seriously, like Djokovic or like Ronaldo. They do all this stuff to take the whole situation into account. They're keeping everything on lock, so people will willingly go into the mouth of the lion or whatever with that man, because he's demonstrated that he takes. I mean, it's a repetition of the same thing, but I think it's important to give multiple examples of it, right?
Sure.
And and that's the fundamental difference, because when somebody goes and looks at like a claimed authority, like a PhD, you go, okay, well, show me something.
Yeah, demonstrate what you're saying to be true. I mean,
Because if we're gonna do academic understanding or just knowledge acquisitions, well, yeah, you might have a PhD, and I understand that there's work behind that, I'm sure. But if I'm gonna choose who to choose from, am I gonna do that dude, or am I gonna do the dude who didn't bother with university, but actually is giving me good knowledge, it challenges all this different stuff. So you weigh it up together, and you go, well, the title doesn't mean anything. This is the one with the real authority. He's the one who speaks and moves mountains, as it were, figuratively or literally. That's the one I'm gonna follow.
Well, this is why I find sports so interesting, because it's like you can have a theory and I can have a theory outside of, say, sport, but there's no way really to resolve it other than we agree or we disagree. But if I say, well, I've got a sports team and my tactics are this way, and you've got a sports team and your tactics are that way, well, I think my tactics are better than you. There's an easy way to resolve whether that's true or not, right? We have a match and we see who wins. That's the whole point. So,
Stand
but
up
that's
and be tested.
yeah, exactly. But that's true at the level of the tactics. That's true at the level of maybe the greater strategy, like who you sign and all the, the direction of the club. It's also true at the nutritional level. It's true at the group nutritional level. There's all these things that are being tested all the time. And if you're wrong, you're going to be outcompeted. There's like real world consequences to being wrong.
Yeah. So
And
just
it's
to kind of
harder
speak
to
on,
do. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to kind of speak on sport, right? So since I'm talking to two English guys, I'm an authority within a specific area of football. I train young lads in football to be goalkeepers, right? So I'm an authority within that specific niche. And even though I'm an authority, I do have a responsibility to the people I train, meaning I need to be able to assess how specific students of my training process are either understanding or able to develop their skill set based on how I'm providing the training to them. So I have an obligation to not just say, this is my training regimen, and if you don't pick up the skills needed based on my regiment, then it's your problem. I have the obligation to ensure that I am finding ways to ensure that the student is able to comprehend and apply not only the tactical things needed for that position, but also the physical things. And each individual student or kid that I'm training is going to the concepts and even the physical movements are going to click differently for each one of them. So even though I'm an authority, I have an obligation to the student as well. Kind of like what you were saying, Elisha.
Yeah, I think the Navy is a good example of this. It's like, okay, you're in a position of authority, but something goes wrong. You have a lot of people who aren't operating correctly. They're just gonna go blame. Oh well, these people are lazy. They don't turn up to work on time. Blah blah blah. It's like, well, no. It's actually it should be flipped. What have I done wrong? Why am I men cowering behind the tree? Or why are my men not charging into the unit properly? Why did the one guy die when he shouldn't have died? You turn it back on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I mentioned the Navy is that when all goes to shit, the captain takes that responsibility and he goes down with the ship. I don't know whether they still do that, but that tradition, I think it quite strongly articulates the point that we're getting to.
Yeah, but he also, because he has that authority, he has that responsibility as well. And so if someone says to him, "Oh, we're going to do it this way," and he's going to say, "Well, no, we're going to do it this way because if shit goes wrong, then my nuts are on the line."
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's what gives him that authority. The authority and the responsibility have to go hand in hand.
Yep. And all too often we get people who just wanna chat shit, basically.
They want to have the authority, but they don't want to have the responsibility of being wrong.
Yeah, they don't actually realize what they're doing. I mean,
it's
hard for me not. Go ahead.
Like when one of my one of the kids that I'm training makes mistakes, right? The onus is on me as the authority and in that position to be able to ensure that next time that student understands properly how to handle that situation, right?
That's a,
And it's not clearly written out exactly how that individual student needs to train to avoid that in the future. It's my responsibility to mold my training to that individual to ensure that it takes place, right? It's not just, I'm an authority in this position. It doesn't mean that I got a certification, that I do everything, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. And if you don't fit in with that regiment, then, you can't be an expert. There's so much gray area, right?
That's why I think the family unit's such a good example, and that's why I was going to say it's hard for me to not bring up that side and the scriptural side of it, because it's the fundamental to everything. Like every other authority structure stems from the family. So one thing that scripture talks about is parents or fathers actually don't exasperate your children. And I think the root of that word in the Greek was basically don't be contradictory, because it's really hard when you're telling them to do something. Like don't be an alcoholic. Meanwhile, you're an alcoholic. That's just a really stark example of what that verse might be talking about. And it's like with the children, if you're giving them something, if you're giving them instruction, but they don't get it, and you're being clownish about it, that's a failure on the father's side. You should be able to teach them, help them, love them, which has more than just a feelings connotation, right? It's a duty to get them to be able to then down the line do it themselves for their children. And what you said about an individual student struggling with a tactic or whatever, it's a good point, because I remember doing that in martial arts. It's like they all got it, but this one guy just was like mechanically challenged or whatever. I was like, what is going on here? But I didn't get mad at him. I was like, how do I get this geezer to understand what I'm trying to get him to do? And it took a while, and it's hard to articulate because some of these things are like nuanced, right? But when you get it, you're like, yes. And I think if I had reacted the other way of, why don't you get it? Then I would have completely ruined the whole situation. But I internalized it, and I go, how do I get this guy to get it? And then for me, it was a joyous occasion, because it's like, the one who was the hardest to teach, he gets it. I've done my job.
Yeah, it's like the difference between like an authority and a master in something, right? Like, you might be somewhat of an authority in a certain area, but a master is going to be able to, like you said, take that student that is not comprehending it, or it's the hardest to train or teach, and figure out a way to impart the same either ideas or training or anything, to allow that student to comprehend it. It's kind of like, I used to do a lot of hiking, right? And when you're hiking in groups, the group is only as fast as the slowest person, right? So when you're training, if you're somebody who trains or teaches or anything like that, you're only as good of a teacher or a trainer as how well you can teach the one who is struggling the most, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. But I wanted to say something, if Crypto's still here, about this difference between something like the academic or just the pursuit of knowledge type stuff that we do here, and then something like sports, which is, well, there's no ambiguity. The guy who didn't get off the mat, he lost, right? There's no argument there. there's no retrial. There's no nothing. And I think that's something that should maybe be focused on. It can be done, I believe, with the right kind of communication and thinking, with the fundamental understandings, just in a dialogue. I believe that can be done in these circles, but it's lost on many people because many people don't know how to do that, and you're not just dealing with opposition to chat, like to make a better idea out of it. You're dealing with opposition for opposition's sake. So it's an interesting nuance. But I think if we more effort into however hard it is to an equivalent to a boxing match or a football game, something literal, something tangible, some kind of demonstration to go, hey, this idea here it is. And I think when we actually demand that of the guys who come up with these claims of globe and all the rest of it, we're kind of doing that because when they fail to actually give what would be a slam dunk, like the equivalent of just knocking the guy out to demonstrate that you're better than him, when they can't show that, then they've already lost because they're not even turning up to the bout, as it were. But whether people acknowledge that, that's where I agree it's different because you can't always, the outside audience can't always tell what's going on because there's so much weight of knowledge or research and stuff that if they haven't engaged in, they can't see it for themselves. So I appreciate the difficulty there.
But it's also true with, like, say, a football match or like avid football fans have got a reasonable idea of what's going on in the football match. They might not know the intricacies at the top level or whatever, but they'll know if there's a player on the ball, they'll know, even if it's not their team, they'll know that's the right back, that's the centre midfielder, that's the goalkeeper, whatever, right? Whereas someone who's never watched a game of football in their life, they'll be like, what are they doing? Literally no idea. But
that's
then when you talk to like managers or coaches, or they'll have a much better idea of not only who's on the ball, but why he's in that position on the ball at that time, and whether that's good or bad, right? So then that's like another level again to that knowledge.
Mm-hmm. You know what's interesting though with the fans and that is the fans at least have the basic fundamental of the rules of the game and the definitions and all this stuff, right? They have that basic foundation to be able to appreciate the game. So like if you go and take somebody to, like for instance, when I went to the Olympics or whatever, and someone didn't know the rules of what they were watching. I was like, okay, let me explain it to you. So on the car, I'm explaining the rules of the matches and all this stuff, this martial art thing, so that they could appreciate what's going down. Otherwise, they're just there like watching people jump about, throw people about, and not really get what's going on.
Yeah,
So
I have to do that with hockey a lot.
Yeah,
because the rules in hockey, lots of times people will be watching. They're like, "Why did they blow the whistle? Why can't they just do this? Why can't they just do that?" It's like if you don't understand the rules, then you don't understand, how they're having to get across the blue line, right? Like, yeah.
Right, and what's interesting with sports is people will react, but at least if they react, they know like I don't understand what's going on here. If they're new to it, they will have a bit more honesty. But what we seem to have in the circles and the discussions we're having is we have people who've never played the sport, don't know anything about the rules, coming in with really strong opinions as if that means something. And the fundamentals that I think we should demonstrate is what we'll talk about earlier, the critical thinking. I don't know who raised it, but about
That was me.
how to do the debates and stuff. Because if people have that fundamental of what's fallacious, what's logical, all these just basic syllogisms and the rest of it, they have that there that they should have already had anyway. If they don't, let's educate them. Then that's enough. Whether they will be able to understand the nuances of some of the more fun stuff that happens when we talk about like the etheric nature of the world and all this stuff, they will at least be able to see, just from a critical thinking point of view, whether the argument that A is given or B is given holds any validity, or whether maybe half of them are true and somewhere in the middle. You could, with a fundamental understanding of critical thinking, you don't need to know the rest to be able to analyze, okay, this one makes more sense than that one. And that's how I approach it, because a lot of the time I don't waste my time going into all these boring arguments that some of the nutcases come in here with, because I don't need to. I can just take it from a critical thinking perspective and demolish the foundation, because I found that time and time again, they built their house on sand. So I don't need to know what the rest of their house is made of. I know that the foundation is sand, so it's going to get swept away. And I think I could be accused of being lazy and of taking the mick. But does it matter if the result is the whole thing didn't mean anything anyway because it was built on sand? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. And try to relate this back. You made a point earlier on.
I make too many points. My bad.
Sometimes, but no, it's all good. No, I was just trying to relate it to, like my training or whatever. One of the most difficult parts of my job is, like you were saying, somebody that's never played the sports trying to basically tell you how it should be done, right? So one of the most difficult parts of my job sometimes, training kids to be goalkeepers, is dealing with parents who may watch a YouTube video or something online about one specific training technique and think that they now know better, right? Like, oh, my kid was struggling with crosses. This is how you should train him to do this because I saw this person on YouTube who is doing this type of training, right? So it's like, one of the more difficult parts of my job is, the
parents.
Yeah, parents that one never played the sport, two never really played sports at all in their life, trying to tell somebody who is an authority who's done the work for over 30 plus years, almost 40 years, that they know better because they watched one little thing. Like, it's fine. The technique you're taught, the way that I approach that is, that is a very good technique and a good training. Unfortunately, that's like trying to put your kid into an Indy car when he hasn't figured out how to race a go-kart. Right?
Yeah,
it's trying to get them to
interesting,
understand
though.
that. Yeah.
That goes back to what we were talking about with the responsibility thing. And I think it has to be done with tact, especially these days if it involves children, right? But the asshole approach of the old school coach, the fundamental of it, I think, is the right way. It's like, yo, either you're gonna let me do my job and coach these ones because that's what I'm doing, or you're gonna do it. You can't have both ways, because not only does that cause problems because now you're having this back and forth. So I'm busy dealing with a parent when I should be getting your child to be an expert or whatever, like what you're paying me to do. The other thing is when they come, like if they're argumentative, if they're just doing because they're involved parents, they want to do it. That's fine. You can handle that, right? But if they come up with the attitude, it becomes a problem because then that attitude is then instilled in their child. So their child isn't actually able to learn under you because the
parent
passing,
undermines the authority.
Yeah,
right.
Because they haven't actually handed over. So it's like, well, tell them like at the beginning. I think it's like, you're gonna bring your child to teach under me. Here, come and see if you actually want that to be the case. Because if you don't, then just don't even bother. Because if you're not about it, then nothing I do is going to really stick at all anyway. Because you've already broken that line.
Those are the difficult conversations to have, and I've had them quite a bit. And I've actually, it's not cheap to have me train your child individually, right? Like on an individual basis. Group basis, okay, it's not that bad. But if you want me to train your child one-on-one and have one-on-one intention, it is not cheap. And I have literally turned down, the possibility of making, $200 an hour to train a child because I know that it's not going to be beneficial for the child or me in the long run based on the parent. Yeah, exactly. Like I'll tell the parent straight up, like, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to work out due to the fact that we don't have the ability to properly communicate on what needs to be done for your child, and just leave it at that. So,
yeah, I think
so
it's stuff
I want to
like.
be clear.
You want to be clear?
What you were saying
Maybe you
about
should speak more clearly then.
So, what you were saying about if you're watching a YouTube video, that does not make you an expert over somebody that has studied the subject for 40 years, right? That's what you said?
Can be. Yep.
Okay. Just making sure I understood that. Got it.
Yep.
Carry on.
But but here's the thing. You know what I do with all my years of experience? Do you know what I do to help improve and continue to grow my skill set even after 40 years?
Okay, what?
Yeah, I watch YouTube videos. Because you know what? Other people that have done it for just as long, if not longer than me, do know how to do certain things and apply certain training techniques that I might not have thought of or seen. But I also understand when to implement that, right? When to implement those tactics. That's why I was telling, the parent, you can't really put your kid in an Indy car when he hasn't figured out how to race a go-kart. Meaning the parent wasn't necessarily observing a training technique that was at the level of their child.
There's wisdom in many counsels.
Yep.
But what you're talking about with these kind of conflicts of ideas and authorities and stuff. This is why people get into trouble with their children and sending them to school. Because if you're just a normie, or let's rewind that. If you're just a stereotypical human being, unfortunately, it doesn't matter because you're already in agreement with what you're letting your children be indoctrinated with ahead of time. So there's no change there. But it's when people have their like an ideal or a position, but they just lazily send their children to be indoctrinated in opposition to what they hold in their household. And then 10, 12, 15 years down the line, then they act surprised when their child goes, you know what, I'm going to reject all the stuff he told me at home. Well, they set themselves up for disaster from the get-go because they weren't actually taking the responsibility for what they wanted their children to believe or how they wanted them to act. Because if they did, they would either have not sent them to school in the first place, or if they did, they would have made it very clear that, yeah, I might send you here for a purpose, but don't get it twisted. This is what's true, etc., etc. But I think that like that middle ground doesn't really work unless you have great wisdom. I think it's so much easier to go, hey, if this is going to conflict with my fundamental ideals, be that a Christian or whatever it might be, right? Or just anti-government, just insert whatever position you might have that school is clearly opposed to. Then you just don't send them there, and then you don't have that problem.
Right. Yep. I don't know. The person that jumped in, I think, just wanted to try to take one thing that was being said and
That's
try to.
So I said, don't engage, man. It's just easy bait.
Yeah.
But
just try to paste that over and be like, okay, all I learned from this conversation is a YouTube video can't mean authority. It's like, come on, dude.
they've already deafened themselves. There's a
Yeah.
useful dialogue being had, or at least that's what it appears to me.
Yeah.
And they just close off. They can't handle it. But yeah, so I think it goes both ways with that dissemination of like authority and stuff, because if somebody makes the mistake of let's say you were a terrible coach or a degenerate coach, and then the parent gets angry like 5 years down the line because their son has become a degenerate because of that. I'm not, just an example. I'm not saying you are, obviously, but that's the parents' fault because they handed over the authority that was their responsibility. They handed it over to someone else, and then they've reaped what they sowed. And then equally, if they want them to be helped in that way, and they don't actually give it over properly, then you have the contentions. It goes absolutely everywhere, which is why we have children and the youth being targeted by not giving them the ability to think. They don't give that. Like most people here, like critical thinking, I would presume is something that you came after you matured as an individual. And that's a sorry state. I'm not necessarily making a judgment on everyone because I don't know everyone's case. But the comments we were making on school, if we all went down the general route, that's how we all received it. That's a sorry state. And they do that on purpose because if they can target the way you think, they can mess with the authority structure, they mess with the household, then everything else is really easy to manipulate because there's no foundation there. So they can do the sifting sands of, the globalist agenda because you've chosen to stand on sand in the first place. So yeah, it's everyone's fault individually. Pick it up and deal with it.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. A lot of parents are anxious to get rid of the kids at 5 years old. Kind of like crazy.
Oh yeah, here in the States, most parents seem to look at the school system as a babysitter for their child when they go to work, and not much more.
But isn't that funny? Because that system is set up that makes them tired and weary and want to get rid of their children, right? Because now they have enough energy to properly parent. Well, doesn't have to be that way, but unfortunately, it is that way.
Correct. Yep, I agree 100%. That is the beast system, the way that it is structured for everybody to be busybodies and not pay attention to how badly they're getting screwed. But the minute you mention that and you want to try to do something different, then okay, have fun with your utopia.
Yeah. There was one thing I think Napalm said, which I would slightly disagree with.
That's fine.
Or possibly, maybe not even disagreeing, maybe it's just a different way of seeing it. Like, the idea that you've got a football coach with, say, 4 years experience, when you're talking about the person who criticizes that coach when they don't know the game at all, and obviously you're talking about someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. So their challenge to you is going to be kind of silly. But if someone, say, got 4 years experience, another person's got 2 years experience, but the person with 2 years experience is winning all their games, then the experience is less relevant than the demonstration of success.
Oh yeah, correct. No, I was relating that to a parent trying to tell the coach how to coach, and the parent having literally zero experience, right?
Well, you know, I'm a professional DJ, right? Do you know how many people think they know how to DJ and want to tell me, "Oh, don't play this, do play this," and then the second
100%.
they bully you into playing one of their requests, the dance floor clears. That used to happen to me a lot when I got started, and now I know that it's just not worth doing. Like, have the argument with them, and if they want to keep arguing with you, just call the bouncer over. But it seems to be a common thing within humans that they think that if something's going wrong or not going exactly as well as they want, then they now think they're the expert and they can handle the situation. But of course, you know, if you do, in this example, if you do play their song and the dance floor clears, they're not going to be on the dance floor dancing. They're going to be fucking over in the corner going, "Oh, that DJ's shit," even though you played their song based on their quote unquote expertise or lack thereof. So, again, it goes to authority, responsibility. If you're responsible for doing a thing, winning football matches, having a dance floor, heaving, whatever, then actually it doesn't matter what anyone else has to say. You are going to be judged based on that success or failure. And it's your job as an individual to make sure you're doing the best job, both in the moment and developmentally for the future, to make sure that you're going to be as good as you can be going forward. And that is not to be confused with always believe authority, which is what I think the other guy, when he came in, was trying to imply that you'd said.
Yeah, and that's
that's
the thing. It's sometimes the best authoritative structures are the most flexible ones, to be honest with you, right? Having the flexibility to be able to understand, or I guess the hubris, or the humility to be able to understand when something that you're trying to do just isn't working, and how to fix that, adjust it, and correct it going forward.
Right.
Especially as they see, sometimes people seem to forget. They make a delineation between the authority and the people that they're in authority over. There isn't a wall divided there. There is a united system that has an end goal. So if it's a football team, the players want to win and get better, and the coach wants to win and get better. That's a united goal. So there will be that there will be a feedback, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. They're both serving each other in one way. One has a bit greater responsibility, but they're still serving each other. And I think, like you said, the flexibility is important, and it's easier to appreciate that and to act on that flexibility if you understand that you're both actually trying to get the same thing. So, let's go back to a marriage, for example. It's not just, I'm gonna do like my way or the highway. That's, I suppose there's a bit of nuance there to some degree when it comes to the male and female relationships, right? But in a marriage, it's, well, if you're not actually in agreement, then there's a problem there. Now, if there's something fundamentally stupid, then the responsible party, in this case the father, is going to be like, no, we're not doing that. But if it's something that's a nuanced topic, or like, oh, where are we gonna go on holiday, for instance? So, well, that's something that you could. Okay, well, he wants to go to Barbados, but then she tells him, well, recently there's been earthquakes or whatever, and we can't go. He's not just gonna go, no, we're going to Barbados. He's gonna listen. And equally, the coach is gonna go, dum dum dum. But then he hears from his players that the situation has changed. There's some new information. He's gonna appreciate that. Well, actually, they're playing. They have their feedback is important. I'm gonna take it on board. Ultimately, the final decision is his, and the ones who are under the authority should ultimately let that person take the responsibility and the consequences for what they are. But that's where there's that flexibility in that, because it's a relationship. It's always a back and forth. There's never this singular one way thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. And just to relate that, to myself, like I don't think that I am the sole arbiter of what is right and wrong when it comes to training, right? Like a lot of it has to do with personality and approach, not just technique. Some of it is technique. And there's many times that
Technique.
yeah, technique. So there's many times where it's like, yeah, Coach Elisha might be the better option for you because maybe Coach Elisha explains things in a way that you better comprehend them more so than I, right? That might be a better option. Or spending more time with Coach Elisha than me might be a better option for the kid. Like I fully understand that there's so many factors that go into learning, right? It's not just the curriculum. It's not just the audio or the visual. It's many different facets that go into the student learning and comprehending fully what's being delivered, right? That's why we all have different favorite teachers.
You know what's interesting, if we go a bit big picture for a bit. I know crypto dipped. You probably had to do something, but I wanted to mention something. Is that to what he was saying? Like it comes down to ultimately you're either going to govern yourself or you're going to be governed. So that's it. And what's interesting is people might take that and go, oh, okay, well, either I'm gonna let the government do the thing, or I'm gonna be my own man, do my own thing. It removes the nuance of that, because you can govern, like a child can govern themselves and still be an authority to their father and respect all that, and it be a conducive situation. A wife, a husband to an elder in the church, or to his captain in the army, whatever, right? There's all these different examples. You can hold one position and hold other you can have other functions while ultimately governing yourself. And I think that's the problem, is that the generic situation with the world is they don't want to govern themselves. So this is why they're being governed in this way. And then they want to get annoyed at the fact that they're governed by degenerates. It's like, well, it's only like that because you put yourself in that position. Because if you govern yourself, then what can they do to you? Like, if you live righteously and do all that, it doesn't matter even if they kill you, because you have taken responsibility for that. Now, it's hard for people to appreciate that when they don't when they're not understanding the relationship between the creator and the rest of that. I understand that, but ultimately, I think people can appreciate that. If you're not going to take your own responsibility, then it's going to be taken for you. That's why it's like, okay, you're not going to take responsibility for what you do with your resources, your roads, your taxes, all that, your money, and all this. Okay, we'll do it for you. We'll take it for you. We'll run your life. But the moment you stop doing that, and you take responsibility, I'm going to take responsibility for my health. Okay, now I'm no longer reliant on these people trying to peddle me drugs. They're going to hurt me. I'm doing better for myself. And it goes all in all aspects of life. But health and relationships are like the big ones.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
I think
always take responsibility for it.
Yeah, money
always
or
take
resources
responsibility.
I think money and resources is like that. Is like the lowest point. You have to take responsibility first for your mind, then for your body, then for your relationships and stuff like that. There's So people have been so limited into what they understand about what's important in life. So wealth is way more than just gold or whatever.
Yeah, you need to always take responsibility, because I think subconsciously, like, you can't fool yourself, right?
They think they
And
don't have a choice.
right, and I mean, I can relate this back to like a sport example, since that's what we were talking about, right? Being a goalkeeper, like, yeah, I make mistakes, and I literally every single time tell my team, my bad, my fault, knowing that it is my responsibility to keep that ball out of the goal, right? It's my fault. I let it in. What did I do incorrectly? Even though I know that everybody in front of me made mistakes leading up to that. But ultimately, it's my responsibility, regardless of the mistakes that are made in front of me, to ensure that that ball does not cross the line, right? It's my responsibility. I can yell at the whole entire team for every single goal, every single mistake that they make, but that gets nowhere. That gets the team nowhere. I ultimately take responsibility when I don't do my job, because that's all I can do, right?
Right.
That's the only thing that I can do, is take responsibility. And the minute we start taking responsibility for the things that we do, not just in sport, but in life and our actions, the minute we start doing every single action and realizing that everything that happens to you is in some way, shape, or form your fault, your responsibility.
Choice.
Correct.
This might be a bit of a deviation from what you said, but something I think about is people seem to think that there isn't a choice. They behave as if they don't have a choice while talking and perpetuating this notion of they're free and they can choose and I can do whatever I want. So it's a weird
it's everybody
type of
else's fault.
It's a weird type of
chime in?
manipulation that's gone down.
Can I chime in
Yeah,
on
go
that?
ahead, because it's a bit of a difficult topic. Go ahead.
I'm usually always in agreement with Napalm, and not that I'm not in this situation, but I've heard other people try to argue for that same sort of mentality with rape being the victim's fault. How do you feel about that?
Typically in that situation, every situation is different, right? So that is a very broad brush for me to try to respond to, because every situation is going to be different, right?
I think it can
and with that being said, I just want to say this is applicable to that sort of methodology, right? Like, sure, taking responsibility for your actions is always key, but at some point, like, there's circumstantial situations that arise that couldn't have been prevented, and
I think I can help with this one, because he said fault, but we were talking about responsibility. They're different things. So he might have interchanged them unintentionally, Dicelo, because like if somebody goes and shoots up an owner's shop, for instance, or whatever, right? Just a crazy example. It's not his fault, right? Let's assume that he's not at fault and the guy just did it randomly. It's not the owner's fault, but it is his responsibility how he deals with that. So it's not necessarily my fault that I'm in a world full of clowns and poison, but it is my responsibility now that I know it, and even before I knew it, to do something about it. And I think that's the difference. So
so you're not necessarily responsible for the circumstances that you encounter, but how you navigate through those circumstances is what you're saying.
Because even in the
I'm good with
example
that.
even in the example of him letting the goal in, like, it might not have actually been his fault because the defense was being silly, or the captain hadn't organized the play properly, or whatever, right? But the responsibility, as his role, his function there, is to deal with that situation. So he's not supposed to let it happen, but it happened. It might not have been his fault, but it's his responsibility to at least not let it happen again, because otherwise the team's going to lose. And I think if people appreciate that term, then these kind of, because this happens a lot. I understand why it happens, and you're not doing it in a stupid way. Is a decent question, but people do it a lot with. They conflate the idea of responsibility and fault as if they're the same thing. They're not. And this is when, like, you're talking about, okay, I mean, and this might trigger a bunch of people, so don't take it that way. I don't want to ruin the conversation. But with, like, the abortion topic, for instance, they bring up the rape thing. It's not her fault necessarily in that specific example that she got pregnant, but it's her responsibility to not go ahead and be a murderer about it.
Yeah. So,
Right? And that's
so
gonna be harsh. I get it. It's not easy. Like responsibility isn't easy. Like you're suddenly a single parent because somebody dies. That's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is
So-
simple. It is a simple concept to know that now that's your responsibility.
So before we move too far away from
that distinction is what I
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I get it. So, you asked me about that, right? And I said, every situation is different, right? So I can't speak on the broad brush portion of it. But what I can speak to is personal experience, right? That's all I can speak to. And I know that when a situation like that happened to me, I was responsible personally for that situation. Without getting into details, I was the one responsible for that happening to me, if that makes sense. I personally was in my personal situation. I was the one I was the one that chose to intoxicate myself to the point of, barely being able to. Yeah, exactly. So
You got raped?
Yeah.
I'm confused,
So-
bro. Okay, sorry.
No, but it is me having to take responsibility for that, right? Because I don't know what's going on in the other person's head in that situation. I didn't even know what was going on in my head, but I put myself in that situation, right? I ultimately did that.
This is a hypothetical, right?
Situation. No, real life, but
Okay.
either way.
Right. No worries.
Yeah. So.
Well, I hope everything's good now.
Yeah, I mean,
I appreciate the nuance of individual cases, and that's where it's a really important position to be a judge of a situation, right? You have to be able to hear the situation out, otherwise you act unwisely because you can't make a judgment if you don't know what's going on with each individual case. But the approach that we were taking, I think, is more a general approach of how to appreciate life. Because what I think people do too much is from the fundamental, they overcomplicate everything. It's like fundamentally, it's not that complicated. It really is choose life or choose death. That's the fundamental. It's a choice. But now, obviously, there's gonna be nuance. There's gonna be reasons. It's like, okay, why do you have this trauma? Why all this stuff? Cool. But let's at least appreciate that fundamentally, nothing should be that confusing to understand, because if it was
nature is quite simple. It's man that overcomplicates.
Exactly, because if it was, then I'm glad you brought up nature, because I was going there anyway, or creation. It wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't have any logic to it. It wouldn't be able to function properly if it was so complicated, because it would just be it would be a mess. So we understand that. Yeah, we understand that fundamentally things do actually have to be. Let's simplify it by saying black and white, for instance, or noughts and zeros, whatever you want, right? But it's the choice, the this way or that way. And when you can understand that, then you can actually go down, let's say you have a complicated individual situation. You understand that fundamentally it's a simple choice matter. You can go down all that parameter. Let's say you're at the top of a tree, right? You can go down all those things and understanding the fundamental first principle of a matter, get to the root cause, get to what the issue really is. Because a lot of the time it really is, like I constantly say, and probably too much for some people, right? When they bring up an argument that is based on a fallacious reason or an assumption, it doesn't matter all the rest of the noise, because at the core of it, it's sand. I blow a gust of wind and that house falls down. And yeah, you might have a really painful situation that someone might have or whatever, but we can use the first principles, as in if anyone is a fan of mathematics, that you can solve a problem by the formulas or whatever, or you can just go from first principle approach. You don't need to know anything other than the first principle, and you can get a really complicated problem and get it down to the root. And I think that helps life. I think if we approach it like that,
issue with modern methodologies, right? Like they never differentiate the principle versus the attribute. Like they're always focused on the action and the attribute, never the identifying factor as to how this interaction came about. And it's just
because
it's a
they're
big
building their
problem.
houses backwards.
Right.
Everything is a confusion. And you know what? I think two things that I like, given that it's come up, is to understand like the communication. And I'm not necessarily the best at it. If anything, I'm terrible at it. But I'm aware enough to know that I have to make the effort. So the difference between simple and easy, people think that they're the same, but they're not. So it's simple to say that something is wrong, but it's difficult, or it might not be easy to actually act on that. Like it's very simple for me to say that if somebody tells me to either reject my creator and my messiah or die, the choice is very simple. I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to die. But actually doing that, that's where it becomes perhaps difficult, because they might torture me or whatever. And it's a stark example, but to get the point across, because these things that in language have been like overdubbed and in common parlance as if they're the same thing. They confuse people in terms of when they're communicating an idea. So those two words I think are really important, at least in the English language. The difference between simple and easy, and then also, given what we're talking about, the difference between fault and responsibility. And then if you can understand those, then you can go and analyze any number of unique situations and extract the different applications and the different nuances, because you have the baseline correct.
That's the epitome of apophoticism, essentially a retroductive deducing, working backwards to synthesize the result coming from, like, a premise of principle or property.
Yeah, it's just good thinkings.
Right. But this is a lost art. This sort of reasoning, right, is a lost art. It hasn't been around since the 1600s.
That wouldn't surprise me. But there's a guy who I don't remember his name. He has an odd name, but he's done music, and one of his songs was like about flat Earth, and it was something like two sides of the argument, and then Your Honor or something, like they're having an argument in front of a judge. I can't he's got like a deep voice. He does pretty his lyrics are pretty deep and poetic, right? But he does one that's actually about the differences in words. And it's like, and he does what I was talking about, but like a whole set of words that people completely misunderstood. I wish I could find it, because if you go and listen to that, it gives you a really good appreciation of what this like the baseline of what I'm getting at. Do you know who I'm talking about? Napalm Dice, you heard of him before?
Carl Jung or something? Or is he like a philosopher?
He's a modern musician, and he's done a few songs for Flat Earth and stuff. But that's not his main. That's not his main bag. It's
is he an
more
actor?
just no.
Okay.
Are you talking about Just Jack?
No, he's a rapper. He's a rapper guy.
Rapper, okay.
What's his? I'll try and find it. It's a unique name, but.
No, I'm not familiar. No.
Oh, see, I don't, because I'm not part of some places anymore, so I can't just go and look up.
Is his name B.O.B.?
No.
Bob. What up, Freeze? What up,
I'll try
Ed?
and find it.
Ed, I said hi to both your personalities. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you heard me. Anything new in the land of the Wheeler, Dyslow?
Land of the Wheeler. He's got a couple videos that I've been meaning to watch. I've just been too bombarded with shit. But yeah, one of them's about the talisman. Essentially, the things you choose to possess ultimately possess you. And then there was another one. I can't remember the title to it. Oh, and then he did a cave video where I guess he's got a cave on one of his properties and hired someone to go, I don't know, explore it or something. So I'm like a big fan of splunking and grotto. So I've been meaning to watch that.
Splunking. I used to do that a lot in Missouri. There's tons of caves in Missouri.
Nice. Yeah, I was actually a member of the California grotto for a better part of a year or two. And then kids took over.
Spelunking. Yeah, I used to put myself in situations when I was a kid doing that was like, I don't know if I could do that now. Places where I could barely squeeze through. You're talking, 200 feet of just enough space for you to slither on your belly to get through. Like, I don't know if I could mentally do that anymore these days.
Make you feel like Earthworm Jim real quick. Woohoo!
Yeah.
But yeah, that stuff's pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I'm already having sweaty palms just listening to you talking about it.
Yeah, like if you're in any way, shape, or form claustrophobic, like not gonna happen.
Exactly, yeah.
I found it, by the way. Posted it in the chat. It took me a while to remember his name. K Rhino.
Not familiar. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff, but this is the specific song I was referencing. But he's done another. He did a Flat Earth one. He's done some cool ones about like the world agendas and all the rest of it. He knows what's up.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of people who know what's up.
What's
And
interesting is I'm reading the definition of simple from the old Webster's, and it's single, consisting of one thing, uncompounded, unmingled, uncombined with anything else. As a simple substance, as a simple idea, a simple sound. So when I say that life is simple, it's not wrong. And then that's different from whether it's easy or difficult. And that's kind of the point. You have to have a desire though to learn. And that's another thing. It's simple. People either choose to be simple and not learn this stuff, or they choose to learn them.
yeah, I mean, everything's ultimately a choice, right? And we all know people that choose to make any situation a bad situation, right? Like, oh, this place sucks. Oh, these people suck. The music sucks here, or this sucks. That sucks. It's all about your perspective and how you choose to be in that situation.
Yeah, context is also the other one that's really.
Yeah.
Especially with something like the word simple, because there's actually 6 different applications, or 7.
Wait,
Sounds complex.
Right?
Sounds complex. Irony. The irony.
Context is everything.
Yeah, context. I won a contest once.
Context.
But it's not. But that's not in the context. That's
in
not in
what
the context of this conversation.
No, it's not. Dysel, are you still around? Or did you die slowly?
No,
Wait, you know what?
I'm living quickly.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want to, while you're here, I just want to let you know that So like I told you about my bunny rabbit passing away. I had to bury my bunny rabbit.
R.I.P. Bunny Rabbit.
Yeah. So this past week, I think one of her offspring is now coming around. So might have bunny rabbit number
Whoa.
2. So we'll see.
Nice.
Yeah.
Put a spike collar on it or something.
Well,
Be
Coach,
careful,
I won
man.
the small.
What's
The
that, dude?
contest. The contest you won, was it for smallest dick?
It's very funny. And yes, it was.
I thought it was an
Regardless,
apple bobbing contest.
no, I've won multiple contests before. I just I was pretending I heard the word contest instead of context. To be truthful, I was trying to jump into y'all's conversation because you guys were not you, Dicelo. You got asked to join it, but I was on the outside peering in, trying to find my way in, right? So I just, I did what I could. Pretended I confused the word contest with context.
When the conversation had already finished.
I just got here, so.
Did you win the latecomers prize for your contest? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a sexual.
Johnny
It was
come
an orgy. Yeah, it was at an orgy, and I got the longest lasting. Actually, they had to kick me out. Bring it back to this because you guys were talking about.
Don't make it weird.
Now wait a sec. Did you come last in the orgy competition?
Well, I pretended to come last. I just came a lot of times and pretended like the last time I came was the last time. So I kind of cheated, but that's not the point. And that didn't really happen. But regardless, you guys were talking about something. Flat Earth. No, it was about. Right, it was about. No, yeah, it was about people's perspectives and how the definition of the word simple. Stuff like that. That's what I heard.
Yeah, just making the distinction between simple and easy because people don't generically tend to conflate the two.
Yeah.
So
Well, we use words
when
lazily.
I say it's either one or the other, they go, "It's not that easy." So, well, no, it's simple. It is simple. But what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just that's just sometimes we, or me at least, and the people I engage with, sometimes we talk in a very lazy way, and we use words. We conflate a lot of different words when
Yeah, I
oftentimes they can't be they can't be used in that way.
Not justifiably, no. There's common parlance, and then there's just straight up stupid.
Yeah, but I mean, like as we get caught up with certain things like physical, was it physical, tangible, and
Are you gonna try
material?
and justify your conflations?
No, I don't conflate them. I'm the one who says that they get conflated, and I have to
Yeah, but don't you
isolate
have
them.
your own unique definition for those words?
I mean, I say that, and then when I say what it is, people usually agree with me. Sane people.
So,
I mean,
okay,
the same people. I mean,
the same people. Sure.
I mean, there is distinctions between those words. That's why, because you can always find that out when you have you can find something that can be physical, that doesn't have to be tangible, and vice versa. So yeah, I mean, but so sometimes you can get in trouble by conflating those ideas. But there's more examples, not just that one. That's just the first one that came to my mind. All right, what's a problem in physics that is simple but not easy?
Depends what you're saying.
Well, I think that if you were to look at like even the universal law of gravitation or E equals mc squared, those are very simple formulas. But
Yeah, but even in the way you phrase that, that's straight up.
I would say phenomena is simplex yet complex in the sense that everything's premised off of temperature and pressure mediation alone, And so, yeah, I mean, that's essentially a simplex way to divine phenomena, but obviously it's more complex than that in the sense that, you know, we have other things taking place. But again, it's all
Definitely.
based on temperature and pressure mediation alone.
You really think so?
But also the way you phrased it, it's like, what's a simple problem in physics? Well, a simple
No.
problem
What's
would have a solution, so the solution may or may not be simple. But then you went and jumped to something else, and you conflated a physics problem to a notional idea of the universal law of gravitation, or whatever you said.
well? There's another word like problem.
Those two don't match.
Well, a problem doesn't necessarily mean something that's not been solved, but it can mean. So yeah, it's another word that depending on how you mean it could come across in different ways. Of course, I meant it in a way that I didn't mean it as in a problem that has not been solved. I just meant it as a problem in general.
A problem by definition has a solution.
Hmm?
Whether one has access to that is a different question.
Okay, sure, yeah. Well, actually, I was referring to the ones that, well, obviously we specifically know the solution for. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to know if it was simple or not, or easy.
I suppose a cause for water boiling, that's pretty simple. Heat. Things like that.
Well, it's one
Actually,
variable.
wait, most, I suppose that's
Actually,
not
it's not
necessarily
that
just
simple.
that's not
It's not that
necessarily a
simple.
physics problem. That's
Well,
just
I'd
a
say
general natural science problem.
Let me throw a wrench in that, right? Pressure can also cause water to boil.
Yeah, but that's why I said a cause, right?
A cause, yeah, not
Yeah.
the cause.
I wasn't born last week.
So,
So,
Dan said
but
yesterday
actually,
density
I was
can
actually,
also.
my point was actually going to be, in terms of any scientific experimentation, the cause or the answer, the solution is actually always going to be simple. It's always going to be singular, isn't it? I would say that's fundamentally simple. Whether it's easy to attain that simple solution, that's different, and that's a good application of the discussion we were having earlier. But fundamentally, if there's a cause, it's simple. And even in the experimentation of a proposed cause, you find out that you're wrong. That's also simple, because it's a binary choice. Either your hypothesis was correct or it wasn't correct. That's pretty simple to me.
There's solutions, or there's problems that don't have simple solutions. Like
I know.
The famous ones we know, but there's
But they wouldn't
harder
necessarily be scientific cause ones, but physical ones, yeah, I suppose mechanical solutions. But what is interesting is when you apply the first principle approaches, most solutions are actually simple, or the best solutions are actually the most simple, because the more complicated you make it, you're making mistakes somewhere along the line, inefficiency at the very least. I know I'm talking broad, but that seems to be the case a lot of the times in, technological advancements or whatever. It's like, don't overcomplicate it, make it simple, and finally you realize, oh, I didn't need all of this fluff, I didn't need all of that fluff. I could just get the thing to go forward at this speed, boom, whatever it might be.
Well, I mean, I think I was thinking quantum mechanics and stuff like that, like Schrodinger's equation, or even general relativity. Like there's, it's not as simple as like universal law of gravitation.
It is pretty simple to say that most of what you're talking about is just notional ideas that don't have foundation. Universal law.
Why do you say that?
Because it implies stuff that hasn't been proven. It implies a whole weight of ideas that are founded on assumptions.
Has it implied anything that's been falsified?
Does it have to be falsified?
Yeah,
if an idea is founded on an assumption, does it have to be falsified to be dismissed?
No,
fallacious.
it would have to first be accepted.
That's
Yeah, it has to
exactly.
first be accepted.
No, it just can it be dismissed?
I mean, as I'm saying, it
Does it
can't be
have to be?
dismissed.
Does it have to be disproven the way you're implying it? No, so it doesn't matter.
But once
So it's
it's
simple for me to say that it's a nonsense idea that doesn't really pertain to reality. That's
But
not
you
that
can say
complicated.
that. Okay, you can say that with something that somebody's just brought up, like somebody just brought something up, and that was the first time it's come up. Then yeah, that's true. You can do that with it, but something that's been established
No, actually, no.
and been tested for,
you
then
couldn't necessarily
you
do that.
can.
You couldn't necessarily do that with something that someone brought up unless you've investigated fully. The reason I made my comments is because, especially with what you're saying about universal law of gravitation, we've had this discussion, at least in this venue, us in the plural sense, back and forth enough times to go over the fact that fundamentally it's an assumptive-based idea. So we don't need to give it any credit because it doesn't hold any water. We're dealing. If you're going to bring up physics, then let's get our hands on something.
I'm talking about general relativity. Both general relativity and
again, it's assumptive. You
both,
brought up physics. Let's keep it in the realm of physics. And otherwise, we can go to fictional ideas. That's fine. But the context is being, I think, either unintentionally or surreptitiously conflated.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm gonna do a series of words, and hopefully a point will be at the end of it. So yeah, right. So the universal law of gravitation.
If you're hoping, then you've already made a mistake.
Well, I was just hoping that you'd let me finish this time. But the universal law,
clearly.
the universal law of gravitation wasn't what I was talking about. I was talking about the general theory, but in either case, both had been substantially shown to be true by means of, let's say, in the case of universal law, they found Neptune using that law. So it's robust enough to be used to find
They
solvable.
found a star that has been up in the sky the whole time by a law, instead of just looking up with their eyeballs. See, that's the definition of conflation. That's silly.
No, they actually did find it. Yeah, they did find it, and thought it was a star back in Galileo's time. Like he documented it in the large catalog of stars that he had recorded, but he didn't think twice about it, and so but that's kind of a coincidence. It doesn't really mean much.
Kosho,
But
just to let you know,
furthermore,
what are you on about, dude?
Kosho, just to let you know, that's a constellation conflation. It's misinformation. Never mind. I was trying to rap.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just
It's a conflation of the constellation for misinformation.
It's a
deviation
bar.
from the truth.
It's a good bar. Regardless, though.
It's trying to fabrication of the
Regardless.
rotation.
So, regardless of the fact that what you say doesn't really mean anything, you're going to continue, yeah?
Okay. So,
struggling
I'll
so
continue.
hard, your armpits are precipitate. Oh man, no, that didn't work. Shit. We derail you, Kosha?
That would assume he was ever on two rails at the same time.
Yeah.
All right. I'm good now. I just railed both your mom and your ex-girlfriend at the same time. So now that I'm back where I was, I'm in my I'm in my zone.
Of mind, yeah?
I'm in my zone again. And that zone is the gravitation zone, the one where both those ideas, both laws, the law that's encompassed in the general
ideas
theory
or
of
laws?
relativity,
Come on, pick one.
the law that's encompassed in the general theory of relativity, and the universal law of gravitation, with many, many examples, have been used substantially to find to solve novel problems with novel solutions. solutions that weren't
Problems
previously
that nobody ever had.
previously known to be true. That can be solved by using those. So that's what I'm saying is when something's been established in that way, then yeah, it is required to be falsified at that point.
What does established mean?
What are you reading from, Kosha? You're kind of
Established
stumbling on it.
Established is not the same as asserted. Just so that you know. Doesn't
Well,
matter
if you
how
refer
many
back-
times little Jimmy says I didn't eat the cookies. It doesn't mean he's established that that's the case. You know?
Well, if you start following the conversation, I brought up one example, it got talked through. So I just figured that the examples probably wasn't. I figured the examples
You didn't
probably
bring
weren't.
up an example. You did.
I figured
you did a
the
conflation
examples.
to that an
I
idea
figured
that
the
you named a
examples
law.
weren't going to
Ample
be
examples.
weren't going to
You're
be
gonna trample
fruitful.
you.
They're not going to.
But it's not an example though, Kosha. I can appreciate the over talking and that is slightly annoying, but you haven't actually.
Then stop doing it. Then stop doing it. Just stop doing it. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Unless you just stop doing it. It's that simple.
No, I can still
that way
appreciate
that way I
while
can finish. That way I
continuing
can finish what I'm saying, and that way your point can stand on its own merits, not on the fact that I can't
You
fucking
haven't
say anything.
acknowledged my point though.
I haven't been able to finish my
You
point.
haven't even addressed my point.
I haven't been able to finish a single point.
Yes, you have.
I haven't. I haven't at all.
But go ahead.
I'm getting ready to do that now. The example that I tried giving before I was interrupted was for the universal law of gravitation, in which Neptune was discovered to be a planet that wasn't seen, that wasn't discovered by seeing it. It was discovered by seeing the perturbations in Saturn's orbit and basing that off the universal law, and then also using the universal law to see what would be causing that. And they found that there was a planet in the exact place that law said it would be. So
Based on the
that
masses,
is substantiation.
how are the masses
That
measured?
is complete and utter nonsense.
Yeah,
Just
because they have
look
no
up in the sky
substantiation.
with a lens and a couple of other lenses and a mirror. You don't need to have a law to notice something that's been there the whole time. Like if it took somebody to because somebody could have just told you a random fairy tale, and it triggered you to look at something that has always been there, and you finally notice it. Just because that random fairy tale was the trigger for you to actually observe what's been there the whole flipping time, doesn't mean that the fairy tale's ideology or whatever holds any weight. That's what I mean by conflation. That's what you've done. So how about addressing that?
Well, you'd have to substantiate the claim that you're now making. That not only was it
you would have to
observed, not
address
only,
what
not
I've
only.
said, as
Hold
opposed
on,
to just obfuscate what I've said.
I'm attempting to address it. I've only gotten 4 or 5 words in. 4 or 5 words. Yeah. So you'd have to first substantiate what your claim that you're making, that it was known about beforehand, known that it was a wandering star and not a regular star, and furthermore that it was the evidence that was used to find it, because it wasn't even the evidence. Saturn was the evidence. So nobody knew that there was another wandering star where Neptune is. It takes like 150 years to orbit. So nobody lives long enough to even see that those.
That's an assumption.
Fluctuations.
This is the problem. Why do you think? And again, you haven't actually addressed anything like the fundamental of what I've said. But that's fine. It's your choice, I suppose. But why is it that you have an idea that you've conflated to justify something that you claim to be a law, right? And then you conflate these things, and then you respond with an assumption packed into what you're saying. Nothing here is actually a logical refutation of what I've said, or even a logical what would you say? Addition to what you said.
You made a baseless claim. All I told you is that you'd have to justify it.
How is it baseless to demonstrate the illogic or the lack of logic in what you said?
That's not what you did.
You're
though.
drawing
Yes,
I did.
You claimed that it was found beforehand and people knew about it beforehand, and then
No. See, I never made that claim. This is the problem. I didn't think you were like Xanax, man. I thought you actually paid attention to the words coming out of people's mouths. I didn't make that claim. I simply pointed out that you raising what you raised is illogical because it conflates the idea that some notion that you claim to be a law or whatever, right, is somehow justified and evidenced by an observation. They are mutually exclusive things. Just because the two have been put together doesn't mean that one relies on the other. That's my point.
It wasn't from an observation, though. It was from.
Are you just not listening?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not. They didn't find Neptune just by looking at Neptune.
Has
They found
Neptune always been there? Yes or no?
I mean, for as long as I've been alive.
Okay.
But regardless,
So does it?
regardless,
Does it?
regardless.
Hold on. Please, no. I haven't
Why
finished.
would I let
it-
you interrupt me? You're interrupting me again.
Because we're going down a
Start
flow.
like 3 or
you
4
agreed
words.
with me, right? You agreed with me that it's always
Yeah,
been there, as long as your
Yeah,
lifetime.
that was your interruption, though.
Does its being there rely on anything that you've mentioned so far?
Right, and what I was saying was that
So
it
you're
wasn't
just gonna
found
ignore
by
the point?
looking. It wasn't found. Okay, I'm trying to finish my point. Again, I get like 3 words in, then you ask a question in the middle of what I'm saying. But yeah, it wasn't found by just looking at Neptune. They didn't know about Neptune. It was found by looking at Saturn and theorizing that there was an error involved and trying to figure out what that error was. They did the same thing with Mercury as well, but Mercury there was a different problem. But they also assumed there was a planet there causing those fluctuations. But that's not a that's basically like they're testing their ideas. They're basically testing the universal law of gravitation by doing that.
No, they're not. No, they're not testing. This is my point. When I asked you, has it always been there? The answer is yes. Did you need just because it was a trigger for this law that you said is a law to cause people to observe it? Does that mean that that's the mechanism by which it's to be observed? No, it's
of course not.
independent. It's independent. So
No, but
to
that's not
use
the
that
point,
to
though.
use but it is the point because you're saying that observation that you said came by way of this law justifies or evidences in favor of that law. That's where I'm pointing the error at.
Yeah, but
That's the error, that you're making the conclusion that because of this, therefore this has weight. But that's not true.
Yeah, but
If it
that's the
has
whole
weight,
point.
if it has weight, like you said earlier, right, in response to me over talking you, it should stand on the merit of its own. So, in and of itself, where is the merit for this idea of the universal law that you're talking about?
Right, as I just said, using the universal law. So they did the same thing in the case of Mercury. What they did was they assumed that universal law is correct. Assuming that it's correct.
So stupid.
Assuming, dude, you got to stop talking, man. Like I think you're finished, and then you keep going, and I don't continue because I'm letting you finish, dude. Just let me finish. Fuck, man. What was it? Yeah, right. So they start out by assuming that the law is correct because it's been shown to be true otherwise in other cases, and so assuming that it's correct, observing Saturn's orbit, they saw that there's errors in that, and so only in trying to find out what is causing that error, either the law is wrong, or there's a planet in this location, and it just so happened that in looking at that error, they were able to find the planet in that location. So that's further substantiates that law.
It does
there's no
not.
way. There's no way. There's no way
Applying
that
fallacious
there's no way
reasoning does not establish
there's no
anything
way
whatsoever.
there's no way that the law that the planet that they didn't know was there would be discovered by an error caused by a law that doesn't work. So obviously it worked. Otherwise they would never have been, they would never have thought to look there.
That makes no sense, please, because he's already said that he's assuming.
Well, there's a few
You
things
start
I've
off
noticed
assuming.
about discussion that I found quite interesting. First of all, the sleight of hand between the use of the term observation, which was then twisted to imply the observation directly of Neptune, which you missed there, Elisha. I don't know if you noticed that, but
I wasn't gonna get bogged down in that because the fundamentals.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I understand.
But this is essentially a correlation equals causation argument. Because I don't know exactly how you're using the law of gravity in this sense, Kosho. Are you talking about mass attracting mass, space time, or just a measurement of an effect? Like exactly how you're using that?
Yeah, if you use the universal law of gravitation, Isaac Newton's law, and conjunction with Kepler's law of orbital mechanics, the three laws, if you use these laws in conjunction with one another, you can describe, the relationship of orbiting bodies of, general, speeds and velocities. So like all the planets besides Mercury in our solar system should be able to be explained by those laws. So yeah, in investigating that and in making observations of Saturn, they saw that that wasn't the case, and so yeah, they were either going to rule it out or there had to be a planet there.
Yeah, but it depends on exactly how you're using the words universal law of gravity, right? So if you're using it as an effect, then I don't really think anyone would have anything to disagree with you on. But if you're saying that the effect proves the cause that you didn't manipulate, then you have an issue. It's a correlation equals causation argument.
I mean, the law is the law. So the law is not really. It's not a question of cause. It's not a question of cause and effect. It's a statement of what happens. So, like you said, like if you're not just claiming that this is the cause of it or whatever, laws generally don't claim that. They're just statements of this is the phenomena that occurs.
Yeah, it's the effect, right? So, but you don't know that it's the Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity that's actually making that happen, right? So it may be that there's an effect that's being caused by something else that had that same effect on Saturn and Neptune, and you're just assuming that because you think you've got like this worldview of planets and gravity, that therefore it bears that out. But it actually, all it does is effectively you're just claiming all of these phenomena as exclusively global phenomena, and then saying, therefore, it props up my worldview. But we have the same phenomena as you, and it may be explainable in a different framework.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not talking about flat Earth, though. I'm just saying we're just talking about the claim that that these laws, or general theory of relativity, for example, is not just something that you can just discard just because it's nonsense or whatever. Because my point was that it's been substantiated, and so if you really want to discard it, you got to kind of show it to be false. Because it has
substantiated or established. Either one. It has not been.
It has been.
No, it's just been affirmed.
It's been confirmed.
No, it's been affirmed with different forms of fallacious reasoning. That's all that is. That's all that actually happened.
Are you going to explain the fallacious reasoning or just assert it?
We've already done it. I did it in basic language. I just did it in nice language. The point still stands. It's based on assumptions, and it's conflation.
Yeah, you keep claiming that, but you're not explaining it.
I'm not claiming it. I'm just.
Yes, you are.
I'm
You
just
are claiming
pointing
it.
out.
It's a baseless claim. You're not explaining anything.
Okay, well, you're not actually engaging. Correctly.
Well, I am,
Why
and
would
I can engage in the same way you are. So I'll just say no, it isn't, and we
By
both have
what
the same
mechanism
amount of
did I
evidence
claim
and
it?
explanation. It's
By what
that easy.
mechanism did I claim it?
Ed, I listened to this conversation that Elijah and Kosho were having, and I then gave like a breakdown of why I thought it was fallacious. Can you repeat what I said, please?
No, thanks.
There we are. So we can move
Checked out. Yeah, nice try, guys.
Yeah, that's meaningless. So
Better luck
the point stands. I mean, you just said, "Well, it's fallacious." I said it isn't, and
I already broke down what it was that you said I didn't do, and then when I asked you to repeat it, you said no. So that proves either you didn't understand it or you weren't listening. So then, actually,
Yeah, or I just don't care,
your input is completely valueless then.
according to you. But who cares?
I mean, the thing is that the difference between you and Kosho is that Kosho is actually trying to have a conversation, whereas you're just cheerleading. So Kosho's input is valuable and yours isn't. I hope you know the difference.
Well, you're projecting, so keep going.
And your repetitious irony. Nobody cares.
What were those
That doesn't
dolls
mean
back in the day when you pulled the string on the back of it? They had like 4 phrases that they could say. That's like rip the cord, and it's like nah, you're projecting. That's fallacious. Where's your evidence?
He's a parrot. He's
Exactly.
a broken
That's
record.
all you guys do.
So before Ed derailed the conversation, you guys were basically exposing Kosho's conflation of an assertion for
An established
fact. Yeah.
If he would agree
Okay,
with
let's
that term, I'm not sure.
let's
I'll
find
take
out
things
because
that never happened for $200, please.
yeah, exactly. Because first of all, we're talking about general relativity. I only wanted to bring up universal law of gravitation to show even that hadn't been substantiated before it had been overcome. Overplaced by general theory of relativity, which has been thoroughly tested, not just asserted. Like it was proposed by Einstein. It wasn't a theory yet. It wasn't a theory until it had been tested again and again, and has many different many different consequences which have been tested, like gravitational waves, lensing.
I have a question for you.
Black holes. Yeah.
In all of its many tests, have any of them proven the base claim?
I don't really think there's a mechanism to do that. And so, what do you mean by proven?
Did you understand what I said?
Well, I don't understand the context of why you're saying it, because in science, there's not
The base theory,
a path
right?
to proof.
Okay, well, if you're gonna go by that metric, then we don't have to give it any credit, and it doesn't matter how many tests you've applied to it. It doesn't have any validity, so it has not fundamentally been established. But if you want to operate in the realm of proof, then again, has it been proved by these tests, or have these tests just been used to justify and to conclude that the base claim is true? I.e., to affirm it again and again.
How would you prove something rather than, like in science, rather than confirm it, through testing? Because you can confirm something, you can have to a high degree of confidence in the results of it, and that they coincide with your hypothesis and all that kind of stuff. In general theory of relativity, about curved space time, and basically the relationship
so have these
between
many
mass
tests,
and energy.
Have these many tests confirmed or proven that that's the case?
It's confirmed it. Yeah, I'd say it's been confirmed again and again.
How are you using confirmed?
How am I using confirmed? They've made predictions based on that that theory, and made the observations or tests to show that that's true.
Retroactive, right? You haven't actually proven anything. You haven't actually confirmed anything.
It's not retroactive. Yeah, they
No,
make
it is
future predictions.
It is retroactive.
Well,
No.
Elijah,
For example,
sorry, because I'm actually slightly back in Kosho. In the case of the Neptune and Saturn example, it would actually be predictive, because what he's arguing is that they didn't know Neptune was there, and that they could only tell Saturn. The Neptune was there based on the observation of Saturn because of its basically jiggery pokery with the orbit of Saturn, right? So in that sense, it is predictive. But yeah, I just thought I'd just mention that.
I'll give you my favorite prediction of general theory of relativity, and that's from they saw a lensed supernova. So they saw a supernova, and they also saw like a couple copies of the same supernova lensed around this massive stellar object. And so that's cool in itself. But that same team, they predicted that an additional copy of that supernova would show up at some later date, like a year or so later, based on gravitational lensing, which is what produces the ring, Einstein ring or whatever, and then also time dilation, which gave it the difference in time. So they used Einstein's theory to make that prediction, and then rented the Hubble on exactly the day that it was supposed to reappear, and they captured it.
Okay, I mean, there's so much to have fun with, but I want to respond to what Crypto said earlier. They may have used it to predict something, but the point I was getting at is that the predictions, the reason I use retroactive is they're using something and they're presenting it as this, oh, it's either this or this kind of approach. But that doesn't actually prove the bending and warping of space-time or whatever it was he said was the base claim.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, that's why I say it's a correlation equals causation argument.
And that's the fundamental of it. And that's why I was asking, but instead of just engaging like a bit more aggressively like earlier, I was trying to get him to engage, and I don't know. And then he just keeps saying stuff. It's just a repetition of stuff.
Well, how do you refute that? Like, you know, supernovas aren't.
What's there to
supernovas?
Supernovas.
Hold on. Supernovas aren't predictable.
The supernova thing, right? The
Yeah,
gravitational
they're not predictable.
lensing, all of this stuff. Kosho, can you give us the base establishment of all the equations that were used to quote unquote predict these things, other than the story of they did? Meaning, how did they get the base established mass of these lights in the sky? How did they establish that? Is mass a requirement?
I can provide you all the details, but not in this conversation.
No, it's just a diversion.
I can provide them to you. Maybe you get them by the next hour or so.
So you don't know.
But I'm not
how they established it.
You're asking me for you're asking me for the observations of the massive objects that were lensing these. I was lensing this supernova.
Nope.
Yes, that's what you're asking for.
I asked you
that's
for
that's
how
all you're
they
asking for.
I asked you, how did they establish the mass of these objects?
Yeah, so you interrupted Kosho making a point, so can we get back to his point now before we go to this diversion?
It's also kind of
that's what I just said you asked for.
Muted. Who asked you, man?
It's also kind of non sequitur, right?
So the mass of these objects is non sequitur to their relationship.
The mechanisms of general relativity, right? The bending and warping of space-time at very specific values, right? These mechanisms give you further specific values for observed effect, for observed effects, and then you can then do statistical analyses to make sure that those effects are indeed due, because these are specific values, right? You have a full mechanism.
I'm asking for the specific values and how they were established, bro. Like, that's the whole fucking point. It's like,
why are you talking over me?
The bending and warping of the space-time is due to the mass. How did you establish the mass? Well, we know the effects, which better give us.
Why don't we just let him talk for himself?
What?
Because he's just gish galloping all over the place. I asked
Kosho made a specific point.
Are you Kosho?
He didn't make a sequitur from it. Someone said, well, it could be just coincidence. And before you did your little non sequitur to say, because Kosho doesn't know every single thing about this, that means he knows nothing about it and he's wrong. That's what you were doing. But anyways, right? We know it's not just coincidence because we know it's not just coincidence because these mechanisms are very specific values, right? Space can be bent at this specific value, which leads to another specific value for this.
How was that established?
Can you stop?
How was it established?
Interrupting me.
We want knowledge. You should be able to demonstrate how you've claimed this knowledge, right? How is it bent? How is space
I haven't
bent?
finished my point that I started like 3 minutes
You
ago.
can't finish. You can never finish a point if you can't build the foundation.
This is ridiculous.
This has been my experience since I've gotten here today. So,
oh please, Kosho, give me a break. The problem is
give you a break. Give you a break. That's what's been happening to me the whole entire day.
Let me finish the point I was making.
You haven't even established the point.
If your point is foundationally assumptive or fallacious, you can't ever finish it. You can never finish something that's logical.
No, I can't finish it because you keep interrupting me, dude.
You don't
That's
have a
why
point.
I can't finish it. Yeah, I have a
when
very
you're done with your
specific
point, right? When you're done with your point, I'm going to take you back to how does space get bent? And you're not going to be able to answer that, are you?
So, right, Kosho
Exactly.
made a point. Someone, I'm not gonna entertain your silliness, dude. When you're interrupting
Because I can
me.
stay
Well, we're not
silent for as long
we're
as
not
it takes you to
entertaining
finish your
baseless.
dialogue, right? But I'm
We're
going to
not
take you back to the fundamental. And I know that you can't answer that. And you know that because you're avoiding the point.
No, you're interrupting me. Anyways, so Kosho made a specific point about the measured values for observed effect, and those come from a chain of mechanisms, one of which being space being bent at a very specific degree or radian, whatever kind of measured value you want to do it at, right, for the path. And so it's these chain of mechanisms that lead to the values for observed effects. And it's not just a coincidence, like you were saying before, because we can do statistical analysis and further statistical analysis on that statistical analysis to make sure that this wasn't just a fluke, that it actually was because of these mechanisms that give very specific values. And that's why you measured the value you measured in the observation that you made. So trying to say that it's just some kind of coincidence, the probability of that is near zero.
Back to the actual point. By what mechanism did you determine that
horse
space
done?
bends?
What do you mean by what mechanism? Space
How
bending
did you
is the
determine that
mechanism.
space bent?
Space bending is the mechanism. Mass is coupled to
So
it.
this
It
is
bends
circular reasoning.
proportionally.
So it's fallacious.
It
So it
bends
has no
proportionally.
foundation.
Yeah, you can
Hence,
just
you don't
interrupt
have a
me,
point.
dude. No, you're just
No,
terrified. You
I'm
can't
not
let people
interrupting. You've answered
finish.
my question, and I'm responding to
No,
your answer.
I wasn't done
You
answering
were
your
done.
question. No, I wasn't.
You were
bro.
done. You said the
interrupted me.
mechanism is what you're trying to prove.
Yeah.
I asked you how you determined what you're trying to prove, and you said by the thing that I'm trying to prove. It's nonsense.
No, I was pointing out how you're not even understanding what you're asking.
That might have been your attempt, but that's not what you did.
Space-time bending
what I
is the mechanism. Mass is
Or
coupled
bending
to it.
space-time?
It bends
The mechanism of
proportional. Holy shit! You just can't let me finish. All right. Well, you guys have fun. Kosho, have fun with this
As long as you're
silliness.
bendy space time.
It's not possible, dude. Like
That
I
sounds
don't know
like
why.
you're
I don't know
Get
why.
back to
I don't know why
doing
this
actual
conversation.
work.
Yeah, I don't know why this conversation is like the one where it's just like the rules don't apply. But it's like, why don't we just let people finish? It's like it's a way. The only way to conduct a conversation. Like
the explanation of the conversation.
Kosho, the reason you can't let people
Well,
can't
it doesn't
finish
matter.
is because when you
ignore
have
all the side stuff.
well,
Get to
here's
the
the
actual
thing.
point of the
I'm getting
argument.
to it, Elisha, because
it's not like we're constantly over talking him all day, every day.
Even though it's the people on his
we're
own
having
side.
a good conversation. The problem is, at a certain point, you have to bring the conversation back to a base reality. Otherwise, it's just baseless claim after baseless assertion after baseless assertion, and you can only deal with that for so long before you're like, "Whoa, we've gotten so far off of actually proving or establishing any type of thing that ties back to reality that there's no point in continuing the conversation." And when Jace was asked what is the mechanism for the bending and warping of space-time, he said the bending and warping of space-time.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Listen,
Hang on.
Wait,
Why
what
do
I
you
heard
have
him.
to
He was like, I
lie
can't
to
answer it, and I'm
prove
gonna
your
leave.
point? Why do
I
you
heard-
have to
I-
lie? Why do you have to lie for your truth, right? Like, why
That
are
was
you
your
lying
answer, Jace.
about
What
what
is
I
the
said?
mechanism for the bending
Why
and
are
warping
you
of space-time?
lying
They
about
listen
the
to
fact
What's
that
It
you
every day. Of course they
interrupted me?
lie.
You're projecting also, guy.
Cool.
No,
I'll just
he
I'll
wasn't
go
answering.
rewind and
That
screen grab
that
the
wasn't his. That
conversation.
wasn't his answer. That
That
wasn't his answer.
wasn't
He was
my
correct. He was correct.
answer.
He was
You're just
correcting him.
lying.
Yeah, he was correcting him by saying, "What? That's a weird question." He didn't say that. He's like, "That's a weird question because," and then what he says is, "the mechanism
avoid
is
the
actually
question.
the mech." What he said was the mechanism is space-time bending. So
And
when
then
you
I
ask like,
asked
"What's the
him
mechanism?"
the
I know. So when
mechanism
you
for
ask,
what?
I know. Stop. I know. And he was in the middle of answering that when you asked him that. Like he was in the middle of answering. He was in the middle of
Just
answering
because
the
you
question
tried to
when you were
correct
asking
my
that.
question doesn't take away the fact that I actually asked it.
Look, Kosho, you
right?
know you can just
and
mute
that
him, right?
it has validity because he was saying the bending of space-time. So somebody's saying something that implies that is an implied claim. I'm asking, how did you determine this? By what mechanism? Whatever phrasing you like, it doesn't matter. And then his answer is not to answer the question, but to reframe the question in the way he wants it to be asked. which is obfuscation, which is irrational at its base, but it's deceptive. So what
Your question
actually
was an
what
interruption.
actually
That's
it
not
doesn't
what
matter. It
happened.
doesn't matter. Shut up. What actually
Yeah,
is
it
your
does
claim?
matter. You're
What
interrupting
no, I'm not
constantly.
talking to you. Is your name Jace? No. So shut up.
Irrelevant.
Jace. My
No,
question to you.
you need to
my
learn
question
to stop
you,
talking.
Jace. Well, if there's some moderation, that would be cool. But my point is, Jace.
Yeah, exactly.
Number one, what is your question? No, what is your claim? Number two, by what mechanism or by what manner or how, if you want to be generic, did you determine that this base claim is in fact correct? That's the fundamental.
Prepare for a sincere answer.
Oh, deafening silence.
That's an acceptance. Fair enough.
Go poker chips first.
I mean, he wasn't answering he was answering the question by telling you that the question didn't make sense because
so I don't care.
What hold on. I know you don't care. I know you don't care, dude. I know you don't care. I know you don't care. It doesn't matter if you care. It doesn't matter if you care or not. You can't possibly know if what I haven't said yet has been addressed. Like, for fuck's sake, dude. God damn,
You're
man.
just having a meta discussion at this point.
You have no idea what I'm saying,
how
dude.
Is it proven?
So I went back
I'm
and
not gonna
listened
be- I'm
to the live stream. Hold up. I went back to listen to the live stream. Jace did not say that the bending of space-time was the mechanism. We asked what the mechanism for the bending of space-time was. He did say space-time was the mechanism, but then he said it was the coupling of that to the mass. Right?
Yeah,
so
'cause-
that
yeah,
was kind of
that-
talked over.
this is
So
what I was trying to explain when I got talked over.
Hold on. I just want to reiterate. I just want to
Why can't I finish what I'm
reiterate-
saying, dude?
Because you literally started over talking me.
Oh, I know. I didn't. I was
point,
literally trying to.
Coach.
I was trying to get back in. Whenever I got interrupted by fucking Elijah,
Then you
and break,
overtalked
and then you break that up and start saying something. When I'm in the middle of saying something.
There was a huge pause, and I literally just got a whole entire sentence out before you said I was interrupting you. So
No. But I'm not
that's
talking.
the case.
I'm saying that
So,
when you jumped
Jace,
in,
what is so when you say that mass is
Ridiculous,
coupled
dude.
to the bending and warping of space time?
So you're not going to care. You're just going to keep on interrupting.
Then go, Kosho. We'll just have it.
No, fuck all you guys.
Kosho,
Fuck all you guys, man. And honestly, I'm not. I don't want to participate in a conversation with you guys. Just fucking
No, because you know we're about to get to the point where you guys can't substantiate.
Just
your
fuck
claim.
off, dude.
So you're gonna have a pissy little argument.
Mm-hmm.
No, if he wants
This
to
is
go,
how they
go.
need to win
It's
mentally,
fine, then
Kosho. Just let them have their little mental victory.
Yeah, Ed, your gaslighting really isn't adding anything.
He's
Yeah,
useless.
just like a mincing troll.
I mean, Kosho and J-Ace, you might disagree or agree with what they said, whatever, but they're actually trying to have a conversation.
Well, they have the
And
capability
I
of bringing.
I would ask the room to stop interrupting, please, as a moderator. That would be nice. But I would say that 4 or 5 people in this conversation are actually trying to have a conversation. There's one person who isn't, and they need to shut up. Let's move on.
Oh, now you're suddenly a mod?
Yeah, I've been a mod the whole time, bro.
No, you haven't. Elijah wasn't muted once by you, so you're
I didn't
not.
mute
You're
Kosho when he
useless.
Yeah, I didn't mute Kosho when he told everyone to fuck off either.
No, I said Elijah, not Kosho. You need to listen.
You know what, Ed? You're actually going to get muted, and you're going to stay muted.
That's I already got it. I already got it, Crypto.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to mute Kosho because I think 99% of the time he actually contributes, whereas Ed contributes nothing ever. So there's obviously a difference there.
I mean, I literally just waited for a pause. There was a long pause. I come in. I make my whole entire point, go to start ask the question, and then suddenly I'm interrupting. Like how?
No, but yeah,
It's fine. It's fine.
Just as moderator, can I just yeah, because obviously I took a step back because I realised lots of people were talking. I think Kosho was already frustrated at previous interruptions. That, to be fair, everyone was interrupting everyone. He did get interrupted. Can't say that isn't true. And it was just frustration from that. I think if everyone just kind of takes a second just to chill calm down, come back to the conversation, then we can be productive again.
Yeah, it's just if we want to have productive conversations, sometimes people do need to be cut off, myself included, if I'm making a completely baseless claim, right? Like if somebody wants clarification for something that I'm saying, by all means, step in and say something, right?
Well,
like if I'm just making
like I challenged something Elisha said earlier. It's okay. You don't have to always back your own team. Do you know what I mean? Like if truth is what we're after, then it might be sometimes that people who you generally agree with, you feel they're wrong or they feel you're wrong. Like that's okay too. Like I don't know why there seems to be this kind of team red versus team blue thing, and that's what leads to a lot of this interrupting and like just being generally toxic.
Yeah, I have a habit of interrupting, but usually the reason I do it, and I'm not going to pretend like it's perfect, so apologies for that earlier, Kosho and Jace, but the reason I usually make it clear is that something's going off from either what I said, misinterpretation or whatever. So I'm trying to get back to the core of the discussion. And when I've made the point and at least clear enough so that it can stand, then I just stand back in silence, and they either take it or they don't. Now that elicits certain responses from people when you finally get the point across, and then no one says anything. Well, what do you think is going to happen then? And then all that happens, and this is why I responded to you in turn earlier, Kosho, is that you bring back up the other thing again, which removes the point that was being made. But I think generally speaking, apart from the stupid trolls in the background, it's natural for people to just get whatever animated about a discussion, and then you just pull back a little bit and just ebbs and flows. But if the core conversation, like the core content of the conversation, is not being acted upon, like at least it doesn't appear to be acted upon honestly, then there's always going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I was called a liar for what I said. So then I was like, "Oh,
yeah, I ignore all of that personal stuff.
Well, I didn't ignore it, right? Because I thought to myself, well, maybe I misunderstood what was being said, or I didn't hear what was being said. So you know what I did? I completely exited the room, went back, reviewed the live stream to check whether or not what I said was correct or incorrect, and then I come back in and correct what I had said previously, and then I was just asking a question. Like, that's what an honest person does. So I was called a liar, even though I just misheard something, right?
Yeah,
so then I come back in to establish well,
I'm not trying to be a pain, but like, let's get if they want to re-engage, right? I know he said F off and dipped, but he's still in the room. If you, or at least Kosho is, he's unmuted. The fundamental question: Kosho, do you not think at least that it's a fair question? The general, because you can apply this to any one of the claims that you may have brought up, right? But we were pretty zeroed in on one topic, right? The fundamental question that I'm posing is, what is its fundamental claim, and by what mechanism or by what method have you actually proven it? Not just asserted it, but given it without shadow of a doubt validity. Because as far as I'm concerned, every response that I heard was anything but that, and it just added on more claims, added on more assumptions, more things that just get annoying. Like when we have to point out that that's fallacious. So that's how I've interpreted it. But the fundamental question: do you not think it's fair, at least, Kosho?
I don't think they're going to engage because this is like the base crux of their argument.
That's my attempt, because aside from the interruptions, that would be my question, and I could just mute myself, and then you just assume that unless you're actually answering that question, that I'm just going to tacitly be interrupting you until you actually address it. Because if you address it, cool, but if you don't address it, then the interruptions are even though they might be tactless, they're justified in that you're not answering the question. And then once you finally answer the question, again, this is my interpretation, but it usually ends up being true. The answer points out another fallacious position,
Well,
and then there's no surprise why we don't take it seriously, because there's nothing actually substantial being given to us.
it's like you
Just
ask
a
for
worldview.
you got the question, you're waiting for the answer, but you get sort of a long excuse as to why your question was bad or that they can't answer it.
That does at least appear
But
to
you're
be the
wrong
case.
also.
But they can answer for themselves if they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally that there's a couple of issues here, and I don't know if they know and they just ignore it, or if they just haven't really properly thought about it. But even within a proper scientific experiment where you actually predict things, you are in some sense affirming the consequence.
Yeah.
This
one,
and that's even with the idea of manipulating your independent variable and doing it by the book, right? Okay, if you're not even able to do that, like, you're so much further from being able to evidence anything at all, because that be used to argue that shark attacks cause ice cream sales, right? Because in summer both happen, but you don't need to consider the summer thing because we're just we're just taking a correlation as a causation. So clearly, ice cream sales cause shark attacks or vice versa. And then you can say, well, I went to another beach and I didn't know about ice cream sales or shark attacks, but I noticed that someone got attacked by a shark, and so then I realized that there must have been more ice cream sales, right? And then that's the way you establish that quote-unquote cause statistically. But of course, that's nonsense, and that's
statistics
only,
doesn't prove anything.
Right. But they will tell you that with statistical analysis they know X, Y, and Z, but it's just not the case.
Well, even more than that it's not just the case. With statistical analysis, one, if they cared to, could go and prove the complete opposite, or a very irrelevant third option.
Well, this is why the framework.
That's what... Sorry.
Just okay. So this is what I said earlier about 20 minutes ago, and it was just completely ignored. The framework that you're working within can kind of support itself. So you might say that there's an effect in the sky, but it's based on magnets, or it's based on light, or it's based on whatever the fuck you come up with. I don't know, God did it, whatever. And then you take the same phenomena, you take the same statistical analysis, you make the same predictions, and then it proves that God did it, or that light did it, or that magnets did it, or whatever.
Yeah, because it's weird. Predictions have never, like, fundamentally, a prediction or a prophecy or whatever about the future or something. That's never actually been the purpose to prove anything other than the prediction itself. It's like, oh, he was either right about the prediction or he was wrong. But the method by which he was right or wrong, they're mutually exclusive. He might have got the right prediction because he ate flipping mushrooms. It doesn't mean that the mushrooms were the reason that the thing that he said in the future was right or whatever. And this is a really crude, silly example, but they're not the same. When we're asking a question of how have you proven this, right? Where's the proof for this? Like, you're saying that the house is how many stories tall? Where's the proof? And somebody gives me a prediction. Well, if the house wasn't 10 stories tall, then the next door house wouldn't do this, the shadow. And so, okay, do me a favor. Can you just measure the house for me? It's not that complicated. And this I think is something that everyone should do in all ways of reasoning any discussion, be it this topic or just general day-to-day stuff. Why would you use a prediction to justify something that you're trying to prove? You're trying to prove something, prove it. Because I think raising the topic of a prediction to try and justify something else or give evidence to something else is obfuscation. And unless you're being disingenuous, you're actually hurting yourself. Let's say you had something really important or something that you had a vested interest in, and you're trying to back it up with predictive stuff. You're kind of going against yourself because you're not actually building a fundamental base. But then if you're disingenuous with your approach, or maybe you're upholding an idea that doesn't actually have any validity, then I can understand why you would turn to predictions and how you can manipulate that and the data, etc.
I mean, predictions do have utility. I just think that the importance of predictions are overstated. So, for instance, let's just say that you and I, to go back to the football analogy from earlier, you and I decide that Manchester United versus Liverpool, we've both analysed the teams, and I've decided that, Man United are going to win, and you've decided Liverpool are going to win based on, I don't know, fundamental analysis of the attack and the defence or something, right? That prediction then has some merit because you then have a result at the end to then compare it to. Now, it might be that my fundamental analysis of the attack and defence was irrelevant, and that the team that I think won anyway, but for a different reason. This is where it becomes murky and annoying, and they need to understand what's going on, because it could just be that I made the correct prediction for incorrect reasons,
right?
But I'm now interpreting it as correct reason because I got the desired result.
Yeah, and in that kind of situation, it's just all well and good until it's not, and then people just pivot. So in like financial analysis or whatever, people can use this because there's so much data out there to make useful predictions. And as long as you have a decent way of covering your back end, then it doesn't matter as long as you're over the 50% accuracy mark, you're gonna go on an upward trend. But it doesn't necessarily mean that your analysis is fundamentally correct. And in those real applications, sure, that's convenient and that's maybe expedient even. But when we're having a fundamental discussion of what is and isn't the case, it's a whole different story.
Well, when you're talking specifically about financial markets, it's interesting because I'm actually developing a bot at the moment for this purpose. So what I've realized is you don't have to be correct; you just have to be less incorrect than everyone else.
Yeah, because you can do that with flipping a coin and in like a binary gambling game. You just have to make sure that your back end is covered. So it's just what do they call it in finances? They call it loss mitigation or whatever the term is.
Well, stop loss.
Yeah, but it's like a system of so that it's the hedging. So it's the hedging. So you're hedging so that the whole system balances itself out in the positive.
Well, this is how people trade often. They'll buy at a certain price and they'll sell at a certain other price, and the difference in the prices is what makes them money. This is how arbitrage works. It's how tri-arbing works. It's how trading on financial markets and sports markets works. This is all you're doing is you're effectively asking for a better price than something's worth, and you're then selling it for a worse price than it's worth, or at least for a worse price than you bought it for. And that's how people make or lose money, is they get that right or wrong.
Yeah, and that's.
But just to apply the financial markets to sports betting, because when it comes to like what is the value of the pound or the value of the dollar or something, a lot of that can be mystical and ethereal. But when you're talking about sports betting, you're talking about an objective result, right? So I bet on, I don't know, a horse at the Grand National or whatever. Then, well, you know, the horse either wins or it doesn't win. So there's an objective result at the end. So there's something to compare the analysis to.
Right. And what's interesting is that all the data involved in that, unless somebody chooses to input like opinionated data, all of that relates to something that's real. Like even the result is a real result. Whereas what we're comparing this discussion to from earlier is something that there is no tangibility to the bending of space-time. Unless somebody can show it to me, then by all means. And that's the difference, right? And that's why that thing will work, but the other thing won't. It won't work in terms of determining whether something is true or not.
Well, I guess it's like betting on a horse race. Like one of the horses is space time, one of them is like mass attracts mass, another one is, I don't know, whatever you can come up with. But the horse race never starts, right? So the race never starts.
The horse race never starts. There's no horses. There's no stars. There's no jockeys. There's nothing.
Right. It's like you're just arguing about a race that will never start.
You guys are also kind of missing another another spin to that. So like in prophecy, like let's say I say, hey, you're going to suffer great loss in the crypto market, but that's all I say. So then you believe me, and then you go sell all your crypto. But then that crypto takes off. And I go, wait, no, that's why you're going to suffer great loss, because you're going to sell all of it, and now you lost out. Or you don't believe me, and then it crashes, and then I go, well, you didn't listen to me. So there's also like that weird, like, you don't
the
know.
real manipulation is of the observer of the
Right, you're missing that part of it. You could be one way or the other, it just depends
the
how you
person
word
who
it.
subscribes to these different theories and whatever, they're the independent
Exactly.
variable.
Now you're getting it. You're the independent variable. It depends on how you're gonna interpret what you actually were saying and what you're believing in, and that's what it really comes down to. What do you believe in, and how else you play it out the end of that? Hindsight's 20/20 sometimes.
Pokemon, I realised that I could probably scam Twitter if I wanted to, quite easily, with this kind of idea of people thinking that if you get a few things in a row, right, then you are like some kind of god of predictions or whatever. And what I realised is if I set up, say, 16 Twitter accounts, and let's just call them Crypto Predicts 1 to 16 or whatever, and then I just say, I don't know, on 8 of the accounts I say Arsenal are going to beat Man United, and then on the other 8 accounts I say Man United are going to beat Arsenal, right? Well, if Arsenal beat Man United, I then make a second prediction on those 8 accounts, and then you just discard the ones where you were wrong, right? And then you make a second prediction on the 8 accounts. You then make a third prediction on the 4 accounts that were correct. You then make a fourth prediction on the 2 accounts that are left, and then the 1 account that's left, you've made 5 correct predictions in a row on that, right? And now
that's exactly what trading like people scam with.
Right.
Yeah,
they'll take in 100 people, say, oh, gold's going that way to 50, gold's going the other way to the other 50, and then they just keep doing stuff like that. So yeah, they're going to lose people on the
It's like a magic trick.
But they keep building up a reputation for the ones who've only ever had good things.
That's the whole thing with a bookie.
Getting money.
Right.
That's the whole thing with a bookie. He wants 50-50 betting on each game because he makes the juice. Win or lose, it doesn't matter.
The house always wins.
Hey, it's kind of like, have you ever done a magic trick? You ever done magic? Okay, so there's a part in some magic tricks where you go, what pile you want them to pick. So you tell them, pick a pile. If they pick one, you go, okay, we're going to put that one away. If they pick the one that you wanted, you go, okay, we're going to keep that one. It's all manipulation, bro. All of it.
Yep. Until you get them to do what they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, where's the bull? Like, there is no bull, so they're never going to get it correct.
Rakia said. So, Rakia, the way bookmakers make money is really funny because obviously they can't see the future, right? So, what do? Well, they'll build their profit margin into the odds. It's the value of the price that makes them money. They're not predicting the future. They don't know what the fuck's going to happen. They will literally they'll take in some bets, and some of them will have algorithms where they'll say, okay, well, this horse or this team is taking in lots of money. Obviously, the price is too good, so they'll shorten the odds or whatever. And that's all they do.
The lines are
profit margin into their odds. Sorry.
The lines on like football and baseball are adjusted depending on how many people are betting which way of the line, so they can get 50-50. They make money on the juice. I mean, that's why the line goes up and down.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
They set the line where they hope that the majority of the people will bet one way and the other majority, like it's 50-50. And when they get it upside down, they adjust the line where they get more people on the opposite side.
Right.
And there's one thing that they can always guarantee on is the full. So they don't even have to have a high percentage. They just have to have enough of a positive percentage of bets that are for fools that they're going to constantly be in the red or in the positive.
A fool's bet. Yeah, like they say, you
can do this analysis, like the edge analysis. Sorry to interrupt, but you can do this analysis in games of like what is the house edge, and you can do the percentages. You just sit down and work it out, or let other people do it for you, and then you can determine, okay, which game is worth playing, and which game isn't. And
Right.
apart from maybe the card
Statistically.
games, because you have an ability to read the cards and all this kind of stuff, the majority of them are not worth playing, except craps and
Roulette.
baccarat. And baccarat, if you avoid the side bets, because if you avoid the side bets, then it's just a binary game.
Right.
But anyway, it's enough promotion.
Well, I was gonna say this. Vegas wasn't built. Vegas wasn't built on winners. So many people have lost to build that whole entire city, and it's definitely, the odds are never in your favor. Even when you think like if you got it all figured out, they'll still have dealers that know how to manipulate cards and they know how to control shuffles. Even when they're stacking them with 2 or 4 decks being shuffled out by a machine. Like, it's crazy. The odds are truly stacked against you, even when you think you got it figured out. But that's a whole nother story, too.
Yeah, and even if you do manage to figure out some way, what they do is they just throw you out and ban you. So it's like, even with the maths against you, and they're still spotting people who know how to play against them. But this is the essence of it, though. It's like where we came from, which was the essence of predictions, is actually understanding that certain predictions, like, they don't necessarily have the value that people who already like what the prediction has quote unquote propped up,
Right.
like it has this full power to tell you truth, and it doesn't really. And
especially when the prediction is open to multiple interpretations.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point of the framework, isn't it? That's the whole point. You need to understand the philosophical framework that you're analyzing the prediction in. Anyway.
Okay.
Someone singing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How dare you?
Which is why, I mean, this is the whole reason for the scientific method, because it removes any of this room for interpretation. Because unless you're trying to be disingenuous, the whole aim is to further the understanding. So if you're furthering the understanding, you want to make sure that you're not adding a false understanding to your repertoire. You want to constantly be, okay, this is a confirmed, this is no shadow of a doubt, cool, we can build from there and keep going up and up.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got to be aware of confounding variables, and you've still got to be aware that a phenomena could be shared amongst multiple explanations, even within the scientific method. But yeah, I mean, generally.
Yeah, because I know Witz has talked about this type of, well, yeah, there's a cause, but like, what's the root core cause? And then that goes to the fundamental of creation and stuff, doesn't it? Ultimately, what's that term? Was it ontological primitive, or is that the one?
Yeah, I think so.
Because that's what ultimate. I think that's how people use it, if I remember it correctly. And that's kind of where the fundamental goes, because what's the ultimate cause for anything that we observe? But yeah.
Speaking about the gambling that you were talking about before, how it's in the house's favor. That's true, but if you learn how to, let's say, count cards or something, the house has 2 choices: to either ban you or ban the game. Their objective is not to sit there and lose money all day long and have a bankrupt business. That would be silly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because
There's also ways.
I only have a couple of minutes. I really want to just get this out because then I need to go. You're right, and what's interesting as well, though, is I found that for instance, a game like roulette, you hear about all these systems where you can beat trust me, I've done so much analysis on the game of roulette. There is no way to beat it long term at all. I don't care what you think.
There is definitely a way to.
Well, yeah, you can beat the house anyway. But if you were to say try a martingale system, you're going to lose sooner or later. If you try
Martingale's a fool's game, unless you have unlimited
you're
funds.
going to lose sooner or later. There's so
well,
many.
it's not just
That's what I was going to.
God, am I cutting out or what's going on?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
So there's so many different things that have been tried, and trust
That's what
me,
I was going to say.
Come on, man. Right, if any of these things worked, then everyone would be using them, and the casino would have banned roulette. That's
Well,
basically what I'm saying.
Just so the audience will know, the martingale system works. It can't fail, but they set limits on your max bet. That's what makes the martingale unwinnable system in a casino. But if you get a person in a home game or whatever that wants you to bet this and bet that, and you martingale it, you can't lose if you have the funds. It's unbeatable. Mathematics are built into it where you can't lose, but they put the max bet at a way that you can lose. That's how the house beats the martingale.
That's the reason why they have limits at tables.
That's exactly why they have limits at tables.
Because otherwise, the moment you get it right at the tail end of it, you just wipe them out.
Well, no, you just actually
can't
you don't.
afford
With
it.
the martingale, you just win your original bet. So if you're betting $5 and you bet $2,000 to win $5,
Oh, true,
it's
my
stupid anyway. But you could do it mathematically and win that $5. But if you can only bet $1,000, that's their table limit, and you get to martingale where it's more than 1,000, you can't win your original bet back. So the house wins.
If you apply the stop loss type stuff from trading, and you apply a non-linear positive and negative either progression or regression, so you get it wrong, you have a non-linear, so Fibonacci, I think. So the first one is you double it, the second one is you times 3, and then 5, and then 8, and so on, right? And then there's the same on the way up when you're getting it right. Then that, if you maintain that with a strict stop loss and a strict obedience to that system, that's a way you can maintain. But I don't know if I articulated that clearly. It's better to write it down. But because the reason I said that, who was I talking to? Was it Rekia? Because that way you can eliminate the problem that you will have with the house limit on the table. Because you're jumping ahead of that. So if there was an error, let's say you lose all 8 progressions on a fib sequence, but you lose it once, but you've won like a bunch of different up until a certain point on the positive, then that one loss doesn't mean anything. But if you're constantly doing this either martingale or what's the other one they call it? Just the singular bet where they don't increase the base bet, and then you're just gonna keep losing.
You can't single bet with a system that's got a small edge against you, because that small edge over time is going to beat that bet.
Yeah,
you have to fluctuate your bets, and if you martingale, you have to play without limits.
Yeah.
If they have limits, then you can't martingale. If you change your bets and get lucky, you're going to win. If you change your bets and get unlucky, you're going to lose.
Do you enjoy this type of stuff, or do you just do it for casual?
I love poker tournaments, right?
Oh,
I have
okay.
a huge advantage over the normal everyday player.
See,
Now,
poker makes more sense because you're not playing the house, you're playing.
Right, you're playing individual, you're playing stuff that somebody might not know, but playing craps and all that is my entertainment. I don't if I can afford to lose 5,000, I go in there and lose 5,000. I'm having a lot of fun when I do it. Trust me. But if I go in there and beat them for 5,000, I'm having more fun, like just as much fun and more. So
I'll send you a video, you might, or a channel, you may or may not like it.
I love all those strategies and all that. They're interesting. There's a lot of math with AI now. It's coming out.
How is it that you have?
What happened?
I have a bad mic, I think.
How do you have an advantage over other players?
Over the poker player?
What is that? What you said? Yeah.
It's a skill-based game.
I told you I wouldn't have the advantage.
No, so you do or you don't have the advantage?
No, absolutely, 100%. When I walk into a poker game against ordinary, everyday players, I have a huge advantage. Not just a small edge.
And how is that? How is that?
Well, I'm going to pay attention more and keep track of the cards, who plays what in what position, how you act, what you say, how you answer things, which way you look. which way you put your chips in, which way you stack your chips, which way you if you sit up, sit back. I mean, how far do you want me to go? That's just the small little bitty,
So you're a skilled
the
poker player
ordinary
that can
details.
read
Then
people.
there's I can definitely. It goes further than that, though.
Can
Analytics.
bluffing?
There's computer. Say it again.
Can you tell if I'm bluffing?
Bluffing is just part of the game. Most people try and bluff, but it's how you don't put out tells when you're bluffing, or you reverse tell if you know someone's picking up on your tell. Yeah, I mean, overall, the smarter person, the more intelligent, the more person who has more knowledge, has studied more, is going to win more often. That's why you see the same people, at the final tables more often.
It's not just
They've
luck.
done their
Yeah,
study.
if you study a player, if you study a player all the whole time, and you're like, oh, this guy's playing tight every time. He's not really, and there's a lot to poker. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you
I
one
just
of the
wanted to say
easiest
something
ones.
about
One of the easiest ones you can go sit down at any poker table is how someone bets, if they stack their chips or if they throw them in. Just pay attention to everybody at the table, how they do that, and what hands they had when they do that, and you'll pick up an easy tell on most players. That's one of the
What's the
easiest.
difference whether they throw them in or stack their chips? What's the difference?
Usually, it differs on the person, but if a person stacks his chips when he has a good hand, and then when he's bluffing, he throws them in at you, and he does that every time when he's bluffing, and every time he has a good hand, he stacks his chips, then you have a tell on that person. Now, the next person that's in a different seat may do the opposite, but if you pick up that he does it every time a certain way, that's a tell on that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're saying if they throw them in, it's like half-hearted. Stack them, they're like really waiting, ready to win if they can.
Well, but it's individually. Like it's a tell individually, because the next person could do it the opposite way. It's just the way humans do things repetitively. They don't even realize they're doing it.
What he's saying is you have to read the person.
You have to read each person on what they're doing with each particular hand and pay attention and memorize. You have to have a good memory based on that. So you play against seat one that always stacks his chips when he's got a good hand, and he stacks his chips, and the story adds up that he has a good hand, then you can make a fold. If he splashes the pot, like throws his chips at you or at the pot every time that he's bluffing, and you've noticed this over an hour, then he throws his chips in. When you make a bet, he raises you and throws his chips in. He's probably bluffing, and if the story adds up that he's bluffing, then you make the call. Overall, those percentages, if you're right, are going to increase your winning precision just based on that one tell. But you're adding up a story the whole time.
Yeah, it's individual for each person. I mean, you could check to see if their Oreo cookies come apart clean or not.
Yeah.
But
if he makes the Oreo cookie, is that his tell?
That was in a movie, so.
Look.
Most Glovers would believe
What if
that.
I'm a pathological liar? In my mind.
Well, most Glovers would believe that one because it was on TV, but I've never seen anybody break an Oreo cookie, and the Oreo cookie did what his tell wanted him to do. But I do see people eat and drink sometimes during the hand, which gives you a tell, right? Like if you're making them wait a long time on your decision, and you're doing that to pick up tells on them, and every time they grab their drink or their water bottle and take a drink when they're bluffing, and when they have a good hand, they just sit still as possible, trying not to give off that they have a good hand, so they get paid off, which is human nature. Then you know they're not bluffing. That's another good tell.
What if I'm a pathological liar? Can you know if I'm bluffing?
Well, liars are more intent to bluff than people who are straight and narrow. So if you're talking to people over the course of a day that you're playing with, a big tournament with, and they're telling you they're this, that, and the other, and they're an attorney and they're wearing all this gold jewelry and their stacks all which away and they're real loose, then they're probably playing loose. But if you're talking to an accountant that has his chips perfectly stacked with all the lines lined up and every stack is even and blah, 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 and they make a bet and all the story adds up, they're probably not bluffing you. You understand? Like, there is a million ways. That's, It's who knows more and who uses that information and who's willing to put their tournament at risk to go with their knowledge and their gut.
Yeah, but sometimes you have the opportunity based on your position and things like that, and the number of people in the hands. Like you basically kind of like, and what the flop ends up being and stuff like that. Like you have like the opportunity to bluff and almost like assured their fold anyways. But
Position
I
is
was
a
gonna say,
huge
Rakia, position, yeah, of course, yeah. And I was gonna ask you because I don't know, I know you play pro. I don't play pro, but I've played a lot. But I know the one tip I've always saw was like when the flop comes out, it's better to look at the other players instead of looking at the flop, right? Because then
absolutely.
yeah, because then you see how
Even
you can
before
see
then,
their immediate reaction.
I'll go one more, Coach Show. You don't look at your cards until you watch the from the button, small bag, big blind. You watch it go around the table and how people put their chips in, how they act, how they sit, where they put their hands, how they hold their eyes, who they look at. If they're looking all around the table, watching the action like you are, that'll give you tells on them. And then you look at your cards and try not to give any information off whether you're playing the hand or not playing the hand. And then if you give the same pose, the same information, then you either in the same time, in the same everything, you either fold or act on your bet. And that way people can't pick up tells on you.
Well, this was a hell of a segue.
Yeah, it's one of the things I love. I mean, like I said, I don't have an advantage on the football field anymore, right? Like I can't go competitively play football or tennis or golf like I used to. But now I can go to a poker game and know I have an advantage. You can look back at my losses and just see these single hands that went.
But you can't competitively play
Yo,
golf.
just to touch on
You
that
used to be able?
martingale thing.
Yeah, I had an
So
8
what, Jeremy?
handicap for 10 years, but can't play because of my back now.
Oh, you're back. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, what did you say, Jeremy, about Martindale? Martingale. Yeah, Martingale.
He's
You know
probably
who
got
has
another joke.
you know who's obsessed with the Martingale? He thinks he can beat roulette is Rumpus. Rumpus has like this whole thing about the Martingale. He really thinks or at
You
least I don't know if he
cannot,
still does, but
can't beat
I think
roulette with Rumpus unless they don't have a max bet.
But I think crypto dropped off just because you definitely like diverted from the actual combo about.
Crypto's been talking like for hours. I think he was probably tired.
No, he said he had to go.
Yo,
That's
can
why
you
he
guys
made
hear me
his
now?
last point.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Martingale, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, with the martingale thing. If you have something that just doesn't lose that many times in a row, I mean, excuse me. No, you're good.
You cut out a little bit.
Hold on a second. Mia Moyak did this thing a while ago where I'm like, dude, how many heads in a row can it be, or tails, or whatever, right? I don't know how many times he ran it. I think it was 1 million or something, but we ended up getting there was a point where you had 33 heads in a row, and if you had started with a penny and double it every time, that's over $1 million.
yeah, but that's the point, man. Is
they don't let
first
you
of
go
all,
up to $1 million.
Yeah, and it can happen the other way around. For second of all, and third of all, that's the whole point. Is not any individual bet, you're only gonna win the initial bet, basically. So it's like if you're betting like $1 and you finally eventually win after 33 times, then you're after 33 times of losing, then you're only gonna win $1.
I know
Have an increase of
Yeah,
$1.
it's a waste of time.
That's why you gotta triple it every time instead of double it, because when you triple it, no, for real, when you triple it, when you triple it, by the time the more you lose, the more you actually win in the end. With that, with the way you,
Jeremy, if you start off at a minimum bet on any table in the casino, by the time you triple it, like you say, as a guaranteed winner, over 10 times, you're over the max bet. You can't bet anymore.
I
So if
know,
you lose
I
9
know.
times in a row, you lose. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this isn't going to work with a
win.
casino. This may work with a method where you have a where I don't know, something like I don't know.
No, nobody.
Anyway,
you know that there's crypto.
Wait, let
There's
me say
crypto
something.
casinos.
The math works. Global math works about this bet. The global math works, but in real life, it may not work.
Okay, well, Yeah, there's a casino called well, there's a game called Crash or whatever, and you can look at the stats and stuff like that. I don't think they have. I don't actually think they have limits on that game. You don't want to do the martingale on that one because it crashes at any point. So, but yeah, you can actually write a code, an automated code that will
Dude, they crash you at zero too
automatically do it
much,
for you.
bro.
Yeah,
They,
Yeah,
cra-
that
they
game.
crash you at they crash at zero enough times to where it's not even
See,
Wait,
worth
but
it.
Kosha,
have
you'll
you
be
played the
interested in
version?
this.
Yeah,
We
go ahead.
have computer systems like AI that tell us every hand against every position when you're in every position. What is the most strategic way to play that hand, right? And if you can memorize as many of those as you can, you have a huge advantage over a person who's
Oh yeah.
not doing that. That's why the younger player that's involved with that are winning more now than your older type. I'm just getting the tell off you if you're blowing your smoke in the air or not. Like
Yeah, I used to when I was on the Air Force Base. They had like 4 tournaments a week, and then the prizes were like $100 first place. So they have money just to give out. Like, you don't have to even pay to play, and they just give out like $100. Anyway, so the point is, I'd play those tournaments, and I got this book from their library. What was it called? I don't know what it was called. Texas Hold'em for Dummies. I don't know. Honestly, I can't remember what it was called. But it was.
yeah,
I read the
Texas
whole
Hold'em for
book.
Dummies. That's a big book. Yeah.
No, yeah, but it was. I can't remember what it was called. Regardless, though, I read the whole thing that day, and then I went that night, and the only I really held on to, other than like all the different hands they went through, at the very beginning of the book, they have like the starting hand, and the win, and then the win percentage or whatever. It doesn't show you against what. It just shows you like if having those starting hands, this is statistically how many times the
Yeah,
percentage that you'd win,
that's a
and
good one.
yeah, I ended up winning that night too. So
Well, your position that you play and your starting hand values, like how many, it makes you play less hands and better positions. Your mathematical percentage of winning in that situation is much higher, especially against a person who's not doing that.
right, yeah, there was something I was gonna say that. Oh yeah, about Crash. Jeremy, did you know that there's a? Have you played the version where you don't just like stop, you don't get out whenever you want? It's just like binary. It's like you either bet if it's gonna be above one or below one, and like so there's only two choices basically. Have you played that version? Guess you crashed already. Anyways, that game's addicting. Scott Veach thought he had a way to beat that game as well. He was gonna put a lot of money into it. I told him not to.
Do we have any waters above types in the room right now?
I am, but
Shout out to
I'm
Lemon.
in a store. You might can explain. Go ahead.
I am
too. It's cloudy.
Yeah, I was looking at the waters above thing, and I'm thinking how water obscures light after a couple hundred feet. So basically, what you would have, you have a curved dome over us. In some fashion, it seems like most flat Earth depictions of the dome are some kind of curve. And you have water that's got to be, let's say, a few hundred feet thick, in order to allow these lights and stuff to go through and get scintillated and stuff like that. If that's the case, then that means that water is curving. I was just wondering how that works.
Well, you're talking about water like you drink.
Yes, that's what water is. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't. I think it's written. It's taken out of context. You're talking about a Bible verse.
No, I'm talking more about the people who think that it's waters above because the stars flicker like they were you're looking through the surface of water.
Oh, okay, that's not me. I'm waters above because that's what it says in the Bible, and it starts to make sense. But it's not like the water you drink. But it might give some of the same effects. Well, I think it's more like a superfluid. So it's they use water as liquid or whatever.
God didn't invent that term yet.
I don't really talk to mockers, but you can talk to God about that if you want. Feel free to do that.
He doesn't. He doesn't answer when.
If I mock somebody, I wouldn't answer them either. That's why I'm not answering you.
What? Like somebody.
Yeah, you're mocking right now, which makes me not want to answer you. And I'm not even as intelligent as the intelligent designer is. So that might be why he's not answering.
What does miking mean?
Mocking, making fun of.
I'm not mocking.
Well, I like to play. I like to play you blind in poker to test your skills. I can go to my local joint and not oftentimes, but at least maybe half the time win some money in poker. My pattern is I'll go at 9 o'clock on Friday when there's a lot of novice players and a lot of drunk players, and sometimes I clean up. No limit hold'em.
You're talking about a cash game? You're talking about a cash game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chips.
Against drunk players. Yeah, that's a good way to do
Friday
it.
night, 9 o'clock. Novice players and drunk players. A lot of them. 40 minimum.
40,000? Because I'm there if it is.
We have a Hollywood Park Casino in Los Angeles. 24/7. Gambling.
Yo, Rakia, I sent you the channel, by the way, in DMs. If you want to check it out sometime. More fun.
Thanks, appreciate it. I'm checking out in the stores.
Check.
What's up, Jeremy?
Am I roboting or lagging? I gotta get a new phone, dude. This is obnoxious. I can't even be Discord like my whole shift now because I get no reception. The school Wi-Fi even blinks out, and a whole bunch of spots.
Get yourself a dial-up phone. That'll be the best.
I don't even
remember what we were talking about.
Gambling and stuff. Triple it and give me 20. Quadruple it. Quintuple it.
Water's above guy.
Like Kosho said, you gotta if you only double it, if you start with $1 and you double it, like you only end up making $1 in it. You gotta triple it or 2.5x it or something. You can't just double it every time. That ain't even worth it. And if you start tripling it, now you're into wild money real quick. If you got something though where you're like guaranteed to win 1 out of 10 or something, like you could crush it off that. Then at worst
What
you gotta.
what about baccarat? Sorry, what about roulette? Black or red? Double or nothing.
I mean, what would be awesome? What would be awesome is if you go to the roulette table and then you just watch, and then it lands on black like 9 times in a row or something, and then you start going red.
It's a gambler's fallacy.
Yeah, it's the same chances that it's going to be black and red the next time.
Jeremy, I go
This
with
is
never
why I
go
don't like.
against the trend. If there's 9 blacks, you gotta bet black. There's 9 reds, you gotta bet red. You can't go against the trend, bro. You're gonna lose.
No,
you bet whatever you want.
No, it's probability.
If you're doing a $5 bet,
probability of.
if you're doing a $5 bet, you're going to be up to $2 million. $23 million in 15 tries.
That's the problem because the maximum bet at the table is 500, so that's all you got.
So you got 5 tries.
Whatever. Let's say you're at a big baller table. Let's say you're at a big boy table.
Well, the maximum bet for red black is 2,500, but the maximum bet for one number at the roulette table is 500. But black and red max is 2,500.
Just don't play roulette, then you're fine.
Let Jerry finish this dumb point.
The house always wins. That's the name of the game.
Hey, Moyak, do you remember when we did the thing where you had to flip the coins? I'm like, how many times could it be heads in a row? And you did, and you simulated it or something. How many times was it for how many flips? Wasn't there like a 35?
I don't remember. I think I did a million. I think I did a million iterations, and I think let's see, what was it? I think I got like 13
I think it was
in a row.
20 or 30. Only 13?
It may have been. Yeah, I'm guesstimating from whatever.
Yeah, but
I think it was in like the 20s or 30s.
It's a gambler's fallacy to consider that kind of stuff, though. Like
Not really though, because if 1 in a million,
that's literally the
okay,
gambler's
let's
fallacy.
say every million you get, the most you ever get is like 30 losses in a row. If you wait till 29, you're like, oh, all right, I had 29 losses right here in a row. Boom, that's when you bet. That's when you start doing your martingale at like 3-4x or something crazy.
Well, that's not martingale anymore.
Jeremy's gonna find a
whatever. It's like martingale on steroids.
Yeah, but that one, that's what I'm saying. That's the gambler's fallacy because that's a standalone bet. And if you were to think like that, and that 29th time was the first time that you got 30 times, you'd be fucked.
Jeremy, people on steroids get too big too fast, and then they lose their balls. So don't do
I'm
steroids.
just telling you, if that's
Jeremy's gonna go to the roulette table and wait till
that's the point. If that's the
Jeremy's
listen,
gonna bet.
if that's the
red.
point.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Am I roboting? If that's the point,
just lagging.
if you say you just go
So you
ahead.
cutting
guys,
out?
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to. No, what I meant to say is that like there's like a millisecond lag, so when it sounds like you're silent, someone else starts and then you'll come through. But just go ahead. We'll wait.
Jeremy's gonna go to the roulette table and find 29 blacks in a row, and he's gonna bet red, and it's gonna come up green.
It's African American.
and he'll lose.
If Moyak had ran that million thing, a million times, and the most you ever got was 30 losses in a row, if you just waited for it to get 29, and then even if you get another 5 or 10 or something out of the norm, like, I don't see why it's not safe to start a martingale at that point.
You're saying start the martingale at that point.
Why would you wait?
Yeah,
for that in
wait
the
till
first
wait till it gets 29 losses in a row, and then
That
you
seems
start.
silly. Doesn't that seem silly?
Why?
Let's say you make
But Jeremy,
if you're on that trend, you're on that 29 streak, that crazy 30 streak, whatever, right? Let's say you had a system that had a bit more sense, and you go, okay, well I've been wrong 3 times. Let me just stop, reset, go back to the base, and you go, well, let's just assume. Like, you could just do a lazy one, just assume that this trend that it's on, it continues. Then you just keep placing bets on whatever red or whatever number that is on this crazy streak, and you keep riding that until that one pops. Like to try and keep martingaling it till the end, it seems completely inefficient and dangerous.
if you go against the
Kosho,
trend
what
of
if
the
you have
table,
the simulation? Kosho, what if you have the simulation, or anyone? What if you have the simulation run it, a trillion, quadrillion fucking times, and the most you ever get is 30 losses in a row, and now you're sitting there and it's at 29. You're at 29. Now you start a martingale that does like 3x or 4x or something.
Jeremy, once you run it a
doesn't mean
trillion
anything.
times, hang on. Jeremy, once you run it a trillion times, you start getting losses like 60, 100, 200. And that's how we got evolution.
No, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is the odds are gonna stay the same on every single flip, every single
they
coin
reset
toss.
every time.
It's gonna be 50%.
Yeah, but probabilistically, you ran your simulation. Probabilistically, it's only going to happen, 30 times at most. Now, let's say, yeah, it could happen 60 times, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the chances of that are like, 1 in whatever. You ran it, if you ran it enough times, if you ran your heads, tails, things, Moyak, say you ran it a septillion or decillion or some ridiculous Googleplex number of times, and the most it ever came up with was 30.
The only statistic you should ever use is the obvious one, and the real data that you're talking about shouldn't be used as statistics at all. The statistics are going to be the same regardless. It's 50-50 every single time.
Yeah, but what are the chances that it's going to be 10 in a row? Not 50-50.
Yeah,
is it still 50-50?
No, it's not. But those odds aren't based on the data.
Okay, right. So the chance of getting a red and black are 50-50 on any flip, but the chances of getting 10 in a row are not 50-50, right?
Yeah, it's like 1 in 1,000.
Yeah, so on that 10th flip,
it's 50-50.
On that 10th flip, probabilistically though, by the numbers you ran before or the simulation you did, that it's not 50-50.
No, but if you can either ask the question.
This is why I don't like probability.
You can ask the question.
Jeremy.
You can ask the question of what's the next flipped, or you can ask the question of what is the next 10 flips, and the odds of the next 10 flips, like knowing that it's going to be 10 in a row, or whatever, that would be 1 in 1,000.
Jeremy.
Yeah. So before anything happens, I'm gonna say, okay.
Now you are
flip, on the 9th flip, if it's 9 heads, I'm gonna bet tails because I know that probabilistically that's what's gonna happen.
No, it's still 50%.
Jeremy, this is globe math, Jeremy. You're telling us it doesn't work in reality, bro.
Wait, why don't you just go to a casino and do this, Jeremy, and tell us how it goes?
It's global logic, dude. The math is supposed to work. It doesn't work in reality, bro.
No, it's probability. The probability of getting a black or red or heads or tails, whatever you want, is 50% every time.
No, you missed the green. There's a green in there. Come on.
Yes. That's why I switched to heads or tails. Heads or tails, it's 50%.
2
So
greens
it's
on
not,
the
it's
American,
what,
1 green on
49
the
and
European.
it's what, 49 and a half?
Do you know the CIA has rooms where they have guys all day flipping quarters and writing down and dimes and writing down the result, and they have computers running 24/7 doing flips 50%. And supposedly before like a stock market crash or before like a 9/11 attack, they all come out
The
heads,
random
tails,
number generator.
and the
Yeah,
numbers
it's a
fucked up.
random
And
number
something's gonna
generator.
happen.
They got
Where did you hear the
they got
story?
ones and zeros flipping. They got ones and zeros flipping all day at random using like computers and shit. I don't know why they're still having guys manually flip it, but
They don't have guys doing that. That's what happens. There's not people who do that.
They do.
So, Jeremy,
No,
They do
they
not.
definitely have like a room of people humming, going flip, flip, flip.
When it comes up all tails, it's going to be like a presidential assassination. That's why.
Jeremy and Godric, if you flipped a coin an infinite number of times, what's the maximum number of times you can get heads in a row?
1 million times or 10 million? Because this is how we get evolution.
Infinite
We
number
do
of
it enough times. It's the perfect thing, you know?
Who is that magician?
Number of times.
I would say if you did it like, let's say 100 million times, you can get like 38 or 48 heads in a row.
No, I said an infinite number of times.
Infinite numbers. You can get an infinite number of heads.
Oh,
back
there
to
you
back
go.
to back to back.
You're right.
And this is how we got evolution. It's how we got a perfectly spinning ball with the perfect amount of water, temperature, heat, clay got together, the life formed, it started eating itself, growing, evolving into you and me, bro. And now here we are talking about it.
Godric, it's not that this is the perfect amount of water for us.
you want them to.
We're here because
Hold on,
this is the right amount of water for us.
Hold on, you want them to say an infinite number of heads in a row or whatever, but I mean, eventually you're going to roll a tail. Eventually you're going to roll a tails or flip a tail.
Actually,
eventually the coin's going to land on its side.
This is why it's globe math. It's not real. It's just theoretical. It will never happen in reality.
Well, you can't.
That's never going to happen.
Yeah, that's right.
If you kept flipping it, eventually you would. If they did it, if they were paying guys to sit in rooms and flip coins, there would never be a period where they never got head.
I mean, Chuck Norris once counted to infinity twice. He's talking about math, not reality. Again, it's what math is. It's not reality. In reality, you will never roll tails infinite amount of times. You will always roll ahead. But in math,
mathematically,
it's
Brian,
possible.
it's possible. Mathematically, it's possible.
Exactly.
If you given enough time, possible.
I'd like to just circle back that Chuck, you did make a pretty decent joke where he slipped in that Chuck Norris did it twice. It was decent.
I heard him say it. That's nice. That's good of you to do that, man.
And Bruce
That's
Lee
good
could
of you
hit
to
ping
bring
pong
that
balls
back.
with his nunchucks and win the game.
Be water,
Against two
my
guys.
friend. Be water is the best clip from Bruce Lee. Water
Be like
is
water.
Water's everything. Water's life.
Is Bruce Lee the only guy to die from weed?
He didn't die from weed. Are you freaking nuts?
That's what it said in the autopsy report. He died from a mixture of weed and other herbal.
Didn't he lie about a lot of stuff too, though?
He had a hard ass workout for like 3 days. He was like zone and he just like died. It's like those dudes that go into the internet cafe and they play like World of Warcraft for 3 days and then they forget to eat, get to eat and drink, and they just kill over.
So let me ask you: if you're doing a war against drugs, basically marijuana at the time, right? And a celebrity is on marijuana when he dies after working out for 3 days and whatever he did, what would you put on the report and put all over the news?
Point, man, because I don't think you can die from that.
He died from a pandemic.
I thought the official story was he died from an allergic reaction to.
I'm just saying, I'm still making a point, right? Like, if you wanted to push that marijuana was bad, wouldn't you use celebrities when they died if they were on marijuana, or even if they weren't, just put on the report, blah blah blah. That's the whole point. That's how it can be manipulated.
But the problem with that is that they didn't do that with all celebrities. They did it with one person. There's not a whole lot of celebrity deaths that are attributed to pot. If you saw a pattern of that, I'd say, yeah, you're right.
Didn't Michael Phelps lose the Olympics because he smoked weed at one time?
If he loses the Olympics, I'd say he won.
Well, he lost. He won like a bunch of medals, like 11 or something. And then next time, that guy Ryan Lochte won like I think more medals than him.
Well, the weed could have slowed him down a little bit. He's like so happy. He's like, fuck it.
Yeah, I think that was lame that everybody dropped him, like his endorsements and all that. They dropped him
I live from marijuana
because he was holding a bong.
He was high. Can you die from weed?
No, I think they say that I've heard you had to smoke your body weight in weed to overdose, but
You'll fall asleep before you overdose.
Let's do it. Let's start right now. I'll need 200 pounds, coach. Can you hook me up?
Count me out. I'll just watch y'all. Like I'll be the data guy. Just count me out of it.
Well, do you remember that guy in the Guinness Book of World Records who put in 144 cigarettes and smoked them all? Then he had like a seizure like afterwards and died. Like you don't want to do too much, you know. There's a limit, you know.
Did they say
cigarettes
that?
are not comparable to marijuana.
You can drink more water and kill yourself from drowning than you can smoking weed.
I heard that too. And what about the bar trick where if you put a beer in a bowl and make them sip it with a spoon that they can't finish it? Is that true?
Beer in a bowl and they can
Yeah,
sip
you
it with
can.
a spoon.
Yeah, you can take a guy that drinks beer after beer after beer all day out of a can and put one in a bowl and make him sip it, slurp it through a spoon. He can't finish one.
It might be a psychological thing.
Probably just takes a long time.
What
right?
about that thing when you?
I'll do that right now.
What about
Okay,
that thing
let
when
us
you do
know.
a shot at?
Does he get
What
too
about that thing
drunk?
when you do a
What's
shot
the
of it?
result?
Hang on,
I
Jeremy's
don't
trying to
know,
talk.
but I
Go
think
ahead, Jeremy.
Jeremy's trying to hot mic again. Go ahead, Jeremy. Your mic is terrible, dude.
It says, never mind. Your mic started sounding weird when you said that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I remember when a lot of guys were growing marijuana in the lava rock, and I heard stories about so much mercury being in lava rock. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
And then it came to the plant and it killed somebody. I mean, if you grew marijuana in a little bowl and you put mercury in there, would that go into the plant and then kill the person? Would that happen? Or do marijuana plants filter out all the toxins? And that way, when you smoke it, it's just God's green earth.
I think everyone's taking the lava rock out of their pots now.
I lost connection. I was asking, mercury come up through the earth into the marijuana plant, kill somebody. Anybody?
Well, don't include everyone in that because I've never smoked marijuana. It's weird, right? I feel like a minority.
Yeah, we're a minority. I'm with you. But you asked if it could kill somebody. Is Snoop Dogg still alive?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess everybody who ever smoked marijuana that's died, marijuana killed them.
No, if Snoop Dogg's still alive, then marijuana can't kill you. He's
Yeah,
the most
Cheech
high.
and Chong. Chung seems to be doing pretty good for his age.
That's a weekend
answer-
at Bernie's character.
To answer Godric's question, most marijuana plants already contain trace amounts of mercury. if you inject enough into the plant where the plant won't survive, then you might have bad health issues, but you're not going to grow a plant like that.
Where'd you hear that?
Well, heavy metals accumulate over time, right? So,
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Is my mic not working?
No, listen. You're growing a marijuana plant, right? You pour physical mercury into the soil. Will that plant suck it up, that mercury do it into the plant, and then kill somebody potentially, or no?
not one plant. I wouldn't say one plant would, but I would say that, I wouldn't want to be taking in heavy metals, like mercury or anything like that. We know they kind of stay where they go, right? So it's a heavy metal. Now, years ago, and I'm not saying, I believe this one way or the other. I haven't done enough research into it. But what I heard was, all the guys, it got real popular to grow your plants in lava rock. And if you're growing all of your plants in lava rock, and then you're growing all of your food, all of your vegetables and stuff, or anything else in lava rock, I guess the mercury would accumulate over time, right?
In your body.
Yeah, but you all said all that and didn't answer my question.
Yeah, not one plant. I don't think, enough mercury would go into one plant to kill you. I don't think so.
If you pour liquid mercury onto a growing plant, you're going to kill the plant before you have any adverse effects.
No. In the soil. From the
Hey,
soil.
Doc, what's up, man?
Not much. What's up, Godric?
So you think that the toxin in the mercury would kill the plant? Because, like back in school, we did the celery experiment in 3rd grade where you put celery into like a blue dye water and a red dye water, and right away that dye seeped up right into the celery, and one turned blue, one turned red.
That's capillary action.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course, at that point, the celery was dead, but you could technically poison somebody like that.
No, because I think you could still make celery root if you put some rooting hormone on it.
Yeah, you could regrow celery from a stalk.
They're like worms. But if you tried to grow a pot on the planet Mercury, I think you would die.
I mean, you don't understand. What if you put Viagra into soil, like it grows celery or some shit? Would that go into the plant?
Well, it would
I
go
don't
along
know
the
for
hard on.
I don't know for sure, but I want to say that the plant would either not receive it or
what if your
would
home
probably just go through it.
gets cremated? What if your home? My bad. Whoever that is, you're mad low.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you what you do is, if your homie dies and he gets cremated, you sprinkle the ashes in the dirt.
And then you make a movie about it.
I'm gonna say that's plot to How High.
Is that what happened in Cocaine Bear?
I don't think anybody here is one of the 4 people that saw that movie.
I saw that movie. It's a great movie. Need money.
Oh, hi, yeah. You know what everybody's doing nowadays, though? It's actually a cool thing to do if you're cool. They get their loved ones, or even just a stranger, or a cat or dog. When they die, they cremate them, and they put them in a diamond. It's actually not that expensive.
Just the hair or everything?
No, not just the hair. That would be kind of gross. But yeah, I think you get. I think they don't use all the ashes either. And I don't know. Maybe they can do it with just the hair, but they generally. Yeah, I mean, the more you eat, it's more expensive for the bigger the diamond. Yeah.
I'm a pretty big guy, Kosher. I could probably be the Hope Diamond of dead people.
Well.
Who is that? I think Big Brother's trying to log into our Discord, fucking up all the connections.
Well, that's Jeremy. He likes
Press
to bitch
the ashes into a diamond. Coach, are you saying they put so much pressure into the ash?
Not necessarily that. I mean, they just do the same process they do to make synthetic diamonds. They just use
makes it into a diamond.
Yeah, they use those ashes
So how?
as part of the seed.
Jeremy, just once, could you call us when you're not mopping the floor in a ship connection area?
Oh, so how fast could? Why can't that happen in nature that quick?
Well, first of all, you've been roboting the entire time, but for some reason, the only thing that you asked was actually coherent. So that's kind of strange. But regardless, yeah. So I was talking to the German guy who does it. The mechanism they do it in the
Dude,
lab
that's
is
because everything I say is coherent.
well, yeah, and a little late also. But regardless, yeah. So the way they do it in the lab is a little different than the way it happens in nature, and they do have a lot of pressure that they use, a lot of heat, but they also they have like a seed, so they have to have like a seed, like a diamond seed, and then they basically like it chains and like it just continues to chain basically until you end up with the entire matrix of a diamond.
Okay, does the seed have to be made from a diamond?
Yes.
The seed has to be an actual diamond. That's how we make fake diamonds.
Yeah, but I mean that it can be it's very tiny. It doesn't have to be like a you get a diamond bit, drill bit or something.
How much?
Like that. Not that much at all. Like
I
a very
think
just a small amount.
I think it just
How do
needs.
you?
I don't think it has to be an actual diamond. I think it just needs to be a nucleation site. So you can use like any kind of crystal or dust grain for that. To be honest.
Oh yeah, okay. Like graphite or whatever.
Jesus, Kosho, you talking about growing diamonds? Like, yo, throw this diamond in the dirt. Let's grow some diamond trees. That's what Kosho said.
Joe, you don't throw it in the dirt, dude. You make it in a lab.
Diamonds are just
but still,
carbon.
it's the same
Don't forget
thing. If
that.
you had to use a little piece of a diamond of a real diamond, that's hilarious, bro.
No, but I mean,
So you
it's a
guys just be
difference.
making up wild
Why is
stuff.
that funny?
You just be making up wild stuff, bro. Even you, and you're the best lover.
You can pick it up on the highway, like
He acting like it's a cucumber. You just put the seeds of it in there. You're funny, Kosho.
No, but they do need a
Why
seed.
is that? Why is that funny?
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
just put it in a
ridiculous.
bowl of stem cells, isn't it? Be fine.
Yeah, for any kind of crystallization process, right? Whenever I'm trying to crystallize something, it's easiest to do if you have a seed for that crystal, right? To serve as a nucleation site for the rest of the crystal to begin to form.
Yeah,
You
but
ever
just
use
need.
those
I don't know.
Those, you ever use those heat packs? The ones that you pop little disc in them, and they start crystallizing after that. But they'll stay liquid days, weeks, months, years. As soon as you create a nucleation point by popping that little disc, all of a sudden it all crystallizes.
It was
Thank you,
just
Dr.
funny the
Science.
thought of needing an actual diamond. That's all.
But Jeremy,
Yeah,
remember,
but I mean-
when you're trying to make a diamond, you have to have just carbon. So most rock contains oxygen. Doesn't matter what you do to that rock, it's not going to become diamond. So when you were talking about meteors the other day, most rocks do not going to crystallize into diamond. Kimberlite, I think, is the only rock that gives you diamond. Could be wrong.
I mean, the
Just saying,
guy,
whatever the case may be. Whatever the case may be, if it was an actual original diamond or like piece of a diamond, that just would have been weird.
Why?
I don't see it as weird.
It's like I don't know. It's kind of like you want a lot of money, so you go plant $1 in the ground outside and hope you grow like a money tree kind of thing.
I mean, I guess, but I mean,
chemistry, so it actually makes sense.
If that was the case, even in your guys' silly world, then everybody would just buy one diamond and then crush it and then grow like 100 diamonds. Like, come on, man, y'all sound
Dude.
stupid.
No, this is
right
not.
now.
This is not something that's in question. This actually is fact. This is how they do it.
yeah, you,
Oh, I'm not
you,
down
you
when it
need
happens,
you
no
you
doubt.
need you need the ability to
How
apply
long
the
does it
pressure
take?
and heat.
How long does that? How long does it take that baby crushed piece of diamond to grow into the same size diamond that you broke?
Hey, you go get your mortar and pestle up the
Don't break the
and
diamond.
go crush a diamond. If you can crush a diamond, give me a call.
I'm not doubting that I'm not
break it,
doubting
man.
that these synthetic diamonds can be made, though.
Yeah,
I
but
just
of course they
We're
can.
talking. We're talking to the
Yeah.
guy who says that it can't happen. He's like, "Oh, that's ridiculous. You
You
growing
can
diamonds."
tell.
Like, no, that's what they
You can tell
do.
the difference. They're not worth as much.
No,
No,
they're
you
better.
Also,
They're actually
yeah,
better.
you
They're
can't
better, but
tell.
they're not as valuable.
No, but you
That's
can't tell the difference if you put impurities in it.
are they not also
You
smaller?
can make a
though, and
diamond
less
that's indistinguishable.
They're usually used in industry.
I
like
think
Yeah,
that
for like drill bits,
the
saw
diamonds.
blades.
I think that the diamonds they create, the way that they test for them, is because they are flawless.
Yeah, right.
If their lattice work is flawless, that's how they tell, and that's so it's like you get less value if the thing is better.
Right. So
But
how far do they put them in the ground to grow?
They don't put them. They don't put them in
they
the ground.
don't.
They just
do
put
them in the
pressure on
lab.
them. They just
Pressure and heat.
grow them in a lab.
Well, Jay says he does this, and I forgot he works in crystallography, so he'd be able to
So
talk
you
more
grow
about this than any of
diamonds.
us.
So then why are they
Not
slaving
diamonds.
millions of kids to fucking mine diamonds if they're fucking you could just grow them in a lab?
Because we gave value to those diamonds. It's like it's a
De
bubble.
Beers,
Because you could know if they're fake diamonds or real
because De
diamonds
Beers,
inside the probe.
because De
Diamonds are
Beers
even
See if the
rare to
convinced
have
them
is real.
value.
I hear
You
you,
know
because
if
Moak.
diamonds
De Beers
are fake by
God
looking at them.
Guys, we gotta stop doing this, man.
It's called a
Let Moak,
fugazi.
let
Fugazi.
Moak actually fucking make his point, dude, and say nonsense after.
it's because De Beers convinced people that the ones that come out of the dirt are better, and they got government to support that in the or whatever, at least the industry to support that.
That's what I'm saying, too.
Kimberly.
I mean, that kind of is what sold me when I bought my wife a diamond. I bought her a synthetic one because that other, they're like better looking.
Who
And they're
handles
cheaper.
most of the retail? I wonder who handles most of the retail for the diamonds.
South Africa.
But De Beers has a hold on the synthetic ones too now.
What I'm just wondering, what net are they, like Muslims or Irish people? Like, are they any
De
kind of
Beers
Asian?
are Dutch.
It's the Biden family.
They're Dutch. So Dutch people mostly handle all the diamonds.
The De Beers, I mean,
Diamonds and tulips.
yeah. Well, most people have two lips, unless you're a woman, of course.
And they have 86.
Well, now I'm confused, but let's not get into anatomy and yeah. But so the value in the diamond, I mean, it's kind of like gold. I mean, because it also has
Well,
it
the
has
real
value
ones,
in. Yeah, go ahead.
the real ones. My bad, Coach. But I only got a second. I'm gonna be in a bad spot. The real ones are actually worse because the manufacturer ones are flawless. So there's no reason for the real ones to even be. I mean, they don't do anything different that the synthetic ones do, right?
Yeah, well, they're worse, but exactly like the manufacturer or that would be the signature that they're authentic, born in the volcanoes
Born
and
in
under
dirt.
the earth and all this stuff. Yeah, but
Jeremy,
I was gonna.
do you want a real woman with a little bit of flaws, or do you want a perfect synthetic woman, Jeremy?
I don't think all the synthetic ones are perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They can make them. They can add flaws into them on purpose. You can
Structural.
introduce gases and stuff. But yeah, I was gonna ask Jace a question because when I was really young, this was probably 12, 13 years ago, I wrote this fictional thing about this quantum computer. Like it's this guy. It was based on a quantum computer I wanted to build, but yeah, and in the quantum computer that he used in this fiction, he used diamonds where they had nitrogen. I think they're called electron vacancies or something like that, or no, nitrogen vacancies, something like that. It's basically nitrogen impurities, and it had like this electron that just chills there, and like this weird lattice. It's hard to describe, but it basically leaves this electron alone. And I made up some stupid thing on how you can use that for quantum as a qubit or whatever. But I was gonna see what Jace if Jace wants to criticize that.
Say that again, Coach.
Basically, the qubit. So basically, in a diamond, if you have a nitrogen impurity, it somehow leaves this pocket where this electron is not a part of. It's not part of like the crystal structure. It's like kind of left. Um, I remember somebody actually was using it in some paper that I read. It wasn't for quantum computing, but he was using the electron that was there to like observe like some quantum properties of it or something like that. But anyways, I came up with this fictional idea of using it as a qubit for a quantum computer. But I know that's not possible because somebody else told me. But I was curious what you thought of that possibility. But like I said, I already know it's not possible. But
Why
you'd be
did
able
they? Why did they say it's not possible?
to. Honestly, I can't remember. I think it was somebody in Gems actually, and I don't think they even. I don't know if they told me. I trusted them because they knew more than me. So
Well, I would say it's probably not possible to use that as
That
a
was a
qubit
shocker.
because the nitrogen is, you're saying it's in the diamond, like the lattice of the diamond, like, so it's like a impurity, right? Sorry, I didn't hear the full thing of what you had said before. So is it a nitrogen impurity in the diamond?
yeah, it is. I'm gonna find the right what it's called exactly, but I think it's called a nitrogen vacancy or something like that. There's like a specific name for it. Let me see.
Yeah, I forget what the exact name is, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, well, so then the nitrogen is part of the lattice. So like how you wouldn't be able to keep the entangled state for like the qubit that you're trying to use because it's going to have all these interactions with the carbon atoms that are in the lattice because it's also part of the
That's a good
lattice.
point. See, this would have came from my lack of understanding back then. Even though I still got a lack of understanding in it, I also know that the hardest part about a qubit is keeping it to where it's not interacting with anything because it has to be able. Yeah, it has to stay. You have to keep its quantum wave function before it collapses, basically. Otherwise, it's not useful.
Yeah, that's like the whole difficulty with quantum computers and qubits and stuff is maintaining that entangled state in a surrounding within a surrounding environment. It's very hard to do.
So this Australian guy at the university in I think Sydney or something. He's got a pretty clever way, but I couldn't tell you what it is on top of my head. I just remember I saw it like 6 months ago, but it looks kind of promising.
Yeah, I
But
mean
yeah,
there's some methods out there, but I think like we're still pretty far away from being able to um, have like quantum computers, at your house that can
yeah.
do useful things. Like there's still a lot of discoveries that need to be made in the field before that'll be possible.
What's crazy is AI is already doing the protein folding, solving like protein folding algorithms, and like that's something that I was thought the quantum computer would have been needed for, but they can basically they're basically solving like a record amounts of protein folding algorithms or protein folding uh, uh, configurations, I guess.
Yeah, the you could do it with computer programs, and people have tried to do it, in real life in the lab and stuff. It's just the amount of protein, like
Combinations.
conformations that it in a given amino acid sequence can have is, it's on the order of 10 to the power, right? So it's a ton.
I mean, if this thing's solving algorithms, let's put it on Bitcoin mining. No.
No, that's what I was going to say though. Is because I don't know. I know that you're not really familiar with computer code or algorithms in that way, Jace. Maybe you are, but me and Jill were having this conversation a while ago because I mean I actually I'm certain that this is true that not just crypto mining, but also cryptography involved in most, internet transactions or internet, encryption in general. They do the same kind of, the same sort of encryption, or the same kind of they're trying to solve the same kind of problem. By in hiding the information. It's usually just like large prime factorization. That's what's in a hash function. That's what's going to be in most encryption. And anyway, so a quantum computer, though, they already know that while it might take a computer, years and years to, um, brute force encryption like that, a quantum computer can do it in minutes or whatever. Um, just by virtue of how
Yeah.
it
So
makes
why aren't these?
calculation.
Why aren't these? If you own a quantum computer right now, you could just get like I don't know, 1,000,000 Bitcoin real quick or something.
Yeah, but Jace had just said to you, first of all, even IBM and the top quantum computers still like they call it supremacy, quantum supremacy, or whatever. But they
If it
still
was
can't.
really quantum, though, you'd be able to do it.
No, but it doesn't matter if it's
It's not
quantum.
really quantum.
I've used quantum computer, right? I've used IBM's Watson's quantum computer. I've used several quantum computers that they
Is it a
allow you
real
to.
quantum computer, or is it
Yes.
like using AI where like, oh
No.
yeah, Google search engine is AI? Or are you talking a real AI that's like, sentient or whatever?
Okay. No. Yes, it's a real quantum computer. For a while, IBM. I don't know. It might still be on there, but IBM Q. They had a server where like you can sign in online and you would have access to their quantum computer, that they have at the lab or whatever. But it only has at that time it only had 5 or 6 qubits that were usable. So like the amount of qubits that these quantum
That's all
computers
you had
can,
access to, or that's all they could do?
that's all at the time. I think that was all that they could do. But then at one point they could do more, but that was all you could have
That's all
access
they
to.
told you they could do. They may have been able to do more, no? And just not told you.
Well, what Jace was saying about the making sure the quantum wave function doesn't collapse, it requires more. So if you have like if you want 8 qubits, it actually requires like something like 1,000 qubits just to make sure you have 8 qubits, because you need all this verification basically, for those qubits, because uh, they're not confident that they're not going to collapse. Like they're not confident that and their values or whatever. So in order to have 8 confirmed qubits, you need like something like 1,000 or something like that. Jace might know more about that than me, but on top of my head, I think
I,
that's what
I,
the
I,
value
I
is.
don't know much about quantum computers other than, just the base principles of how it works, and like that problem I had said before, where the major issue is keeping that entangled, that mixed state, when you're within a huge environment that's going to interact with it.
So I'm looking it up now.
I mean, I'm
It's
familiar
10.
with
Wow. Sorry,
quantum
go ahead. Go ahead.
mechanics. I'm familiar with like quantum mechanics and quantum field theory, but just not quantum computers specifically. It's not really my forte.
Fair enough. 'Cause I'm seeing here that well, this article is not really about this specifically, but regardless, it's saying that the first approach. Okay, so it's saying that I think they wanted a small. So they wanted a small amount of qubits, right? And they needed 10,000 or more just to uh, be sure about those, few qubits. I think 420 is how much they wanted to actually have usable. So they needed 10,000 to actually have 420 usable ones. But anyways, the point is that they don't have.
Bro, why 420? Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
It's that symbolism.
Seriously? Like, I mean, is there a mathematical or some kind of physics thing where it needs to be 420, or is that just some arbitrary?
No.
Like, we just want 420.
Okay, here it goes. Okay, so it said that when Google achieved quantum supremacy, they only used 53 qubits. And I think possibly, I think they actually had more than that, but like 53 usable qubits, I guess, because like the other qubits are used to, like I said, to confirm, confirm the probability that the other qubits are using. Let me read this real quick. Anyways, the point is that we don't yet have have a system or computer that can store like a massive amount of qubits, and you don't need that many to solve Bitcoin like hash functions very quickly, but you need more than the amount that we currently have maximum. So
Okay, compare a petahash. Hold on. Compare a petahash to whatever the fuck this qubit thing is. How many? I don't even know if it's relevant. What's a qubit? Let's start there. What's a qubit? Don't start asking me questions, and I want to see you after class. What's a qubit?
A qubit is a quantum bit, so it's like they entangle. Let's say they entangle a quantum particle, and that's the qubit, right? And the difference between that and a regular bit is it has so it has the 1 and 0, but also has a state that is uncertain. So it can be a probability of any value in between 1 and 0. And so like by comparing a bunch of different scenarios or whatever, they can actually determine the probability of the correct answer fairly quickly.
I have a quick comment for Jeremy. Jeremy, 19 million tries on coin flips gets me to 23 in a row.
You can calculate that.
Run that out should be Hold on. Well, let me respond to the other thing. If you had to compare hash rate, how many each one? Like, if you had that little thing in a composition notebook that told you how many ounces were in a gallon, and it had qubits and hashes.
Okay, well, I don't know, but what's the hash rate? Is that like the amount of energy, the amount of computing power it takes to mine one Bitcoin?
You need a hash power.
Right.
They're at like petahashes or Google hashes or some shit. I don't know what kind of crazy nerd thing it is.
The way that it so like a regular computer, like a regular bit, if you have like 2 to the if you however many bits you have, you'll have that number and then to the second power
of hashes.
Hold on. No, of that's how many bits you have. Well, I mean that's how many calculations you can do per second. But I think I'm doing that wrong. Let me think for a second.
Hello, Coach.
It's 2. It's n. Is it n to the second power and then
-1
to the nth power? Hold on a second.
I mean, at one time they were talking about quantum computing was a threat to Bitcoin mining. Like it could, if you had a quantum computer, you could rock it to sleep.
Yeah.
You'd basically ruin the whole
encryption.
thing.
All encryption, but that problem, like I said, that problem is already being solved because there's already an industry built around people coming up with novel ways to encrypt data and stuff like that. And so
I was just talking about mining the Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's you
not
can
hacking wallets or whatever you're talking about.
No, it's the same. It's the same. It'd be the same issue, like the same amount of hash power. What do you call it? Hash rate required to solve a hash function. It's the same. You could do the same thing, and crack into somebody's messages or bank account, whatever.
Dude, I'm not talking about encryption. I'm talking about the Bitcoin algorithm.
Yeah, I know, but I was saying before that it's basically it's the same. It's a very similar problem to solve. It's all based around prime number factorization of large numbers.
Okay. So how many qubits do you need to equal a hash or a petahash or whatever?
Give me a second.
You're saying you need the same amount of power? Does it use the same amount of electricity to get the same amount of work done, or is it less electricity?
No, so because from what I remember, so yeah, right. If you have a certain amount of bits, like regular bits, then you square that, and that's the amount of computations you can do, that it can do, right? So if you have if you have 4 bits, you should be able to do 16 calculations. Store 16 bits of data, basically, right? Or 8. It's like, think of it as like information. But if you have qubits, then you move the variable into the exponent. So if you have 4 qubits, it's 2 to the 4th power. No, yeah, exactly, 2 to the 4th power instead of 4 to the 2nd power, which coincidentally is actually the same value, isn't it? So
Oh
that's
my
a bad
God, this has to
example.
stop. I don't know what I did.
Four
Started here.
is a bad example, but take any other number and it becomes exceedingly faster. Like 100, for example, 2 to the 100th power versus 100 to the 2nd power. Right, one is like 1 with 30 zeros, and the other one is 100. Or sorry, 10,000.
Dude, I'm pumped. I just did an NMR, and I finally made this oxazole compound that I've been trying to make for like a week now. Finally.
Was it like poison?
No, it's we're testing a series of different kinds of molecules against certain cancer.
Well, you do work for Big
And,
Pharma, don't you, Jace?
what do you mean by I consult for Big Pharma? I technically work for a university.
Have you ever made anything that Big Pharma used?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you're making Big Pharma shit over there. Yeah, all right.
He's isolated the let's just call it the
So you make
CU
some
next
shit, and then
Thursday.
you make some stuff, and then they do unbiased testing on it and stuff, and then see if it's good for safe. Is that what happens?
Yeah, I do a lot of the structure activity relationship testing. So I test like they have a protein or enzyme or receptor target, right? I make a bunch of molecules that are similar but different and test how they behave or how they bind to that receptor, enzyme, or protein, and see which molecule, which series has the best activity for helping with the disease at hand or the condition at hand.
Did I ever show you those xenobots?
But did you test on like mice, or this is just in a petri dish on slides?
Right. So usually I'm doing more of like the molecular biology kind of stuff and the biochemistry kind of stuff. I'm not really testing on mice and whatnot. I test on like proteins and enzymes and DNA or RNA, like the actual biomolecules themselves. Then once I find a molecule that has good activity with those targets, then it goes to the next step where they start doing like animal testing and things like that, which I've done before, but typically I'm not involved in that.
Do you do testing?
So
you
Jeremy's got
test on the
1,000
stuff.
questions, man.
Yeah, well, I love Big Pharma. Big fan.
Should
I
Nothing
do like
shady.
the
Nothing
initial
shady going on there at all.
I
Nothing
do
shady.
I do like the initial steps, the animal testing and stuff that comes after.
Anyways, I was asking you about the xenobots. Did I go over that with you, Jace? I don't know if I asked you about that at one point.
I think
Past
you
episode,
told me
whatever.
about something once. I want to say, but you're free to elaborate. I'd love to hear about
Well, no,
it.
yeah, I probably already asked you, but I was just curious if because what I saw was they took the stem cells, right, and they had the AI, come up with like if we have these two types of stem cells, like I think they had a muscle and then like a skin, like from some frog, and the reason why they had those two types is because the muscle one acted like a contracting cell, whereas the other one would have been just like I don't know, the one that wasn't contracting. And so, based on the configuration of where they put these stem cells, they would, they would try to build these cells that would do different things based on how they were put together. And then after the AI told it, what configuration to use, they just had a dude just use forceps and like tweezers and just piece them together, and they actually worked. Like they were like cleaning shit up and reproducing at one point. Like they started reproducing and making their own versions.
Yo, this
And
sounds super safe, bro. This is
well, I
super
mean,
safe right here. What you're talking about right now, I don't see anything bad coming out of that.
well, I mean, it actually is super safe because, like, back in the day, like people talk about nanobots and stuff, and they're like, dude, yeah, maybe I'll get nanobots in my body and healing me
You
and
think
shit. But these aren't even nanobots, dude. These are you could use like your
They're
own
just stem
genes.
cells. Yeah.
So you
It's like
think it's super
biological
safe to make
robots.
self-replicating? Okay, so you think it's safe to make self-replicating creatures that just do weird? This is a doomsday scenario.
It's not a creature. It's a stem cell that you're impacting its differentiation into a
It's
specific type
something
of
that can
cell.
move around and self-replicate, right?
Yeah, they don't live very long though. By the way, they have very short lifespans.
Till they evolve.
Okay, but do you know that scenario? That scenario is a doomsday scenario, where we make some shit where it self-replicates and it's called like gray goo or something. It might be specific to nanobots, but
I think it would be very easy to isolate though. And here's the thing though, is it's the cool thing about it is your body wouldn't reject it. It wouldn't be like a foreign agent or whatever. Yet you could, technically, ideally, if you extend it out to, many other applications, you could get it to do all sorts of stuff like healing.
could you get it to live long? Yo,
yeah,
live long and reproduce off of, I don't know, carbon.
Yeah, I guess, but it would be ideal for you to get it to like feed off of like the harmful stuff. That way, we get rid of it for you.
So does this sound dangerous at all? This thing we can now potentially make possibly just guys in their basements with tweezers.
Yeah, xenobots. Yeah, I know. I thought that was the funniest part that they just got the scientists to put them together with tweezers, but it was the AI that came up with the configurations. Yeah, I don't think that's dangerous. No.
You don't think this is a dangerous scenario we could get if you got something that just reproduced off carbon? And how would you stop something like that if I got out into the wild and just started going wild with it? Like say you got something that could reproduce quick and it lived very long.
Well,
you got a gray goo scenario.
You're constructing them to do tasks that are useful, so if they're doing
I guess we could always
tasks,
napalm it if they get out of hand.
Yeah, or you can just let them do the useful thing that you had them do. Like one idea was like they feed off of microplastics in the ocean. You just let them free in the ocean, and then they're just doing that. And I guess the fish would eat those.
And then we're just gonna mess with the whole. I mean, are you messing with the ecosystem at that point, or?
Yeah, cleaning it up. Yeah.
Like, haven't we done enough damage? Haven't you done enough damage already? You're gonna release something else to fix the others. Can't we just let the dust settle and just stop?
No. Who do you think is going to decide to do that?
Decide to stop what?
Yeah, just say, we did
littering
enough
the
damage,
ocean?
guys. Let's just stop, man.
Well, I mean, now you're talking about pouring some other thing in the ocean that can self-replicate and do all kind. Who knows what?
Yeah, that's actually a good philosophical point, though. It's like what you're saying is true, and like if we're always trying to fix the problem, then we
in the
we
70s,
fuck shit up.
Kosho, in the 70s, weren't they talking about trying to counteract, taking measures to counteract for an ice age they thought was coming in the 70s?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Good thing we didn't do anything, right? Good thing we didn't do anything crazy like dump a whole bunch of self-replicating creatures in the ocean to try to counteract it.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, because you're kind of right. Like, if it seems like everything that you try to do to fix a problem just becomes like another problem. Kind of. I mean, like,
Well, this sounds like a dangerous fix to me. I don't know.
no, I mean, I don't know. It's promising technology. It's not only going to be used for that. Like, you know, they were testing it to see if they could get it to do certain things. And so, like, when they wanted it to clean shit up, they just like they told the AI, okay, we just give us the configuration for it to just clean up foreign objects or something. And the shape they made it look like was like a Pac-Man. They gave him like this Pac-Man looking cell that literally just went around just like uh, you know, sweeping up all the trash basically. But I think that's the one that they didn't train it to evolve, but it just started evolving on its own. Like it eventually used that trash to build copies of itself.
To replicate, you mean?
Yeah, but not really replicate because they weren't the same things that were built. But so the trash
Okay,
that
what
they
if
were,
you taught?
yeah.
Okay, hold on. Would it be possible to make one of these things to self-replicate
I mean,
off of
that's
some kind of thing they consumed or something, or no?
yeah, then that's hyper specific, and you know, possibly like when they started self-replicating, I don't think they didn't intend for it to do that. Like that just started happening because
That's
what
not
they
a
did
good
was it's because
Okay, and you
they
were just telling me this isn't dangerous. You were just saying before this, right? Before you said that, you said this isn't dangerous.
that's not dangerous.
It's not dangerous at all. All right.
No, that's like those like
Self-replicating and morphing.
no, but it's like life in life when life started. It's like you know you can't really direct it. It's like it's cool when it starts like directing itself, and then like the outcome for the next generation
Moyak,
was totally different.
Moyak, are you cool with this? With what he's saying right now?
Wait, he's
You're
describing it.
violent.
I'm not a big fan.
You're
Because you guys
bugging,
are going to
Coach.
be
Oh my god.
you guys are going to get replaced. That's why. You're not
No,
going
me
to
and
jump on
Moyak
board.
are always down for crazy stuff, but this is
Yeah, no,
even
yeah.
too crazy for us.
You guys
This
want to
is
get
stupid.
guns. You guys want to get
Turrets,
guns
This is
and
baby.
stupid
We need
dangerous.
yeah,
turrets.
turrets on the border.
This is stupid danger. Our thing would save lives. Your thing could kill all of humanity.
Yeah, putting turrets on the border wouldn't save lives, dude.
It would
Automatic
Save
actually.
turrets.
millions.
That's false. That's false. It would save lives. When it became an insurmountable obstacle, people would stop doing it. So the people who accidentally die would stop.
You'd save millions of
You think
lives.
do you think that's how it works, man? You know, Vegas,
It,
Las Vegas, they have the biggest. They have I think the biggest collection of like spy technology for both the people who cheat and the people who surveil them. So it's a cat and mouse game that when you increase the you know the difficulty to get into the country or whatever, like these cartels aren't going to give up. They're just
I
going
mean,
to increase
yeah,
their technology.
El Chapo was coming through in tunnels, so I mean, yeah, there really is no way to stop it. But I mean,
oh
people
no,
would at
I'm
least
talking about it's got to be perfect. Yeah,
would they be?
it's got to be a very, very effective.
I'm saying the people that do come through every year, a lot of those people die on a trip. Would the
Yeah.
tunnels be
Yeah.
safer? I don't know.
I don't
No, but
care
that's
about
what,
El Chapo. Those guys, I think is cool if you kill them. That's
yeah,
a
but
benefit.
those people who die on the journey aren't going to be affected by your fucking turrets, dude. The people who die
They
on the
will
journey
be. Those
are
will be the people who, the people who come in for a better life won't get themselves killed, a guaranteed kill. They won't choose that way.
but those people usually don't come in the way that you're thinking. They come in like on trucks or train cars or whatever. And
That's different. I'm
well, yeah,
talking about the people
that's
who
what I'm
get
saying.
lost in the desert and die.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how, I don't know the demographics, like the ratio of how they come in, the percentages and stuff. I don't even think they know, or anyone knows. Regardless, though, I think that if you had turrets on the border, all you would do is increase the train, car, and bus and truck
Yes,
amounts, right?
but those don't result in people dying in the desert.
Really? Yeah, they do actually. The only example I can think of was the one where they left it at a Walmart parking lot, and then I don't know, whoever found it found like a bunch of dead bodies in the truck because they were just left at the Walmart.
And then maybe you have
Remember
to
that?
shoot them when they're in the truck. If you come in illegally, you have to shoot those people also.
Oh
Because
my
that would increase
God.
the lack of people trying.
I,
Like,
I
yeah,
hate to
I ain't giving it an effort.
I hate to bring it back, but so Jeremy, are you opposed to like new technologies and techniques in medicine? Because like the standard, we know that the standard techniques and things that we have now aren't going to work for things like curing cancer, curing HIV, and things like that.
Maybe something that cured an epileptic seizure. Dude, why? If you tell me this, if nothing shady's going on, why was Big Pharma spending in the top 5 spenders to keep marijuana illegal? Riddle me that.
No, there's probably lots of reasons, right? Yeah, take your choice. They
They
have
don't want
an
anybody stoned,
investment.
man. It's just they
They
can't
have
have
an
everybody
investment
stoned, man. We
in
wouldn't get industry
painkillers and
going. You can't trust stoned
what's it
people,
called?
man.
One at a time, guys.
Psychological medications, right?
You can't be stoned all the time, right? You can't be stoned all the time and run the world, bro. It doesn't help anything, bro.
She really
That's the
had
only
an
reason I
interesting
can come up with.
conversation.
No, but aren't they against
Conspiracy.
any kind of therapies?
Well, it costs a lot of money, right? I think when I took medicinal biochemistry as an undergrad, and at that time, which was a few years ago, the numbers were like it takes like 12 to 15 years on average to develop a drug or a medication, and it's about $2 to $4 billion per medication developed. But in that process, in the R&D process, you have like 100, anywhere from like 100 to 500 drugs or new molecular entries that are submitted to the FDA that don't actually make it as a drug, but still huge amounts of money and time get invested into these things, and they end up eventually failing at some point.
I know, but do you think anything shady goes on in the whole
Oh,
Big
I'm sure it
Pharma
does.
arena? Right? Like why would
I
they
mean,
keep marijuana?
there's some shady stuff that goes on in the janitorial industry, I'm sure, as well. Any industry you look into, there's going to be bad apples and shady characters.
Yeah, but what
Wait
if
till the
they
shit
knew
hits
that
the
there was
fan.
this thing? What if they knew that there was this thing that could, cure epileptic seizures, or this just awesome drug that had huge medical benefits, and they
What is the
lobbied to
efficacy
keep
rate
it
of it?
illegal for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I
What is
would
the
say if you ever need validation that there's absolutely conspiracies going on, especially in this realm, the fact that cannabis, the illegality of that is absurd. The whole lineage with that, putting people in prison for it and so on and so forth, for a plant that's an absolute medicine. And then also the plants like ayahuasca, iboga, peyote, mushrooms, etc., which have been proven for thousands of years to have absolute medicinal benefits for the mind, the soul, the body on multiple levels. Now you have to use them correctly. I mean, you don't want to, take peyote and go driving a car. I mean, obviously you want to be in the right, just like you don't want to drive a car when you're sleeping. You want to be in the right state of mind for doing what you're doing. So obviously, there needs to be an awareness of and so on. But just making those illegal is completely corrupt and shows that there is a conspiratorial agenda behind a lot of these things.
Wasn't that in the Nixon tapes? Like in Nixon's in the recordings that came out when they put him under or whatever. That was, he said that explicitly. Like he said, like the whole point of making the weed illegal or going against weed is just so they can more easily target hippies and black people easily. And I mean, it kind of makes sense because it's not bad. It's like
Well, the
on
prison
its
unions.
face, it's not bad.
Well, cannabis
Prison
tends to
unions-
break it breaks the mind program in general. Cannabis does. It generally, I'm not saying it does it for everyone across the board, but it does have a tendency to break you out of the brainwashing in a way. So I think that's part of why they've wanted to suppress it.
That's interesting.
I think that there's an easier solution, which is less evil, which is that the Victorian age people thought it was bad, and they decided that they weren't going to let anybody have any fun.
Why that didn't happen though? Victorian age, I thought they had like cocaine and their Coca-Cola.
Victorian morality. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean,
But
like Hitler
Victorian
and all
mentality.
the Nazis, they were doing meth, and that was after Victorian. But the Chinese were all, doing opium and working on the railroad. So they didn't care about
Victorian
anything back then.
puritanical, whatever you want to call it.
Well, they
The
just
same
want you
people
using
who don't want alcohol to be illegal are the same people who don't want alcohol. Or, well, not the same, but they're a similar group. Do you think that the alcohol people are evil? Is one alcohol gone?
You mean when they made alcohol illegal for that time? You mean?
Yes.
Definitely. They're
I
trying
think
to.
that was done for big pharma or something.
Well, they did weed at the same time though. Like they prohibited both prohibited. They prohibited
Right, but
both of them at the same time. But
one was very popular.
Well, yeah, of
alcohol
course, exactly.
was very, very popular.
That's why they brought it back.
And
They
the
brought
other
it
one
back,
they were able to
they
keep.
didn't bring weed back.
Right, weed was not popular, so it was easy to keep that on the down low.
I think back then it was only popular in certain communities. I think like the rhetoric was it was popular. I think in Mexican American communities back then. I think that's
right. That would be even better from their perspective.
So I didn't know the exact dates, but 1920 to 1933, alcohol was illegal.
Yeah, prohibition.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean
I
I
just didn't know the exact years. I don't know it was for that. That's wow.
If it wasn't for that, though, we wouldn't have Dukes of Hazzard or NASCAR or JFK or a bunch of other stuff. So it's not bad.
Al
Actually, most of
Capone.
those things are bad. Yeah, Al Capone. We never would have known about him. Well, of course, you would say Al Capone. But yeah. This kind of stuff.
Now, I'd like to know with more relaxed rules now, how many things have they found that weed does? I mean, was this a real backbreaker of the medical industry, or did they find that it treats 6-7 conditions for sure, and maybe 10 others that are iffy?
Gio would say more than me, but I know that for therapy in general can do a lot more than medicine in some cases if it's done correctly. And I think that's the role that marijuana plays is in that therapeutic process. But Gio's he knows more about that than me. So
Ayahuasca and stuff, not ayahuasca. What is it? Ibogaine, and its ability to get you off of heroin with one dose. I think that's impressive.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, the fundamentals of hemp are really deep because the biological system that we have is intrinsically linked. There's an endocannabinoid system.
Same thing for heroin, though. And we're also tied to heroin.
Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily make that same argument, but
endorphins.
But the point is that is how, because you don't have that necessarily for other stuff, right? Like alcohol.
Just that heroin.
You don't have like an alcoholic system.
I do.
So
well, you do. It's called the GABA
you
system.
You
Your
have a
brain
response, but not like
has a GABA
not a system that produces it itself.
Right. We have
like
that with heroin.
Even
I
to
mean,
the point.
basically,
Even to the point where was it the woman's breast milk or the mother's breast milk has that like a derivation or something like that inputted into the first. I think the first. What do
Depends
they
on
call it? Meconium? I don't know. Like that first stage of breast milk.
Meconium. You don't want it to be merconium.
I
That's
can't remember. There we go. Yeah, that's the stuff that comes out first from the other end. My
Does-
bad. But you know what I mean, right? It like that first stage because it changes stages as the baby gets older, right? But
Does it depend on how much weed she smokes?
No, it's that's what I mean. It's endocannabinoid. So it's an intrinsic system that it works independently, but also is receptive to. So it produces its own, but also is receptive to what is produced by nature.
So then, are you a fan of heroin or opioids? Because we have opioid receptors.
I understand.
That's part of our system.
When applicable, because the difference is with what they've made it. I would be against a lot of the, like even with weed, right? A lot of the stuff that they've made it, the skunk and all that. I think that's stupid. If you keep it closer to its natural ratios, there's far more therapeutic benefits, and basically anything but smoking it is a better way to consume it as well. But
Yeah.
smoking it is the worst way, really.
Yeah, it's
but
harmful.
if it works, it works. Like if you want to do pain relief, but there's so much more to be had from that plant, and that you have. And let's go back to what you were saying, Mayok, about the heroin or the opioids. Yeah, but when applicable. But what's interesting is I think the benefit of weed, for instance, or hemp, weed, whatever you want to call it, is that you can get the same kind of benefits without any of the negatives, or without as many of the negatives. Depending
You don't
on
have
the kind of
addiction
weed.
problems or wicked
Yeah,
addiction.
you don't become dependent on it. The one negative might be that you become
lethargic.
Retarded.
No, not even that. That's depending on what kind of variety you get, I suppose. But if you're in pain and you need it, then you can still at least maybe operate something. Whereas you're like completely catatonic sometimes if you take opioids. But what I was getting at is there may be one negative, which isn't a real negative. It's just it becomes a little bit difficult. Is that the more you take it, the more you get used to it. So you have to take more to get the same effect. But
That's why
if you're not dependent on it, then it doesn't matter because you can just go off and then because that will change. If you take it for a bit, like let's say you have an injury, an acute injury, you take it for a bit, you need to take more to get the same thing into. But the thing is, it's helping you get better as that's happening, and then you just go off it for a few months. You come back, you take the same amount you were taking on the last amount, that last session you did like 3 months ago, 6 months ago, and you're gonna get hit again because your tolerance is gonna have gone back down to more natural or more baseline levels.
Yeah, it goes down to completely base because that's what I do now. I don't. I used to smoke like all day every day, and now I just smoke
It's
like
moderation,
every month. Maybe I used to do every month. Now I do like 5 times a year, basically. But regardless, no. But I was gonna say that you go ahead because I forgot already.
Okay, well maybe what I say will help. The reason I raise this is that you're talking about like how many benefits and maybe what are motivations. I would say that this kind of knowledge was already known. So I only caught a tail end of what you were saying earlier. So what I think Gia would have been about, or his opinion, I would be in agreement because if you have the endocannabinoid system, you have all these things that I'm not sure how aware you are, but in a lot of the apothecaries, whatever the word is, right? This was like a substance that was just everywhere. There was always some kind of medical concoction, always had it in, because even if it wasn't the main driver to help a certain ailment, it would help whatever the other thing, whatever the other herb or the other substance was, it would help that thing be more effective because of the receptors that we have within our system. And that's why I raise it, because that's one element of how useful it is, because it's intrinsically linked in our biology. And not to mention that the rest of it, like they were using this to a high degree in medical application, so that had a hit. They were using this in agriculture and industry and all of this. So this was a massive attack. And yeah, they might have played a subtle game, but it wasn't a subtle effect. I don't think.
Not at all. Here, listen. Hemp is the only plant that you can feed, clothe, and house yourself with. The only plant. So think about that.
Oh, and look at the irony. That's what they print your money on. Well, up
Wait,
until
hold
a
on.
certain
What
point,
about
I don't know when they changed that, but I know for a long time that's the paper that they used, right?
what about a pineapple tree?
What about it?
Can you feed, clothe, and house yourself using just that plant?
I don't think so. Pineapples don't grow in trees; they grow out of the ground. Like
They do?
yeah,
Oh
kind of
yeah,
like
yeah. Yeah, you're
Yes.
right. I was thinking of coconuts when I said pineapples.
okay.
But yeah, but okay. Well, what about coconut then? It's coconut tree.
Not to the same degree, because hemp is a crop. It's prolific crop and can even be used like trees, but it's a crop. So depending on your
Strong
environment,
fibers.
depending on where you fall within the belts of
Temperatures.
like either up or down. What do they call them? Those zones, those growing zones. You can get up to, I think, 3 or 4 growing harvests within a year. But let's just say, like, just for argument's sake, you can get 2.
Yeah.
So the same thing that you can get from paper and from cotton and from all of that, you can get from efficiency wise from one crop.
All right.
And then you
okay.
can also feed yourself, feed your animals, and give yourself medicine and build your houses in a much more efficient way.
You can make your whole damn car out of the
It's crazy.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's what Ford was doing.
And put hemp diesel fuel through the hemp car
That's what Ford was going to do, but they did all their agenda
Really?
and they messed it up.
They were going to make a hemp car with hemp fuel.
I don't know about the fuel per se, but there's a video that you can find. Sorry if I'm over talking. I didn't mean. There's a video that you can find of one of Ford's old like prototype models, and it was a hemp resin plastic thing, and he was demonstrating with a hammer how much stronger and lighter it was compared to steel. So it has such a big deal.
Oh, you're done.
Go ahead.
So there was a lot of motive for making it illegal, right? The big question is that I can understand everyone else's motives. Big Pharma is the one that's got me puzzled, because why would they care? If they didn't know it had some kind of medical benefit, why would they care?
Oh, because they did know. It already did have a benefit.
I know. I was kind of being.
What else?
Sarcastic, sorry.
What else does Big Pharma lobby? What if they lobby for, like, irrelevant things? Also, I don't even know. Do you know the entire list of the lobbies that Big Pharma is?
We should probably check that.
Well, you know how
about that. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, you know when there's like gangs in certain areas, like cocaine dealers or whatever, and they kind of like they want you to buy their cocaine from them, so they try to knock off the competition, whether that's like through gang stuff, whether actually trying to kill others or doing whatever they do to try to tank the others, kind of thing, so that you buy their drug. So in a similar way, Big Pharma is doing that on a massive level. Like they want you to be on their drugs. Now that's a deeper question. They're trying to control our bodies. They're trying to poison whatever the whole agenda is with all that. But so they don't want us using, like they'd rather people be on their antidepressant drugs, for example, for the rest of their lives, paying Big Pharma for Prozac or whatever it may be, instead of doing ayahuasca 3 times and curing your depression. So that they don't, and same with cannabis as well. A lot of these things
taking brisk walks.
Yeah, they want you dependent on their drugs, which is a kind of classic like business 101, I guess, but it's also pretty sick when it comes to what they're doing with some of these.
It's a greed-based system, right? The root of all is like the love of money.
You would have to prove though that that this is. I mean, they may have had that in mind, but as far as how many medical benefits does marijuana have? Yeah, there might be still some to be discovered, but let's say that we've got a pretty good handle.
Tons that we know about already.
Yeah, and so I mean, with that, what is the actual medical or the financial implication of marijuana in the field?
Oh, it's massive. So, because I wanted to go.
No,
off
don't tell me massive. I want a real number.
I've heard a stat.
I might not have a number for you.
Well, yeah. I've heard a stat which I don't know how verified this is, but I have seen it in multiple sources saying that, like, if cannabis was completely legal and completely used to its full extent, that it would eliminate upwards of 30% of all pharmaceuticals.
I would argue more than that, but I think that's a good point though. In terms of the vested interest and the impact, is that if you consider the fuel stuff and the other stuff that's not
Mhm.
not medical things that we mentioned for hemp, that's the
Well,
other
the fuel
vested
stuff
interest.
is
But I'll get in a minute, please, because that's the other vested interest. Because if you just stop at pharmaceuticals, you're missing a massive trick. If you want to call it a trick, whatever, you're missing a massive part of it because pharmaceuticals is down on the ladder or down outside on the edge of the tree, whatever analogy you want to think. Because when you go to the root of what pharmaceuticals by the majority is it's the offshoots of the oil industry. So all the
Right, but
waste
now
product that they don't want to use, they can go and reconvert that and synthesize that to whatever nonsense for the pharmaceuticals, and they're basically getting people to pay for their waste, which they otherwise would have had to deal with. So that's another major part. Sorry, my bad. I'm repeating myself, but it's the vested interest.
Yeah. So I've done the calculation on oil, and as far as a fuel goes, it definitely is not a replacement or even a big player in the arena of fuel. Yeah, even I figured out with rough
how'd you figure that?
guesstimates, using trying to tell you that the rough numbers that they give, according to the hemp industry and stuff, how many gallons of hemp oil you get out of it. It's something akin to if we got 4 crops a year and used every square inch of land, not including arable, just every square inch of land in the USA, that approaches producing enough fuel. Now, we cannot use every square inch because people live in square inches, and we also have other farm crops and stuff that we. So I mean, basically, you've got it. It's definitely not a direct replacement for fuel.
Maybe for lubricant or something, but as far as the power goes, I mean, all you have to do is power a little square of like Utah or something, and you could power the whole U.S.
Really? Is that right?
Well, that's what Elon Musk said. I don't know if he got his numbers wrong, but
Really?
What do you mean, Jeremy? I'm confused.
if you solar panel a little square of like
solar
Utah,
panel. Yeah, okay. I didn't get the context.
you probably be able to power America.
How would you transfer it to the whole U.S.?
You have to have a distribution
You obviously
system,
wouldn't do it
but
all
they
in
already
one
have.
spot.
But they already have a distribution system. So
You don't do it all in one spot. Well,
Yeah,
the
we have
answer
a
to that is you
distribution
don't.
system,
But
but you can't
that's a deviation from what we're talking about, though.
Yeah, but you can't distribute it 5,000 or 2,000 miles. That one line is not going to carry that power. So, but you could put solar panels in every state.
Yeah, you do it. You know, cities, states, whatever.
But I understand the argument where you came
Sections of
from,
states.
Mayo. But what I misstepped a bit with my phrasing. I'm talking about where the reasoning would come to attack something like hemp, because let's say that I'm not going to necessarily argue it because I haven't looked into it, right? So I'm not going to make it on what you said about the fuel ratios and stuff. Maybe it's different if the technologies had been suppressed. That's maybe an argument I might go down. But regardless, it's that hemp would have had such an influence in the other thing, which is where they wanted to get rid of their waste product. So they had an opportunity to take, and they've done that, right? And they're having a great lot of fun with it, and a great lot of manipulation and a monopoly of the situation, right? With what they're doing now with the pharmaceuticals. But that wouldn't have been the case if they hadn't have been able to suppress hemp. So
Cotton companies.
But the reason I mention that is that that's where it comes from, because it's not like it's just the pharmaceutical industry in and of itself, like it's an independent entity or an independent conglomeration, whatever you want to call it, right? It's that goes back to the other vested interest, and then that one, obviously, if you want to continue the argument, you go back to what they're up to and what other vested interests they have.
Well, yeah, I thought that's what I always heard was it was the cotton companies that were were the initial lobbies against it.
I suppose it could be
bidders.
any number of people who were in competition. They would have logical reason, whether it's correct or not, but they'd have logical reason to oppose something like hemp because of its influence in so many markets. Because if it was just a minor competitor, like then you could just play the game of, well, we might still be arseholes, but let's produce better products, better this, better that. And then the small guy suffers because they never took the impetus in the first place to challenge it. And then once you get domineering control, cool. But that's not what they did. They had a challenger that was able to play the game, was a big boy in the industry, like hemp always has been, right? Historically, it always has been a big player. And then they artificially manipulated the situation to remove that obstacle from their interest. And you could analyze that just from that's a sensible business decision that I would say is completely degenerate, just from a money perspective. But then also, I think it would be important to also then conclude, or at least acknowledge to a degree, that that's not the only reason that they would have done it, because it makes sense from a business decision. But then, like what Drew was saying, what are the other motivations? And I would argue, especially with the pharmaceutical discussion, that the other motivations are the results that we're having now. They actually wanted this to happen, that people are in a far unhealthier state when they just see you as cash cows, because that's never what medicine was supposed to be. And that's why it's specifically called the pharmaceutical industry, because medicine's not supposed to be an industry. It's supposed to be a means to an end. You're ill, let me do this thing, help you to get better. And that's exactly what hemp does, because the system itself that like we are as the biological entities that is mankind, that's a system that heals itself naturally, and that different things in nature help to facilitate that. But the healing design is already inbuilt. Like, you cut yourself, it's not like the plaster heals it and stitches it back together. It's already stitching it back together. Go ahead.
I gotta say though, you gotta you don't know the scope and no, you gotta know the scope and scale of what it would do to overall human health. Not everything is cured by pot.
That wasn't my argument. I'm just saying it's a big enough thing to at least acknowledge. And then you look at the alternative and what they've done, and it's not helping people.
It is helping.
The majority of allopathic medicine doesn't help people. It just maintains people in a state of what would you call it? Like you maintain. Yeah, but if there was like an overarching term of you're managing, but you're fully dependent on this thing, as opposed to what the normal thing would be, is like, well, like for some, okay, so like the old expression, you don't give a man a fish, you teach a man to fish, because then he can go and sustain himself. That's what you would hope would be the medical approach.
Yeah, but they have the opposite approach.
Instead, they're fully dependent, and then what's worse than that is they're dependent, and their quality of life is always degrading, because they take one medicine, then they have to take quote medicine, one drug, and then they have to take another drug to counteract that drug, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, hold on, wasn't the whole point to get the person healthy?
Yeah, but that's the nature of their business.
That's what he said.
The point, right? That's the argument.
Yeah.
Can I make a point?
Yeah, make your point, Mr. Rakia.
This is Dave. It's Rocky.
Go ahead, Dave.
I can grow an aloe vera plant in my yard, right? Have a bush right outside my kitchen window in case someone burns themselves. Crack open the leaf, rub it on the burn, blah blah blah, right? I cannot grow a marijuana plant, and if someone gets hurt or needs the benefits of it, and give it to them legally, right? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, the burn medicines are still out there. Like, you have a choice whether to use aloe vera, the plant. Isn't it aloe vera? I might be getting this wrong. But you know what I'm talking about. Isn't it aloe vera plant that you crack open and rub the juice on you? Yeah. But you still have burn medicines, right? That you can get burned, pass right by the aloe vera plants, and go to the store and get burn medicines. You have a choice, right? But they're both legal. I don't understand the difference. Like, why wouldn't?
Because aloe vera is not fun.
Okay, that's one reason. So that's my whole point, though. Maybe they're making it, because it's taken away from their profit somewhere. It's usually money based.
I mean, it really is multifaceted. All the answers we've all given are all correct answers, because like I said, they specifically use it to target certain people. That's also true. So
Mhm.
that it's beneficial for them to have it as
I
illegal
think it
for a
was
lot of reasons.
like saying confluence of factors. They took an opportunity to make a really big mark in their favor. Because, like you said, with what Rakia said with the aloe vera, if they had done something like that back in those days with aloe vera and they made that illegal and justified that by some nonsense propaganda, that really wouldn't have had that big of an impact. Because there are other plants and other leaves that you can do similar stuff to, because it has such a small scope. Now, yeah, we still would argue about it and be like, these guys, these degenerates, what have they done? Give us back our aloe vera. But it was how much of an impact they were able to achieve by just banning one plant. And that's crazy. And then the hypocrisy of it, which when you research it is kind of funny. They banned it, but then when World War One or Two came about, they unbanned it temporarily because they needed people to grow it so that they could use the rope and all the rest of it for the military application. And I think if you just give that example to people who are maybe a bit, I don't know who nowadays is still not getting the story, but if they're new to the topic, you go, just look at that. Doesn't that raise some red flags to you that they did that, but they brought it back just for the rope?
Yeah, but do you think that? Yeah, but yeah, I didn't hear the whole of what you said because I had to go and came back. But I heard what you said vaguely, and I know that story too. Yeah, because it was something to do with what was it? Some material, but yeah, they brought it back just for the rope because it was the strongest material for the rope. What was the item though?
I think it was cost effective more than strong. They had nylon back then.
But what was it? What was the
nylon industry hadn't taken off yet.
yeah, but hemp. What was the item actually though? Like what was the item that I forget
hemp.
the subject. I know it was hemp, and so they brought it back. Yeah, right. But okay.
I think it was
okay,
rope for military application because you just need rope, right, to tie shit up, whatever. Sailing. I don't know. I'm not a military man.
Oh yeah, sailing. Yeah.
But I don't think they needed that in World War One and Two.
Well,
but the point was they needed it enough that they're like, okay, we're gonna put ourselves as obvious hypocrites and unban this thing temporarily. And that's the other thing. Even if they wanted to make the argument, we don't want people to make this stuff and because they're getting high and all the rest of it and whatever propaganda they used. But that you ban the industrial applications of it, which at no point were doing anything other than just helping people to do what was just normal everyday life, build ships, build clothing, all this different stuff, paper, all that stuff. It's like because you could make the argument perhaps that, like with opium, for instance, okay, this one did a really big effect. We're not going to ban poppy plants, but we're going to ban people producing opium from it. You know what I mean? But it's that they banned the whole thing, and all like you couldn't even grow it just to do seed for your cattle, or whatever. That just raises so many questions that you know that it's a piss take. And I would also argue that they did that when they did that by design because it was a perfect opportunity for them, and it allowed them to continue doing other stuff, to continue eroding. Because now you get to the point where if people want to grow, this isn't something that people need to abide by, but this is what they're imposing, and people by fear are accepting it. But they've got to the point where they're trying to ban people from selling fresh milk from their cow, and from growing like food and having chickens in their own backyards and stuff like that. This is like the pinnacle, or it's getting to the pinnacle of what something like whenever they did this back in the early 40s, or whenever they banned hemp. I can't remember, but
the early 20s.
Early 20s. Thank you. So. This is the result. It's all part of the same game, part of the same agenda. But they had to do these things at strategic times to get to the point where now, because if they had just tried to do something like, back in like about 100 years ago, no, you can't. everyone's having colds and they're getting a bit sniffles. You can't leave your house, or no, you can't sell fresh milk. You can't do. It would not have made any sense, and it would never have flown, and people wouldn't have even raised it other than in pure comedy, because it's ridiculous. But now they're able to do that because of all these other steps.
To be fair,
I think that analysis. My last point is that analysis is important to see the big picture of how it all plays in. Go ahead.
How many points do you think that was? That's probably the record for
like 100.
They were good. They were good points, though. They were good points. But,
is an infinitesimal point.
Yeah, but I think I just want to say that I don't mean to be I was just calling it an asshole or something. Or pedantic, a pedantic asshole. But I will say that no, I'm saying my next what I'm claiming next is that 100 years ago they did do that though, with the
do what?
No, they did do that. They did restrict people in certain places. It's kind of the same thing they did this time. Certain places did restrictions, did different restrictions, that kind of thing. Just saying that they did it 100 years ago as well.
People were a lot less mobile then, so they just had to do it in cities.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I'm just giving small ridiculous examples. That all you have to do is just know a bit, have a bit of sense, and take control of your life, and you can just go, no, that's not happening, son. But it's that these overbearing controls, they didn't have the, how would you phrase it? The point where the whole of the nation or the whole of a population self-imposes this just because of some loudmouth on TV. They didn't have that ability back then.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because there's one thing for an agenda, like they got people to go into war that they shouldn't have got to.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
For one thing, but there's another thing of something that's actually counterproductive, actually wicked, and that everyone is eagerly imposing this on themselves and their neighbors. That the character of mankind, especially in the States, back 100+ years ago, was not the case. They couldn't have done that. The only way they're able to do the shit they're doing now is because they've been slowly eroding it, and people haven't realized or have been kowtowing to the small things because they say, oh, it's only a small thing, doesn't matter. Because they don't see the big picture.
Regular citizens or regular people, or the majority of people in the Western world for about 1,000 years, up until about 150 years ago, 100 years ago, they were pretty stupid, or not stupid, but they were pretty.
By what metric?
They didn't know. They didn't know anything. They almost knew nothing.
What do you mean didn't know anything? How does that work?
They knew very little. Well, and you're from England, right? Or you're from the UK, England, whatever. And didn't they have the big stink in the 1850s or something like that? The Great Stink. It was like a 2-year period where it just stunk so bad. They didn't.
I wasn't there. To me, it's just a story. So
it was it was a horrible. Like people died from this. And,
it was just London City coach show. That was
okay. So just like I imagine it wasn't the whole country. Yeah, it's true. But it caused them to.
Okay, I think I know where
they
you
built
might be
the
going
sewer
with this,
system.
but my retort to that would be, this isn't because they didn't know or because they were stupid, as you're implying. Because it's not like the Romans and other civilizations hadn't already figured out how to have condensed cities with decent systems to keep like effluents out and all these different whatever, right? Just day-to-day things of life that have to be managed in a certain way when you're not just living out in the sticks and you can just go out to the forest and take a shit, right? So it's not as if the knowledge wasn't there. It's just in that particular environment, for certain amount of reasons, motivations we don't know because we weren't there and we don't know the people involved, that shit happened. But it's not because they were stupid. It's because people made decisions that were stupid. It's not like they had a lack of knowledge. Because they'd already, because this is the thing, like they'd already inherited. Like maybe I might be a bit weak on this because I'm not too sure how much of the Roman influence remained. But they had like the Roman baths, for instance. You have some of these places still remaining as at least as museum pieces in the UK. those systems for maintaining hygiene, they inherited them. So
Well,
if they then go and have the Great Stink or whatever example you want to give, that just goes to these people decided to mismanage what they were given. They weren't stupid.
Not
They
necessarily.
might have acted stupidly, but it's not like
Not
you were
necessarily.
implying like they just didn't have the knowledge.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, you've got a number. It's a product of scale, also. Like Romans may have been able to dump their shit in the river, and when you only have 200,000 people in Rome crapping in this
There's a
one
million.
river, it's not a huge problem. Now, when you get
Rome-
25 million people in a city, and you take a dump, everybody dumps it into the river. The river's capability of handling that effluent no longer is capable. It just becomes a big shit stink.
And Rome was the first million-person city, and I think London was also a million-person city around the time. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Those facts don't matter. That what matters is that not your facts.
You
but
think
my,
they were
my
stupid?
facts.
Yeah.
No. But I'm saying this. I'm saying this because it's basically the truth that in the Western world, like the Renaissance is what. So before the Renaissance, actually, anytime anyone in the Western world came across Roman structures like aqueducts and stuff, they had no idea what those were. They didn't know how to
That's
read.
bullshit.
They didn't know anything. They really they
That's
had
bullshit.
no.
Like
They would drink beer because the water was so dirty because they didn't even know how to clean it. The beer
yeah,
was
but see,
safer to drink than water.
you're taking a specific perspective on history and you're using it to justify a position, but that makes no sense because if they really were, if people were really that stupid until the Renaissance, right? Then how could they then look at the Roman stuff and be confused if what you're saying is correct? Because then the Roman stuff wouldn't have been there in the first place because you said people were stupid.
No, they said the Western world.
And then
the Western world.
What do you mean? What does the Western world mean?
Well, in the Eastern world, there was actually a lot of intel, like a lot of the math that got brought to the Western world got brought there from people like Fibonacci and the other
that
dude
makes no
from
sense.
the Eastern world because they traveled to the Eastern world and brought it to the Western world.
I'll
But
give
they
a
kept it
perfect
in the
example.
Eastern world.
You raised the Romans. Let's go back before the Romans had the full influence that they had, right? The peak of their influence. When they tried to impose their influence on the British Isles, they were faced with great opposition. A different system, but great opposition to the point where they didn't actually ever succeed in conquering them by military force. They had to do a different way.
They're Italians.
It was a tricky diplomacy situation. But the point I'm raising, right, is they came across the Druidic system, or whatever you want to call that system back then. That was it was a sophisticated hierarchy, and with schooling and all this stuff. These people weren't stupid.
They thought that diseases were caused by evil spirits and demons, and the church was actively suppressing knowledge. That was just the times, man.
I don't know if you did this intentionally, Jace, but what church are you talking about? I'm talking about pre-church. I'm talking about the Roman influence, or the Roman attempt at influence over the British Isles.
That's fair, but that's
referring to what Kosho was saying.
I was specifically talking about the Dark Ages, like 1,000 years.
Well, I was given I thought you were responding in kind to the conversation that was being had, Jace. That's why I asked you that question. I was raising a specific point in history.
I think the part you're talking about is right before the Dark Ages, even.
Yeah, Kosho wasn't talking about like before Rome, dude. He was talking about Europe like a few hundred years ago to 100 years ago.
The 1,000-year period from, let's call it 800 to 1800 or 700 to 1700 or something like that, or 600 to 1600. Doesn't matter, but there was a long stretch, and like I said, people only started going to public schools about 150 years ago. So that's why I said most. I didn't mean a good thing? Everybody. Well, no, I just mean that transformed from the people who knew the Renaissance type of education that they learned. That wasn't translated to everybody. That was translated to people who had learned that stuff, and the common people would still have been the common people, and particularly stupid. Yeah.
But by what metric?
Well, pig ignorant.
Okay, let me give you an example, right? What do you do on a day-to-day, right?
Knowledge was it was within the scope of the Catholic and Muslim and all the different churches, right? The different churches, right? Like people like Giordano Bruno, right? He tried to propose new knowledge, and the church shut that down real quick. They knew that it was likely true, but they didn't want the rest of the, you know, their disciples and congregation citizens knowing those things, right? So
This
they
isn't
had
even
the
the argument that we're
control
having, though,
over
is
the
it?
knowledge.
Because if you want to have an argument about the influence and the negatives of the Catholic Church, I'd probably be in agreement with a lot of the stuff you're saying.
Well, that's just part of it.
Because that was an what would you call it? A usurpation of the truth. They were degenerates, right? Everything they were doing was trickery and bullshit, right? Just in simple terms.
That
But
probably played a major
what
part.
me
Yeah.
and Kosher are talking about is just general understanding, and this is what I'm saying by what metric? Because if you're okay, just a homesteader, for instance, back in whenever time within those years that you just denoted, Kosher.
Sure, yeah.
He's running his house. He's feeding his family. He's making some profit. He's able to do dowries for his children and the weddings and all this stuff. Build new houses. They have transportation. All this stuff. They have a clean, healthy life. They live to a nice age. They're able to defend themselves against the wild animals. All these kind of things that you can imagine that comes up in life, right? Just generally speaking, don't get stuck up on any one specific.
Fair.
What is there in that gives you the reason to go, that's a stupid person? Well, these are a stupid group of people. In comparison to you now, for instance, what's so special about you now compared to that?
You just keep going and going, don't you?
Forrest Gump could do all that stuff, right? But regardless, it's just a bad example, like, because in the 1700s and stuff like that. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying yours. I'm not saying your example.
We're talking about hemp, right? And the applications.
I'm not saying your example.
Use in life.
I'm not saying your example is bad. I just meant the example I was thinking of in my head. I shouldn't have said that then. But regardless, I forget. Right. Like Thomas Jefferson in the 1700s, 1800s, he was an extremely smart dude. But he had the ability to be smart. Most people didn't have the access to any of that information. And so, yeah, they could have gone.
But that's not how people get
plowed
smart because of information.
They could have plowed the field. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, they
okay,
even learn.
How about this? Can you do that?
Plow
Could you actually go and sustain a homestead by yourself right now?
Yes, we can, because you can look up and talk to individuals who have posted individuals who do that and have posted their knowledge for the rest of everyone to see. And you can go talk to them and gain that knowledge.
So what's the argument then? They're not stupid then.
Well, no, but they didn't
have
that
because you look it up, right? By the way, it's not like you can just go and do it instantly. It'll take you a while to get it down. These people inherited that.
They are limited to their scope of the world. They pigeonhole. That's
everyone
really all.
Everyone is, but that's
pigeonholed into what. That's all that they can do is be farmers. That's it. You don't have any innovation. It's just a.
No, that's not true, because
in the mud lifestyle.
If they wanted
to,
they would.
Combining the intellect of multiple people is when you start.
No, just given a general position in life back in a certain point in history, right? That's how people. But if they wanted to, they could have innovated their own situation. They're like, well, this house isn't doing enough for me. Let me think of a way to make it more efficient, or whatever.
That's not exactly
now maybe
innovation.
But the speed at which somebody could do that compared to us, maybe that's different because we have an access. We live in a very convenient time, right? So access to a lot of information. But does that make us smarter than them? No. It just means that we have access to information at a faster speed.
Yeah, all right. Let someone else respond. Right. Kosho used the word stupid, but I don't think that's really what he meant. I wouldn't characterize it as that they were stupid. They just weren't as advanced as nowadays, right? The overall knowledge level wasn't as far along as it is in current times. Doesn't make them stupid, though.
Well, I didn't mean. I mean. Okay, so I said that well, first of all, in the average, even in modern age, you go up to an average person,
Can I give
and
an example?
they're still pretty stupid. Okay,
Right.
so it's just that back then, those same people that were stupid were also have no access or ability. Like I said, like when it comes to germs or it comes to you know, how to have a healthy child or whatever.
Let's
Like
go,
it's just
bro.
guessing. It's just guessing,
Wait,
basically.
what do you mean? No, it's not a guessing game.
I wanted to chime in on that really quick.
From the majority of human history, people were having children at home. Fine, you're here because people were able to do that.
No,
you didn't
they wouldn't.
need a hospital.
They wouldn't even name their kids for like a couple years because they weren't sure if they're going to survive.
You're just taking stories and applying it to history as if you were there.
And you're just making up your own history.
No, I'm not.
I don't
The
know,
only
guys.
reason the only reason any of us are here is because people were able to do
Forget
that. Hospitals and all of that. Sorry, Dicelo, but hospitals and all of that didn't come about until very recently. The rest of humanity
that's
never
not
needed
what
that.
Kosho said, though.
What do you mean it's not what he said?
You gotta listen instead of talk. Tell them your next answer.
He was just implying that people didn't have the ability to handle germs and have healthy children and all of that. That's
It's
not the
not
case.
that they didn't. It's not that they didn't have the ability. They didn't know. Like, let's say they did have the ability, and they were just guessing what the truth was about it, right? And they kind of were slightly right, but wrong about what they were describing. So it's like they knew not to be around someone who was sick because of demons or something like that, but they didn't know anything about germs. It's like there's a lot of things that they just didn't have access to, a wealth of information like other parts of the world did, and they didn't know how to read, didn't know how to write, share information in that type of way. So, but I digress. I know I forget who it is. I think Die Slow or somebody was trying to say something.
I think he dips. We cut him off too much.
My
Dice,
bad.
if you're still listening, come back. It's just we were in the middle of something.
This is slightly controversial, but as a Jewish person, I'll just tell you that this is a lot of the reason why there's a conspiracy like the Jews. They're like, in banking and in all these prestigious industries and stuff like that. But the truth is, during the Dark Ages, when most of the rest of the Western world didn't know how to read, most Jewish children were taught to read and write in Torah and shit like that. So they were continued to be educated during this time. And I think there's just a distinction in that case. And so
I suppose the reason you raised this, right, was in response to what I said earlier about the reason they whoever they is, right, are able to do the kind of nonsense they're doing now is because they've been doing this stuff for years, slowly degrading the appreciation and the tolerance that people have for things that go against their benefit.
Oh,
and then I'd raise the questions like, if your argument is because they were stupid back then, I just don't think that's the case, because if they were stupid, then how much more stupid are people now? That things that are just so outrageous, like, oh no, not only are you not allowed to leave your house, you're not even allowed to have your friends in your house, and these kind of egregious things.
Right.
Okay. And people willingly agree to this stuff. It's just an example. Even if you don't agree with what I said, think of any modern thing in position that people are agreeing with that would never have flown back then, and people had what I would deem a better quality of life.
25 million people died in 1 year. Plague. That was good. That could have been solved by them
you're using
doing a little bit of social separation.
You're using arbitrary examples to justify your case. But we're talking about a general topic.
You're talking about you're talking about how or how we reacted to COVID. And I'm not using an arbitrary reaction. I'm saying that they, because of their stupidity, their pig ignorance, their lack of, I mean, it's not, they weren't actually stupid.
Yeah,
but they did not understand how how the Black Plague was spread. And it went all around the world. And it could have been solved by some careful isolation, maybe.
I would be willing to accept that as a point if the Black Plague was analogous to what has happened in the last 3 years, which it clearly isn't.
No, it was worse.
So because it's or the Black Plague was clearly worse because what we've had now is a reaction to something that isn't actually for our benefit, has actually done us harm. And if nobody had even acknowledged any of the propaganda, right? Let's present this hypothetical. Present the hypothetical in your mind if you want to entertain it, right? That none of the propaganda went out. Everything, like there was these people saying this story, but it wasn't propagated in the way it has been. So that's the hypothetical. Everyone would have just carried on with their business, and nothing would have changed. And the normal amount of people that normally die on the statistical frame, right, would have continued.
Be careful what we're saying, though. We gotta be careful how we're saying.
I understand, but because that wasn't even my point. My point was more the imposition of things like this that are just so against what is good for humanity, right? Relationships, freedom to congregate, and all these stuff. The ability for them to do that comes by way of this constant erosion that people have allowed to happen, like the thing we were talking about with hemp, etc. down the line.
I got something interesting then to put forth, and if you say that because you say it's good for society, well, I'll tell you something that's really good for society. That's Isaac Newton and Mathematica Principia. And did you know that it was because of the plague that he was sent home quarantined? That he came up with all it was, I guess, the first part of the Principia, or just the first his first.
He developed the concepts and the principles and the math and stuff while he was at home because of the Black Plague. He got sent home from his college.
Yeah, right. So he's quarantined at home. You think it's bad for society, but fuck, dude. I mean, we wouldn't even know how the laws of motion.
But you don't need. But hold on, Kosha. You don't need an imposed quarantine for somebody to decide to dedicate their mind to pursuing something.
Yeah,
so
but
you don't even need to bring up his unique example. You don't need. No, you can just apply yourself. Like you could be a married man with 20 flipping children and 5 wives or whatever, right? And you could choose to, in that situation, apply yourself and come up with a similar type of. I know it's an.
Who chose to do that?
The value, right, would be opinionated on whether
who chose to do
produces, that. I'm not saying someone chose. I'm saying one could. So it's not. It's not whether. It's not
one
whether,
could, but one didn't.
No, people do. Hold on. People do that. People who don't need to.
Some people do. In this
people
case,
who don't need to and aren't forced have dedicated their life to the pursuit of one specific thing to a very high end.
And had he not been quarantined, he might have been dead.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Holy shit! People still believe that. Wow, people still believe that.
No, but regardless, though, it's not. It's not even about shoulda, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and this and that. It's also about the probability increase, because I always wonder about Aristarchus, and he had a lot of insights, and he was probably not hanging out with a lot of women. Like he was probably allowed to think about these things alone for a long time. I think that's required, or it's just more likely when that's the case.
The same argument with Tesla. He chose to be celibate, and thus he was able to produce.
Or Da Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci, because he might have been gay or something, and so he wasn't distracted by a woman. We got arrested for sodomy. He got arrested for sodomy twice.
That's some old gossip you're believing, but okay.
But the point is,
he got arrested.
The point is, it's a nice try, but it doesn't hold any validity to. Like upholding something like the value of a quarantine in and of itself. And again, I think it's what I know. Obviously, I don't want to cause issues for Joe's channel, but there is a difference between the Black Plague and what's happened recently.
Right. And I know we don't have to talk about too much.
One makes perfect sense. The other doesn't.
I think they both.
It's a matter of when you trigger it.
Is there any proof of contagion?
Okay, so now we got to not fixate on this, and so like I said, it's one thing if we dance around it and then move on, but we can't fixate on it.
That's true.
Yeah, because it was more the fundamentals of. Because maybe I should have picked up a different example, but like even the most minor things, like let's go back to the food stuff. Why on earth is anyone opening their mouth and imposing any such idea that you can't sell your own cow milk to your neighbor? Like, what the flip is that?
They have vested
That's
interest.
ridiculous.
Yeah, they have it. They have vested
I don't know if
interest
it
in
is.
Exactly.
financial.
That's fundamentally ridiculous.
Is
You don't- you
listeria a
don't-
real thing?
Is what?
Now you should have some controls on it, right?
No. There should never be any imposition between two people engaging in something that's not
Okay,
harming
now
anyone.
I'll give you that to some extent, but as far as making a business of it, I do think that you got a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that raises a
like
topic
a
that I
milk
think
license or something.
that raises a topic that I think is an interesting topic. But I realize I actually have somewhere to be. But
Yeah.
the difference between the public and the private, maybe Napalm might enjoy that if he's awake. But
been a
it's
good
more the
convo.
It's more the
It's been a good convo
fundamental of two people just like, if you're not causing harm to anyone else, why on earth is it even a subject that somebody can come and have an imposition? This is my cow.
Are you causing statistical harm?
But you're causing harm to the cow.
How would anyone even make that distinction between two people engaging in a private exchange?
Well, because the government engages in commerce. Yeah, out of the main purposes of government is to, mediate
foment commerce.
And I guess this is the fundamental, is that people and this goes by. This goes into what I was talking about, of the slow erosion of understanding and imposition of things, to the point where now people don't realize that they don't actually have to operate by this commerce approach. They actually had the free, like the inalienable rights to operate as private individuals and do their thing, right? But that they've erroneously allowed themselves to be put into this commerce thing, then you have the ability for someone like the government to come and open their mouth and tell you what you can and can't do with your cow, because people have allowed themselves to be put in a system that they shouldn't be. But this is like a can of worms that would be fun if I had 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I know.
But
yeah,
I'm not there.
I apologize.
So no. Maybe we can pick this up another time. But I actually have somewhere to go. But if Napalm was here, I think Napalm might enjoy this topic. You're welcome, Jace.
Don't invoke Napalm.
Dude, were you having a conversation with anyone or just yourself, man?
With Kosho and partially with Mayok, but mainly with.
Well, they didn't get to speak much.
Yeah, they did.
I will.
No,
I will. Well, I'd say it got better.
You can't stand up for yourself. There's two of you, one of me.
It got better. I'm saying it got better. It got better, but it certainly was. I left earlier and I said, "Fuck you guys." I said that to you guys, and it was
just a little long-winded. That's all I'm saying, man. Just a little long-winded.
It got better, and I enjoyed this last little part.
Why don't you just get bigger sails, and then you can be long-winded?
Because you have to be rude to interrupt you. I mean, I did it a couple of times, and I felt upset that I was doing it because it is rude. And but in order to get a word in edgewise, you will talk ad infinitum, unless somebody steps on it.
Yeah, but when I finished it, then I finished it. And if you want to respond and only say one sentence, that's your choice. But you also have the option to do what I did, which is make a longer point. But if that's not your style,
I'm just busting your stones, man. I'm just busting your stones. But dude,
you don't have the ability to.
Little long-winded.
A little.
He's got diamond stones.
I encourage people to actually engage.
You could run a sailboat on your voice.
Have you ever, forget the religious side of it, right? Have you ever read Job, or are you aware of the Book of Job?
I am. Yes.
I've read the entire Bible, but I don't recall.
Right. Okay.
Job's significant. Yeah, I've read that.
Right. So there's a massive dialogue. Now, yes, it's a written dialogue, so you don't write interruptions. So there might have been interruptions, but the way that they engaged is the kind of thing that I would wish that people would engage like that. They did, and I'm not saying that I'm on that level, right? This is a degree of communication that I haven't necessarily attained.
Most likely a
but
parable.
But it's that they all had their big. There's Job with his situation, and then there's his three friends, and they all basically give speeches. And
how many times do they repeat themselves in those speeches?
Yeah, that's a fair point. But again, I'm not comparing myself to them. I'm just saying what an idea of what I think is good. And if you go and read it and you go and just colorize it or whatever to see the thing, they're all saying a lot. and everyone else is just sitting down by the fire or whatever, listening, and then waiting for this massive response and then to respond. And within that, they would have made however many points, maybe one like substantial point, but categorized with a bunch of other finer points. And I think
it depends.
I think if you were to respond like that to what I said right now, I'd enjoy that. And I'm not imposing that, but I think that would be better for discourse in general.
Well, so sometimes I honestly, it's like if you're a serial dater, and you dance and kiss a lot of people, and people kiss differently and dance differently, and so yeah, in different situations, you sort of have to feel out what's appropriate. I feel like, 'cause I agree with you that sometimes that's appropriate, sometimes it's not though.
Yeah, I get you the
'Cause,
context.
yeah,
I
it
think
just
in
depends
this
on the
this
group,
context, the kind of conversation we're having, I think
it's more appropriate now
I
than
think
it
it's
was earlier.
appropriate because it wasn't a contentious thing. It was more a topic and share like the different hemp histories and all this different stuff. And
Well, also, I noticed this in being in this community that there's many different, like there's different personalities, but there's also totally different ideas of how to have conversations that people that are ingrained in certain people. Like Zanuck and Brian, for instance, have a similar way of communicating, and this is why they're incorrigibles. Because what to me would seem like problematic or troublesome in a conversation, they actually don't mind if people interrupt them. So that's why they don't mind interrupting other people. Took me a while to figure that out, but so it's like that's just the way they don't mind engaging in that way. Whereas
I think
don't.
if done tactfully, I don't mind either because you know I have a habit of interrupting when it's that kind of contentious type of a discussion. But in this one, I might do the thing where I say 2 points and I leave too many gaps and people don't quite know when to jump in. But then I'm willing to, once I've actually finished, to go and sit down and hear your point.
I couldn't get a word in edgewise about relativity earlier between you and the other
were wrong,
guy.
it's fine. You still have to answer my question.
Yeah, but that's yeah. I you're gonna trigger me just by start that sentence.
Remember, my question still stands. If you don't remember it, just go rewind. If you can answer that, then that's fine. But if you don't, then I'm obviously gonna interrupt.
I was.
Listen to it.
I kept being interrupted.
Yeah. And then straw man. That's just the worst part. It's like it's like you can get over being interrupted sometimes and this and that, but it's like if you're being interrupted and then straw manned and then you can't even complete the thought. So it's like you can't correct what your actual point is. Other people are speaking for you. It gets really aggravating.
Try talking to yourself.
Forget all my interruptions and
like
stuff.
Zanuck and
yeah. Sorry, Nathan. But Kosher, forgetting all the interruptions and all that annoyance, right? The fundamental question that I left with, which I didn't get any answer to, right? There was just silence for a good 20 seconds. That itself isn't doing what you're suggesting. There's no straw man. There's no interruption. It's just that was what I wanted, and that's what I think is a fair question, and that's what never really ever gets answered.
Well,
or if it does, then people would never like to admit that answer is a fallacious answer.
Allow Jace allow Jace to give you the full answer, and also knowing how y'all misrepresented it, he'll probably adjust it to clarify, because I understood it the way he said it, but I understand that you guys saw it a different way. But that's what Jace.
Did you hear my corrections to that though?
What am I supposed to do?
I have to dip. You can write it down and I'll read it later. Please.
All right, he's not going to hear it, but he won't be here to hear it. I mean, but this re-answer, because I don't think that you got a full, complete answer, or it was understood the way that it was expressed.
But what do they want me to answer?
I think the question was, what's the mechanism that causes space-time, or what's the mechanism that allows space-time to bend? I think was the question.
Well, right, space-time bending is the mechanism. There isn't a mechanism that causes that. That is the mechanism that causes specific observations, like you were pointing out, Kosho.
And also, what you're saying right now, just to be clear, because this is what got misrepresented, was you're not saying that the mechanism of space-time bend that causes space-time to bend is space-time bending. That's not what you're saying.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because this is what they ran with as if that was the answer to their question, but you were just you
But
were correcting the question
So
basically.
Kosho, so the question was specifically about space-time, not the observations regarding the claims about space-time bending. That's the whole point. Is the question was, what is the cause of the bending and warping of space-time?
General relativity is just by virtue of mass or energy existing in that, in that volume or in that space, time, I guess. That's the virtue of it existing is what causes that. Like that's the mechanism.
I don't think that they
supposedly.
have an answer for the question you're asking now.
And that's
The
partially true
cause.
too.
Why does matter bend space time? I don't think that answer's been made yet.
Yeah, I did. I'm just going to refrain from asking questions because never mind.
But that's like, I would liken that to saying that's something like, saying, well, how does God do this? Well, then God's not real.
Well, I don't know how you're
you can't infer that just because we don't know a mechanism for an observation that we make doesn't mean that observation is not real.
You weren't here for the conversation, and that wasn't the inference, right? The problem being is Kosha was going on and on about how the confirmations of relativity, these observations, blah, blah, blah. And the room was just asking for how there was a substantiation for the mass of the objects in question, right? How did we empirically establish the measurement for mass of these objects?
To be fair, I didn't go on and on about it. I gave one example for general theory and then one for the universal law. And the room wasn't wondering about that. You specifically had wondered about that and said something. But
Moyak, sorry, Kosho.
Yeah, that's it.
So is there an answer to my question, or are we just going to avoid it?
I was going to just say to what Moyak said, right? Like, there are answers or reasons, I guess you could say. They're just pretty complicated, right? Like, you have to know about things like the stress energy tensor and the Riemann curvature tensor and stuff, and how mass has an interaction with that or an influence on that. And if you do parallel transport, it'll be dependent on the mass. Like, you can get into all those specific details, but
instead, we all have plenty of time to hear these things. Most of us love to learn, right?
But
instead of actually getting into the minutia of it, we avoid that, and then we have arguments about semantics and who said what and who interrupted who. So
I certainly. Well, by the way, whether you knew it or not, you were interrupting me while he was in the middle. I was trying to get him to stop interrupting me. I was like actively trying to get him to discontinue interrupting me so I could finish what I was saying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was trying to move the conversation. I was trying to move the conversation from the who said what, who's interrupting, blah, 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 all of that shit that didn't matter, back to the actual question about the baseline establishment for the claim. Like, I don't give a shit about so-and-so and such and such.
Yeah, no,
but
right.
Unfortunately, like 90% of the time in this room between people is that kind of shit, right? Or misunderstanding of the questions being asked.
Yeah, but in that situation, like, wouldn't it, like, if two people are arguing and they're like, I don't like these people are arguing about who's interrupting who, I'm gonna say something, and it's like, well, what about the person who got interrupted? I mean, don't they have kind of a right to finish what they were saying? But regardless,
it's just getting it back on track, Kosha. That's it. Like, everything is shifted completely away from the point. Maybe that was the intention. I don't know.
No, it's fair. That's why it's just fair. The whole thing got. I thought maybe you didn't even realize what had, like, because I thought you maybe went away and looked at something and you came back, and so it doesn't even matter. And also, I did. That's why I let you
I did
start off what you were doing so I can get in. Yeah, then I waited for you to finish so I can get in, but it was going on to a different thing, so I was just trying to cut it off. So the whole thing got whatever, and I went away, and I reacted aggressively.
I logged.
So yeah.
I logged out to go review the live stream because I was called a liar and a straw man and blah blah, all these names, and I was like, all right, well, maybe in my head I'm thinking, okay, maybe I misunderstood, so I jumped out of the room, went to the live stream, re-listened, came back in, and said, you know what, I was wrong, because even the way that Jace restated his answer to that could be confusing, right?
Right.
Even this second time around. So
yeah, that's why even just now when he said it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's how he started off his answer previously. 3 or 4 of us were like, whoa. He did, while we were trying to interrupt him before he went further, he did say that it was intrinsically tied to mass, right? Not just space, the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of the bending and warping of space-time, even though kind of seems like that the way that he was stating it then and again this time around. So I went back, re-listened to it, came back, said I was incorrect about it, tried to get it back on track, and then it was just a shit show about quote unquote me interrupting, right? And then everybody in the chat, mods are complete shit in here, and FE never gets muted, and blah blah blah, and just fucking ridiculous shit.
That got fucked up then, because it is true. I was in the middle of being irritated because he was doing that, and then also probably partially because what you interrupted with was what I was trying to say anyways. So it was like I don't know. I just it triggered me. But as I said, I went away, came back, and
what's up, guys?
It's very good.
I just witnessed a whole family house burning down right in the neighborhood.
Das ist nicht gut.
I'm sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
but I have to remind you that because I was here one night. I don't know what server we were in, but it was very disturbing because you were describing having a dream where that was occurring, and what you said was it wasn't even.
No, I had
a
feeling. I think you're talking about the dream, the revelation I had where I was seeing the whole world burned up. Like I was walking through a normal street where you have like buildings next to buildings and everything was burned up. It has nothing to do with it. It's just a huge fire that burned up the whole house, not far away from us.
Is everybody okay, or what happened?
I don't know yet. I actually went there, talked to the fireman, and they said we don't know, which is not a good sign. If they don't know,
That's not a good sign at all. Yeah,
no.
That usually means the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, I think someone in the roof that lives there is also disabled. So.
Oh my god.
Chances are pretty low.
Well, let's hope for the best. Although I don't know whether it's going to be worse.
Sorry to hear that, dude. That sucks too, because if firefighters don't know, then that means they have no known survivors that that they can say, we got everybody out. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, because try to imagine a scenario when they say there's anytime there's a fire and they say there's 5 people missing, it's like, dude, where would they be missing?
Literally. But the strange thing is, firemen are pretty chill here in Germany. Like I just stand it right next to them, hit it, like using the hose to put water onto the house. Like I was standing right next to them and literally said nothing. I just they even it's really weird. Like very open. Like how would I thought they would like kick me out or away directly,
man.
but.
Firemen are chill here too. I think the biggest difference is the cops have like an air of authority, and
right?
It's like the military people sometimes get that, and then it's the same thing in that Stanford experiment or whatever.
I think firemen are real heroes, man.
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah,
like real life heroes.
I don't know about what city you're in, but firefighters around here, I think maybe they used to be cops or something, because they're very like, hey, get out of here, get out of the way, get the fuck back. Like they're very like
they didn't care at all, dude. Like I was like standing right next to them while they used the hose, Pretty cool. Like literally, this is something I remember my whole life, because when do you ever get to see this kind of stuff, Like
yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Well, they see it every day. But yeah, have you seen that movie Gangs in New York with Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel
CGI.
Day-Lewis and all that? Oh, okay. What part of that movie was CGI? It doesn't matter. What the
Yeah,
hell?
there was a
Gangs in
lot
New
of
York.
CGI, bro. All kinds of fires were fake.
Oh, come on, but yeah, Gangs in New York though. Yeah, that was like they show like how that like there was like a mafia sort of thing, like the firefighters were in gangs basically, and they would only put out fires. They would do it for money, I guess. And they would take like the property and shit like that. Because if you were the the fire brigade in charge of the fire, you basically claimed you claimed like all the destruction basically. But yeah, that's another story. So, yeah, did you know these people or what?
No. But
So
I
they're
made
neighbors.
I made a lot of pictures for a neighbor that has a house there right next to that house that burned down, and that guy he's in Switzerland right now, and my boss actually knows him, so
Oh,
I
wow.
talked through WhatsApp with my boss, and I sent him all the pictures that the guy in Switzerland wants.
I didn't know that you did porn.
Huh?
The pictures or whatever you said you were sending him like nudes or something.
Cat porn.
Are you stupid? The neighbor right next to the house.
Yes.
The neighbor right next to the house has a house there, and it's empty right now because he's in Switzerland. Probably because he has also a house there. So I sent it pictures to my boss because he knows this guy personally. So he sent it the pictures. I sent it to my boss. He sent it directly to him, so he can now see in Switzerland what was going on around his house. Does that make sense?
Well, why were you nude?
Yeah.
I heard on the internet that you were nude.
Anyways, I just, if people burned like if people died in that house, man, like dude, but I don't even want to like. I'm gonna know tomorrow, I guess. But that's sad, dude. Imagine being burned up alive, dude. I don't even want to imagine that. Oh, dude. Sad, sad, sad.
I have a real story about my boyfriend's nephew who lives in the neighborhood. A couple years ago, was 11 years old, and he poured gasoline on a fire.
You did
We
what?
didn't. He poured gasoline on a fire, and we heard a bomb go off, but it was him. I mean, he lived, but it messed him up really bad.
Dude, it must have burned him up completely.
I had a
It burned
friend.
him a lot. Yep.
Had a friend in a barbecue grill. With somebody spraying the fuel on it, fooling around. He got his whole chest was all torched. You know, he got burned like over 30% of his body on that one.
Dude.
Oh, this kid was in the hospital 2 months straight. I mean, he's went through a lot. But he learned his lesson. Don't pour gasoline on a fire. So
You got to do it the right way.
We was in the I mean, I don't live that far from them or whatever, and we heard what we thought was a big boom, right? And then we seen fire, but we didn't know it was him. So
It's also a bad indicator for the whole thing that just happened if the police is already going around interviewing people.
Whenever you're making a bonfire down by me, I will usually start those with gasoline. But that's really terrifying. It's like when you pour it on and it takes you a little while to put gasoline, and it starts to permeate all of the foliage and stuff that you're pouring it on. Then you light that, it goes up like a bomb.
Doesn't gasoline like explode when you put a huge amount on fire?
Yeah, you got to get it aerated.
Yeah,
I used
you
to
pretty
work
much.
at
I
a.
mean, I've started fires with gasoline before, but I mean, you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
You don't throw it on a lit fire.
I will, but I usually use controlled amounts, like an open bucket. I can control the whole thing. Like if you try and do it with a gas can where it's going to spill and pour back a trail to you, that's going to be a big problem. You take like a couple of cups of gasoline, fling it, doesn't get you.
Yeah, there
At least
was
that's in my
also
experience.
there was also a couple, an older couple or whatever. They had a weird gas stove, and it was so old that they had to actually manually turn off the gas to it or whatever. So they left it on, and I guess the next morning when they turned on a light or whatever, yeah, it blew up their whole house, killed them both instantly.
There was a house near me. I remember I was a kid, and it was on like a 90-degree turn. People used to fly around that turn all the time. And somebody didn't make the turn, came in drunk or something, and ran right through the front of the house. And not that big a deal, this car in your living room. But he had run through the gas pipes. And so, like, as everybody's outside, mulling around outside, wondering, what the hell happened, and, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. The house finally does explode. And I just remember going around there. In the trees all around the house, there was like window frames and sash weights dangling from trees. And they said that the next day the cat crawled out with a mess. Nobody got hurt though.
Wow, that's amazing. Nobody got hurt.
Yeah, that's because everybody came out to see what the ruckus was about.
I mean, when you look at the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, they can either save you or kill you. So you have to look out for either aspect, I guess.
Dude, I can't imagine how bad it must be if you wake up, the whole house is already burning, and you just can't get out. That must be like unbelievable.
Well, I can tell you this: when my daughter was probably she probably was maybe 13 years old or whatever, she was playing some video game. I didn't know it. I was asleep, and she stayed up late. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden I heard her yelling, help me, I'm on fire." So I'm asleep, right? So I'm jumping, grabbing a fire extinguisher. I run into to where I hear her voice, and she's got her headset on playing a video game. And I was like, don't ever fucking do that again. I was like, I was in panic mode.
I bet.
I just yell up to the kid and say, put yourself out. Don't burn the sofa.
I find it quite cool how, I don't know if you also have this in the US already, but we have like a drone here, like I've seen another fire where I live last year, and they have this drone and they use like what is it called, thermos what is the camera called where you can see like heat?
Clear, forward-looking infrared. Thermal camera, thermal imaging.
Yeah. I think, dude, that's like one of the, if not one of the best tools that they have. Like this thing literally sees like every little glimpse that is still there. You know what I mean? So they can directly give people on the ground information, right?
Flavor is wonderful. It gives you all sorts of temperature of distant objects.
So do you guys also have like these type of drones in the US already?
I don't know if I've seen like firefighting drones. I'm trying to see how that would even work.
No, fight. Not that they spray any water, but it literally
Right.
stays there in the air, and I can see it from here, like blinking from my window, and it just it gives information about where fire is inside
Oh,
of
the
the
hot
house.
spots and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about like trying to see people through the walls and stuff like that. It doesn't work that way.
No, just for the hotspots.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
we have real helicopters here. I'm in Ohio, and pot's still illegal. So every September, they send out the helicopters to fly over a lot of counties or whatever to look for them.
No.
Yeah,
To see
it
like
still
heat
happens
on the
here.
roof. Well,
Yeah,
there's
they
funny
circling
things,
and
right?
all the stuff to try to find all the crops because they're going to destroy them and they're going to burn them.
Well, it's funny how there's like these memes or pictures where you see like in the winter where there's snow over all the roofs, and then one particular house has like a little spot where there's like no snow. I mean, some people got caught by that, right? When your snow is melting on your roof and you have something under your roof. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean
Grandma
here
just likes the heat.
yeah, but I mean you can grow them outdoors here in Ohio, and they will mature about September because we get pretty hot summers, which they like. You just have to hide them if you're going to grow a big crop.
Yeah, but you get
that's
stupid
actually
cold winters.
I'm referring to a real story, by the way. So in the Netherlands, there was a guy who got caught because of this. What I just posted. So the police called him because, well, you can see it in the picture.
But I have to say that, I respect Ohio for keeping it illegal because we get the good stuff. So if you can find it, you get the good stuff. All natural.
All them wacky weed users around these parts and these forums. Everybody's going to live till they're 1,000 years old.
I'm confused
healthy,
about
right?
your statement there, Linda, about getting the good stuff because it's illegal. What do you mean by that?
Because we don't have any, everything's local here. You just have to find a seller or a grower, and you're not getting anything tainted by the government.
Right.
Because I think that's why they legalized it in a lot of states, because they're tainting it, and it's not probably as healthy.
But
They've
you
probably done
realize
something to it.
you realize in states where it's legal, it's not you can still get it outside of
Oh yeah,
government and
absolutely.
dispensaries, right? So
No, absolutely.
okay, just making sure.
But a lot of people that I talk to don't. They just go to the shops.
Yeah, and I mean it's the stuff I know in my state because I have friends who work for the facilities that grow. Yeah, they just grow it. They don't taint it. They just grow it, hybridize it.
Send it off to somebody else who processes it and sends it back to the store.
No, they
So-
sell it. They process all of it.
So
sell
Is
it
there
directly.
anything different about it?
Different compared to what? I mean, it's grown indoors. It's a highly controlled environment compared to like outdoor growing. So I don't know what do you mean by different?
I just thought, I mean, I don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
How, when it's legalized, if there's a different process that it goes through.
I would say that you probably run into the more issues trying to get all the things that aren't just the flower is where you would have more of the issue. But just getting the plant, the flower plant based stuff from like a distributor, you're probably fine with that. It is a lot more potent than things used to be, but it's also a lot easier to hone in on what specific types or hybrids, whether it's your reaction to a sativa versus an indica for you personally, right? What it does to you, being able to hone in on the beneficial aspect of it for you personally is much easier when that stuff is known. But I think some of the ways that they treat the like the oils and stuff like that, the way that they have to extract that kind of stuff, and they make like the vape pens and the edibles and the gummies and all that kind of stuff, that process probably isn't very good for you. I know some people say that smoking it would be the worst way to consume it,
Yeah,
but
and
it's
I kind of
probably the
disagree with
best.
that because I think that's probably the best way.
Yeah.
But because I mean, if you're getting a natural plant, a natural bud, and you're smoking it, there's nothing. That's the only process it's going through. So that has to be healthier. I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, the unfiltered smoke is probably not necessarily great for your lungs per se, but it's like, who's to determine what is the healthier option there? The smoke in your lungs or the chemicals that they use to make the tinctures for the like oils? What is the long-term effects
Right,
of
right,
both?
right. That's what I'm saying. I think I would choose the lesser of two evils or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but the actual like flower, that is just, I mean, it's just grown. It's government regulated, but it's companies that actually produce it, right? So it's not like government specific. I know back in the day when it was like no states had it legalized, but the government was growing it. That may have been the case, and I don't know if there's hybrid strains that have come off of some of that stuff, but
Well, I do know that like corn production and things like that, like the Amish or whatever, they can grow as much corn as they want to, but it has to be the GMO corn that the government provides.
yeah,
So
Monsanto
there's a lot of
basically took
farmers. Yeah, yeah. So I just wondered
over.
if cannabis was the same way, like you have to grow the government seeds. That's
I don't
what
know.
I'm
I
asking.
can ask some of my friends that work in the grow facilities where the seeds are coming from, or if they let anything go to seed, like pollinating it themselves and let stuff go to seed to reseed, or if they have to purchase from a governmental agency. I don't know. I have a family
Right,
member who
because
has a license. I
a
can
lot
ask.
of the governmental agencies or whatever, the agriculture departments and things like that, like they give you the seeds and then there's no seeds produced from the plants. It's all profit basically. And that's why you have to repurchase the seeds every year.
Yeah, that's mainly your Monsanto stuff, right? So now you're Bayer Monsanto. all that stuff is Terminator seeds, and they've literally just monopolized the whole entire market on pretty much all of our crop and food production.
Thinking they probably did to cannabis because, I mean, why would they not want to profit the most, right? I mean, they legalized it for a reason, and I don't think it's for health reasons.
Yeah, I don't know if they're actually doing any like seed distribution or not, where any of that's coming from. I'm not 100% sure on all the regulations. I do have a family member who has a license to grow and distribute in a specific state, so maybe I can ask him at some point.
Yeah, if you find out, just DM me the information. I would be curious to know.
Yeah, but I do know that Monsanto basically has just decimated and destroyed our crop industry in the United States, completely taken it over, instituted, not the GMO portion of it. I think that's kind of the scare tactic, right? Of like, oh, it's GMO, so it's bad. It's GMO bad because the GMO portion of it is basically creating Terminator seeds. So
yeah, they made it infertile.
Yeah.
And like when I grow my garden and stuff, I use organic seeds and I save one really good plant or, fruit off the plant or whatever to save my seeds.
Yeah, the heirloom stuff where you can just continue to reproduce. Yeah, I do the same. I have tomatoes growing up now actually I have a tomato plant that happened to get distributed probably by a mockingbird shitting it out and is starting to grow in a place where I didn't
Yeah, I
plan
had
on
to
it.
go out in the cold this morning. It was kind of cold here this morning. We had like 75-degree weather yesterday, today, and I looked out the window and saw a bunch of asparagus coming up, and I was like, oh, I got to go cut that before it gets too tall. It sprouted overnight.
Nice.
So I went out and got some asparagus. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I used to live very close to where Monsanto tested and produced all of the wonderful, fabulous things that they've done for humanity with their GMO seeds. Ugh. Nightmare.
Right. I
They had,
mean, it's
they had,
obvious that, if there's a farmer here that he raises cattle and he raises his own grain for the cattle. Like he switches it out every year. One year he'll grow soybeans and the next year he'll grow, all this stuff. He has a method and he doesn't rely on the government for anything. And his cows sell for mega bucks because they're so healthy and they're organically raised. So
yeah. They're just few and far between, unfortunately, with most of the large crops, especially people that have large crop yields. Monsanto has just completely monopolized that, and through like thuggish type tactics as well, coming in and basically allowing. They did it through pretty much giving away free seeds to farmers initially, and then starting to utilize the government to come in and test neighboring farms for the genetic makeup of the seeds that they were producing. And then there's no record of those farmers actually purchasing Monsanto seeds, even though it's basically pollen blowing across the street to fertilize the other crops, and then coming in and slapping big, huge fines and regulation, based on regulations for these farmers because of the genetic testing. And the fines were so big that basically farmers were unable to sustain their farms. And then a Monsanto friendly neighbor who's growing Monsanto seeds somehow comes into a lot more farmland and continue to do this over and over again. And eventually everybody's
Yeah, and
producing Monsanto seeds. Yeah.
right, and I've related this before of like Bayer and Monsanto getting together, a pharmaceutical company, but then, you know, it's pharmaceutical. It's FARM because it's like they control everything as far as agriculture goes. If you want to make it, that is.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have a stranglehold over the bulk of the large operations for sure. And then you get governments trying to come in and basically ensure that smaller operations just aren't allowed to take place. You know, coming into
Well,
farmers
yeah,
markets, shit
they
like
send in
that.
people to condemn them and tell them they're doing everything wrong, you know, all this stuff and shut them down or whatever.
Yep.
Yep.
That's why you just trade with your neighbors. Keep everybody else away. Don't even try to sell it. Just trade your shit with shit that you don't grow that your neighbor does. It's the best way to do it.
Yep. That's the best way to do it for sure. I have a Mexican neighbor and he gave me a bunch of habanero peppers last year.
Nice.
Which, yep, they were very pretty.
Yep. Yeah, it's amazing what companies backed by legislation and governments what they can do, how quickly they can take over and monopolize things.
Yeah, and we were talking about, well, I wasn't, but I was listening to the conversation earlier about, you know, them, you know, illegalizing cannabis in the first place. And cannabis was like, I mean, they made fabric, they made clothes, they made furniture. Cannabis was used for all sorts of things. Illegalized it, allowed all these other companies to come in to produce their non-organic shit. And
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you saw a huge rise in cotton, right? When hemp starts to go away, cotton increases.
right.
All things like that.
Yeah, and
It's like,
furniture was more wood, and then they introduced steel and metal and that kind of thing or whatever, which that drove the price up.
Plastic.
Yep, plastic. I mean, all those things. And I just think it's like they're competing with themselves. Like, let's make something else that the populations are going to want so we can make them spend more money instead of something simple that would last forever. Because they don't want anything to last forever. I mean, just take your computer.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
how long does a computer last? You know, they want to keep buying because everything's made shitty these days.
Yeah, planned obsolescence. There is a lifespan for everything that you purchase. And generally the lifespan isn't too far outside of what they consider a warranty for and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, even as close back, not as far back, but as close back as the 50s and 60s, just getting things from that era is doing yourself a favor, because
Oh,
most of those things
absolutely.
are gonna continue to last, you know. Come on, boo.
Yeah, and all these people, I mean, they have everybody trained these days to like, okay, the new color scheme is white and gray. Everybody just paint their house white and gray. and put up black and white curtains, and everybody just goes along with it, and they call it what
Home
do they call it?
improvement. Home improvement.
Well, there's a name for
Updating.
John of it. It's called home something, but everybody does it, and they make little picture frames and hang them on. And I don't do any of that stuff because I'm keeping what I have. I'm not spending another dime on what they tell me, right?
Yep.
If I need
Oh, I hear
something
you.
new because it breaks, yeah, I'll buy something. Like if my toaster breaks, I'm going to buy a new toaster. But until then, I'm keeping my toaster, not because the red is the color of the day and you have to change everything to fit that.
Well,
So,
if you bought your toaster within the last 20 years, you're going to have to replace it anyways. If you have one from the
I'm sure.
60s,
Yeah.
if you have one from the 60s, you'll be just fine. Yeah, I've done that with a lot of stuff. I've gotten to the point, and my wife understands this concept as well, where it's like the year in which our vehicles were manufactured. It seems like they're getting older, but the technology that's going into vehicles nowadays is increasingly becoming more complicated to fix on your own, which I don't enjoy anything like that because that just drives up the cost of maintenance for you. Prefer to do most everything myself. Same with many other items around the house. We even have fairly old washer and dryer, very, very simple, very easy to fix, all that kind of stuff. Everybody wants to upgrade. Oh, you got to get the new thing. And then the new thing lasts 2 years, and it's like, oh shit, the new thing that was 6 times as expensive as my old thing now needs to be replaced every 2 years, and the price continues to increase.
Right. I kind of regret. I had an old Honda. It was 17 years old, standard, which you can't hardly find these. But I was replacing the wear part, and I was spending a lot of money on keeping it up because it was just getting old, right? So I sold it, and I bought me a new one, and now I regret it. I mean, in a way, I regret it.
Yeah.
Because everything new is like just computerized. I don't like it. I mean, I don't want to use the backup camera on my car because it's like I don't want to rely on that. And me because I can see it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just making people useless on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I do. We have backup cameras on our vehicles, but even something like a backup camera is very easy fix compared to a lot of the other things that are starting to get instituted, like mechanically within the engines and the computer CPU systems and all that kind of stuff. The advancements that they're doing there are that's what's killing the ability to do a lot of the home repairs yourself, especially.
Oh, absolutely. Because I mean, like my little Honda or whatever. I had an old Jeep before that, and I could do all the maintenance on that, but you can't find the parts for some of them.
Yeah.
And I had to I ended up selling that one, not because I didn't want to keep it. I really wanted to keep it, but the frame was rusting out, and it was like I better sell it before it does because I don't want to rebuild the entire thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
I've owned a good amount of Hondas in my time. That's pretty much all I will buy is Hondas, with the exception of I do have a Toyota pickup truck, just because Honda does not make a pickup truck that pulls enough weight for what I need. So.
I mean, I can't complain about Hondas. Hondas is all I've ever, except for the Mazda that I had way back when, and I put a V8 and V6. It was a V6, and I put and the starter went bad, and I had to pull the engine to get the starter changed. That was like, whoa. Did not think that was gonna happen.
Yeah.
It was a tight
Oh,
fit,
perfect
but I love that little car.
example of perfect perfect example of being able to save yourself a lot of money. My wife used to, when we first started dating, she had a 90s Toyota Avalon, and we were having issues with the starter. And I pulled the starter out, took it apart, realized that the two little like brass plates in there had just kind of been corroded and worn, and that's all that it was. And I went to the Toyota dealership. I was like, what does it cost to get a new starter installed, and blah blah blah. And they're like, oh, it's going to take a week to do it, and it's going to cost $450, blah blah blah. So then I went to the parts department. I was like, hey, how much does it cost for these two little brass things, whatever they were? And the guy goes, I don't feel like figuring out which one in this box it is. He's like, if you can find two that match, just take them. Found the two that matched, went and put them back in. Yep. Hours worth of my time. Saved me $400. Come on.
That little Mazda, that was, that was way back, because I, like when I was going to college or whatever, I always parked on a hill, like a slant, so because it was a standard, and I always knew that if it didn't start, I could always pop the clutch.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And then the PC valve went bad one time, and every time I stopped at a stoplight, it would just die. And I went to get a new one, and the guy from, I don't know what auto place it was. It wasn't Advanced, because we had a different one back then, but he was like, "You want me to put it on for you?" I was like, "Sure." So he walked out to the car. I put up the hood, and he couldn't figure out where it went. And I was like, "Give me that thing." And I replaced it right in front of him. I said, "Now you know." I said, "Now you know where it goes." And it was a $2 little rubber tube. That's all it was. $2.
Oh yeah. Yep. Dealership would have cost $250 to get it done. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want anybody to know how to work on cars, for sure. Be too easy,
Yeah,
too cheap.
the thing that gets me is as they're transitioning to these electric vehicles, it's going to become increasingly difficult, and they seem to be pushing people towards that. And even if you look at Tesla, you have to take the car back to Tesla for pretty much anything. Like, you have to take it back to the dealership. So not only do they sell you a car, they have very little incentive to ensure that that car doesn't come back to the dealership for repair. They actually have an incentive to make sure that that car comes back to the dealership for repair. So we need to have these conversations and be talking about this kind of stuff, because these are costs that people aren't necessarily thinking about in the long run when it comes to these vehicles. How you doing?
Right, and I think every mechanic that used to work on the old cars or whatever, everyone should get together and start making their own vehicles. Start a company up to make make their own parts. Right. Start anew, but old. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the mindset that analog is the new digital. People are going to start hearkening back to the more analog mechanical things of the past, realizing that the more electronic things become, the more it increases your repair cost, and the more often you're going to have to replace them.
Yeah, but I kind of don't think they're going to do that. I think they want us to not be able to fix our own cars, and I think I think Klaus Schwab has put it in a way to where you will own nothing. They want us to rent our vehicles. Like if we're going to go to work a month, then we rent our vehicle for a month, and we don't. I think that's kind of where they're headed.
Oh yeah, I think that's the intention, right? But I think people are going to eventually realize the folly in that, and then they're going to be begging for the more analog type things, the things that
Well, hopefully, but I mean, 2020 didn't give us much hope. But
that's true.
yeah,
I don't know, but the good thing about that time that we have since gone through, there was a very large portion of people that started to ask questions that they never would have been asking previously.
Yeah, this is true, and my sister, my oldest sister, was one of them, and I thought we had an understanding that she believed the whole thing was not real, and then one member in the family got it, and I was like, what? I was like, you had yourself convinced. So I'm looking at all aspects of it because people do tend to fall right back in the propaganda trap.
Yeah. Well, it's easy thinking, right? It's easy to just do as you're told. It's very easy.
Well, yeah, because I mean, a lot of these people outsource their thinking skills because somebody else has to tell them what to do. And I mean, this is a lot of the conversation that's on here about, science and everything else. That's, to me, is also an outsource.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree. And I get it. It is convenient to be able to trust people. We were having a conversation much earlier today about this, being able to trust people of authority, right? People that have the experience and or the education or credentialing. It is easy to do that, but you also need to not just completely give away your thought processes to the experts solely.
right. I mean, you have to leave your logic intact because without your own logic to analyze, could this be false or could this be true or, could this be manipulated? I mean, without those questions, you are turning it over to somebody completely.
Yeah. If you think that just because somebody may be credentialed in the field or an expert in the field is telling you the truth, you have to somewhat look at whether or not there is a profit motive or some type of motive to give you false information, or if there is a base foundational belief that they may have been taught that would be incorrect, that could be just leading them to information that might not be correct, but them using their authority to just continue to propagate it, whether they understand it or not.
Right. And I think this is the first time I've ever spoke to you, Napalm. So it's good to speak to you. Yep.
Likewise. Actually, I think I checked you in on this server. Maybe it was somebody else.
Yeah, I think it might have been somebody else. It might have been Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
It could have been you. I don't know. It's been a while back. I usually just listen because if it's, a big argument on here about protons or neutrons or whatever, I'm not getting involved in that really.
Yep. Well, there's definitely those arguments on here for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely those arguments. You know, it comes down to seeing something that can't be seen. And yeah, I'm out. So
Yeah, it's like I get it. There's useful, even if the premise is incorrect, but you use the premise for something that can be useful or something that we need in society. Like I get it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your premise or your base foundation is correct just because you can utilize some of the effects.
right,
Hopefully that makes
right.
sense.
Yep.
And that's the questions that I think a lot of us that come in here or involved in this conversation have, or we looked into, or we think there might be other explanations for things. And some people don't like to hear that, and let's be honest again, it's the easy thing to just be able to say, nope, well, we know this, and we have things that work based off the idea that this is what's taking place. Whether true or not, we have things that function based on this idea. So even if the idea might not be the right one, right? We don't have a proper explanation for it. We do have the
Right,
ability to
but
work within the effects of what's happening. So
right, but a
therefore,
lot of people on here assume the science is settled just because enough people agree with it, and I don't think that's um, the right explanation. Just because enough people agree to it.
right. That's not, I mean, some things become quote unquote truth because enough people agree to it, even though it might not be factual. So just
Right.
is what it is. And I get that. And sometimes that's when the doublespeak comes into play, right? Oh, well, we know it's X, Y, and Z, this, that, or the other, and everything points to that because we've done all these things based off of, the understanding that we have or the assertion that we've made at this base foundational level. And it's like, yeah, but then when you press upon certain things, it's, science doesn't prove anything, but we know everything is correct, but it doesn't prove anything, but we know what we're talking about is correct. It's like, can't have your cake and eat it too.
I'm surprised no one else is jumping in the conversation. So
There's not a lot of people in here, and I don't know if their coach doesn't want to talk to me.
So where do you stand on the shape of the earth? Do you get involved in all that conversation?
Oh yeah, for sure. Shape, I don't know. I don't really have an overall shape claim, but the surface seems to be planar in nature with some topography.
And unmovable?
Yep, not moving.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I've talked to a few surveyors in my lifetime, and they don't account for any curve.
Yeah, no, it's the globe is one of those elusive things, right? Where it's too big, you wouldn't notice the curve, but then you notice the curve with the boat. But then it's too big to notice to actually measure. It's one of those elusive things where you can't measure the spin, but we infer the spin because things in the sky spin. It's
Yeah, but
just
if you've ever watched the videos that people took, like of P900 and P1000 camera views of stars or planets, they're not even spheres. They're like light, flickering light, and they all have different shapes to the light itself, which I find fascinating because it's like their own entity, like their own living little entity.
they definitely have some effects that take place. I would just try to steer you clear of making a definitive claim as to what those videos may or may not be showing you, though. Just because you can.
No, I agree, but I mean, I've sun gazed too, and it's usually towards the evening, when the sun is actually out. But you can stare through the blinding light of the sun, right? You have to stare through that and see the sun for what it is, and it is also like energy light, just all over the place, fluctuating, everything else, like it's living sort of thing, but energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of what I got out of what the videos were showing of the other things. And it would make sense to me, because if the sun is that, then I would assume that the rest of them are too. They're just lesser.
Could be, yeah. I hold fast. Logs. And I know some people say that that's a cop-out, but I also don't necessarily want to try to speak authoritatively about something that I.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
just
I'm not saying that you are.
using my, logic or whatever. I'm not assuming it because I really don't know.
No, I'm speaking.
I think this
for
place
me.
is so magical that we're not allowed to know everything about it.
100%. And how could you? I mean, I don't know what your feelings or thoughts are on any scripture or anything like that, but there are scriptures that are even written kind of alluding to that, right? Like, and to me, it makes sense. Even if.
Well, I mean, the scriptures say question everything, so that includes the scripture itself.
Yeah,
I
test
do
all
question
things.
pretty much everything. Yep.
Test all things and
test all
hold on to
things
those
is
that are true. Yeah.
right, and I think test all things is for yourself, not believing what everybody else says, just because they say it. So there's a lot of things I can prove, and I'm okay with it. So this place works. It comes alive every spring and it dies every winter. It works.
It is something that us remedial human beings certainly cannot even come close to replicating. Like
absolutely.
not even close.
Not even close.
I mean, we want to talk about technological advancements as if we're so smart when a lot of things that have helped human beings come directly from just an observation of nature and trying to replicate it. It's like a replication of nature is somehow, with the hubris of man thinking that, like, oh, we've done so much. Look at this product that we've made called, I don't know, like Velcro. We're so smart, These human accomplishments.
They
like
want
you
to
freaking looked at
say
what the
they make
creator did, and you claim it as your own.
right. Yes, and they want to make it sound like that they created it better.
Yeah,
Than the original form, and it's like, no way, No way did you create it better. You created a version of it, but it's not better.
Right. And lots of times it's like, oh, you took one portion of a larger being that is sentient and can reproduce, and you stole a portion of that life form, and you think you improved upon it. You improved upon nature. Does the Velcro replicate itself or not? I don't think it does.
I mean, I can't say technology hasn't been good in a way, because I mean, I'm on my phone right now talking to you. It's free. I don't know where you live or anything. 2,000, 5,000 miles away. You could live across the world and it's free. So, I mean, technology is not completely bad. So,
Yeah,
I
no,
was just going to say Velcro, what a ripoff, but the moment's gone now.
and you have to rip it off. So, oh, that's funny. It even I can even hear that.
You can hear what?
I think leggings were the worst invention, but that's just me.
Yeah, we've done some pretty good things until you really think about a tree. Just look at a tree and think about what it does and how it gives of itself endlessly, and then you're like, oh, yeah, actually.
Doesn't trees also filter the water?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course, on the air, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're the natural filter system of. Yeah, we recycle our sewage. Yeah, that's so much better. So whatever.
And the funny thing is, they're telling us they've got a problem with CO2, and then they cut all the trees down because it's also given us a problem for these, carrying these 5G signals and whatnot. So, and you know what? That always makes me laugh that they've demonized the gas of life, and everyone's just gone, yeah, okay. I don't know why, but that's just where we are. And what's even funnier is then they put a mask on everyone. Because that's what you breathe out. So, well, allegedly, who fucking knows now?
Really? I mean, right? Who really knows? We don't even know what we breathe out.
Even just
Somebody
calling,
could tell me that.
yeah, saying
I have
basic
no
elements,
idea.
H2O, hydrogen,
Yeah.
and you're like, well, is it really that though? You realize it's just another framework.
This place works. That's all I know. That it was designed to work and function and balance, do all the things that it does. And for a man to tell me that it doesn't work, that something's wrong with it, I automatically disagree. So,
It works
because I've
regardless of
known it to
labels.
work my whole entire life, right? It's worked my whole entire life. The balance of it.
Yeah, that can be quite a profound spiritual realization. I remember hearing that story. I used to listen to a lot of J. Krishnamurti. I love J. Krishnamurti. Like, took her for a great sage, and then and he said something along the lines of, once you tell that boy the name of that bird, he'll never see that bird ever again. Because he'll see the name, you see. He sees the name and it like crashes up against your consciousness, and he'll never see that bird again. And you're like, Holy shit! That's right. We've put a
That
label on
is,
everything.
yeah, we do put a label, and I, I've told other people on other servers or whatever when we chat about that. Just imagine when you die, if you had sticky notes for every label that you or took on during your lifetime, you would be nothing but sticky notes. You would be covered in sticky notes of all the labels that you took on and took as yours, per se. Like you're a certain color, you're a certain height, you're a certain this or a certain that. You have long hair, you have short hair, you have blue eyes, you know, all this stuff. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're a, you know, all the labels. Can you imagine the sticky notes that we would have? And I laugh at it because I'm trying to get rid of my sticky notes. I don't want any when I die.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible? Is it possible to walk around without this video recorder in your head, recording every moment? That's another Krishnamurti thing, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's hard to do because I mean we've been kind of programmed from birth to take on all these labels, right?
Yeah, well, that's what the educational system did, didn't it? If you think about it, it taught you memory. It sort of reinforced your memory, if you will. Didn't teach too much about critical thinking, not modern, anyway. I think they did way back when. But I
Not
got
in my
kicked out of school.
lifetime. They didn't. It was all we know, what everything down to the nanoparticle. So we know everything.
I mean, I don't remember. I mean, I did get kicked out of school, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about that. But even in my time, well, that's a long time ago now, I suppose, 25, 30 years ago, I remember they were still cutting back on. I don't know what it's like now, but you know, creative things. You know, like they still had woodwork, for instance, but I'm not so sure now. And art and stuff like that. All these things, I think they were starting to chuck those things out when I was a kid, as I remember. But I don't know if they
Well,
still do.
even literature. When I was in high school and I took literature and all that stuff, and I mean, you read a book and you had to write a thesis on it, and you would write your thesis of what you thought the book meant and everything else, and didn't got an F. And it's like, when did literature become something that is not your own opinion? It's somebody else's opinion. I had a big problem with that.
Yeah, I was just totally broken. I'd love to tell you that. Oh, I knew I was being indoctrinated or this something. Like, no, I just had a huge chip on my shoulder, and it needed to be addressed because it was going to end up nearly killing me. So that's why I got kicked out of school ultimately, because I just had a major problem, you know, emotional problem, basically.
Yeah, but that's understood with all the programming that goes on. I was just one of those kids that questioned all the time. And I don't know why I'm like that, but I have been like that. And I got in so much trouble. It would have been the easier route just to give in. Right? So I don't know why I didn't give in. I just fought it. And I always got punished and grounded and all kinds of sorts of things. Still to this day, by the way.
Yeah, I was just thinking about when I came in earlier. This, I don't know. I think his name's Jazza or something. I think he's New Zealand, and he was just. I noticed in every other sentence he was calling people paranoid. Basically, in my opinion, critical thinkers. people who apply critical thinking, he was calling them paranoid people. And I wanted to say something, but I just left because I usually go on to someone else's server and I watch we're watching this TV show basically. So I went and did that instead. But it just, I had a bit of a moan at Loggy who I went to see, and I was like, what a dickhead. It was kind of funny, I guess, but he should have been there. It was great. But yeah, I've noticed, just little sly little digs, Just fucking, I'm not paranoid. All these paranoid people. Do you know what I mean? Every other sentence. What a fucking dig.
Yeah, I don't think people that question this reality is paranoid. They're just curious and imaginative. I mean, they're using their imagination to
But the
imagine
point
something
is,
different than what they've been told.
the
I
point
don't think
is
that's a bad thing.
the magic circle minions that come in here, because I think it extends down. Yes, of course, there's douchebags where they just want to argue for sake of argument. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that these people have an agenda and they want to paint anybody on these servers like us as, oh, they're kooky and they're paranoid. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, it just
Well,
grinds
yeah,
my
I mean,
gears.
this is why I don't get in any of the discussions when they go into deep science stuff or whatever, because I'm not educated in that, so I can't argue their points. But I don't.
But you know bullshit that, right?
I do. I see it, and I don't join in to argue with them about it or whatever. Because I mean, you can figure this all out from nature, the science books, per se. So
It's just so obvious to me what they're doing, and I feel like I should interrupt them every time and say, "Look, we know what you're doing. Just stop doing it." But I just feel like I should do it for the audience's sake. But then again, I don't know how many people are listening. I know it's not many.
it's fine. Nobody listens to the deep discussions that actually mean something.
Where's the deep discussion? Let me know. I'll go and join that one.
That we don't know shit about this place. I think that's pretty deep. But we've been told they know everything about this place.
Yeah, I think so. I think somebody knows.
Can't have deep discussions, Andy. We have to have we already know. Since we know, then this, that, and the other. We can't actually have the questions about where did our base foundation come from.
Yeah, but he said he thought somebody knew. Why would you think somebody knows? Because they have to make up all bullshit of education and science and, all quantum physics and all the other stuff. Why would you think they know?
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I think that the higher ups in the secret clubs, I think they know. Well, then of course,
Yeah, but what if they don't know and they're just making shit up to make us
that's a
believe that they do
possibility, I
know?
guess. That is a possibility.
Yeah. I think they know what they see from nature, just like we do.
Mm.
And they describe it in a way to where it sounds so knowledgeable and everybody should believe it.
It's not too difficult for me to imagine that somebody of these higher ups knows the fuller picture, let's put it that way, of this system that we're in.
Well, they may know a fuller picture of the system, but if they knew everything, wouldn't they destroy the whole? Because that's what they do.
I think
If they
there's a
could actually
very
mimic nature, wouldn't they do it and destroy nature itself in the
no.
process?
I think there's a very, very small group of people that do probably have a very good understanding of the nature of this place. The problem is they
Well,
use it
yeah,
to
I
their
mean, I don't know if
advantage.
he's ever listened to Manly P. Hall,
It
but
probably
he
is so.
knows a lot about this stuff.
That is so weird. You just said that because I was thinking of that guy when we were just talking. That's so weird. That is so. The
I call that
sync.
a sync. Yep.
Moral.
That is sick. That's like, oh, I was just going to mention that guy, and you said it.
I had
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
at work one time come in and they're like, "I've heard you talking around the office, and I found this at a antique store, and I thought you might want to read this and just give it back to me." And it was a copy of old copy of Morals and Dogma.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Morals and Dogma is great.
Yeah, you go
Yep.
listen to Albert Pike or any of them, and anybody can listen to them. That's the thing. I think most
Mm-hmm.
people wouldn't. We would. Most people
Well,
wouldn't.
yeah, but I mean, a lot of people propagandize into believing they're satanic and they have nothing to say that is anything meaningful.
Mm.
So they would never even look at it.
They do, but the funny thing about the organization, right, is it's overtly understood that there are stepping stones to knowledge within the organization, and the average Mason neighbor of yours is not the top of that pyramid, right? So
No.
they actually,
Absolutely. They're like third degree, and they just use it for money purposes to get them, better jobs or influences or things like that. They don't know anything.
yep, and they actually are useful tools for people that do actually have some pretty profound knowledge, I think.
The other thing worth mentioning is that it could be. I always remember that. There's a few lines actually I've thought about with the movie K-Pikes came out in about 2000 with Kevin Spacey, and he was like, he meets with them scientists, and they're like, "Oh, well, tell us about light," and he's like, "Oh no, if you knew that, you'd blow yourselves up, or worse, somebody else." Do you know what I mean? And I sometimes think about that. I think, yeah, it's probably best we don't just hand over. I mean, can you imagine somebody, I don't know, given amazing electrical power, Tesla sort of ability to a yokel, to anybody? I mean, that's a recipe for disaster.
So here's kind of like the scenario there, though. Do we have such unintelligent people because knowledge is being hidden from them? Or is it we need to hide the knowledge because people are too unintelligent, or, with great power comes great responsibility kind of thing? Which is it? It's kind of like almost like a chicken or the egg type scenario, right? Like most of the issues that when I talk about just, having voluntary interactions with other consenting adults and having that basically be, what we kind of operate on, people are like, well, how are you going to fix X, Y, Z, B, C, D, all of these problems? And it's like the problems that you're talking about are a symptom of the society that's been built up around the thing that I'm just kind of trying to eliminate. But, is it, which came first, right? Did the knowledge need to be hidden because it's
I
either...
don't think it's hidden, though. I think it's accessible to everyone if they want. But I also think that from, my observations of my life or whatever, I think the majority of people want to be followers. They want to be told what to do, how to think, and what to wear, and the next shoe, the next fashion style and that kind of stuff. Oh, you got to wear this makeup. You got to fix your hair this way. You have to wear the skinny jeans, all this stuff. And I have never fit into that mold, right? I don't know if Yins have, but I've never fit into that mold of
I mean, sure, to an extent, but like the whole thing of like knowledge, right? And thinking that some people have some. So this, I go back and forth on this a lot because sometimes I think about the stories of the possibility that we're not meant to know certain things, and that maybe certain things were told to people that should not have been told to people. And is that knowledge something that we should try to ascertain, or is that knowledge something that is more likely than not something that should not be dealt with? I go back and forth on this.
I'm not sure what exactly you're asking, but okay, like us here, if we say we have some type of knowledge, right? We think we do. We're not going to use it for bad, right?
Well,
I don't think any of us would use
you
it
don't know that. You don't
well,
know that.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Right.
But I'm assuming that if you have knowledge and you know certain things, you wouldn't use it for bad unless you could get away with it, which is what the higher ups do, right? Because they know that you see what I mean? Normal people that have knowledge probably aren't going to use it for bad, because once they experience the knowledge, they know it affects everybody else in the world if they would use it against them.
If you don't have
You
the
see what I
wisdom,
mean?
if you don't have the wisdom, you could
No,
use
no.
it. You could use it
Right.
intentionally. You could use it for good,
Wisdom
and it just be
would,
bad.
yep. Yeah.
Not realize it. Oh, we're doing this for a good thing, and then all of a sudden, ends up as a shit show.
Yeah, I mean, I could just give examples of like, I've known people that are great, were great moral people and great to get along with and blah, blah, blah. And then not even knowledge, but something like money comes into their life. And then you see how quickly, they can be corrupted, jaded, greedy, and all that kind of stuff when it comes to just accumulating or getting an influx of money. So you can imagine what it would be like when you have something, some sort of extremely beneficial knowledge, right?
Right. Do you think that we have knowledge and wisdom, and that's why we're not like those people? Is that what it is? Like
I don't know.
we've sort of accumulated some wisdom, the knowledge that we've gained, so therefore people with it.
I don't know for sure. I mean, I've seen. I don't know. I don't know to the extent, the amount of.
Saying. I know what you're saying about people having knowledge, because I mean, I worked for a company. It was a big lumber and flooring manufacturer or whatever. The two bosses were great, but yet they had all this knowledge about the company and how it worked and how societies wanted to buy the lumber and flooring. But then they became corrupt because there was so much money involved. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't gather wisdom with it. Because if they would have, they wouldn't have charged the prices that they would have and screwed people over. You see what I mean? I think wisdom is like a higher level, possibly, to where you have the knowledge, but you don't want to hurt people with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this whole conversation, I think, goes into a little bit deeper of a level, right? And I say that meaning there seems to be a much deeper reason or meaning to this life than I think we give it credit for. And I think many times we lose sight of that. And things like power, money, and this knowledge base, we look at it sometimes of, okay, I've created or invented this thing. Now I need to figure out a way to ensure that I am the sole owner of this thing so that I can make money, so that I can live, so that I can have a house, so that I can have a car, so that I can help better my family, so that I can do this. I, right? And it's this whole idea
Right.
of how specifically the Western world just looks at life and these kinds of things in general that I think is almost the incorrect way to think. And I don't say that from like some sort of moral high horse, because I have just as many tendencies to do these kinds of things as the people and everybody else that I'm talking about. But I'm starting to recognize it.
Right, and you brought up scripture before, and you just described the I am in the scriptures, and the I am can be accepting yourself for who you are and all the flaws and all the discrepancies and everything else, but it can also be the I am, I'm going to make it and screw everybody over in the process.
Yeah, and that's like, you don't, it's like the old saying, you don't throw pearls before swine, right? It's, do you think that the average person who's in the mindset of more for them at any cost should have knowledge, should have an ultimate knowledge and understanding of this world? I don't know.
Yeah, I question that myself at times too, because if they did know, what would they use it for, right?
Right. They would literally become probably the same as those that probably have some information that the average profane person does not, you know?
Right.
At the
And I think this place is balanced, and I think we have to have some of those in the world that's going to take advantage of others, because it gives the opportunity people that are taken advantage of to gain some knowledge of how to survive, right? So it's like I mean, so you can't rule out all these things just because you don't like them per se.
Yeah, and I think the movie, the first Matrix, had a pretty good kind of telling of this kind of scenario or archetype or whatever, where it's, you know, the people within the system will actively fight to ensure the system stays into place, right? And then if it's too obvious and exposed, the average person literally becomes an agent for the system to help defend the system.
Right.
People don't want to know.
Right.
People don't want to understand, and they'll actively fight to ensure that the status quo or what they think, you know, is the proper societal norm should just continue.
And I think this comes down to if it's going to interfere with their livelihood, they will fall back and just assume the role that they've already chosen to play.
Oh yeah. The path is narrow, Linda. The narrow path is not the
And
easy one to
sometimes
take.
no, and I feel it all the time, because I mean, even one of my coworkers, she knows that I already think that a lot of the psyops are fake, right? That they pull off on TV.
Did you say
And
coworkers?
coworkers, yep, one of my coworkers, And she'll tell me like something that happened on the news, and then she'll automatically say, "Oh yeah, but you don't think that's real." And then she'll change the subject because she realized that she's introducing something to me that I probably don't believe in the place. It's
Right.
kind of funny. But she still gets along with me. I mean, we have great conversations. So it's not like she's mad at me. I think she almost respects me for it, but she just won't admit to it, right? And I'm okay with that. So, but it's just weird how society works. Like they will cover up their own logical instincts to question something to fall back in place of society itself. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It's like they'll start to have their eyes opened a little bit, and then it's like, oh no, wait a minute, hold on. This might disrupt the apple cart a little bit, and people are scared of that. People are scared of change. They're apprehensive to change, I guess you could say, and especially big life changes or revelations of the mind. Sometimes it's people really try to ensure that they color within the lines of how they've been programmed to think and operate in this society.
Right.
Well, I actually think that's part of the reason why some of the people who we talk with are just so downright rude to us as well. It's not necessarily for us, but it's a demonstration to other people that if they are like us, we will be treated in this way. And so it's kind of that, yeah, you better be careful, because if you decide to go along with them, then we're gonna make it unpleasant for you, you know.
Good call.
Yeah, I agree. And there are times where we can be unpleasant to them as well. Usually it's you can only poke the bear for so long before it bites you, kind of thing. But yeah, I agree 100%, Crypto.
Yeah, but we don't have the weight of mainstream media ridiculing them, so it's not really fair in a way, you know. Like they've got the mainstream ridiculing us, they've got quote unquote authoritative science ridiculing us, they've got the president of the United States ridiculing us. So for them to then like demand that we get equal treatment in here is actually not even equal treatment would be unfair, because in every other scenario we're ridiculed. See what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. It's the easy path that they have, right? It's very easy. It's easy to be a naysayer.
Just go along with whatever the government and mainstream says.
Very easy to say you're stupid, you just don't understand.
Yep.
Very easy.
I also think that's why a lot of them have trouble like really understanding our position as well, because they're not really fully listening. They're just looking for they're listening out for a word or two words that will trigger a talking point of theirs, and then they'll just address it and then act like they're teaching us. But it's actually because they're not really listening to the whole argument. They're not treating the argument as a whole.
Yeah, no, you and I could have a conversation on here for 3.5 hours until somebody listening gets one little word, right, that they can come into the conversation and be the naysayer, the you're stupid, we know this because of that, right?
Well, that happened earlier, didn't it? Do you remember when
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but they were listening to you for ages, and I saw they were in the chat, and then he said, "Oh, so you're saying that people who coach football for 4 years are like an authority or something?" He said something like that, and it's just like,
right.
Not only did he take that
YouTube videos.
Sorry, second.
YouTube videos, right?
Oh, I don't know what his name was, but But not only did he take the sentence out of context, but he also took the whole argument out of it. It's like he like strawmanned you twice with one action. It's weird.
Yeah, no, he was referring to, I gave an example of YouTube videos, right? Like, oh, so you're telling me that you can't just watch YouTube videos and become an authority on something? Okay, got it. Like our whole 2.5-hour conversation, people just waiting in the wings to find one thing that they can come in and voice their little BS about.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
And it's funny as well, because in a way it makes you kind of like, then you have to say, well, what is an expert? Because people go to university and they have degrees and they don't know shit about the subject, and other people do, right? I mean, I personally know a girl who has a business degree, but her boyfriend wrote most of the business degree. Like, so she has the piece of paper, but she doesn't really understand the subject matter. So then is she an expert because she has a piece of paper? Like, do you know what I mean?
I don't talk about this much, but my wife has a degree in chemistry. I probably know more about chemistry than my wife does. And she certainly would not try to claim that she is more intelligent or intellectual about most of the subjects we talk about at all whatsoever. If anything, she looks to me as the authority, and she has multiple degrees, one of which is in chemistry.
Right, yeah.
She literally knows nothing about chemistry, but she has a degree in it. It's hilarious.
The thing is, I mean, I've got 2 degrees, and I would say I probably know more about flat Earth than either of them. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
It just doesn't matter. I don't think like when people appeal to like qualifications, I'm just like, well, okay, like that's cool. Like we can all just swing our dicks around and say how many qualifications we've got. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, I had a conversation Tuesday night with a friend of mine who's an accountant as well, and he has a decent amount more credentialing within the industry than I do. And he was flat out telling me, he's like, I guarantee you know more about general tax accounting principles than I do. And like, just going back and forth. And I'm like, okay. He's basically admitting, like, I have twice the credentials you have in the field, but you know more than me about it, blah, blah, blah. Basically, like, letting on that his credentials basically don't mean shit except the ability to get him a little bit higher up.
Yeah, getting paid more, basically.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, obviously, anyone who's ever done accounting or any kind of finance knows that it's just about relentless exams. Like, if you want to become an accountant, you've got a minimum of like 30 exams or something stupid. And then if you want to become like an insolvency accountant, that's another 20 exams or something retarded. And then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to do insolvency, I want to do tax. Okay, you've got to do a shitload more exams. It's all just about exams, isn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. And the exams don't mean shit to when you actually get into the practice and actually start putting things to work. I mean, there are the basic principles, sure, but on the job training and just having the ability to learn quickly on the job, comprehend, problem solve, and work well with others goes way further than your fucking credentialing.
Yep.
Yeah, my sister back in the day, she went straight from high school to the lab at a hospital, and they trained her in blood bank. So she was doing all the tests, right? The flu tests, all the tests that they do for blood work and all that stuff or whatever. And whenever the degrees came out and you had to have a degree and all that other stuff, they started hiring in people that was making more than her, but she would have to train them. I mean, it was insane. And, she learned strictly on the job every detail of everything that she had to learn. And she was more knowledgeable than any of those people fresh out of college. So, and she was actually doing the PCR test during COVID. And I was questioning her like 24/7 of how it worked and all the other stuff. and we both basically decided it was bullshit.
Yeah.
So
we
yeah.
probably shouldn't talk
We'll
about that
yeah,
because that's
we'll
probably
avoid
not.
that. Yeah, we'll avoid that. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, when I first started in the industry, I worked my way up fairly quickly just based on the fact that I'm a hard worker and do the job well. I learn well, all that kind of stuff. So I've had the pleasure of experiencing many people who graduated college solely based on their athletic abilities, and I've also had the pleasure of being a boss to people that have a lot more credentials within the industry than I do, and both of which are worthless lots of times. I've had to fire people that have twice the credentials as me, that have masters in the niche aspect of accounting that I work in, and it's like, geez, none of this translates. And then I've also had people that they've graduated college, but it's like you're teaching them almost like remedial stuff, like how to read and write almost. It's like, whoa, how do you have a degree in accounting? Did you graduate high school? Like, oh, you played on a sports team. I get it now. I understand. Like,
Yeah, when I was in college, because I took computer programming and stuff like that. I also took business. I've got two degrees, but anyway, we had to do this computer program to where we made an electric bill, and you would put in the codes, for the previous and um the reading, the current reading or whatever, and it would have to print out this bill. And I did it in like 2 pages worth of programming, and everybody else did it in like 20. And the instructor called me up, like, you have to be wrong. I'm like, I'm not wrong. It works. Because I knew if there was a shortcut, I was going to take it, right?
mm-hmm.
But in college, you weren't allowed to take the shortcuts, right? You were supposed to do it according to what they told you to do.
Yep.
And so I got straight A's because I always took the shortcuts. I was, you know.
Yeah,
But
I brought up the instance of the athletes at work because I think some of the people in the call are from other countries where athletics is not tied to your schooling at all whatsoever. And I don't think you guys experience some of the problems with that kind of system that we have here in the United States, where
and it's bad. It starts at an early age here.
Yeah.
Yep.
where you see kids that are being passed through high school that shouldn't be solely based on athletics, and then moving on towards college and being, coming out of that experience with a degree in some field, doesn't matter what, but they're typically going to get a degree, not because they're intelligent enough to comprehend things within the field that they get degreed in. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that
And then
was pretty gentle, but yes.
then they flood the market, the working market, when you realize not everybody can make a living off athletics, and you have to get a real job, and then you get an influx of people who seem qualified on paper because they have at least the bare minimum of the degree.
Yeah, the workforce of America isn't really up to par, in my opinion, because all the seasoned workers who do their job correctly and go above, they're all getting outed, I guess, if that makes sense. So I don't know what
Yeah.
they're actually doing to America at this point, but I mean that's the way it's been quite a few generations now, as far as outing the people that keep your company together because they do the right thing and they do their job correctly and does.
Well, they become too
They're
expensive
all
for the
being
bottom line.
tossed out.
Yeah,
Right.
they become too expensive for the bottom line. And we've seen basically the doing away of with pensions, right? So that's pretty much gone. Industry has pretty much killed that whole concept. So yeah, now it's just the at least within my industry, it's most of it's being automated away.
Still think this comes back to the signal. I don't want to say anything that's going to affect the channel or whatever, but the signal in 2000 was probably the controlled demolition of, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. It certainly does to me. A lot of signals that they give.
Well, yeah, a lot of signals, but it is controlled for sure. It's a slow control. They're getting everybody conditioned to what's to come.
You ever notice, like, I don't know, it's just like, there's the dry cleaners, there's like somebody else's dry cleaners, and then there's like, like, I don't know, like MC dry cleaners, you know, and there's like a pyramid on it, and you're like, huh, okay. Who's got the dry cleaning business on the lock here? Is it Joe Schmo? Is it like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but they have that with everything, you know? Like even that McDonald's thing almost makes me feel like there's some influence there. What do I know? But I'm probably wrong. I'm
I would
just
say it comes
paranoid. I'm
back to
paranoid. What's up?
yeah, but
Yeah.
I would say it comes back to customer service. If you go somewhere and they give you great customer service, you're gonna go back. If they give you sucky customer service,
Why people
you're gonna be
are
pissed
customers
off.
of Comcast? No, people are held hostage by corporate concerns and they just deal with it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's true, but
Guy walks up with a cable
they
box.
can also be nice. Like if you call up Spectrum or whatever, they can be nice to you if they want to. But most of the time they're assholes. That's what I'm saying. It's like the world is being run by assholes in the background.
Yeah, I go for a different organ, but yeah, I hear you.
What organ would you go for?
I don't know.
I mean that's pretty self-explanatory.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but it's almost like, well, so like saying the idea of everything's controlled. It's like a lot of people are in the know enough to look for the things that are controlled just to be like, oh, good, that's safe, it's controlled, you know? It's totally screwed, you know? Yes, that's what I'm doing now. Sometimes you want like independent, you know, companies that are just like startups or something like that. And some, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Sometimes you
I have this little store that I've shopped at for my entire life, basically feeding little time. Looks like it's ran out of a little, but they carry, all the starter plants, all the stuff for your garden, the organic fertilizers, all that stuff or whatever. It might be a little more expensive, but those people are so sweet. They know what they're, and the customer service is, I would go back to them in a second instead of a big corporation. They're not a chain, they're not anything. They're just a mom and pop shop. And those are going by the wayside quickly.
yeah. Cause you know why? Because there's no mom and pop secret societies.
Exactly. Exactly.
Or also meaning that there's no like America of just like average people that like get to, help to I don't know. Just have an oar in the water here. It just seems everything is sort of just running against you in the finances and the scale of business and economics in this country.
Well, they're definitely moving towards, I think even Walmart does it now. I think my sister told me, actually.
Yeah, that's a
They
small
have the,
that's a small startup, Walmart. You know this other like
yeah,
little business,
yeah,
Amazon. I hope that guy does good with that. He seems like he's a hard
right.
worker. What are we
Right,
gonna
but
do here?
Walmart now does the thing about you can order online and go pick it up and just park in a parking spot with a number on it and tell them you're there, and they'll bring out your whatever you bought and put it in your trunk. So I think they're promoting that big time to where
Yeah,
people don't actually have to go into a store.
no, retail's not brick and mortar anymore. Who would have thought that could happen um, so quickly? But there still are stores. It's just everybody seems to have it again. It's almost like if you have a store, it's like you should be just running a nonprofit or something. Something because like I don't know, tomorrow some new shit could go on where you're just like, oh yeah, this is a bad idea having a retail front. Like those people should be commended for their bravery. I think. They're people that wrote out the whole last couple of years, like trying to keep their 40-year
Oh,
family business alive and shit.
absolutely. Yeah.
People be
Yeah,
struggling.
they should. Yeah. And with everything going up in price, I mean, it's hard for all the mama stay in business.
Right. That whole wave's just going to retire. You know what I mean? They're not going to try. You don't try to start up like mom and pop's number 2, right? Like, yeah, we've been doing this for 40 years, and then we got put out of business by Jeff Bezos. But we're starting mom and pop number 2. We're going to do this. Like that wave
Yep,
of that
Bezos.
generation is
Yeah.
just like gone. Out of the American like
Oh,
commerce
I
system.
know, and it was planned for sure because I mean they have all the knowledge, right? They have stories and things like that doesn't come from textbooks and things like that or whatever because they started it on their own and just worked their way up into a business. And you can't. I mean, they're as each of them go down, you behind it.
Is there somebody to replace it? Some next generation that's like, I'm going to start a mom and pop store. It's just forgotten. I don't know. Whatever. It's just this is like old times or something. Just like this whole wave of
Yeah, but there's
just
coffee
like,
shops on every corner now, so that's a thing.
but they're Starbucks.
Yeah, whatever.
I remember the '90s when coffee shops meant something to this country. Coffee shops are more than just a place you get your Java fix, you know, and pay money for croissant,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I
Movement is
mean
about culture.
even
It was
bars back
about
in the day were
long-haired, unemployed
something.
acoustic people playing outside, you know, back when
Yep.
America was America. Back before Nora Jones took over with CDs at fucking Starbucks and Holiday fucking Brew and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the death of coffee in America. You know, it's the one thing we fucking had, and we let some damn franchise just bowl us over. That's why there's no mom and pop secret societies, because we don't give a fuck. We don't really care about it. You know, if we did, we'd try to preserve it, but we don't really, as a whole. Yeah.
Right.
That was fun, going off about Starbucks. I feel better about life now.
Yeah, let's don't get on the logo or anything.
Yeah, but I still get Starbucks. You know, I'll still go get a once in a while. Just like it feels like
I don't.
admitting defeat. Like I'm just like yeah, this is it. I'm the biggest sellout I could possibly be right now. Walking into a Starbucks. Oof.
Yeah, but I mean, I drink Maxwell House. I make it myself at home still. So I need to grow my own coffee and grind my own beans, and then I don't know how I would do that, honestly. I'm in Ohio. I don't think I think it takes hot temperatures.
Mountains of Ohio. Yeah. Yeah, it's a challenging climate to grow your own coffee, but
It's challenging here to grow anything, honestly. I mean, we can have 4 seasons in 1 week. So
greenhouse.
I do my best. Yeah, I do my best though. My asparagus is coming up, and I've got my garlic planted from last year, and it's doing real good, and got my carrots, and I planted my lettuce. It should be popping up soon. My radishes and beets and all that stuff. Got to wait a little longer for like tomatoes and stuff.
You gotta say, like, radishes and beets just not part of my thing.
Yeah, a lot of people
That's
don't like
good.
it.
Garlic I like a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of things that like they're pretty easy to propagate. You know, like that, like ginger, basil. There's like lots of other herbs and stuff.
Oh yeah, I grow a lot of herbs, and my thyme survived the winter, so it's doing really well.
Like thyme is like supposed to be so good for building a basis for your immune like system. That's what I hear.
Oh yeah, you can make tea out of it and everything. Yep.
Yeah, apparently it's something good for like the mucous membranes or something, like where they just kind of if you have enough of it, enough time in your diet, like it'll basically start to like take over some uh, I don't know. It just sort of takes over your mucus. Like you get timey.
Everybody needs time in Ohio, but they don't know it. I mean, I live right on basically the Ohio River.
Yeah.
And everybody here has sinus problems. Everybody. I mean, there's not one person that I know that doesn't. And they need time in their diet. Just saying.
Yeah. Simple stuff. I don't know. Time doesn't really have any place in our diets somehow. I can't think of many things
No,
that
it
have time
doesn't.
in them.
Just on Thanksgiving and Christmas when people put it in their turkey, thyme and rosemary to flavor their turkeys.
Yeah. I was like just trying to think of how do I get more of this in my diet? And I made some honey with thyme, and I started using that as just, I don't know, some of the savory
Do
sweetener.
you live in a place that you can grow it?
I could. I guess I could grow a lot of things,
You
but
should.
no,
Yeah, you should.
I'm not responsible
I mean,
like that.
well, I know, but if you just plant one plant and just let it grow, then you have time. It basically survives the winter and just comes up every year. Not much maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it's something I'm just gonna hit like a decade of age, and I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, now I'm like well like into growing everything, and microgreens to mushrooms and stuff. One of these years I'll hit that, I think. But for right now, just stockpiling information all up in the old gray matter.
I think we're all stockpiling information, but I mean, that's better than stockpiling guns and ammo and all the other shit, right?
I guess there's usefulness for that to a point. And I
Yeah,
guess there's
to a point,
usefulness
I
to
guess.
information to a point, right? You could just be loaded full of like way too much info and then not do it. But yeah.
Yeah, I said on another server the other Alex Jones and info because I think it's kind of is an info war at this point. It's like who can persuade you to believe what they want you to believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's I guess at the highest levels of like the whole social engineering thing are going to be like persuasive logics that feel very logical. They seem to make sense for all parties concerned, and they seem to yield benefit for all parties concerned. So, I don't know.
Yep.
It's just I guess that really is just persuasive logic is like convenience in a way, like. And there's
Yeah, but don't you think it's kind of a mind war at this point because they're trying to persuade everybody to believe certain aspects and they know like say the left or whatever is going to believe certain aspects so they throw that information out to
Mhm.
and they're going to throw and then the conspiracy theorists are going to believe one thing and information out and they just buy it hook line and sinker.
Do
And
independents still exist in our time period? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know
Did they ever
if
exist, or was it just a
they
theory
do.
that
I
there could be something like
think it's a
independent party? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't believe in politics myself, but no, I don't think so. I mean, I think that independent people are the ones that think outside the propaganda box.
Well, what's a centrist?
Centrist?
Just a centrist.
I would
Like if
have
you're not like
no
paying
idea.
attention to right and left wing politics, if that's not what triggers you, then
Yeah, but you're still in politics, so I I don't fall in that either. You see what I mean? Like I don't believe politics can change the world or make it any different than it is.
uh-huh.
So I don't know what a centrist would be in that realm.
Sorry, the phone wasn't responding. Yeah. Um, I just mean because like things are broadcast to the left and to the right, you know, to or as triggers for the other side too, right? So if you're trying to get the interest of people on the left, then maybe you talk about people on the right, be like, you know what the right's doing? I heard they're doing this, and so the people on the left start, their ears start peeking up. There's a bit of that, like it's just behavioralism a little bit, but there's I guess other certain people that just don't hear either of those, but they hear that they hear the game being played, and I'd say that those people are just sort of in the center, but just like, oh yeah, well, I guess it's a little bit less about being led by these issues and just like, okay, like any of these hot button issues are important. They kind of almost seem to be. I don't know. I'm probably just talking too much in generalities at this point. I'm gonna edit.
Yeah, but don't centrist or whatever don't they still vote? They still believe in politics, right?
I guess.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That they don't lean one side or the still vote.
I could like heavy metal or easy listening, right? But if I don't go to any concerts and non-participatory, I don't know what that makes me, or you know.
Yeah, but you can enjoy. Well, you can enjoy, I guess, certain aspects of this reality with actually being propagandized by it. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think both of the modalities of like the parties just are always existent. So there's never really a point in trying to say that it's that you can vote for any one party to actually be in power. You know, it's like whenever one party's populist and the other party seems to get some other sort of benefit to just sort of I don't know. Just put wrenches in the works, you know. So we can have this like Washington dysfunctional.
Well, I think that's what politics is.
But that's
is
like a convenient messaging system, right? That we have all this like congestion in the Beltway, you know. But that's just a story that's given because it's just not going to go the way that people were sold the story. That's why they voted. You know what I mean? The narrative of why to vote for any particular election seems to be kind of like all much more hyped
But I
up these
don't
days.
even know that it's actually called voting per se because you go to the poll. And what's a poll? It's a weighing of public opinion. It's not an actual vote. That your vote means anything. I mean, that's just how I read it, but I could be.
I think there's a lot of different philosophies on this matter. But we do have that system.
Well, I know my mom. She was still alive. Back in 2016, she called me up one day. She was a Trump thumper, and I didn't vote. I haven't voted for I don't know how many years now. But she called me up and asked voting for Trump. I do. And she said, well, he's a religious man. He was religious. And she's like, he's a religious man. And I, no, he's not. He's just pretending to be, to get voted or whatever. And we had this little, and she ended up hanging up on. I told her I wasn't voting for the lesser of two evils. And that went against her religion, I guess. She hung up on.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's what everybody always says. If you ask them, who you voting for? and they'll be like, Biden or Trump or whoever, and they'll always like sigh, like
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not a good thing, right?
I think there's like a
And then
crossover
I
here.
always ask them, I said, do
Uh,
you feel like you're voting for the lesser of two evils? And they'll be like, yeah. And I always ask them, why are you voting then? And then they just brush it off. Like, they just ignore my question.
I think it's all a question about marketing. Politics is marketing. I think through marketing ideas or whatever, and a lot of it has to do with I think the I guess the intersection of identity politics and transactional politics. So what is there's no like a politician can promise you that they might do something when they get in office, but there's no guarantee of execution of that thing. But there may be, even if they try to execute the thing, there's no guarantee that the other side will allow it to happen. Right? So there's no transactionality. Going to vote for somebody doesn't
Right,
really
but what if
equal.
it's all planned, this big soap opera of
Okay.
what we call
So
politics?
this is our B part. We just did transactionality. So we want that as consumers because this is what we are. We're Americans. We buy jet skis. The identity of it is that we are identifying with the president as being like a portion of the whole, or even part of a family unit that exists in some kind of weird American way, right? Like Uncle Sam, right? Anyway, that identity politics
Right,
says
right.
to us
I see your point. Yes.
like I'm this type of person. I want to vote for this type of person because they're going to change the things that are going to help me. Is I'm this type of person. Now I talk to you. I try to convince you that your best course of action is to be like me because we are the same type of people, and that you should vote for the same person because we have a lot of interests. Now I'm like, all because of this identity politics, I'm sparked up, and now I'm like talking to somebody else about it. And I think there's just a way that this kind of resonates with just how we perceive and process politics in America, just in a general way.
Yep. You're probably right, and it is marketing because everything they do is marketing. I mean, even with the news, it's
Right.
marketing.
So all I
They're
have to
trying
do
to
is
sell
just
you something.
I just have to vibe with you enough to make you feel like, oh yeah, you're my type of people, and I'll be like, and I want to help you, right? And be like, oh, he wants to help me. He's my type of people, and he wants to help me too. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm on the line, right? This sounds good, until you get to the point where this is just fucking theater, and you're stuck in bureaucracy after this fantasy land of promises. But anyway,
Yeah, it I mean, I think all this goes back to like the Roman Colosseum days. Everything's a theater and it's a show, even sports, that kind of thing, because everybody gathers in to watch the
yeah,
football games, that
you're on the right track here.
stuff or whatever. And it's just marketing. Yeah, it's just marketing. We're going to sell you this, spectacle or whatever, and you're going to pay big money for it.
Yeah, it's a bunch of hype too, right? Every football team probably hears about it in training camp and preseason. This year's going to be a little different. Yeah, hyped
Yeah, and
up.
it's so weird because I went to researching like way back in the 1930 in my little town, we had an NFL team called the Spartans. And they got sold out 3 years later in 1933, of all numbers, to the Detroit Lions. And so they moved to Detroit and became the Detroit Lions. And I'm in a tiny little town. by the way. So that whole story just seems unreal to me. But
Yeah, the LA Lakers used to be the Utah Lakers, Salt Lake, and they also are now the Utah Jazz, but the Utah Jazz used to be the New Orleans Jazz. That franchise sold and moved. Now it's the, I don't know, they just made up a new team.
yeah, and it's all for where the fans are going to go and gather and pay money. That's all it's about.
Yeah, it really should be that there shouldn't really be any like really good teams that happen outside of metropolitan areas, just because of the ability to draw money to the franchises and then pay players, right? But now there's all these like group partnership deals and stuff like that with television and all sports gambling and stuff like that goes on. So it's changed all sports that way. Probably not for the better, I guess.
No, I wouldn't think it was for the better because there's I mean, I used to know all the teams and all that stuff. I got out of it because I saw too many things I thought was rigged.
Huh.
And it was just like, no, I can't handle this.
The guys in the black and
I
white.
can't watch it and